Yo, walk on. So you know, man, you know how we do. Keep looking this bitch. Bitch. What's my favorite word? Bitch. Yeah, man. So, question of the day today. How do you shut your opponent down? Hey, wait, man. Let me shout out King Gold, though, man. Yo. Hey, big up Gold. Yeah. Yeah, man. He's just a crutch, still. You know, my shot, Rasta man's life. Yeah, my thing. Yeah, hey. Say that anyway, man. Mm. But yo, like we say, man, what's the best way to shut down your opponent? Logics or emotions? Ah, yeah. Doctor it for me, Ultraman. Doctor it to me, man. I tried to get out you on WhatsApp still, man, but you know, I'm a little bit busy still. Yeah, big up man like DFT. Uh, uh, uh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. What's wrong with this thing, man? One sec, yeah. I don't know why, yeah, but the thing was not letting me do it. Not letting me do it, man. It's not letting me update the title. Let's try it. I won't save it, man. What's wrong with this thing, man? Gee. You won't save it, man. You won't save no changes. Fucking stupid shit, man. Alright. Yo, back in there still. Yo, this StreamYard thing's fucking up my phone, you know, bro. It keeps making it freeze. And all that. I need to get a new app. I need to get a new live streaming app still. Again, look, it's frozen again, man. Fucking hell. That's clear, man. What happened to this thing? Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hear me now. Making fair crackling noises, fam. I don't know what I'm going for this thing, yeah. All right, okay, man. Let's go anyway, man. Let's go, man. You get me? Yeah, man. We got emotional men up in here, boy. Oh, the thing is mad. She tell me if it done. I credit alone done. I credit alone. Tell me if it done. I credit alone done. Yeah, yeah. So if you refresh your screen, yeah, you should see the link for the chat in the comment section. Plus, yeah, plus the PayPal link. Remember, yeah, we're trying to save up enough so we can send a Queen Brass round for King Brass. You get me? You get me? Yeah. Yeah, man. Let me read out the register real quick, right? Pick up everyone in the building. Yeah, so big up man like I Love So. Big up So, Mike. Big up man like Stu Brunt. Old tight Stu Brunt. Mydrin. Old tight Wap Punk. Cabo, you know what time it is. Old tight Captain Rambo. Rambo, no, 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 no. You get me? Yeah. Old tight HK Football. Is it Ralph Ralph? Yeah, yeah. Big up yourself. All right. Old tight, old tight, old tight, old tight. Man like Ultra. Bonky. Jack. Mike. Kevin. Old tight, old tight. Look, he says big up yourself. And old tight, don't beat the trolls. Come on. That, yeah? Alright. That's everyone, yeah? Big up everyone, man. You get me? I love to play my bongos in the morning. Jeez. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. Hey, listen, man. Oh, mate. I'm going for the angry man on YouTube, man. Man are getting angry out here, bro. Yeah. Come on. Alright. Yeah. Big up man like Urban Analysis in the building. Yeah. I know what to Angry Gold, man. Hopefully you come down and we'll jump on today, man. You get me? Yeah. You got gold though, man. You cracking me up still. Yeah, man. Trust me. Atatabaka. Trust me. His head is after the teapot. Yeah, man. Now, we got gold though, man. You get me? Like, but I was just trying to tell him to keep his emotions intact, man. Like, no, no. We can all get vexed, though, innit? We can all get vexed still. But again, let me give my answer for the question of the day. I feel like most times, yeah, let's emphasize that again, yeah. I feel like most times, logic beats emotions. Yeah. Unless you're doing the thing where you're trying to pull on the people, them heartstrings. Yeah. Them times there, an emotional argument might win. Right, if you took it people to prove a point or whatever, two sides to opposite argument, yeah. I would more likely say logic wins more than emotion still. plus. If you can, if while the other person's raging, yeah, if you've got a calm boy that keeps repeating the same point, yeah, man, that makes the other person fucking rage, man. It's like, yeah, nah, yeah, man, trust me. Hey, speak out here, mate. Yeah, so yeah, man. So I fell asleep yesterday, man. I had to wake up and look up the show, cuz you mean? Honestly, this fucking fish, man. Yo, hey, fishy boy. You know what I mean? Come on, man. It's Friday today, anyway, man. We had the Friday preview last night. Yeah, we had Gold versus Velley. Yo, obviously I've got a bodyguard in that now. You get me? Yeah. The, yeah, the bodyguard. Yeah. He's close by, man. You get me? I got panic alarm and all that. Yeah, so allow me, go. You get me? You have to allow me, fam. You get me? I don't want you to run up on me or roll up on me or whatever. Yeah. You better allow it, G. Allow me. Allow me. Also, yeah, he's gonna duffy man. Trust me, he's gonna duffy man, fam. Yo, he said, "Tell me where you want to be now." I was like, "Oh shit, what now? Yeah, I'm kind of busy." I can't beat that still, but like, I. Yo, I really ring the man. They're like, yo. Better trying to move to me, fam. Like, if I give you man a wage, yeah, you back it, yeah? You back it, yeah? Like, yeah, cool, man. Say nah, man. Cash route. Like, yeah. That's the only time I started running up my mouth. You get me when I got the coastline when the man them was gonna back it. Yeah, man, like gold, you know. You man, bruh, living, man. Okay, think it big. Oh, that man ain't done nothing good. Anyway, man, trust me. I was like, yo, I can't believe it, mate. Man said, back up. Why? Yeah, bro. Like, gold's disabled, bro. Like, he's got immune system disease, man. That's why it's like really and truly, if I don't want to get into no argument with gold, man, like, I think he's all right and all that, man. You know what I'm saying?
he didn't like what he said on the video, and now he's taking it out on everyone else instead of himself. Too much I can do about that, bro. I'm gonna say, love me now, love me now. There we go. But love it, fam. So, I said this whole family's onto me, you know. Yo, I was like, yo, love, love it. What do you mean? See, yeah, man. We got the people that in the chat, man. He's jumping in for a chat. We were watching the DNA video I posted earlier. Yeah, man. You had to look at the DNA video. The DNA, sorry, the Appler group. All them things there. Mad at it. Yo, man, I had to start backtracking quick, boy. Go to this family's altar, man. I was like, what? Like, love it, bro. Just see. I had to make a few phone calls to the man, them locals. Yeah, I had to call up the local goons, man. Put a little change in their pocket and say, yo, listen, if you see this man here, yeah, with these nostrils, or any man that looks like this brother with his nostrils, you better move to him fast. I am on the world, boss. Yo. Yeah. You best move to him fast. I want this the world, boss. Yo, walk one.
Yes, daddy.
Yeah, what you saying, man?
Everything cool?
Were you listening last night, fam?
What happened last night?
Hey, Gold was spazzing last night, boy. Said he's gonna dump me, innit?
Who?
Gold.
Tell him to shut his fucking mouth, man, before he gets a
Gold said he's gonna dump me still.
Well, he's
whole family's on tonight.
He gonna get his auntie, his brother, his cousin, his daddy, his grandpa, his grandma. He getting everybody. So watch out.
Everyone's on sweet. He's gonna bring his mom, his dad, his little brother, and they're all gonna rush me.
Man, even
sometimes I don't even like laughing at this cunt, you know, because I know he's got mental illness, bro. I swear down. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes he's funny, and then sometimes I have to remember that the fucking guy needs medicine and stuff. I don't know.
You know the crazy thing? I feel like that, and then 2 seconds later, he switches and then he goes back to dissing. So like, I can't really feel sorry for him too much because he.
I know what you're saying. I definitely know what you're saying. So, because he brings it on himself, innit?
Yeah, but then again, sometimes he speaks sense. So I know he's trolling. Like, he's a troll. Don't get me wrong. He was a troll. He's trolling most of the time.
I didn't want to diss him, though.
Huh?
Hey, so, I didn't want to diss Gold, though, you know. I like Gold, you know. I think he's all right, bro. He's one of my favorite panel members.
Yeah. That's why me and him always do that. That's why I'm cool with him. I know he's trolling. Half the time he's trolling, though. Trust me. Yeah, you can't really take him serious most of the time.
Right. I think so, Vel. Because we ain't never seen Gold in real life, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? So you know he's a myth. Huh?
Someone in the chat called King Gold Ironside. Listen, yeah. I'm just about to go through the tunnel, though, yeah. So Amanda, hold it up for me for a little couple minutes, and I'll be back in a sec too. It's gonna cut out in about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yo, Fred, I like that new term, Afrophobic. You better coin that shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, broski.
Red tape
Because
right there.
obviously,
I like that.
like I'm trying to say, look, you're behaving in an Afrophobic manner, and I'm
Right.
gonna have to fucking put you under citizen's arrest. You
Yeah,
get
man.
me? If you don't behave yourself.
Yeah, you can't be Afrophobic at all.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
trying to show you,
you
not
can't
in this
don't question
climate.
what we believe. Don't question us at all. Or we gonna say you
Mm-mm.
Afrophobic? No,
Don't mock our looks. Don't
at
mock our
all.
history. Don't mock our, you know what I'm saying, family? Don't mock
Yeah.
nothing for us. Don't mock our sisters. Don't mock nothing for us. Because we're so respectful, we don't do it to other nations. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it really, you know. How's America running though? It's piped down a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit, but we still got curfews now. Like, even though we got curfews, like I've been on the road for this whole time. Like, we got curfews. They like the first day the riots, the curfew was I think 10 o'clock. The next day they put it to 8 o'clock. The next day they put it to 6. So it's like they
Oh,
taking less and less time every day of the week, but they says only to the end of the week. So today we'll figure it out. But I don't like how they doing it, man. They're literally giving us less and less time every day of the riot to do
yeah,
anything.
fact.
So it's kind of stupid. But police
'Cause
ain't
they
really
want to make.
stressing shit really like that. So you could go on the road. Like I've been going on the road this whole time during curfew, like not giving a fuck at all. So
Mm,
I ain't been stopped once.
facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. There's people that ain't gonna listen to none of that curfew shit.
Yeah,
I
I
just think
never followed the curfew, kid. Like, I'm real.
I just think
Even
after the storm, there's got to be a nice calm now. And I know when you Americans put your head together, you could come up with some great, amazing solutions. You know what I mean? So
mm,
hopefully, this will spark some energy in somebody to come up with some wicked solution we can move forward with. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Serious. Mhm.
Shit, right? How England is though?
Well, England's cool, you know. I was gearing up to make some money this weekend because everything was getting back opened and that.
Mm.
But it started raining. It started raining, so the weekend everything's been cancelled for the weekend. I'm just gonna be chilling with my daughter probably.
Okay. Shit, that's good.
Mm,
That's good right there. But Bond.
yeah, man. I love that little girl there, bro. You know, everything,
Mm.
everything, man. Oh yeah,
Yes,
but I
man.
can't wait till the place opens back up though. Ain't it, Vel? Yo, Vel,
Alright? Fucking hell, fam.
telling you, this is a
Yeah,
bit
man.
too much
Yeah, I
now,
can't
isn't it?
wait myself, fam. To this shit.
It's a
Yeah,
bit too much, bro.
this non-social thing, staying in all the
Bro,
time, dead. I'm
bro,
like,
it's whack, bro.
I'm an extrovert, fam. Trust me.
Mm. I know you're like a social guy, innit? So man need the interaction. You got what I'm
Trust
saying,
me.
fam? Bro, that's me myself,
Trust me,
blood.
man.
I can't move properly and I'm isolated. Like I need to link up with people. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely, brother. Okay. Man, we definitely, yeah, I'm definitely a social dog. You get me?
Yeah, yeah, same here. I'm like a summer baby. Do you know what I'm saying? As soon as the sun comes out, I just need to get out there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, I'm so, you still there, G?
So looks like he's chilling for a bit.
Yeah. But, nah, I would ask you about, you know what, the maddest shit always happens on G Block, yeah? After 12 hours. I'm like, why does all the mad shit happen after
Yo.
12 hours?
Yeah.
Mad.
You
My
say
man just gone.
no. You said I was chilling or something.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about yesterday. Last
Oh,
night.
who? The who witness or the religious, the whites or religious? Who? There's a lot of shit that happened yesterday. So Who you talking
Yeah,
about specifically?
the whites are religious versus witness.
Oh man, shit. Was
Whites are
you
religious message you,
say it again?
and then yeah, both. But the whites are religious. The debate that you was having with whites are religious, discussion that you was having with whites are religious, and then the discussion that Willis had with whites are religious.
Man, I don't know. Witness, I don't know what's up
I'm
with
having a
dog.
discussion about that too.
I don't know. Witness sounds scared of why so religious because dog, he telling me why I ain't turn up, but but as soon as the white boy come on the panel, he quiet as fuck. I gotta instigate him just to raise his voice and shit. So I don't even know what's up with Witness, man. I don't know, dog. I just think he don't like nobody from America. To be real with you.
Uh,
Nah, man, it's not even that, you know. I think Witness was grumpy yesterday, man. Because
Nah, for
the first time I heard him talk some defeat shit, like normally he's normally always upbeat about life in general. Like yesterday, he was talking some defeatist shit, blood. Like I just locked off, bruv, when I heard that because I was a bit disappointed. I was just like, wow. Like,
nah.
black
He
people are
he he
never
thought
gonna unite. We're never gonna get nowhere. We're never gonna do this. Black people are doomed. You just gotta
yeah
look after your family and fuck black people. I'm like, whoa.
that's
uh,
how he yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
No, no,
So
no,
that's
no.
not
Hey, listen, bro.
that's not
Every
what
time,
he said, but that's what
no,
it
no, listen.
sounded like. You know what I
No,
mean?
Fred. Every time I talk to him, is pretty much the similar shit like that. But the thing is, I'm telling you, dog don't like Americans, bro. He always sneak dissing, bro. It's like I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if an American black woman did something to him, traumatized him. But I don't know, man. It's weird. It's like he wants us to go above and beyond, but when he's put in the same situation, he's a church boy. You know what I'm saying? He's quiet. I thought he was gonna be a gangster. The man just became a church boy when the white boy came on. So it's like I don't know. But about the black issue uniting though, like bro, that's just normal though. Like a lot of people think like that. A lot of black people think like that. Trust me.
But I think like that as well, you know. So don't ever get it twisted, you know. I think like fuck everybody, let me just look after my daughter. But then something happens in my head and says, no, that's the
Yeah.
wrong route. You get
It's,
me?
yeah,
That
yes.
route's
I'm the
cool.
same way. I'm the same, bro. Every day of the fucking week, I say the same shit. I say fuck black people, fuck all that. I'm gonna just look out for myself. And then 2 seconds later, I watch a video and I'm like, bro, I say, damn. I love my people, man. Like they do shit to make you laugh, smile. So it's like I really know what you're saying. It's a constant battle, but man, that's what's called unconditional love, man. You
That's
gotta
the
love them
fucking truth.
regardless.
That's the truth, bro. Even with all the dumb shit, you just gotta love it. You get me? They're
Yeah,
like sometimes black people are like the drunk uncle. You know, like the drunk uncle
yeah,
that
yeah,
comes.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's
Exactly,
always got the
exactly.
can in his hand. He's always got the fucking
Yeah,
can. You get what I'm saying in his hand. But obviously, you just gotta love him, innit? It's what it
yeah.
is. You get me? You can't say fuck uncle. You get what I'm saying?
Mm, yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, but the question of the day, shit. Let me. That was again. So StreamYard, you can't see the YouTube. Hold up. No, you can't see it on StreamYard. The question of the
Yo,
day was
the
about like
question: what's the best way to shut down an opponent's views with logic or emotion?
oh yes. Okay, that's what I heard you saying. Most of the time, yeah. I kind of agree with Vellemy said though. Most of the time, you use logic, but sometimes emotional arguments are needed. Like sometimes somebody's just not gonna listen to you, and it's pretty much who makes the best jokes or who shouts louder wins. And the person who loses sometimes gets humbled and listen. Like King Gold yesterday, like he wanted a logical conversation. It went left, and then it was about who was the funniest. And then after he lost, he humbled himself. So I can see how emotional conversations I mean, most emotional arguments are quite good. Politicians do it all the time too. They go for the emotional argument. They don't do logic.
Yeah,
So politicians could do
yeah,
that. Yeah. So yeah, it's 50. Not 50-50. I say it's like 80-20. Most of the time, go for logic, but
yeah.
emotional arguments are unnecessary.
Bruv, if sometimes if you're seeking the truth, bro, it's good to listen to a man's emotional argument. Because that's
Yeah,
basically
I ain't
what
think
he
about
would
that
like.
one. Man.
That's what's on his heart, innit?
But
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to show you? Like the
Mm.
logics, he could be hiding it, innit? He could be saying, yeah, these statistics say this and that, but deep down in his heart, he fucking hates us. You get what I'm trying to show you? But
Mm.
he's just using logic and reason to overcome his argument and win man over. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you notice all the logical man them have gone. Since this conversation's kicked up, all the logical man them and the sound thinkers are fucked off. You
What
get me? Because they
conversation
don't,
been kicked off? What conversation?
no, like black people about black people.
Oh yeah,
You'll
yeah, yeah, yeah.
notice all the logical thinkers and the soundbite man them, they've gone.
Who you talking about in particular? Rob?
Just in general, yeah, just in general, all the
Alright.
so-called geniuses of 3G block, they're out. You get what I'm trying to show
So-called
you?
geniuses. Yeah,
Yeah.
hey,
You'll
yo, I
notice
hate
that.
it, man.
Huh?
Where you at,
Fucking hell.
James? Where you at, James? Where
I
you
say,
at,
yo, I hate
Rob?
it, man.
Where you at? Where you at, man? I'm calling y'all
Hey,
out. Where y'all at? Where y'all at?
Bruv,
hey, listen,
just
yeah.
because I'm making an
James
observation,
is chilling
fam, it
out for
don't
me, yeah.
mean that I'm
James is chilling out
hating,
in the public,
fam.
yeah.
It
But
don't mean
you
that
know
I'm
that
hating,
Rob,
bro.
like, peace be upon him. But listen, man, you can't cut me when I'm talking about Rob, man. Peace be upon him. You get me?
Oh,
Like,
peace be
Alright,
you get
upon
me?
him.
Like,
Oh shit.
fucking
you hear me?
I saw you said peace be upon him, dog. That fucking
You get
Latin
me?
funny as fuck, dog.
yo,
That nigga fucker.
man said Rob
You
peace
can't
be
cut me when
upon
I'm
him.
talking about Rob, man.
Right,
Like peace be
Is
right.
upon
that
him.
what he
You get me?
said?
You get me?
Niggas are rob peace.
You
Hey,
get me? Like,
reanimated, where you at,
I'm
man? Where
saying
you
that,
at?
yeah.
Reanimated, where you at?
Rob will only come out. Rob only comes out the closet, yeah. Pause, even
Oh,
rewind that,
Oh,
yeah.
no, no,
Rob
you said
only
it
comes.
right.
hey,
You know, you
bro,
said it right. You said it
you are
right. You said it
funny, you
right.
know.
Yeah, when Rob comes out of the
You're
closet,
funny,
yeah,
mate.
yeah.
You're funny,
Rob,
man.
I'm sorry about that one, man.
No,
Peace
no,
be
no.
upon him.
Rob,
You
he
get
said
me?
when you
Yeah.
come out the closet, he knows something that we don't. Keep going, yeah.
Yeah, shit. Yeah. He gets the machine gun out the closet, yeah. Yeah, let's remix that one, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just when we're talking about religion, but you know Rob's back, especially if we're talking about Islam, then Rob's going to be in the building and do his thing. You get me?
No, facts, man. I can't hate on none of the man.
So,
I'm just saying it would have been nice to get some like logical thinking when it comes to humanity and humanity. You know what I mean? Humanitarian acts and what's going on in the world. Because it's all a side of what's going on in the world, isn't it? And you've got a deep view about what's going on in the world when it regards to religion. We just wanted to probably know your views on maybe color and race and that.
yeah. All right. Like we saying, man, when we're debating about whether there's God or not, yeah. When we're debating about whether there's God or not, yeah. Obviously, yeah, me, the team in it, man. On everything else, the team might shuffle and be different still. So,
No biggie, man.
hey,
Trust me,
man.
bro. No biggie, bro. Man ain't even stressing nothing. The
I hear you,
greatest thing.
Freddie.
Hmm?
I'm getting like you right now, man. I'm rolling my shit up right now, boy.
Yeah, bro. The
Yeah,
greatest thing about me is it goes in one ear and comes out the other because I'm so busy. I'm not gonna lie. So, you get me?
yeah.
I haven't got time to penetrate man like that. Like,
Yeah,
God
that's what
bless
I'm saying. I
everybody.
don't know how people get mad over this YouTube shit, man. Just roll something
I
up
know,
light and get relaxed, man. Fuck. Find a girl, find a woman, bro. Like, that ain't
bruv.
hard.
That's just the problem, you know. You hit it on the head, so you sound like you get pussy in it. A lot of
Mm.
these men don't get nothing.
Nigga,
You
bro,
get me?
nigga had a session before I came on this shit. That's why I'm so chill right now.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
facts.
Relax,
saying? Yeah.
Come in like some of these men need to go and visit somebody first and then come on the panel.
I think so.
well, when him
Like
in
just
that GoFundMe to get King Gold some pum pum, yeah. And even King Gold can't say White So Religious is racist though, because White So Religious is the only man that donated towards King Gold's pum pum fund. Yeah,
Yeah.
me.
hey
Yeah.
bruv, I'll donate to it, blood. Stop it,
I said
blood.
I
Oh
would too, but
shit! Here we
listen,
go.
bro,
Oh,
Veli,
My
bro,
MG's
Veli.
in the building. Wait.
No,
Hold on a sec. Let's go.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Hey, hold on, Kingo. Kingo. I got one question.
listen,
Kingo, I got one question. Kingo, chill out.
No, I didn't come in.
No, I got one question. Kingo, I got one question, please. One question. One question.
No negativity
One
this
question.
morning, bro. No,
All right. No
make it
negativity. No
a
negativity.
mature
No.
question, please. Make it a mature question, please, mate.
All right. Have you seen Mature Poom Poom?
Yeah, so look, there you go, bro.
All right, that's
Yeah,
it.
I mean, sometimes it's good to joke, but sometimes it's good to be serious as well, bro. If you're always joking around, let me be honest with you, I'm not gonna ever really understand if this guy's being serious. So if you're constantly doing it and it's not no balance with you, it shows me you're not in a rational mind. So that means that I could never trust you. If you're coming at me at that angle, I'm coming on to be honest. I'm being honest. I'm not coming for here for no argument or nothing, bro. It's just like
all right, peace to you then.
You know you fuck with us. Okay, well, you know you fuck with us, man.
You've
That's
already
the
got
problem.
enough trolls on here already, innit? Like racists, troll, all sorts, innit? So that's all. That's kind of a bit like I'm asking questions why I'm being shown. Don't worry, man. So's the Islamophobe, fam. You get me? Don't worry, man. So's just an Islamophobe anyway, man. No, do you know what I think it is? I think it's a racist. I think it's a racist, and if it's not, then it's some part.
I'm racist. Hold on, I'm racist, Kingo.
If it's a brother, if Reanimate is not a brother,
so hold on, Kingo, I'm racist. Hold on. Kingo, I'm racist, bro. Kingo, I just had a session with a Spanish girl. Like, what are you talking about,
bro? Please stop trying to annoy me, bro. Stop trying to annoy me, bro. Stop all this stupid, underhanded shit, bro. Like this, I'm honestly, I'm not.
No. You just said I was a racist. So I'm asking you. I'm just asking you again. Am I a racist? That's all I'm asking you.
No, of course I didn't say you're racist. I don't.
Oh no, Vellemy asked you that. No, Vellemy, I think he asked, is Saul a racist? And you said, yeah, some shit like that.
Like, even if I have my, I feel like you're not someone that I could gravitate. We're online, bro. It's just like whatever. I'm not trying to judge people's character on here. That's one thing I don't do. It's just internet, isn't it? But there's already racist trolls trolling people, and so for someone to do it to me, like I said, if it's a brother, I think I don't know what that is, bro. I don't know what that is.
A Kingo Gold.
If it's a racist, that's even worse,
trust
bro.
Me. One sec, Kingo. You know how much people write shit in the comments about, man. Unless I don't know you physically or I've spoke to you on the panels, I would never ever address you. You're just a piece of shit. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Why would I even write? Because the love I'm spreading, I'm only looking for that.
Go on.
Huh?
Each other, yeah? Because we've seen each other in real life.
Facts. That's facts, you know.
The reason why we
and the respect I got for you, the respect I got for you in real life. You see the respect I got for you in real life, it's large. You got what I'm trying to show you, bro. Yeah, that ain't no joke or no internet gimmicks. That's real life, isn't it?
Like, so the reason why I'm being disrespected is because I ain't met no one, basically.
I'm just saying, Akindo Gold, the way you're coming across, you're not looking to meet no one. No one's never gonna meet you the way you're acting.
Okay, let's be real. Kingo, the reason why we fuck with you is hold on, Vellemy, let me say this.
You're making the content.
I'm saying the reason why people fuck with you is because people actually like you, bro. If we never liked you, nobody would talk to you. Like, I wouldn't even waste my breath talking to you. Like, literally, if I didn't think there was some funny or like some entertainment or something that I liked in your personality, bro. That be real with you. If you can't handle a joke, obviously, just don't come online, bro. But if you can, trust me, it'll be worth it, bro. Like, trust me. Like,
bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean,
bro, hold on. Like, Lee Jedi went way worse than we did on you. And you cool. Like, remember when we was on Jedi's channel, we killed you before. But now you like, bro. So I don't even get it. Like, niggas is actually about
because this is intentionally trying to annoy me because they know that I'm annoyed, but the Reanimated persisting on.
Bro, fuck the listen. The Reanimated is a YouTuber channel, bro. It's a YouTube channel, King Gold.
Like, for free,
bro, get that man out of your mind, King Gold.
What do you mean?
Get certain things out of your mind. It's a new day. It's a new day, bro. Ain't it a new day, ain't it?
All it is, bro, is that if like what he's done there, he's directly tried to cause try to ridicule someone's. I mean, is he completely doing that? Is this like the way he is, or is he just doing that for content?
Bro, it's entertainment, it's content, bro. Like, listen, let's just be real.
Is his whole goal like trolling?
Bro, he been doing it. Look on his page. He's been doing it for months. He's been doing it for months, Kingo. Just look at his page. I looked at it yesterday. He's been doing it for months. You're just the latest version, bro. That's it.
If you want to walk around poking fun at people, if you want to walk around poking fun at people that don't know you,
brother.
Just stay anonymous, innit?
Brother, slow down.
When you poke fun at people, what happens to you when you poke fun at anybody? When you try and put your finger close to a fucking animal and wiggle your finger around it, they're gonna bite you, bro.
We had 12 hours of this yesterday, innit?
What sort of
no, but Akindo.
It's someone close to you lot because you're trying to defend the thing.
You're gonna listen.
No, you lot are trying to defend the thing because he's close to you.
No, I'm just saying it's a new day now. It's done.
No, it's not done, bro.
Can't we just move on? Can't we move on, bro? Or do you want another 12 hours of it?
You make the content, though. Gold, you know that you make the content. Every time you do that, yeah, if you come on and you complain about something, yeah, it's like...
No, this is debate. I'm not complaining now. I'm debating the logic and the morality behind what this guy's doing. And if he still do it, if he's one of the people then that you're trying to defend, or if he's just a racist, and you know who he is, Veli, and
get Ultron. Hey, Veli, just get Ultron. Just get the reanimator on. Ultron, just come on.
Over me, bro. Look, and you know it's a racist, Veli, bro. You got bruv. It's like, do you honestly think that I would take any racist making any type of caption of me, bro? Any racist, and be honest with you, if I saw him on the street,
shut up, man. Shut the fuck up, man.
So just get Ultron. Just get Ultron. That's it.
You know, Freddie, if someone did that about you, honestly, bro, would you be happy if they were racist and if they weren't part of the people?
Wait, listen. You know,
like, Freddie, you on crack or something, bro? You're going like a fool. Like, that means you're pussy then if you allow someone to do that. That means you're a pussy hole then. If you want to allow someone to do that to you, mate, I don't rate you then, bro. You got no ratings. You got no ratings, bro.
Just allow it, Akindo, man.
But Kingo, let me ask you a question. Have you ever Kingo? Have you ever laughed at a meme before? Have you ever laughed at a meme before?
To shut the fuck. You shut up, bro. Who the fuck's talking to you anyway? I'm only asking if you lot know him.
Going on about the same bollocks.
I told you, get Ultron.
You sound like an infant.
I told you, get Ultron.
Shut up, bro.
Just get Ultron or Kingo. Like, why you playing games? You know Ultra's the reanimator. Get him on. Fuck.
At your age, you can go gold, man. Trust me, bro. You're embarrassing, bro. If you show this video to your family, they'll be embarrassed, bro. You get me? You're an idiot, bro. Serious, man. Just fix up your dumb ways.
You're a fool. I'm talking online. I'm not disrespecting anybody.
No, but I'm saying, how long have you been talking about the same subject, man? I'm saying move on.
One day, bro. I addressed it yesterday, bro. So look, if you don't want to hear about it,
it's been like 2 days, dog. It's been about 2 days, bro.
Come on, man. Forget about it, bro, man. Just hang that up, man. Just hang that up. Just hang that up.
You're getting pissed off with the way I'm reacting. That means that you...
No, I'm saying hang it up now, because we wasn't even chatting about that. We was chatting about something else, and you come and butt in. Just hang that up, man. Yeah, I'm saying. We understand that you're vexed, and that's it.
Yeah,
what do you want man to do? Set up a GoFundMe. Should I give you a $5 or a $10 for your vexes?
Stay anonymous, innit?
Do you want money for it now? Or compensation?
That's how I know.
Set up a GoFundMe
that's
for you?
how I know it's some sellout doing this shit, bro. Because the way you're defending it just shows me, Freddie.
I'm saying you're upset and that's it. What would you want us to do? I'm saying, do you want us to set up a GoFundMe now? Do you want us to make some posters?
You're acting like a sellout right now.
What do you want us to do?
You're acting like a big sellout, brother. A Benson, a Johnson, a House person.
Just relax yourself, man.
I'm not going to say that. Obviously, I don't really need to use that. But you
go and boil the kettle and make yourself a cup of tea, man. Because when I see you, I'm going to give you a good pat on your back, man.
No, Freddie, so it means you're trying to minimize.
You're confused. You're confused.
So this ain't a talkable subject, no? People, racists make purposely trying to annoy.
Hey, man, them have a blessed day, man. Just look after yourselves, man. And if you can come off this subject, I'll fly back on.
Hey, but for the sake of people in the chat, I'll get off, brother, and you stay on, innit? I don't really. I'm not come here to spoil everything for everybody. I'm not. My name's not Betty, bro. My name's not Betty. I didn't come here for any madness.
Yo.
Hey, go. Hey, go. Listen, bro. You're a funny character, you know, bro. Like you should laugh at yourself as well, bro. That's what you should do, man. Yeah. You get me? All man did is upload what you said. Remember, you said it, you know. That's why you shouldn't be vexed, bro. Man didn't remix anything you said, you know. Man put up what you said.
In the intention to make people laugh. In the intention for content. So that means so that means that
you know that's the only way he could have used your content for fair use.
Means if I'm having a conversation with you, and then you take what I say and you try and rehash it in a way which is obviously going to be ridicule myself to other people that weren't privy of that conversation. Now you're trying to present it in a way which is mockery. Me personally, I'm going to always have a problem with the person who's created that. Not with the people that are laughing at it, because it's not down to them. I don't care, bruv. Whatever they thought. They can have that opinion. Whoever's made that, they understand that now that they've directly disrespected me. They directly disrespected me. Like, I understood when I felt bad for them guys that were getting mean back in the day, you know, like Jupiter and lot. I did feel bad for them, bro.
Listen.
But they're wrong people, isn't it?
Let me ask you a question. Hey, go. Let me ask you a question, yeah? Do you think the reanimate is racist for making Raj a pigeon?
Raj a pigeon? No, but I'll tell you what. If he's online on a time like this where people are coming together, Muslims are getting attacked, black people are getting attacked, he's clearly on a speaker's corner, which is most likely going to be freedom thinking people or just revolutionary thinking people. So it's come to a place like this to mock people that are in the diaspora, bruv. For me, regardless of how he's mocking them, it's not. I'm coming here for the black community. The bread's coming into the black community, but it's online, obviously, clearly, and he's trying to mock people.
Say it again. Hold up. Say it again. You coming in for the black community?
The bread's, whoever's doing it is coming into the black community because you like. I don't see this as no. We know this thing.
Oh, remember that you came on here yesterday, yeah, and said the person that you hate the most on the internet was a black woman.
On the who? Sosa? No, she hates me the most. So in return, because if for no reason, I hate her the most.
Big up Sosa though.
Yeah, I don't like her.
Right. Big her up though. Big her up.
A woman needs to have some more etiquette than that. If she would, I mean, personally, I feel like she should have, but that I'm not even going to talk about a person who's just completely disrespectful, always talking about my disability and laughing about. She clearly got no sort of thinks about karma or anything like that. I don't even talk to her, bruv. I don't talk to her, but she feels like she can address me.
You noticing that you're a bit of a hypocrite, though? Every time I'm pointing out stuff, yeah, I asked you if you think reanimate is racist for making Raj a pigeon, yeah? You said no, yeah? And then I pointed out that you say you're pro-black, yeah, but you hate the person you hate the most. The person you hate the most on the internet is another black woman, and it's like, bro, you're a hypocrite, man.
No. So, I mean, like, what's that quick, bro? What I mean, I don't even know what you just said there. I think you were just trying to sort of, no, that didn't make sense. I tell you what, bro. Like, if you and Freddie go and have a meme done about you from someone you don't know, that could possibly be some sort of troll racist that's been trolling everybody, or he's a brother. That feels like it's necessary to talk about a subject where, like I said, that's what the racists are using as a narrative. So this is going to be right up their alley. Like you know what's going, bruv. You know what, like Reanimated knows what he's doing anyway. Right, like no matter how you look at it, if he's memed everybody and all these sort of half-hearted military conformists, fucking.
So what's your ultimate agenda? What do you think his ultimate agenda is?
They're sucking off the fucking massa. They don't want to upset massa, so they want to laugh at themselves.
The Reanimator's racist, yeah.
Yeah.
You think the Reanimator's racist, yeah, for making DC Brad, yeah, pro-black DC Brad, a white fluffy kitten?
I don't know what color the guy is. You're playing.
You know, I can't.
It's cool. It's fine. It's all right. Just but let him stay anonymous, isn't it? Because you're gonna make a laughing stock out of this, Biggs, and whatever. But because he's done that to someone who's not a dickhead or a conformist. But I'm not gonna lie to you. You know that to yourself that a lot of people get annoyed with what's just happened to me just now in the last 5 days, regardless if they were talking gobbledygook or whatever. Unless I directly had a go or was disrespected Reanimator or any of his people, then that's disrespectful, bruv. He's doing that for no reason. That's undeserved fucking heat I'm getting there, bruv. So, like I said, man, whoever's doing it, stay anonymous. Innit?
Yo, chill out, please. Don't do it to him. I need to please. Don't do it. Don't do it. I need to don't do it. I need to don't do it. Oh, shit.
Let me ask you one more question, bro. Do you think the Reanimator is racist for making big black belly a white bulldog? Is that racist?
So you asked me another question, but how do I wait? What sort of question is that? What color is the person first? I don't know what you lot are smoking, bruv. I promise you, I'm sure you lot are smoking something that is laced with something, bruv. Because you're asking me questions that are ridiculous. Be honest, bruv. Be sincere about it, bruv. Like, is this guy white? Is he black? Like, tell me. Is he white? Is he a brother or is he white? Is he white or is he black? Me personally, I thought it was Raj. I thought it was Raj, to be honest with you.
The reason why you think it's Raj?
Well, look, Reanimator, he's a drawer. He draws pictures. That's the sort of thing Raj would do, bro.
So, hey, tell Ultra you forgive him. Yeah. Tell Ultra you're sorry then, please.
Huh?
But it might be Ultra.
Remember, I thought this whole time you said it was Ultra, but now you're saying Raj?
It's not like you lot.
No, don't run. Don't run.
I love you.
Hey, go.
You're a great guy. You're not a troll. You're not half-hearted. You're a full RBG. I'm not going to ban you out.
Wait.
Big up,
Why
big
is
up.
Reanimator racist for making you a golfer? I don't get that point. Why is Reanimator racist for making you a goldfish?
What sort of? See, look, I don't understand, bro. Like, all right, okay, I can see. Yeah, well, maybe you got a point there. Okay, so, the why I say he's racist is because if he's anybody, so what person is gonna know that black people are pissed off now? We're talking about slavery, all the rest of it, all the bro. People are dying in the community, left, right, and center, and you're gonna tell me that if someone now in this particular circle on this platform is not making memes about someone or whatever, disrespecting someone. If it's a white person or an Asian brother, depending on a lot of Asian brothers actually, I don't think they're that racist, but majority white people, bro, who's gonna really be sitting in a black fucking build? Well, who's gonna be sitting? What white brother's gonna be sitting in a black build? Let's be honest, not many. And if it is, he's a proper fucking whitey, wigger. He's a proper wig. So, but that's besides the point. So I know it's a racist, brother. If it's not a black brother that's doing it, yeah. So that's all I'm saying. So
man said black.
I'm not going to take no more offense now, brother. Any racist, bro. What mixed race? That means he's just a conformist sellout, isn't it? Because he knows why I haven't really come on here advocating. We're talking about subjects that pertain to a lot of racial subjects, sensitive. Are we not? Well, the most it's either religious or race. You know what I mean, or sort of nation or whatever. But it's along the lines of politics.
Let me ask you another question, Gold.
Go on.
Gold. Let me ask you one more question, Gold. Yeah, because what has you see the clip that you was on? Yeah. What has the clip that you was on got to do with race? Like,
what's it got
have you
to
seen
do
the footage
with race?
before? What's that got to do with race? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You mean
Pardon?
it's up to you whether you want to see it or not. But like I said, it depends on what the motives are behind the guy. Is what I'm pissed off about. I really don't care about this whole meme thing. But I don't get embarrassed. I don't care. I walk down a road with disabled. Do you really think I care about fucking some mockeries online? Look, it's the fact of who the fuck this brother is doing it, and I've got to find out who this guy is, bro. If he's a racist, and I'll enjoy it, bro. I will enjoy it. If he's
Why have you got to find out who he is, though?
Someone who's actually supporting the community, then he's gonna get it, bro. I'm not sitting around these guys kikiing and fucking like having some digital friendship with some racist or some fucking dickhead, bro. If I could grab through their neck through the screen, bro, I would. I feel like it with listening to half of these guys online.
Cold. You keep saying he's a racist, bro, but every time I ask you what makes him a racist, you say you don't know.
Ah, my days. See, you're not getting it, bro. He's not doing direct, like, obvious racist shit.
I don't get it.
Yeah, but if you're trolling about anything, you have to say something racist. So what they'll do now, they won't talk about anything particular. They won't have gollywogs on fucking on jam jars. They won't. They'll just take the piss out of a particular feature that is known to black people, like the nose. They'll talk about your nose a lot, but they'll do sly shit like Jews. They'll talk about Jews' nose, but they know that that's something that is, mocked a lot by other people. So, and it's something that's anonymous with their particular race and phenotype. So look, that's what I'm saying, bruv. So if this guy is not black, that clearly, why is he here? Who is he? What's his why is he here? Exactly. So now I'm asking some good questions to you, because if he's not a brother, he's not part of the thing. And
why is he here? If he's not black, why is he here?
But I wouldn't be that angry. I wouldn't be that pissed off.
Anyone and everyone. Listen.
Yeah,
we have a way that we're provided. Yeah, see, like we're discussing now. Yeah, and like I said, before, I was like, brother, you're one of my favorite panelists that come on, because when I'm listening, back to what you say, bro, you fucking make me laugh, brother, and crack me up. But
listen, bro, I've never had a problem with you guys. Fells, brother, I've never ever had a problem with you, bro. I like you out of the most out of seriously, bro. Like you, I've always said it, bro. I've never really had a bad word to say about you, bro.
What?
That's genuine. But like, bro, this whole thing with this trolling, I don't mind you not calling me goldfish or whatever, taking a piss. Of course, I love people's lack of knowledge. So, but this whole meme thing, stop that shit. And I need to find out who's doing it. If it's one of the people, then I might just get over it. But obviously, it's too late now. There's nothing I can do about it either way. But it's just like, if it's if it's a racist, then I'm not comfortable with it, innit? That's what I don't know how people can be comfortable with it. If it was a racist, then say so.
If it was, this might be a lesson in, Do you want to take? I don't see how you can, how you can. All the questions I've asked you to find out how you're seeing it as a racist.
I didn't say it's a racist attack,
and you've not been able to.
I'm not 100% sure about that, so I can't really say, oh, this is 100% why he's a racist. But if depends on his motive, his whole. If it was if it was like someone like, Ras doing it. If it was someone like Ras content, any of the man in Jedi doing it.
Listen. Let me tell you his motive. I can tell you his motive. Let me tell you his motive. His motive, is to provide light-hearted comedy content, adult content for people on YouTube. So he listens to this show, and then any bits that he finds may amuse people, yeah, he'll cut them bits up and upload it with a cartoon background. You get me? And then, like you say, remember, I'm on there as well, you know. I'm like, bro, you couldn't make me a black dog. You get me? Like, bro, like, shit. Witness is a blood clot lion. You get me? So
Right,
he's the only one that got the good
let me
character.
let me ask
Yeah?
a question, bro.
Sarah's a shark, yeah.
All right, Veli,
Rob is a blood clot piranha. Rob got a G character.
if you didn't know if you didn't know who he was, though, if you didn't know who he was, yeah, that's what I'm asking you. But what if you didn't know who he was? You know what I mean? If you didn't know who was doing it, and it was you was in the same position as me, take for instance, wouldn't you be thinking, all right, who is doing this? And then you'd be thinking it would most likely be someone who doesn't like me or is out for people, most likely like me, because it's either one or the other. Really is like, I don't know. You very rarely find people with unbiased. You know what I mean? Being unbiased and not having any sort of agendas. So that's what it is, bruv. I mean, you know who he is, but if you didn't know who was doing this, bruv, you'd be. I don't know. Maybe you're a bit cooler than me. But yeah, I just thought I asked him to take it down. Obviously, I'm going to get annoyed, innit? Because the guy is just saying, nah.
What are you annoyed about, a King of Gold?
Wait, Coach. You want to take that as a lesson, as yeah?
Huh?
You want to take it as a lesson, as yeah? This is what you want to take it as a lesson, as yeah? It's that you control your own feelings, innit? Yeah. So it's actually up to you whether you're angry about it or not. Like you're deciding to be angry about this reanimated cartoon.
Well, anybody that's tried to ridicule me, no matter what, yeah, anybody that's tried to ridicule me, unless it's someone I know.
How have you been ridiculed? How have you been ridiculed? Explain to us. Come on, I'm listening. How have you been ridiculed, baby?
All right, so do you not know who this person is? And I'll ask you a question because I asked that. And
no one don't know who he is. No one don't know.
Well, everybody's been telling me they have know who he is. I mean, I don't believe that. But
okay, but how do you believe that you've been ridiculed?
What am I losing bars?
You have to pay me to get the information.
Hello?
Your thing's going in and out, Big Idge.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen to me, yeah, because I'm starting to feel it for you now. Yeah, it's like seriously, yeah, it's the female in me. Why do you believe you've been ridiculed, bro?
Because personally, regardless of who's done it, I just don't think that it's acceptable to be putting a lifelong video up of someone about such a.
But listen to my question. Listen.
Subject.
How do you believe you've been ridiculed?
Because
how?
That's the whole concept of ridiculing someone, taking something that they said to try and force it back in their face, and in a way which is it's just
wait,
ridiculing, isn't it? That's got Kingfish. Are you serious? He's got Kingfish, £1, whatever, 20. Yeah, it's funny, of course it is, but obviously, like, I don't know who's doing this, but if it's someone part of the family, then I don't mind. But if it's one of these sort of racists or someone who is just come on here, most likely spouting
gold. Listen, gold. Stop. Wait 1 minute, yeah. I need you to do me a favor, yeah. I keep hearing you throw out these key words, innit? Racist, Islamophobe, this, that, rare, Can you try and stop doing that, bro? Okay? Just stop doing that, because you're making yourself sound very, very silly and paranoid. You understand what I'm saying to you? Okay?
All right, now, so we're never around racism, are we?
Dude,
I don't know where I come with that conclusion.
Okay, bro, listen. I'm trying here, yeah. You are not the first person to appear in this series, yeah. Okay. So what I need to know from yourself now is why is it that you are taking particular offense? Why you in particular, out of all the many other characters, why is it that you're taking particular offense? You've got baboons in there. You got man. man with his ass out.
So
And
whoever's doing that, whoever's taking a piss out of me without my consent.
You're not answering the question, man. Listen,
they might as well stay.
listen to me, man. Listen.
Stay anonymous, innit?
Listen, you're not saying nothing, Gold, man. Like, I'm trying here, but you're not saying nothing, innit? You're actually just not saying nothing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, I don't know if you got ideas of grandeur or whatever, but like, you know, we ain't no one out here in these YouTube streets. Everyone's been done. Yeah, even your master's been done. Like, seriously, stop it, man. Okay? Because you're making it prolonged.
Who's my master?
You're advertising your own self.
Did you say
you wouldn't even know about the reanimator until you came bawling and bitching?
Who's my master?
You tell me.
Who's my master? You said you even your
tell
master.
Me. You tell me.
Okay, I can imagine you're referring to Raspek.
Who?
Are you referring to Raspek? You just say your master.
Are you mad?
Well, a lot of people say, "Oh, you're here. You suck up to your master or something." What are you talking about?
Do you suck up to Raspek? I didn't know. Are you a Raspek? I don't know. Do you suck up to Raspek?
Well, I think he's got talent. So if that's sucking up to someone, yeah, I suck up to Raspek.
Oh well, and suck away, man. I ain't got no problem with that.
And what? So is that what you're referring to? Who's you referring to? Who's my master? Who's my master?
You tell me.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you say these things, even Walter said yesterday, just come out of what you're saying. Save your chest. I heard so many people say it to you.
I told you my already. Listen. All I'm here to find out from you is why, for the 5th day in a row, you're bitching about.
Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying to you? You're saying you're being ridiculed.
I don't understand why you're
being ridiculed. You won't answer. You know what I'm saying to you? Yesterday, you're up here talking about how you're gonna punch up, man, squeeze up, man, and all kind of things. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm trying to ascertain from yourself why. What is it? What is it that you feel like you've been ridiculed about? I heard you say £1.20 goldfish. Is it the character you don't like? You know what I mean? Is it the way in which the fish looks that you don't like? Or is it the words of the fish? Like, what is it that is upsetting you right now for the 5th day?
I'm not upset, sis. I'm just addressing.
But it's the 5th day. What are you still addressing?
What I don't understand.
Are you hyper focused like my guy? Wait a minute. The black select. Are you another hyper focused kind of guy? Like another groundhog type of guy? Like day after day, the same thing? Because this is what it's becoming like.
No. But I surely don't just forget about things like that and kumbaya with anything and everybody.
What do you mean kumbaya?
Not the way I am.
You know what it is?
I am. I don't.
What do you mean kumbaya? What does that mean?
I hold grudges. Your master. Ask your master. I hold grudges.
My daddy's my master. You get me?
I hold grudges. So I mean, if you don't hold grudges,
every day we're gonna hear you.
I hold a grudge.
A guppy fish. Is that what you're saying?
I see the same animal.
Every day I come on to Biggie, I'm gonna have to hear you about being a fish.
Because then you know what? If you're out on the you know, on the field and you see the same lion that's just attacked. You think one lion, if a lion attacks another lion, if a lion attacks another lion, do you think he's going to forget about that other lion? Even the lions not remember about who their enemies are, and they exact grisly revenge on their adversaries.
You listen, Gold. You're not making any sense. Yeah?
I am. Indeed, I am. I know what I'm talking about.
No, so in your animals, you're
making even animals understand who the enemy is, but when you got a compromised person, they just come by everybody, they do what they fucking want and allow everything to happen.
What are you talking about? What's all this kumbaya? What are you talking about?
Address things. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
So I mean, take it as you want. Ask your master, innit? But anyway, peace.
You're not even saying anything sensible to ask my master.
It's foolish. You don't want to tell me who the guy is.
In the world that you've been
you're not supporting him, or you're shielding him.
Yeah. Where are you supporting him?
It's a racist. I wouldn't even be angry. If this is one of the people, then I wouldn't be angry.
You're not well, man.
If this is one of the people, I wouldn't be angry.
Someone come and collect him, guys. Please. Someone come and collect Gold, man. Someone. Come and collect him, man.
Oh God, here.
Just collect him. Yeah, best thing. My life. What a thing, boy. Do you understand what he's saying, so?
I tuned out, man. I'm home. I'm on the computer.
You tuned out.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that, man.
Uh,
But this is the 5th day bitching about.
Yeah, that's why I said I tuned out. Really.
Thing.
Yeah.
No, you see, there's no accountability of what he said. You know, have you noticed, man? Yeah, man. Not once did he mention his thing in the thing, whereby he's saying is there's nothing wrong with the thing getting cut. You understand me? Especially if it's gonna look good in the future. Them were his words, and he's lucky because Reanimated still gave him a blight because there's enough other things that could have been clipped. You know what I'm saying to you? But I don't know, man. I don't know why he's more in his feelings than anyone else, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then he's talking all this racist, Islamophobia, all this shit, man. Like, it just sounds stupid, man. And I'm saying, stay offline, man. Just stay offline. You know what I mean? Sure. Every morning, someone comes and tries to fuck up the vibe. If I didn't know better, boy. Yeah, Big Age, you best come as well, you know. All right, let me hit see what's going on in the comments.
Yeah, I think the
man
links
is
in the
handicapped, man, so he's going to go off every now and then for that reason alone.
Yeah, the links in the
handicap got nothing to do with the way the things that come out of your mouth. Handicap is usually a physical thing, Bob. It's not nothing. It's not a mental thing. Kingo doesn't like being in the hood. He cut out all contact. Yeah, and him got a whole season. His own words is getting fixed. Exactly, his own words. Before the man come and say, you know what, I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Now he's just only trying to blame everyone. You know what I mean? Just all sorts of disparaging remarks, and obviously, seemingly the word Islamophobe and racist. Like, the more people like that say it, like, it just has no purchase. Like, every day these words are just getting week out, man. You know what I mean? Like, this Islamophobia word is getting thrown out like Weetabix. It's mad. It's just taking away all the power, man. You know what I'm saying to you? Big up yourself, Reanimator. What's good, man? I'm the Reanimator. Big up yourself, Anwar. You're done now. Natty Dread. Rambo in the building. Walter, remember, if it's not the fish that is funny, it's what the fish said. Exactly, Kissed by the Sun. What makes the Reanimator racist? Yeah, because someone's.
Well, wait, hold on. Nine, can you hear me? Yeah. Why are you calling me the Reanimator?
Oh, sorry, because I can read. Sorry, bud.
Oh, wait. It says the Reanimator, but there's 2 bits of punctuation just after the R, and then there's an emoji afterwards as well.
Alright, so it should be like the Reanimator.
Hey, listen, Akingo, I know you can hear me. I'm the Reanimator. Nah, just kidding. I'm really not.
Now Kingo is a Muslim and might not be black.
But seriously, yesterday the Reanimator was in the chat room with Ultra, and like 2 different typing styles. You could easily see that he was in a Reanimator, but I think
no, Soil, no, don't, bro. We gonna fuck up.
Now he already moved on to Raj.
I'm the Reanimator.
I can't lie. Yeah. Listen, let me give my analysis on King Goldfish. Yeah. The problem with King Goldfish, yeah, is that somebody's put batteries in him, and because he's got batteries in him, he's not making sense because the arguments are not his. If you're coming at someone with an argument that ain't yours, you make all kinds of incoherent ramblings and it makes sense. Right? The only other thing it could be is his brain has atrophy. Now, I would urge you to Google atrophy if you don't know what it is. It just explains everything. Right. it's like a king of gold. What's happening to him now is crazy because for months I've heard this guy come online, call people racist, threaten people. This new thing now, Islamophobe and all this stuff, and I'm just like, right. So you're out here labeling, man, and then your words now have been represented to you, and you don't like it. Wow. A king of gold. What you're experiencing now is what we have to suffer every time you open your mouth. Every time you open your mouth and you say nothing, but it's everything to you, and it's just stupid. Threatening people. Threatening to get your big brother to hurt people, calling people Islamophobe, calling people racist. I need somebody to explain to me how being made into a goldfish is racist. If anything, it's speciesist. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous. And I'm telling you, the only arguments that this dude can come up with are arguments that aren't his own.
So where's the origins of his
Do you know what the funny thing is? That anyone who knows the King of Gold knows the settings, and he's just unhappy. He's online. His mind is either lost or has been, I would say, penetrated by people who he doesn't quite understand. Because this is the problem. If you're going to just pick up an argument, someone else's argument, and run with it, if you don't fully understand what you're talking about, you're going to come online and you're going to sound like what a King of Gold sounds like. And I told him yesterday, I said to him, bro, it's not the Reanimator who's made you out to be some kind of a moron. You did it to yourself. Like if he took the King of Gold's words and chopped it here and re-edited it and then patched it back together to make it sound like he was saying like everyone in the world's a cunt, that makes sense to me. But that's not what happened here. He takes raw footage, slaps it onto an animation, presses upload. That's it. And the reason why King of Gold is unhappy, the real reason why he's unhappy, is because he now knows that he sounds like a complete cock. And he just doesn't want that to be out there. And I get it. But this is the thing. Sometimes we cock up. We make mistakes. And you know what? Sometimes it's better to be out there in the ether so that going forward, we can be more careful, be more diligent with our words. But this guy has said the Reanimator is a racist because he's taken raw footage from a conversation and turned a knife. Where's the knife? Oh, yeah. And then made it comedy. Because I mean, essentially, no, you know what? Fuck it. The Reanimator is a speciesist. He's not a racist. He's a speciesist. And another thing as well, when I was listening to a King of Gold, that's why I didn't jump on the panel. I needed him to just flow without me distracting him. He's calling people in the chat who won't cape for him racists and Islamophobes. Now, think about that. Think about that. He's made himself out to be a complete cock, and his go-to response, and he's not a Muslim, is to call people Islamophobe. Think about that. Think about that.
Not a Muslim.
No.
Oh.
This is what I'm saying. Think about the level of psychosis that we're dealing with here. Think about the fact that the Reanimator shit has been going on for months. Velly's a bulldog. James Jones is a turtle. I'm a greyhound.
Yo, Khan got the funniest animal. Khan, I don't know what the fuck Khan is.
Khan, I'm not gonna lie. Khan Reanimator did Khan dirty. I can't lie. But
that shit's funny as fuck. I can't even unlook that shit. Every time I hear the voice, I'm like, yo.
You
Bro,
know,
even BC Brad, I can't even imagine him no more without just in a fucking cage. Anytime they talk.
Star is a shark. Rob
Yeah.
is a piranha. Fucking, I
The
think God of
piranha with the fucked up jaw, right?
Jacob is a
Yeah,
gerbil.
that's funny, dog.
James Essie is a dog. Who else is there? Empress Becker is one of those just born little chicks. Like
Yo.
really
Like
just hatched.
maybe he hasn't even seen what's his name? Dave Smith is. Like, how can she be going so mad? Dave Smith is it's not even a baboon. What is it? It's just is it a baboon?
No, Dave the baboon. Yeah.
You know what
Dave
I mean?
Smith.
With
Dave
his arm
Smith.
out the door. Just swinging
Zabeda is
around.
a people. Fucking bullets caught in a fly, caught in a web. Who else is there? Oh, there's another one. No, I said that one. Who else? There's a couple other ones.
Somebody's a bat.
Sir Faz and the young Ottoman are
Upside down bats.
Yeah.
Asif is a mouse trapped in a maze. There's just so many, and I don't understand. Remember, if this guy was chopping and editing the words that were being said, then it's disingenuous, it's out of order, and you can't really do that. Yeah, you can't do that. But for Okingo Gold to come on the G Block, an open internet platform, and then try and say he's made a meme of me is insane. And that's the only word for it, insane. Right? I've let my wife listen to the FGM goldfish video, and she's just like, is this an adult? No, sorry, I'm dropping you in. I don't care. Is this man an adult? And then we all know what happened when Papa Ultra saw Have You Seen a video? You see what I'm saying? Like, people are just like, what is wrong with this man? Now, it's easier, and I said this yesterday, a king of gold. I hope you can hear me, broski. Now, listen, this is coming from a place of kindness. You do it to yourself, bro. You do it to yourself. Now, it's always easier to blame someone else for your problems. It's easy. And in fact, there's a Linkin Park song called "Easier to Run." I recommend you listen to the lyrics of that song. Easier to run. It's always easier to blame others. But guess what, bro? These are your words, and that's the end of the story. You said them. They're on the internet, whether it's G Block or Reanimator. This is what I don't understand. The words that you said on the Reanimator video, they're still up on the G Block. It's still up, bro. It's still there for all to see. Think about that. I would ask you, I would urge you, I plead with you, Okingo Gold. Like, get all the emotions out and like shoot your load all over the internet and all that. And when you're done and you've wiped yourself down, just reflect on your own behavior, bro. No one can save you here. You can go and try and seek refuge and all the rest of it and all the, but bro, no, reflect, own it, try and draw a line under it. But all these flippant scenes of hostility, you look pathetic. Pathetic. It's sad. And you've already got enough shit going on. Like, what is happening to you? Where's the thought processes? Where are they? They don't exist at the moment. Because why? You're upset that your words are out there in the ether. Motherfucker, these words are still up on the G Block. Reflect on your own behavior. Don't be reckless or irresponsible with your words. Because if you are, and somebody calls you out, you're going to get upset. Clearly. It hurts. But these are your words. That's it.
And if it helps at all, I think the fish is quite cute myself. You know what I'm saying to you? I think it's a very cute fish. Beautiful eyes, beautiful lips. I don't know what the problem is, man. Nice character.
Listen, I have to make breakfast. Hold down the TV.
Looks like he's in the kitchen. So big up the family still. What have we got? Big up yourself, Mr. Lee. Come on, big up yourself and the family. Come on, one love, one love, one love. See, look, even Lady Space admits, good looking brother he is, 99. So that means I say, so I don't know why he's getting his, you know what I'm saying to you, his fins in a twist and that. I don't know, man. No. Well, he agreed with child marriage. No, wait. I'm not no, I'm not sure if he agreed with child marriage. He definitely agreed to the cutting of the nanny to make it look pretty. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about the child marriage thing. That was more that you called Nins. Nins was the one up here propagating child marriage. You know what I'm saying to you? That whole 6 and 9 thing. That was Nins. With thingy bobbies from the Quran or from Hadiths as well. So I'm not putting that on the King Goes still. You know what I mean? And that's really where the whole topic arrived from. You know what I'm saying to you? It started off with Nins talking about it being okay for the 6 and 9 thing. You know what I'm saying to you? And I still bun that all day long. You get me? We're bun that all day long. You get me? So yeah, that's where it really came from. You know what I'm saying? Okay, BVM is too stupid. He think FVM is child marriage. Mr. Alio, you've always got a lot to say, but never mind. But yeah, family, that's where it was coming from still. That's how we actually got onto the topic of FGM, you know what I'm saying to you? And the acceptability of such practices. You know what I mean? Because man was basically saying, we are too westernized. Get me? We're too westernized. Yeah, us Afro-Caribbeans, we're too westernized because we won out them procedures. That was basically the vibration that was coming our way. You know what I'm saying to you? You get me? Yeah. But I say bullshit to that, man. You understand? We're bond that. Yeah. Bond that all day long. All day long. Yeah. And like I said in the original thing, Bobby, none of my people from Africa or anything could come and tell me about them thing there in 2020. I would have to politely say to them, no, we're bonnet. Yeah. And like I said, it's not all practices from the past that we bring into the present. Not everything was good. Yeah. So sensible people, you leave the nonsense in the past and you keep up with the good things. Simple. Yeah. And no boy, no girl can be out here telling me that cutting nani, yeah, is a good thing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Especially for aesthetics, for it to look better. Yeah, as on a child. No. Nobody can tell me that. I don't give a shit. You understand what I'm saying to you? It could come from Kemet, Africa. It could have come from the beginning. Nah, we're bonnet because we know it's backwards. And it's just simple like that. You understand what I'm saying to you? Simple like that. And no one ain't taking my fucking freedom of speech. That's the next thing. Because I see said people want to shut people down, like say, we can't talk about certain things. Bond that. You understand what I'm saying to you? Bond that. Yeah? So, but don't talk this up. Exactly, Mr. Lee. Save the pom-pom, man. For real. How are people going to think that I'm going to be hearing them kind of talk and we don't bond that? I'm saying to you, man at that. Yeah, get me? Too much man's got opinions on the book. Forget all of that, man. You know what I'm saying to you? All you got to do is watch one little video of them thing there and you're supposed to bond that straight away. You know what I'm saying to you? How the fuck can you be holding down a little girl, holding her down as she's screaming this, that, and the other, and you're still going to cut up the thing? No. Backwards. You understand me? Backwards with a care. All cultures, practices that goes against Islam should be banned, including FGM, African Semitic practice. All cultures, practices that goes against it. Look, man, like I said on that day as well, yeah, we was not making it an Islamic thing. No one didn't mention Islam. You know what I'm saying to you? No one didn't. We just said we bun them cultural practices from wherever they come. Yeah, because we know that it's not just in Africa or wherever that it goes on. I think is it Indonesia or somewhere like that. It's got the highest practice. So it's not even. It wasn't even one of them ones, innit? But it was him, Nins. It was him that came and made the Islamic. He said he's coming from an Islamic perspective, and he bought his Islamic sources. The same thing with the 6 and 19. You with me? He bought the sources. You know what I'm saying to you? So it wasn't us that made it into an Islamic thing. Yeah. So dead all of them narratives. Yeah. He said, I'm coming from an Islamic perspective, and this is how the thing set. Boom, boom, boom. No, I'm not talking about Good days is more trying to understand. Exactly, Natty Dread. You know what I'm saying to you? You know what I mean? If a time comes when a woman becomes actually a woman, you know what I mean? Big people thing, and for whatever reason she feels that, you know what I mean, she wants some type. Well, then that's a different story. That's down to herself. But no one can come talk to me about some little girl who hasn't even started proper adolescence and pubescence and whatever. No one can't come to me with that shit. Yeah, no boy, no girl. You know what I'm saying to you? And we, like I said, yeah, we don't care where it started. So all this thing that, oh, people are upset once they hear it started in Kemet and all this bullshit, yeah, because I was very, very clear. We said wherever it come from, we're bonnet. We're bonnet. Yeah, we're bonnet. Simple. No, Indonesian culture practices FGM. It was brought by Islam. Well, look, like I'm saying in it, like I see, yeah, cause we're very careful around here, cause we know that there's so many snowflakes. But if that's what it is under the glass moon, then that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, but we're still bonnet. Simple. We're bonnet. We're bonnet, and we want that. Or me, 90, I want that to be heard loud and clear. Say we're bonnet. Yeah, not type of cutting for no girl. And I don't believe in male circumcision neither. You get me? I believe that the Most High created us perfect, especially our nether regions, created it perfectly. Yeah. So where man's gonna come in a what century, whatever, and start to say, nah, you know what, Father, I think you made a mistake with that Nani there, you know. You know what I mean? I think we can make it look better, or we can make it perform better. You know what I'm saying to you? The audacity of whomever come and do them thing there. You understand me? Bare audacity, come and mess up what Father come do. Listen, stop that nonsense, man. You know, get me? Father made the thing set a certain way, and it's okay. It's perfect. You know what I mean? Father knew exactly, or father and mother knew exactly what they were doing. So I don't understand how man can come in, like I said, in what century or whatever time, and start looking and saying, nah, it nothing gossip. Now the circumcision thing, all this thing about keeping the hood clean and all that. Listen, man, for learn how to beard. Simple. You know what I'm saying to you? Man, for learn how to beard, and man, for learn how to wash them things. Simple. Especially in 2020, where we live in houses with bathrooms, with running water and all the rest of it. It's not like days gone by where maybe, you know what I mean, people are in the desert, or people are in places where accessibility to water is not necessarily an everyday thing, whatever, however it could go. You get me? But what I'm saying is, in today's time, not necessarily teach the boys how to wash their cocky. It's simple. You get me? Teach them to roll it back, wash that thing, and keep it moving. You know what I'm saying to you? Now, if a boy, when he gets older, if he feels like, you know what, I want to have the top of my hood got, then by all means, that's his decision. But I don't think that we should be out here making them sort of decisions for children. Myself personally. Yeah. Even me, when I looked into it, done my research and whatever. Yeah, man. I think I even made an appointment. Get me? But when I really deeped it, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, man, you keep your hood top, son. You know what I mean, when you get older and he wants to take off the top of his hood, that's his business, man. But it weren't down to mommy and daddy. That's what I'm saying. And like I said, you get me? Yeah. I said, because apparently, when mans get older anyway, circumcised man, this is, apparently the hood top goes back over anyway of its own evolution. You know what I mean? It goes back to meat. Yeah, because I speak to a couple older man with the thing, and they tell me, say, no, nine, as you get older, it goes back over. So, you know what I mean? God wins again, man. God wins again, man. You know what I'm saying to you? God wins again, man. Tony Brown says whoever needs to be taught to clean his balls, he's a dunce. Well, boy, I don't know, man. Because I don't know if everyone, I don't know if, well, I know I teach my son how to wash his things from early. Pull that shit back. You understand what I'm saying to you? You pull that thing back. You wash that thing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like, And imagine, how many, I can't remember what the report said, but man, circumcised man, they lose how much thousands of nerve endings, like lack of feelings in that. You poor things, man. You know, exactly, Goofy 99. Look after your bonnet. You know what I'm saying to you? It's mad. It's mad. You know what I'm saying? How are we gonna say that the Most High, you know what I mean, is the best of all things? Get me, created the heavens, the earth, the red, the bomb, the moon, all of it. But he made a mistake with the Nani and the Cocky. Nah, man, people are taking the piss out here, man. I mean, how can you create everything, but now we're gonna say that man made a mistake? You know what I'm saying to you when it comes to people's nether regions? No. I idiot something that. I idiot something that. Melanated said circumcised and still get the turtleneck. Exactly, melanated. You get me? That's what the bigger man them telling me. So when they get it goes right back. It goes right back. So that proves that the father was right in the first place. You know what I'm saying to you? And who are these people to be out here fucking chopping off pieces for their own flipping pleasure and entertainment and all that? Come on, man. How are we gonna underwrite that? We can't underwrite that. No way. And I can't remember because someone was saying that it was only what were they saying? But I know I read a book, Melanated. Remind me, it was either Toni Morrison or I'm sure it's I Know How the Cage Bird Sings. I'm sure it's that book. But it might be another name, and he was talking about female circumcision. You know what I mean? From them, we burned that out. I couldn't even finish the book. I was so disgusted. I couldn't even finish the book. You know what I mean? So all of this, oh yeah, that's it. Someone was trying to say that it was only the Western people, you get me, that were banning it out. That's a lie. Look how much African girls are out here banning it out. It was African women that come to England and make, see, bare chattings, people just chat, bare nonsense, man, bare nonsense. You know what I'm saying to you? Bare nonsense. So I think some of you need to go and actually watch some, videos or documentaries on the team before you come up here starting chatting bare shit. You get me? I think fucking Copper was talking about keeping yourself, women, better hygiene and all that. Like, God, damn it, man. But it just goes to show the power of, the power of just bullshit, basically, man. Nah, don't ban things. It is good for hygiene. Mr. Alio, please show me how it's good for female hygiene. Please tell me, Mr. Man. Yeah, tell me how FGM is good for female hygiene. In fact, Alio, jump on, man. You're always here. Jump on, man. Let's have a conversation. I want a man to come and show me how female circumcision, or not even FGM, is good for women. Someone come talk to me. Man. Someone come talk to Nine and make me know why cutting off my underneath is good for me and how cutting my underneath is going to make me cleaner. Someone come tell me now. Someone come and tell me what it is that a knife can do that a fucking B-day can't do or a shower head can't do. Someone come tell me now. Yeah? Someone come and tell me now. Yeah? Because as a woman, to keep it nunny clean, easy thing. Yeah? Easy thing. All circumcisions, whether for males or females, is proven to be good for hygiene. This is a scientific fact. Scientific fact, yeah? Scientific fact. Like, so where do you cut on a woman then, Mr. Alio, to make her more hygienic? Where do you cut on a woman that's going to make her more hygienic? Come and tell me, Mr. Man. Where? Circumcised men still have full sensation. I'm not sure about that still. Femfresh urban analysis, big up yourself, but women shouldn't even use them things there still. Yeah? The best way for a woman to keep her nanny clean is good old water. Not even soap necessarily, because them things they mash up the pH balance. You understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying to you, family. Yeah, the Most High made the nanny perfect. You know what I mean? It's got everything it needs in there to keep the nanny fresh and clean. You know what I mean? We don't even need Femfresh and all them things there. Them things there are not good. You get me? Just good hygiene is all we need out here as men and women. Just good old hygiene. Yeah. They say cleanliness is next to godliness. So be clean, innit? You don't need to be cutting off pieces to be clean. You know what I mean? And I'm saying, especially now in 2020 when we've all got access to water. You know what I'm saying to you? We've all got, even the homeless has got access to water. Stop it. Get me? Jack with the enormous pack says, nah, not all Nani is perfect. So the ones that you don't believe is perfect, what, you want to cut it up? You want to sculpt it? And the next thing I'm saying is that, like, how come, like, who is spending all this time looking at the Nani? Like, looking at the Nani. Man, they're supposed to be beating the Nani. Like, maybe there's man just looking at it, looking at it, don't know what to do to bloodly. You get me? Don't know what to do. So they think, you know what? Let me just start chopping pieces off car. I don't know what to do with this, I think, yeah. Maybe there's a man out here just don't know what to do with the thing, so they just think, you know what? Let's start cutting up. Let's turn it into art style. You know what I'm saying to you? Like, stop it, man. Exactly, cotton socks. Pick women who washing it. Exactly, kill. Even douche is bad. Just correct these. This is absolutely correct. We know these things. Women, all you need to do, you get me. You get your rag. For those of you that use rag, you know what I mean. I don't want to be too explicit, but you shove that. You get me. You clean your nani, innit? You know what I mean? Or you get the shower head. If you ain't got a bidet, you get me. You can adjust the shower head so it's got that, you know, that thin. You know what I mean? And you wash out your things and you keep it moving. Simple. Every time you bathe, that you do. You know what I mean? I don't know what type of thinking woman you know I talk to about flipping hygiene and all that. I don't know what type of blood cleat woman. Listen, don't piss me off, man. Wash the body and pum pum. But so that me I say, Mr. Lee, wash the body and the pum pum, and the problem is solved. We don't need to be cutting off pieces. You understand what I'm saying to you, to keep the thing clean? Madness. Madness. You understand what I'm saying to you? And we're bonnet all day, every day. And I don't care it could come from the pit of Kemet, we're bonnet, blood clean. I don't care. Yeah, so don't come to me like a foolish argument like, oh, 9 was upset, but that's a lot. Like, oh, the lying is just, I can't even bother to address the lies no more, man, Carl. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. You get me? It is what it is. Oh, Jack with the enormous pat. Whatever, man. You're probably another goal. They ain't looked at pussy before. You understand? So it is what it is. But yeah, man. So I hope that we've cleaned that up. You understand what I'm saying to you? I hope that we've cleaned that up. Yeah. So in summary, it was Nins that brought them sort of conversations to the G block. It was Nins that made it an Islamic conversation because we were dealing with the cultural aspect. You understand what I'm saying to you? It was Nins that spoke about the 6 and the 9-year-old thing. You get me? All when man's up saying to me, like at 9, I was ready because I knew how to fucking cook and clean and keep house in Jamaica. You get me? Hey. But like I said, we don't do them things there in Jamaica. You understand what I'm saying to you? We don't do them things there. We don't come from them things there. Yeah? Jamaica man worship the pom pom. Are you mad about cut pom pom? Go to Jamaica and tell man say you're gonna cut up the girl then pom pom and see where I go on. Mad. Woo! Don't even get me started. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, see the boy just anyway, I was gonna say all right. We're just talking about proving how the Most High made us perfect, son. You know what I'm saying? What? Oh, all right. Yeah, man. Sorry about that, family. But yeah, man. Thing met me up. You get me? Mad thing. How can you skin out with no? You see what I was saying, Evan? Fuck's sake. Man, they're gonna start asking where the lip them there. Please. How many man gonna take it but those? Come on. How many Man, girl, take it. Boy, Natty Dread, that's not in my arena. You have to talk to yourself on that one. I don't deal with that. I'm on record as saying any man that fucks bottom is a batty man, straight. Yeah, any man out there that fucks woman's bottom is a straight batty man. Yeah, I'm on record as saying that. Yeah, any type of bottom thing, you're batty man, straight. You could be the biggest gallus out there. Yeah, if you're putting your hood in a batty, you're batty man, straight. I'm gonna take back my talk. You get me? What do you mean, shut up, 9? Hold on a minute. So, Natty 2 Dread, do you stick your hood in females' bottoms? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Natty 2 Dread? That you stick your hood in female bottoms? Because I'm here banning it out and you're telling me to shut up. So, what's going on? 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 You do stick. Natty 2 Dread, you stick. Hold on, Natty 2 Dread. You stick your hood in bottoms. Oh, you're a disgusting human being, man. Like you're a batty man, straight. You're a batty boy. You're a batty boy. You're a batty boy. Yeah, because if you can fuck a woman's bottom, you can definitely fuck a man's bottom. You're a batty man. Yeah, you're cancelled out here, Natty Dread. Cancelled. In fact, just I beg you, take the dread off of your name. Just leave it as Natty. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Take the Natty off your name. Yeah, or take the dread. Your name is just Natty. Yeah, it makes you a straight batty man. Yeah, it does Natty 2 Dread. You're a batty man. Yeah, you're a straight batty man. I don't know where you're coming to tell people like that. You're a batty man. You're a straight batty man. Yeah, any man, yeah, that puts his hood in a batty, you're a batty man. Yeah, don't let no one, yeah, get it twisted out here. You get me? Hold on a minute. Listen, Natty. Yeah, if you are here saying that you put your bottom hood in bottom, yeah, then it is what it is, and it don't come now to say, oh, 9's your fantasy. All 9 is saying, yeah, is that any man that shove him hood in a batty man. Then simple. Simple. Yeah. And we don't care from whence that practice come neither. Yeah. We're bonnet. Batty man thing. I can't believe a man with a name as Natty 2 Dread is coming up here trying to say it's okay to put your hood in a batty. Yeah, batty man. Sharp, man. You get me? Fucking making me sick out here, man. You know what I mean? Batty man. Oh my God, family. Oh dear. Batty man alert. And you Natty 2 Dread. You're Dread, yes. You're a real Dread virgin. You're Dread in a blood cleat, man. For real, Cotton, why the fuck does man have to shoot him out in a batty? I want him to the bum bum. Unless you're with women who for bum bum, sew up and all them things there. Like, stop it. Stop it. Yeah. They're nasty too, Jack, with the enormous pack. Them girl, they're nasty too. You get me? But they're not batty men, though. Yeah, that's the difference. They're not batty men. But any man, I repeat, and I don't care if I lose all my subscribers, me no business. Any man will put him head in a girl bottom, a body man. Remember me tell you. Okay. But don't talk. I don't want to talk about that no more. It just makes me sick, man. You get me? Fuck's sake, man. Let me go up and read. Did I actually read White Family? Because I don't want to. Oh, he says he smashes every hole in his girl. I hear you, man. I hear you, boy. I hear you, man. Man said any. Cheese and peas, man. Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh, family. Hold on, family. I need to go on mute a second. Hold on a sec, family. Hold on a sec. Carl. Nah, man. Yo, the first thing you gotta do is just rename yourself. I beg you, just rename yourself. You know what I mean? I don't know what. Like, there's some real blood cleat, fussy dread out here, bruv. Like, oh, what go on? Like, boy, there must be rasses just spinning in their sleep. Yeah, to the top of. Mid-blood clute. Right, Ultra, for the record, Natty 200, when 9 is saying, but man, she's not calling you gay. I don't think that for me would be crazy, man. Okay, what I am saying, Ultra, is that if Natty 200, yeah, says that he sexes women in their bottom, which I believe that's what he said, and I'm gonna go up because if I got it wrong, then I'll definitely apologize. But I'm sure, family, isn't that what he said? Yeah. So any man that puts their odd in a bottom is a batty man. That's what I'm saying. So that's the clarification, Ultra. Yeah. Any man that puts his odd in a woman, or even a woman in any type of bottom, is a batty man. Yeah, because you fuck bottom in it, so you're a batty man. Simple as, you know what I mean. And I hope that clears it up. You understand what I'm saying to you? I hope that clears it up. Yeah. Jack would did almost pat. I am definitely insinuating that a man that I can't bother, man. Remember the barbers that bought someone needs a true mates that was a billion. Don't fuck with shit. No camels, no goats, no bums. Natty a batty man. Well boy, ultra funky. If that's what she thinks, what can I say? It don't apply to me. Okay, Natty. So you're saying that you don't sex women in their bottom then? Cause I'm sure that's what you said above. And if that's not what was said, then I humbly apologize. Like humbly. You get me? But family, can you let me know if that's what he said? Or did I misread or interpretate? Because like I said, if I need to apologize, I don't mind doing that. But let me go up if I can. Oh, I know I'm not stupid, fam. I know I'm not stupid. Let me go up. That not make me gay. Okay, so let me go up a little bit more. Let me see. 92 Dread smash. 92 Dread 3 holes. 92 Dread yes. Yeah. Natty gone too far. Yeah. So he is. He's saying it. I know I weren't right. Shut up, 9. Yep. Shut up. Yep. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, man. That's what he said, man. I didn't misinterpret or nothing. That him said. Whoa. 9. Ultra C. Nothing wrong with having anal. Whoa. In a woman. Yeah. All right then. So family, we have it there. We've seen 92 Dread say, and he's got his picture up as well. He said in a woman's pussy, mouth, and her ass, and then pull it out and spray the fuck over the face. Then tell her, good, go make me sandwich. That's my life. Yeah, buddy. Go on, 92 Dread. Big up 92 Dread's wife still. Big up yourself, 92 Dread's wife. You get me? I see you're living that life, man. You're living that good life, man. So big up 92 Dread's wife still. Yeah, Carl. Yeah, man. She's well utilized. But yeah, family. That's what people are out here doing. Nasty cretins, man. Jeez and peas. Oh dear. Ugh. Why the fuck would you go there with a woman and not with a man? Why? I maybe kick a man, not boring. Oh wow, Stu Blunt says I maybe kick a nice female's back door in if she was begging. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, so this type of talk. Oh wow, Super White says this woman. So because I'm not down for anal. Yeah, Super White. Them conversations, you like, yeah. You know what? You're right, bub. You're right, man. Oh, Circus Wood. Oh dear. Yo, Big Age, you need to come, man, because I can't accommodate these conversations. Car, wow, there's enough people out here actually on this thing. War, ready, Illuminati, Ill Town says anyone who thinks that's gay is undercover gay. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Nah, man. You won't see me and another man. I don't want no fantasy nines. But on, nah, man, you lot. Why the Yeah, Big Age. Yeah, man, come, Big Age, man. Yeah, them. Yeah, it's like. Yo, like E41 went mining in a man back doors. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh super white. Yo, there's a lot of batty people in the chats. Oh my gosh, you know a batty man. You lot are disgusting, man. You're literally just disgusting, man. Like, you're disgusting. You lot are disgusting, man. You lot are disgusting. Yo, Big Age, I beg you come save, because I can't work with this, man. I can't work with this, man. I can't. There's people out here trying to substantiate. Oh, I can't work with it, man. I can't work with this, man. I can't work with this, man. Oh dear. So because oh dear. Oh dear. This is crazy, man. Oh look, Walter's. Oh my God, Walter's turned up. Sadly, 9. Your logic makes no sense. What? If you stick your hood in a batty, are you not a batty man, Walter? Or tell me you're another one that sticks your hood in batty too. You lot are all sick fucks, man. All of you that stick your hood in woman batty, you're all sick fucks, man. You're batty, man. Straight. Look, watch this logic now. This is Walter. If a man gets all sex from his woman, is he a batty? Like, this is, oh my God, man. This is stupid, man. This is stupid, man. Wow. Big up yourself, Renegade Raph.
Yes. Good morning.
I'm hoping you come to save me from these sick fucks, man. Like, seriously. These people are sick, man.
Yeah.
Oh, please, Renegade, yeah. Don't ever do them King the Virgin.
100%, fam.
Yeah, because that's bad.
I don't know about that still.
Yeah, hey, listen, 9, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Ultra, please don't.
Wait,
don't,
yeah, no, wait, let me talk.
Go
Don't do it. Don't.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening to it. Go on.
Yeah. Whilst I don't partake in that kind of thing myself, I can't co-sign this whole homosexual thing. I just can't.
You didn't hear me say homosexual. I said batty man.
Yeah, but they mean one and the same, no?
Well, listen, if you shove your hood in a bottom, you're a batty man.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Are you saying, yeah, but 9, that's why I asked you to clarify.
I don't care, Ultra. I don't care. I don't care. No one ain't making me change my mind on this. If you stop yelling at batty, you're a batty man. Big up yourself, melanated. Big up yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing else to say, man.
No, wait, no, don't run. Listen.
Running, I'm not running.
Listen, I'm scared to say. I'm scared to say I was backstage. I'm too scared to say I was backstage.
Big up, big up, Mel, big up, everybody.
Nine, listen, it's important. It's important. Now, I need clarification here because I don't know what we're talking about now.
No, she's just saying that if you like to put your penis in bati, then you like to put it in bati, and a bati is a bati. That's what she's trying to say.
Basically. This is an age-old argument, you know, and it started gaining momentum more and more through the ages.
No, because so when you think about men who get locked up, they at one point something clicks in their mind, and a butt becomes a butt, but I don't know if they close their eyes, they pretend it's a woman. I don't know what the hell going on, but that shit is scary.
Not all men in prison when they
I'm
get
saying not all men. I'm not saying.
But I see man fight over this argument. You know, I see man fight over this argument.
But listen, even if it's 5 men renegade Ralph, right? To me, in your mind, psychologically, right?
Wait, sis, hold on a minute. Wait. Did Mr. Alio? Nah, is that a troll? Please say this is a troll. Mr. Alio, please say that's a messenger. If Allah said, Allah will not. Nah, that's a lie. Narrate. Nah, that's a lie. Continue, sorry. They're trolling out here.
Huh? You said Allah said you could do it in a bati?
Renegade, that's a troll, right?
Wait, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So it says the messenger, if Allah said. No, I think of Allah, that's supposed to read. That's got to be a troll, man.
Wait, I can't. Hold on. I want to see. My
phone of Allah said, Allah will not look at a man who has intercourse with a woman in her back passage, narrated by Al-Tirmidhi 1165. I don't know. Someone's gonna have to tell me that that's a troll, fam. Like someone.
So wait, what's the point? I think that is agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think he's agreeing with you there still. He's saying that's abomination, really.
Yeah.
But wait, Jack with the
Allah will not look at a man. Oh, sorry, Mr. Alio. I saw the not. Oh, sorry, man. Allah will not look at a man. Yeah, big up there. That's my God. Yeah.
So listen. Jack said that giving it to a woman in the back doesn't make you gay, but taking it in the back makes you gay. But in a gay relationship, one is giving. So is the person who's giving not gay, only the one receiving? What kind of science is that? Like, if the person giving it is gay.
I think you guys, let's go back to the question of the day. Okay, let's talk about
what. No, you're not gonna get away with this, bro. You're going under the bus, bro. You're not getting away.
What?
You're going under the bus. You ain't getting away.
No, Ralph said he's not with that type of.
Yeah, I told man I'm not with that first. You get me? It's certain man's thing. You get me? I know people that involved in that. I know people that do a lot of work. You get me?
You're going under the bus. Oh my days. No, listen, I just need to clarify something. Like, Nine, I need you to just tell me yes or no. Are you saying that if you do that, you're gay? That's my question.
I'm saying you're a batty man. That's what I'm saying.
A batty man sticks a batty. That's what a batty man is.
So yeah, because what I'm saying is also, yeah, and I had this conversation many years ago. Because what I'm saying is this, yeah, if you can stick your hood in a bottom, yeah, if you stick your hood in any bottom, you get me? There's some man's bottom that's smooth like a woman's bottom.
But so okay, so listen. I don't necessarily because I remember I was having this conversation in a barbershop with a bunch of Jamaican dudes, right? And I don't necessarily agree with that you would stick it in any bottom, just because if a man gets head from a woman, that doesn't mean he would get head from a man.
But Jamaican culture, they don't like men.
Yeah, that's
well,
still.
no, but listen, and that's some bullshit. Let me tell you, it's Jamaican men out there pleasing a woman, going down, yamming the ting, and big up all of them.
Because what I've noticed, Jess, is since the times have changed. Since the times have changed, and the thing's been moving on, people have been more looser towards. There's been more team bottom than more team not bottom. You get what I'm trying to show you? So there's a lot of since next decade, it will be full team bottom. It'll be okay to do it, no problem. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Yeah, but you know what?
Listen, all I'm saying is, it's no way you could be team bottom and not team nyam nyam. You better nyam. If you can't, ain't no way you going in the unforsaken place, right? But you want to talk about you can't put your face down there. You better put your face down there, son. I'm not playing. Fuck that shit.
Wait, what do you mean? Put your face in the bottom?
No, in the bottom.
Okay, all right, cool. But yeah, a lot. And I've talked to Jamaican men.
You better take some lunch down there.
That's what I'm saying. You can't even have a conversation.
Yes, please.
I don't personally engage in that pum pum. I'm not gonna lie, still. But yeah, I don't really. But yeah, I've heard.
I mean, it's okay. You're still young. It's all right. You know, you get there.
I'm still young.
All right, it's still young. You get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All I know is a woman better learn to bob her head as well. Do you get what I'm saying? It goes both ways. If you woman don't learn to bob her head, if she got a stiff neck, it's not gonna happen.
Freddie said that woman best learn to bob her head, you know. Yo, Fredos, we're done. But yeah, any man that does that to batty, man. So I hope you understand what I'm saying, Ultra. You understand me? Yeah.
I don't.
Straight.
Yeah, no, I can explain for you, Ultra. If you like to put your penis in a bum hole, then you are a bum hole man. Like it don't matter where you. Like it's a bum hole. You understand? So and man's been very clear with that. Like if you can put it in a female.
No. Listen, bro. I'm not arguing or telling Nan she's wrong. I'm just trying to get clarification as to whether or not batty man and homosexual is the same thing. Because when I grew up, a homosexual and a batty man was the same thing. So I'm saying Nan's using something that I'm not sure what she's now talking about.
Yeah. I understand that what you're saying, Frank.
Yeah, I'm not arguing because, like I said, for me, I don't do them things.
But she's technically saying, like they are, because if they can do it in a woman, they can do it to a man.
Yeah, I don't necessarily buy that argument. I don't necessarily buy the argument, but I hear you. But like I said, for me personally, like I said, I ain't caping for the thing. I just want a clarification on terms because, like, I just need to know because there's a guy in the chat saying he ain't H, but he doesn't.
In my old age, I've been sex shy, brother. Turned down freaky shit, blood. Two strapped in women in the bed, and they want me to come over right away. Like, you know, just fun shit like that. You get what I'm trying to show you, bro. I just end up turning it all down, bro. Like, I just moderate now. I just got one woman, and that's it. Like, God bless me and her, and that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy. It's not like back in the days. You get me?
So, question of the day. Question of the day. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it is. Hold on. Wait, what's the best way to shut down an opponent's views with logic or emotions? I don't know. What's the best way to shut down an argument? This is the thing. Mine was having an argument with people in the chat, and I wanted logical clarification so that the argument debate could progress.
You see what I'm saying? Because if
What
we're
is
having
the logic of a man sticking his hood in the bottom and the pom pom just
No, let's not
around the
go back
corner?
to that.
What's
Let's
the
not go
logic?
back to
Unless
that.
you like
yeah,
batting, innit? You just
yeah.
like batting, so you're a batting man. Simple.
Yeah.
I don't even see what the big deal is.
Yeah.
Of
What's the
course,
big
but like I
deal?
said, no, because I wasn't clear on terms. Like you're saying
Bruv,
something that I'm not sure tallies up with what I know. So I was asking for clarification. That's how debates work. Because if I'm saying blue, yeah, and in your mind when you hear blue, you're hearing sky blue, but secretly,
Ultra, babe, I'm
or
not
I'm
even
talking about
debating.
navy blue. Do
Ultra,
you see what
I'm
I'm
not
saying?
even
It's
debating it,
fine.
man. You get me? I
Mm,
see a man make
mm,
a comment. Yeah,
mm.
I responded to the comment. I send you a batty man. That's it. And anyone else that does that, you're a batty man. That's it. There's no
Yeah,
debate.
no. I hear you,
Bro,
man. That's not the debate.
I'll be walking the yard, yeah, and I'll be
Mm.
hearing this debate kick off because a man will say, "Yo, I've been in there 2 years and I missed my woman's bottom."
What? Fucking hell,
You know what I'm saying?
bro. Fucking hell.
A man will end up saying to him, "What? What do you mean you
Yeah.
miss your woman's bottom? Don't you like her, Fanny?" And the big debate will kick off, and I've seen fights off the back of it. So I'm
Fucking
saying I
hell.
can understand Team Bottom, but I'm not with them. But I can understand, obviously, you know what I'm saying, where they're
How
coming
can
from
you
because they're
understand
saying they're
team
not
bottom,
gay.
Freddie?
They're
Freddie,
saying
how
they're
can
not
you
gay.
understand team bottom? How? Go on.
Now, because they're
Give me
saying they're
something.
not gay still. No matter what, I've sympathized with them, but obviously, if you're saying you're not gay and you're doing it, you're just obviously like your actions speak louder than your words, innit? If
Exactly.
I say,
Exactly. Simple.
you know what
I
I'm
don't even
saying,
see what
but
the big deal is. You know what I'm
I
saying?
sympathize with them though, because obviously that gay label's whacking it.
All right, look, there's people like, you see, this is when you know, obviously we know that two men is what we call homosexuals and all the rest of it, yeah? We know that, okay? Because I'm looking at it's Nine's own personal explanation of the term batty man. The majority of people would not describe the act as such. It's not a gay act. Okay, so yeah, it's not a gay act because it's not two men. I understand that. But my point is this: you're shoving your hood in a batty, so you're a batty man. Yeah? You understand what I'm saying to you? Simple as that, man. Like, I don't care about nothing else after that. You know what I mean? And if there's man out
And
there in a bottom, you're a batty man. Straight.
yeah,
Just
I'm
own
with
it.
that
Be proud
still.
of
I'm
it.
with
Like
that
that,
still.
be proud of it.
Yeah, I'm with that still. That's it, innit? Full stop from there. You get me? You can't be saying, yeah, obviously I condemn thievery, and then obviously in the night time comes to you're thieving everything that ain't fucking pinned down, ain't screwed down. You're thieving it. You know what I mean? That don't make no sense. So it's either you're doing it or you ain't. You get what I'm saying? And obviously, man ain't on that. You get me? So it is what it is. Yeah,
I
but
mean,
what
how
was
can
the
you have
question?
a pull out? You can have a, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Of course you're a batty man.
What was the
The
question of
bottom's
the
right
day,
there,
though?
but yet you need to go, you're a batty man, man. Fuck that, man. And that means you'll fuck a man's bottom too. I don't give a fuck. You're a batty man. Because bottom is bottom is bottom. But let's move this on anyway, man. Because like I said, these
Yeah, it's a
conversations.
do as I say thing and not do as I do type. You know how that goes for some people, isn't it? Double standards all around, you know. Yeah, but go on. What's the question of the day now?
I can't even see my screen.
It's about
What's the
logic
best
over
way
emotion.
to shut down an opponent's argument, with logic or with emotions?
Yeah, that's a tough one, you know. That's a
Logic,
tough
obviously.
one.
What are you talking about? It's not tough.
No, you know the reason why I say that, bro, is because sometimes I like the truth, innit? You get what I'm saying?
Well,
And
logic, that's the
obviously,
point. That's the point of being
no,
logical.
one sec. Man can mislead the truth in it, and can hide his true feelings. And but when your emotions come into the argument, man can see where your heart's at. If that
What?
makes sense, you get what I'm saying? Like I can know exactly what you're feeling. Like I could throw out a bunch of statistics to regarding I don't know Jewish people, but in my heart I hate them. Do you get me? But I'm using logical reasoning in it. But if I was to get emotional, you would know that in my heart, I hate them. If that makes sense, I'll get your true feelings on the matter. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but like your true feelings isn't facts and logic, and you can't argue with true feelings because at the end of the day, then you don't know, like, 'cause it becomes an emotional, emotive conversation rather than actually logical, where you're trying to actually break down what the person's saying, and you know what I mean. Especially if they're wrong in their information, you can't just be emotional about it.
No, most definitely. I think I like a bit of both, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, a lot, while emotions are obviously sometimes they can be, a lot of truth can be said in emotions. Do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of raw facts. You might not agree with them, but it's just how it is, isn't it? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And you do get a true understanding of someone's,
Yeah, but
you know, opinion.
people can get passionate, but passionate is not always like someone. When we talk about emotions, we're not talking about like someone being calm about it when they're giving their emotions. You can be calm and giving your emotions, and we're talking usually about people who are being, you know, very like almost like
Oh,
Give me
overbearing.
an
yeah.
example of being calm and having emotions.
Yeah, it's true.
What do you mean? Being calm is a form of emotion, isn't that? Like I don't like
Yeah,
what
but
am I?
it's more like a neutral emotion. So like it. Oh my gosh, my child keeps calling me. I gotta go.
Yeah. They stay there because I think Melanator might come back still, but yeah. In terms of being calm and like that's a form of emotion. Emotions aren't just we just put emotions to be the one where everyone is being more, you know, active about it. So they're actively showing like some what's it called, like a more shouty side of it, or like being calm is still a form of emotion, but it's just the fact that we're looking at it like, oh, what's it called, being calm is no emotions and not having any feelings
No,
or whatever that you have.
definitely.
Exactly. So that's
Because you
what.
still have
Yeah.
to channel certain emotions to be calm, obviously. But I'm just saying, like in a debate, sometimes the best bits of a debate is when someone really tells you how they feel on their mind. They throw statistics out the window, or they form an opinion based on everything they've learned, and it belongs to them. So they're passionate about it. So they deliver it with a different oomph rather than just reading off a text and reading some sort of pie chart or some sort of fucking survey. Do you know what I mean?
Mm, um. Yeah. Um. So just for clarification, Carl, I don't know. I feel like I don't. Yeah. So just for clarification, what you meant was that it's like you have the information, but you can't present it there, so it's coming like you are making being emotional about it. Is that what you're trying to say, Fred? Ready?
No, big man. I'm trying to say basically, you know, if I've learned about a subject for 20 years or
Mm.
whatever, and I've got all the information in my mind, but instead of correlating it off of a textbook and reading pie chart after pie chart, I would just form an opinion and put my heart and emphasis in it because I'm so passionate about the subject and deliver it off the back of my heart or my mind. Do you know what I'm saying?
But if you have the information and you know it very well and whatnot, you don't have to
Like
be
what
emotional.
Malcolm
Right?
is.
Malcolm X
Nah,
wasn't
it's
very
not.
emotional when he give his speech.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. But the way
But
he
when we
did
talk
get
about
emotional,
emotion, yeah, sorry,
when he wanted to rally somebody, it was so effective with the words he used.
yeah, because you didn't
Do you know?
you didn't need to come with rhetoric with when I mean rhetoric, I'm talking about rhetoric of you know, being like I think M.A. Brown said expressive. When we say expressive, it's like more of like a almost like a shouty type of way of doing it. He was just, you know, logical with his thing, like he broke it
Yes,
down. So yeah.
definitely. No, 100%. That approach is needed as well. Definitely. And then you got the times where he wanted to rile up a crowd, and he just used simple logic and understanding. You know, I'm trying to show you to get his message across. Do you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So
I don't think I've seen one video where um um when Malcolm X was expressing himself, he was, you know, shouty or you know, almost coming like
nah.
from the heart. Yeah, so that's why.
But the words he chose, they were super passionate, and like, you know, he'd
That's
emphasize certain
because
things.
he's one of those people that are good speakers. It's like a brother polite.
Yeah.
Brother polite.
Yeah, like you would never see him in the middle of a speech get out a textbook and say to
Yeah.
you, you know what I'm saying? This
Yeah.
pie chart says this, or this survey says that. Do you know what I'm saying? He'd just speak with, you know, and you need that sometimes. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. If you take away that, you know what I'm saying? Because the answers, what he came up with, they were so simple, like the Plymouth Rock one. You know what I'm saying? And that's coming from the heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know that quote there about Plymouth Rock?
It can come from the heart, but when coming from the heart, it's not emotive thing. You don't have to make it so. When I mean emotive, I'm expressive, like almost like a shy about it type of thing, innit? You got
Yeah, I think if you're OTT and you're just like, you know what I mean, you're shouting for no fucking reason. You get me? But if you're shouting to get your point across, or you're shouting to be heard, or you're shouting because you want some sort of point to come across, you know what I'm saying? There has to be an end product to it, innit? That's just nonsense. You're just shouting for no reason. Do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these arguments is just more time shouting for no reason. Do you know what I mean? When you can take the emotion out of it and just fucking talk properly to each other.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes I feel like anyway, see, feeling is a form of emotion, people. Yeah, I feel like that being a logical route is very much the way to go. I mean, obviously, I understand when people can get passionate, and passionate being like they know something so well that they can, you know, they're talking to a large crowd, they're trying to rally their like almost like when you play music for war, or play when you're drumming or whatnot and everything and whatnot. So it's like that type of get that type of emotions ready for a battle or something like that. But that most of the time, I feel like if you're very very if you use logic, you'll always win an argument. Or if you are able to logically break down your points and get it to where it sounds in it right, and also you have to also have an audience who are receptive to wanting to break down information. That's a very key thing where a lot of people aren't really. A lot of people look at the person who has all the theatrics going on and they think that they win the argument, but theatrics is not logic. Yeah,
That's facts. That's facts. A lot of people think because they can crack a joke,
Mm.
you know what I mean? They rather attack the person than the information. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I've seen a lot of that shit go down. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, it happens.
Yeah, you gotta have
and this is where pride comes into it as well. Pride does play a little part.
Ego, pride,
You know
all the same
thing.
Ego as well. Ego.
Yeah, there you go. Not pride, ego, rather than. Yeah,
Ego.
there you go. That plays a bit of part in the slanging, innit?
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because obviously we have to slang at each other because ego says so. We have to put on a show for somebody.
Yeah. It's interesting still. But yeah, I mean, like if we look at all the leaders who people look at in the past, they haven't really come with emotional, what we call expressive or theatrical talk. It's more of logical, and they break it down very well. So I think that's what we should stick to.
Yeah, definitely. I'm always about logic over emotions, but I do think it's a fine blend, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if you want to captivate your crowd, as I said, if you want to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
I'd
know what I mean?
rather have a crowd that is moved by the words that I'm saying, not by the action, the way I'm expressing it.
Most definitely.
Like,
But I'm saying, obviously, the way that you express it, they might not cotton onto it today, but if they're receptive to it and they didn't even cotton on to nothing you said, later on, the bulb might click. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I think the two of them need to meet at some stage. You get what I'm saying? because I didn't take in information sometimes until way later down. Do you get what I'm saying? I didn't process it properly until way later on. Do you get what I'm saying? I just liked the way it was being presented and took it in and then processed it later on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. That's definitely it. If anyone, I think Emma Brown wanted to come in. Emma, I want to post a link because I don't think Velley's there. So I'll post a link for you still. Copy. Yeah. Anyone wants to come in, but yeah, you've got to make sure that you're the actual. Yeah. So anyway, I'll post a link. I think Melanated Goddess wanted to come back in. Yeah, let's get people in still. Cause it's a good topic to have because one thing was happening. The reason why the topic came up was in the past when we hear people have conversations, it's especially when it comes to topics about race now. We hear a lot of people say that we should just deal with racists by casting them out or shutting them down and shutting them down not by with facts but like just saying you're racist and get out here and cuss them and whatnot. Whereas I feel like to signal rubbish. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah. Where I feel like where I understand the rhetoric of why they would say to shut the person down by, cussing them and do that. I feel like at first give the person always the benefit of the doubt. Try to see if the person is trying to be logical and breaking stuff down and whatnot and everything. And obviously afterward, if they are if they ain't, then yeah, you control them. You control them a little bit. I don't mind. I don't have an issue with that. Control them a little bit. Veli, there's people backstage. Sorry, Melanate is backstage anyway, but I don't know if there's other people backstage. But Veli, there's people backstage. But yeah, troll them. Obviously, troll them. I don't have an issue trolling them, but even then, I'm not the type of person to try and cuss people. Like, even when I cuss people, I'm joking. Like, I'm not very. That's very like not proper. Like, yeah, it's interesting still.
Yeah, nah, me, I'm just like I'm trying to get on with everybody in my old age. You get what I'm trying to do? I'm just trying to be peaceful and harmonious, but I mainly want to get my point across and express my opinion. Because these opinions ain't formed off of any one specific person. Like, I didn't listen to an educated man and then suddenly decided I'm gonna live my life according to his philosophies. I've just grouped together lots of things and
Well,
experiences and
did you say you haven't listened to educated man to get your philosophies together?
Yeah, I haven't. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't. I'm more of a lived experience. Do you know what I'm saying? I've
Would you
more
say that?
formulated my philosophies.
So you would say that Malcolm X is educated?
No, definitely. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I've more formulated my philosophies of the experiences I've had in
Yeah,
life.
that's one factor. Yeah, but you have to when you formulated it, you've had to also have a level of study which you undertook to get to that.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So,
anything you undergo, you want to know something about, innit?
Yeah.
Or you want to know a little bit about it. So obviously you're gonna learn new things every day. I'd like to think. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we're always exploring avenues, and we're always exploring ventures. Well, me personally, I am, innit? Me and my team. So yeah, I try to learn something new every day. Do you know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
With regard to the topic, right? I as you can see with the latest events over here in the States, I would say that I definitely have like some sort of like hypersensitivity to issues pertaining to race. And I would say that for myself, because I was always like raised kind of like in an isolated environment, like always around Black people, always dealing with Black people, maybe Black people from different countries, which that kind of diversity is a norm for me. But I feel like I don't really care about a non-Black person's opinion, their position, their data, their statistics, their anything, because we know, like, one, we are intelligent enough to obtain that data ourselves. It's important for us to assess, evaluate, and address the issues within our own communities. So the energy it takes to have conversations with them is still not addressing or solving shit from my community. So it makes more sense for me to sit at a table with other Black men and women that are focused and dedicated to addressing it than for me to, like, I don't care if they're aware of the problems in our Black families. I don't care if they're aware or if they understand our public education systems. That's still not fixing our schools. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so I need to be talking to Black men and women. We need to be organizing and developing institutions to fix our problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just, I don't get mad that somebody isn't helping me fix my car. I get my car fixed. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, me sitting up with racist people or just people who have their own opinions and they feel they want to tell me, don't share. What would you share your opinion of my community to me for? What for? What? Why do I need to know your opinion? So that's why I deal with people like Jupe. I don't even get into it. I don't care. I'm doing business. What you think, what you don't think. It's not important. It's not important. I need to be building and establishing connection with people that's within my group. And the reason why I feel like that's the best way is because when I look at other groups, that's what they doing. Because I ain't never had a conversation with a white woman to say, how is white women gonna have more baby? I never had that conversation. They don't come to me. They don't come to me as a Black woman to figure that shit out.
That's very. Like, I just need to emphasize that to the people. That is a very real statement that she just said there. That we don't come to white people, ask them, oh, see, there's a population decline in your community. How are you guys? How can we help you deal with it? The same way you have Ralph and certain people like whites are religious will come and say, well, Black people are killing Black people, so why should
I've never had a conversation with a white American person to talk about how they could stop shooting up the damn schools. I never had a conversation with a white American about that in my life. I never said, hey, what do you think about the gun laws? Because in the last 8 school shootings, all 8 of them were by white adolescents. Do you know that there's a significant issue with mental health pertaining to adolescents in the European community? I never do that. They know that shit exists. They know that problem.
That's very true.
So I know that I do come across very emotional. One, that's my energy. I'm a fire sign, baby. I come with that fire.
I would disagree. You're very much more logical. It's the only time I've seen you emotional was when Ralph was trying to draw you out and you fell for it a little bit. But yeah, I feel like you're mostly.
That's because I don't understand his Britishness. It's different,
Ralph's the type of guy. It's like when Shakara one time was talking to Torok, and Torok as well is he's trying to draw you out. He's trying to get you your feelings to get you say certain things or whatnot. That's how some people just that's how they win an argument for them. It's like seeing you out of your own comfort zone or whatnot and everything. And so because
sometimes Sorry to cut you there, Ralph. I say sometimes most of the man like him and that, they just come on to mock you, whatever you're saying, innit, and have a laugh. Like they ain't really come on to try and put no opinions across or no real points of view. It's just to mock and laugh, really, and jeer at you, innit?
Yeah. I mean, it's like when last time we were handling him, we was talking about black issues, and we you know, like obviously I was trying to be intellectual with him, but Veli was like to me, yo, listen, like Raf, stop trying to actually like be, because he's not listening to any statistics or facts. He's just trying to come at you and say that what's it called, that black issues are very important to him and whatnot. But you could also used to say, arguing back at him, that Indian issues are very important to him, so to you. So yeah, like when that happens. So yeah. In terms of dealing with within now the black community now, obviously we have a lot of, how can I say it? We have a lot of different groups within the various community. We have a lot of Nawabians, we have Moors, different religious folk, different non-religious folk like me. Obviously we always have these arguments. We spend our time having these arguments about what's the right position to go and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, when Uncle IC3, I don't necessarily agree with his conclusion of how the world should be, and obviously we've had that disagreement too. Where I want you to keep addressing me as King T'Challa, by the way, and obviously obviously people were saying that his argument for the IC3 label. Now, the reason why I have looked at it and said it's not a bad idea is because that is what people have given to us to identify us, and it's very, very clear. Like they even, put it down what exactly they're talking about when they say IC3. They're talking about Black Americans. They're talking about Black Latinos. They're talking about Black Nigerians, Black whatever, Somalis. All those groups is mentioned under the IC3 label. So that could be the first step into talking for reparations and to which groups are going to be given it. Then obviously afterwards, that's where the issue would come up, where how are we redistributing it. So he's given a step where he said that it will go off heritage, so it will go off who is full black to who has the least amount of black, and that would be shares, like reparation shares or whatnot and everything. I feel like that's not a bad idea, but yeah, I don't know. Some people might say otherwise, but yeah, I was just talking down. I went out. The reason why I took it down this route about being emotional or logical with it is because we also had people come on here and say, "No, this is not right. This is not right. Don't make any sense." And people were like, a lot of it was coming from what's it called, their own personal beliefs and whatnot and everything, rather than just looking at the thing logically and trying to uh, break it down. If you understand what I'm saying, then yeah. I don't think anyone's heard me still.
I heard you. I heard you. Yeah, I could definitely agree. Like, I think that, I do feel a little bit better knowing that for the most part the audience does interpret that I could come across logical with a little sprinkles of passion. But for me, I just always want us to critique ourselves and for us to face the things that face the things that are wrong. So that way, we don't need some outsider to tell us, So it's like we're from freaking 300 pounds. If I know that, I need to lose weight, then I don't need nobody to be like, hey, so melanated, you need to lose some weight. I'll be like, no shit. I just worked out. You see what I'm saying? I should be already doing things, to address that. Like, okay, I just signed up for the gym yesterday. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Or I'm just using that because I'm getting ready to work out. So I got this little workout analogies going on right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and my cousins we're doing Zoom workouts, and each day a person takes the lead in leading the workout. So you don't know what the hell they're gonna have you doing.
Yeah, as long as you're breaking sweats, that's what matters. Yeah.
One of my cousin who led it yesterday. I'm not gonna say I did 400 push-ups, but he had his routine was only push-ups, and when I tell you I was sweating doing these push-ups, I don't even know. I probably did somewhere around, I don't know, like 200 girl push-ups, but that's still a lot. My freaking arms and shoulders and everything, I'm in pain. It's still a lot. Because we was like, when we got up to the higher numbers, we was cutting my hold on.
Yeah. I mean, Valley wants me to share a video. If Valley, where's the video? I'll post it and share it, and we can watch it. If it's to do with the topic, why not? Innit? But I feel like there's people interested in the topic right now. So yeah. I mean, yeah, we need more logical thought, because when I look back in history, we look at people like Malcolm X, we look at people like MLK, we look at people like even Marcus Garvey, very logical. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, very, very logical people. That's what we need. That's what we need, man. That's what we need.
Yeah, sorry, Raf. I'm still here. Yeah, no, I agree, man. Wholeheartedly agree with all of your sentiments except the eating from the batty box. I don't agree with you on that, but
what do you mean?
else.
I don't think anybody was talking about doing that.
I never said anything like that. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, I misheard. Maybe it was my twisted mind.
No,
I don't know.
was talking about eating
the
front box.
You know what it is,
the front box, not the
I
back
said,
one.
Do you know what?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Eat the front box all day, man. Knife and fork, napkin on your lap, around your neck, like chow. Like, and if you can breathe, yeah, then you ain't eating it back. Just what I'm saying. Like,
that's why I'm telling you, man. Ocha for mayor. Ocha for mayor.
I'm
Cookie,
telling you, bro.
get over here.
If you see, I remember I said, like, that little bit of skin under your tongue.
Yeah.
If that's not hurting, you're not eating it right.
Ocha, I knew a girl who it was you know how it's all the way like to the back of your tongue at the bottom. Hers was at the tip, so she couldn't like stick her tongue out.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
Poor baby. Yeah, I don't know, but this is the thing, right?
And you know
genetic mutations, right? Genetic mutations means that every single one of us is built differently. We're all built differently. Like,
but here's this also. Her parents had the option to have that corrected when she was young. And her parents said, I mean, she could talk. She all right. Like when she get older, if she want to fix it, she'll fix it. So they never fixed it.
Did she struggle? Did she struggle to communicate when she was younger?
She talked. It was like a little different because she sounded like she's actually talking like with a heavy tongue like that.
You see, that's the thing. I know American kids. You motherfuckers are mean growing up to anything that just sort of like counts as not normal.
Like you start labeling man a freak and all this shit. And apparently, when you call someone a freak in the USA, it's like a grave insult. But in the UK, if you're a freak, it means your woman's happy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's
No, not
different.
that type of
Like,
freak.
yeah.
You're like a whole
Wait, what have we got here? What have we got here?
Some video on genetics. Still really wants me to.
Who's streaming that?
Me.
Vellemy.
I'm screenshotting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to charge my phone, man.
That's how bad it is. You can't show him. Oh my days. Yeah. So guys, I think we're gonna have to go on mute. Yeah. I think it's gonna be
sorry.
for an hour.
Hold on. Oh shit.
Oh, you got screwdriver yourself? You want cookie already?
I think so.
Yeah. Let me go on mute.
Yo, Ralph, Ultra and Mel. Yeah. Obviously I played a video this morning about the introduction to population genetics and haplogroups and all them sort of things there, yeah. So I don't know if everyone saw it this morning. Has it got something to do with the what we're talking about today? Not fully, but it's like the race sort of subject
I
when we're
think
talking
it
about
does.
races.
I think
with that it does. Yeah, with the race subject it does. But like with the should you be logical or emotional?
Jack, I just want to check if Jack the Patter's in the comment section. Yeah, you need to focus on this, brother, because I've been telling you about genetics, but this video is dedicated to you, brother. You get me?
Yeah, even this one's dedicated to the African Hebrews.
Yeah.
Also,
the Moors too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Moorish American Muslims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dedicated to you, Cotton too. You know what I mean? You need to drop all that pseudo nonsense too. You need to drop it still. Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna jump back off here, give everyone a chance to charge up their phone and everything in it because it goes on for a little while, innit? So,
yeah, it's an hour and a half still. So yeah.
Yeah, man. So take some notes. Man in the chats, take some notes, man. Okay. The more that we find out about this year, the further and further away your Sky Daddy gets, bro.
Shit, bro. Fucking hell.
Damn. What is it called? What is this?
Bye, Sky Daddy.
I'm not gonna be able to watch this. Gotta get my swole on. But somebody
getting hench, yeah?
Yeah, that's what you call it, hench?
You know what I mean? It's getting hench in the gym.
Words.
That's what
that's what the man them called. Yeah, because you said swole, innit? Yeah, that's what we call it, hench.
Oh, well, I'm getting hench right in my house because it's Corona. So, but I'll stay on until the thing starts.
Alright, say nothing, man. He's just going there. He's gonna play it. Yeah, we're gonna teach you little faggots about genetics. Take some notes, yeah, and start to
faggots. Shit.
Yeah, just realize you got bitches in the chat. Dad. Yeah, man, trust me. You are gonna fuck up your dreams right there. Trust me.
Don't take so much pleasure in it. Don't take so much pleasure in it. Like
all right,
but
man.
they're not gonna listen. You just have to do it for educational purposes. People are not going to let go of their God. They just not gonna do that. So they just not. I mean, I'm not saying maybe one, because I know y'all gonna say, well, guess what? I used to believe at some point or whatever. Okay. But I don't think this video is gonna make people say, you know what? I don't think this
what it does though, yeah. It's one of the you see the Chinese water torture, yeah, it's one of the drips that makes your head cave in. That's what it does, yeah. We slowly drip feed you the water, yeah, and drip it over your head top until there's a hole in your forehead. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of the drips of water that drops on your head top and makes your forehead cave in. So Yeah, man.
Damn, yo.
Yeah, you Chinese water torture. So, all right. Yeah, go through them, Raf. Run the track. You get me? Run the. Yo. All right, say nothing, man. I'm back in a bit, though, yeah?
Okay, well, thanks very much, Andy. It's always a pleasure to be here at the NIH. I'll first disclose that I have no financial relationships. What I will be talking with you about this morning, several general areas pertinent to population genetics. First of all, we'll talk about patterns of human genetic variation, how we assess them among populations, and also at the individual level. And as we go through, we'll be talking about how various evolutionary factors influence human genetic variation. One of the interesting questions that we can now address with genetic data is the issue of race, which I put in quotes, and the implications of what we now understand about human variation biomedically. And then we'll talk about another application of our studies of human genetic variation, and that's in the area of linkage disequilibrium and disease gene identification, and how our knowledge of human genetic variation can really inform us more effectively in our search for disease-causing genes. So a long time ago, 1956, Sewell Wright, one of the great geneticists of the last century, identified what he called the 4 major factors of evolution. And I think it's useful to keep those in mind as we think about what influences patterns of genetic variation. First of all, as we know, mutation can be considered the author of variation. That's where genetic variation ultimately comes from. Natural selection can be regarded as the editor of variation, selecting in favor of variants that are beneficial, selecting against variants that are harmful. We can think of genetic drift, the 3rd major factor, as the randomizer, the stochastic element in evolution. Populations that are very small can experience substantial changes over time in gene frequency as a result of this random effect. And finally, we think of gene flow, the transmission of genetic material from one population to another, as the homogenizer in evolution. So as we go through the talk today, we'll talk about various examples of each of these processes. So we've now been able to directly estimate the human mutation rate as of about 6 years ago. That was the first estimate, one that we were privileged to be involved in, looking at whole genome sequence in a human family, comparing parents and offspring, and finding that the human mutation rate from generation to generation is on the order of about 1 in 100 million base pairs per generation. So we transmit with each gamete about 30 to 35 new DNA variants. That estimate has been now confirmed in a number of subsequent studies. So we feel that we have a pretty good estimate now of the rate at which new variation enters the genomes of humans. And this is a quote that I've always enjoyed from Lewis Thomas, referring to genetic variation and mutation. He said, "The capacity to blunder slightly is the real marvel of DNA. Without this special attribute, we would still be anaerobic bacteria and there would be no music." So this is really sort of a testament to the value of mutation, of genetic variation, as we adapt to a changing environment. Now, one of the interesting things in studies of mutation that's come to light is that most new mutations occur in the male germline. This helps to explain a pattern we've known about for a long time, the fact that with advanced paternal age, the risk of having children with various autosomal dominant conditions increases several fold. By looking directly at mutation rates in families, we know now that each year, an additional 2 or so mutations are transmitted beyond age 30, probably as a result of mitotic division of spermatogonia over and over again as fathers age. So now we know that males are really the cause of most single gene mutations in humans and in many other species. So we males can take credit for that. So one question that we can address looking across individuals and across species is how much do we differ? If we look at aligned DNA bases, how much do individuals, how much do species differ from one another? Now, identical twins, as nature's clones, differ essentially at none of their DNA base pairs, at least at conception. There are somatic mutations that can take place later, but we can say that for all intents and purposes, identical twins have 0 DNA base differences. We know as a result of our sequencing studies that unrelated humans, any pair of unrelated humans, differs at about 1 in 1,000 base pairs. And I think this is an important take-home message from our studies of human genetic variation, the fact that we humans are about 99.9% identical at the DNA level, at this most fundamental unit of our biology. We are all really quite similar to each other. If we compare ourselves to our nearest relative, evolutionarily, the chimp, we are about 99% similar to the chimp for aligned DNA bases. If we include structural variants, that figure goes down to about 95% similarity. Now, if we go out a little bit further, evolutionarily, we differ by about 1 in 6 to 1 in 3 base pairs from mice. And finally, if we compare ourselves to broccoli, thankfully, we're mostly different from broccoli. But with 3 billion DNA bases, even though we differ at only about 1 in 1,000 base pairs, that means that for any haploid sequence, there are about 3 million differences. So that's a lot of genetic variation, what we refer to as single nucleotide variants, or SNVs. If we compare humans to other species, other great apes, we see that we have 2 to 3 times less variation than the other major great ape species. So humans, compared to other great apes, relatively lacking in genetic diversity. Now, another category of variation, something that we've become really quite interested in now over the last decade or so, are structural variations or structural variants. These are deletions, duplications, sometimes duplicated multiple times, more than 50 base pairs or so. So that the idea is illustrated here, that whereas typically we have 2 copies of any given gene, in some cases we can have more than 2, in some cases we can have only 1. So these structural variants, which are more difficult to identify than single nucleotide variants, but we now estimate, and this is from some of the recent work from the human genome, from the 1,000 Genomes Project, that in the average haploid human sequence, at least 9 megabases are affected by structural variants. About 3.5 megabases in the average genome are affected by single nucleotide variants. So what that says is that these structural variants, even though they occur less frequently in the genome because they're much larger, account for more differences than do single nucleotide variants. And if we look at copy number variants, where the genetic segments can differ by multiple copies, each human is heterozygous for about 150 of those CNVs. So a substantial amount of variation at the structural level, something we're beginning to understand better and better. So we can address the question, how much do human populations differ? We've talked about how much individuals and species differ. but we can look at population variation throughout the world. So a set of samples I'll be talking about for the next few minutes are shown here, geographic locations distributed throughout the world, representing 800 individuals, 40 different populations. Here you see some of the phenotypes, some of the phenotypic variation observable in these different populations. So we can look at variation at the population level in terms of allele frequencies, and these are frequently used in population genetics. So here we have an array of single nucleotide variants, 1, 2, and 3, assessed in 3 populations. So we simply count the number of alleles in each population. And I'll make a distinction here. We're using the more general term single nucleotide variants. We also, and I'm sure you're familiar with this term, single nucleotide polymorphisms or SNPs. The distinction is that conventionally a polymorphism has a minor allele frequency, that is the less common allele, greater than 1%. So the kinds of variants that we assess using microarrays tend to be more common. They're usually termed SNPs, but the more general term, including variants of all frequency, would be single nucleotide variants. So for each of these loci, we can assess the heterozygosity, that is the proportion of heterozygous individuals in each population simply by counting alleles. That is, how often do we see heterozygotes, how often do we see homozygotes. We can then average that across loci. So if 1 in 1,000 base pairs varies on average between a pair of individuals, how is this variation distributed between continents? A unit that we often use to group populations into. So this gives us some idea of how much variation there is between major populations. And to assess this, we use this statistic, FST, which has been around for a long time. FST is the amount of genetic variation in the entire population that is attributable to population differences, attributable to subdivision. So one simple way to measure this is to take the total heterozygosity, the total variation in our sample, so that's this quantity, and then we subtract from that the average heterozygosity within each population, in this case, continents. So you can imagine that if there were as much variation within each continent as there is in the total sample, then this quantity would be 0. In other words, subdivision creates no additional variation. If this quantity, let's say, were 0, then FST would be 1. So FST then measures the proportion of variation in our population due to population differences or subdivision. So here's a table summarizing for those populations that I mentioned, FST values among continental populations for a variety of different kinds of genetic systems. And some of these go back in time to when we typically looked at fewer than 100 polymorphisms. And then more recently, larger numbers of SNP array polymorphisms. The take-home point here is that for any of these kinds of genetic systems with different mutational mechanisms and so forth, in all cases, our FST value is about 10 to 15%. That is, the great majority of variation that we see in these populations can be seen within populations, and only an additional 10 to 15% occurs between populations, telling us that in general, human populations tend to be fairly similar to one another. Now, it's interesting to compare these systems with an FST measure based on skin pigmentation, because we can do this for quantitative phenotype measures as well. And of course, skin pigmentation has been used in classification of populations for a long time. And it's interesting that we see the flip, the opposite situation for skin pigmentation where 90% of the variation is actually seen between continents, only 10% within. So our genetically based measures show much, much less variation between continents. Something like skin pigmentation, which has been under intense natural selection in human evolution, we see much greater variation. So if we ask the question, what percentage of these SNPs are shared among major regions of the world, Africa, Europe, East Asia, and India, and this is for about 1,000 samples using a 250K chip, we see that about 80% of these relatively common SNPs, so these are SNPs with minor allele frequencies greater than 5 or 10%, about 80% are seen in all 4 of these groups. 88% are seen in at least 3 groups, more than 90% shared in at least 2 groups. About 7% are seen only in the African subset, only 0.5% seen in any non-African group. So more variation in the African samples, a commonly observed feature. But the important point here is that for these common SNPs, which are relatively old, because they have to have a certain age to get to a frequency of 5 to 10%, those tend to be shared widely across the world. And we see that same pattern here. These are SNPs from the 1,000 Genomes Project. Here are the European ancestry populations, East Asians, and Africans, the Yorubans from Nigeria. We see that the great majority of relatively common SNPs are shared among all 3 continental groups. And the average allele frequency difference between these major populations is about 15%. But more recently, with whole genome sequencing, it's been possible to look at less common variants, the single nucleotide variants. For these, we see that there's substantially less overlap among populations. In fact, for these 3 major continental populations, the great majority of single nucleotide variants are in fact population specific. For those with frequencies less than 2%, fewer than 5% of alleles are actually shared between any 2 pairs of continents. And intuitively, this makes sense because these rare variants arose relatively recently. They arose typically out of later than the human migration out of Africa, so they're more likely to be population specific. And as we analyze rare alleles in our genetic studies and our disease-related studies, we have to keep in mind that most of these rare alleles will tend to be population specific rather than shared across populations. The same thing is true of structural variants. So this is a figure from the final 1,000 Genomes paper, one of the final 1,000 Genomes papers, looking at allele counts, so that for structural variants, these would be variants that are seen only once, variants that are seen 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. And you can see for the very rare ones, they tend to be specific to one of these major populations, Africa, America, East Asia, Europe, or South Asia. For more common variants, we tend to see more frequently that they're shared. And once we get into the relatively common variants, that is those with more than 100 or so counts, they tend to be shared in 2 or more populations. So that same pattern is seen for structural variants as we see for single nucleotide variants. So how do we actually measure differences between populations? Well, I'll show you a simple genetic distance measure to give you an idea of how we assess these differences. So these values P sub I and P sub J are allele frequencies in 2 different populations, I and J. The distance between I and J, between those 2 populations, is simply the difference between those allele frequencies, and we can take the absolute value. So going back to our little array of single nucleotide variant frequencies in 3 populations that I showed you earlier. Our distance between populations 1 and 2 can be measured first by subtracting these 2 frequencies from one another. That gives us a distance measure of 0.08 between these 2 populations. And then we would just average that same difference across all of our single nucleotide variants. So if we have 1 million of them, we would have an average of 1 million of these differences between populations. So really quite straightforward measure of genetic distance. We can then display these distances in a network. So if we take one of our single nucleotide variants, we can array our 3 populations like this. We can look at the first pair of populations, 1 and 2. The distance between them, which is given by the difference between these 2 numbers, can be graphed like this. We can then average their allele frequencies because they're the closest to each other. We average them, we subtract that from this allele frequency, and that gives us the joining point for this part of the network. So we've now displayed the relationship among these 3 populations in this simple network. And then, of course, once again, we would average these distances across all of our single nucleotide variants. But this gives us a handy graphical display of the genetic relationships among populations. And we call this a neighbor joining tree. Now, we can also do this at the individual level. And I like this example. It's directly analogous to allele sharing, but in this case, what we're looking at is how often members of the Supreme Court agree on decisions. Every so often, the New York Times publishes this. This matrix of percent agreement was published in 2014. And so it shows for each pair of Supreme Court justices how often they agree on decisions. And if we stare at this matrix for a while, we can start to see a pattern. We see that Justice Ginsburg agrees with Justice Sotomayor most of the time, less so with Justices Alito and Thomas. But even with just 9 people, you have to stare at this for a while to get the idea. Well, you can do what I just showed you using percent agreement and graph a neighbor joining network like this, and you immediately see the pattern of voting in the US Supreme Court. We've even kind of color-coded it from red to blue appropriately. And we see that one wing of the court, these justices tend to agree with one another most of the time. These justices tend to agree with one another most of the time. Justice Kennedy is a little bit out in the middle. So this gives you a very convenient graphical display. Now imagine if we have 1,000 individuals and we're looking at percent allele shared for all pairs of those 1,000. If we had 1,000 by 1,000 matrix, you would have to stare at that for days to really get the pattern. You can do one of these networks very quickly and immediately see patterns. So this is a convenient way of distilling a lot of information into 2-dimensional form. Now, these neighbor joining networks require a little bit of interpretation. One of the things that they don't tell us, especially when we're looking at human populations, is when populations actually split. It's sometimes misinterpreted that way, but because human populations have gene flow continuously, these branches, unlike species networks, don't tell us anything necessarily about divergence times. Now, another way that we can represent these kinds of differences at the individual or population level is through something called principal components analysis. And in population genetics, we use principal components analysis all the time. If you look at the recent 1,000 Genomes papers, they always have these PCA plots. So I want to briefly explain what these actually mean. So let's imagine that we have a series of individuals. We have a graph of their similarities. And what we're trying to do with principal components analysis is to define the major axis of variation in this collection. So it's essentially a regression technique. Our first principal component is a line that goes through that series of points, like our Supreme Court agreements, and tries to account for as much variation as possible along a single line. And then each individual here has a score along that principal component, either down here or up here. That gives us one axis of variation. We can then subtract out the effect of that. We then get what statisticians call the residuals. And then we can run a second principal component through our collection of data to try to account for the second greatest proportion of variation in the data. And this component is statistically independent of this one. And again, each individual will have a score on this second principal component. And that's the basic idea behind principal components analysis. Try to account for as much of the variation in your sample as you can in a limited number of dimensions. Now, if we go back to our differences between individuals, if you think about it, the distance, the genetic distance between two individuals can be described with just a simple line, just one principal component. If you've got two people, that describes all of the variation in your data. So the percentage of alleles shared here, let's say, is 90%. A line will tell us that. Now, if we have three people in our sample, we need an extra dimension. We can describe now all of the variation with a plane. So 3 lines defining a 2-dimensional surface, showing that the distance here is smallest because the percentage of alleles is largest. If we had 4 individuals, we need 3 dimensions to account for all of the variation. 5 individuals, we need 4 dimensions, 4 principal components, and so forth. But that gives you an idea of what we're doing in principal components analysis, reducing our data down to a limited number of dimensions so that we can see patterns more readily. And if we do a principal components analysis, one of my graduate students did this for fun just a few weeks ago, on our Supreme Court decisions, we again see really pretty much the same pattern that we saw on that neighbor joining tree. One wing of the court over here, Justice Breyer, is a little bit more separated on dimension 2, and then the other wing over here, and Scalia way down on this component. So again, giving us a convenient display of similarity among these 9 individuals. So going back to human populations, here is a population tree that we put together using autosomal ALU polymorphisms. So ALUs, mobile elements, are really convenient genetic markers because they insert various places in the genome. If 2 people share an ALU insertion in the same place, they must share a common ancestor in whom that insertion first occurred. So they're very convenient evolutionary markers. Here we grouped our samples into various populations, coded according to region of origin. And we see some interesting patterns here. We see, first of all, that populations do tend to group according to their geographic origin, reflecting the fact that through most of history, you were more likely to mate with somebody 5 or 10 kilometers away than somebody 5,000 kilometers away. We see more population variation in our African collection of samples. We can also, because ALU systems have an ancestral state and a derived state, either absence or presence of the insertion, we can denote an ancestral node falling closest to the African group. That's one of the pieces of evidence for an African origin of all modern humans. And we also can, in an exercise like this, assess statistical significance. And we see that these bootstrap support levels, 100%, 97%, are really quite stable, telling us that these major divisions are supported statistically. Now, expanding that to a larger number of single nucleotide variants in 40 populations, we see again very much the same pattern with just a larger set of populations. So populations basically grouping according to their geographic location. This is a completely different set of samples assessed a few years ago, both for SNPs and for copy number variants. And again, completely different set of samples. We see very much the same general pattern where geography is correlated with genetic similarity. Now here's a principal components plot done on those samples. So now we're looking not at populations, but at individuals. We have enough data, 1 million SNPs, so that for these 800 individuals, we can plot each one. We see that for the first principal component, the biggest source of variation is African versus other populations. The second source of variation going up and down here is basically a west to east climb. And we can see that again, populations, individuals from populations, although there's overlap, generally are arrayed according to their geographic location. And here we took a subset of about 500 of those individuals just for Eurasia. And what you see is basically a map of Eurasia. So here we have Northwest Europe, here we have East Asia, here we have South Asia, and you can see that these individuals tend to be arrayed according to their geographic origin, telling us that geographic distance does have an effect on historical mating patterns. But also telling us that for any of these populations, there is overlap where individuals from one population overlap with those from another. Now, another pattern we see when we look at these data is that the diversity of haplotypes, that is linked groups of SNPs close together on the same chromosome, when we look at them together and form a haplotype, diversity is highest in Africa, lower in Asia and Europe, still lower in Polynesia, still lower in the Americas. So basically, as we proceed out of Africa, the amount of diversity tends to become smaller and smaller. And this is consistent with what we call a serial founder effect, a form of genetic drift, that randomizing component I mentioned earlier. So that with distance from Africa, there's increasing genetic drift because as populations came out of Africa, they were a subset. With smaller population size, there's greater genetic drift, less diversity. And as we proceed further out of Africa, subsets of that subset colonized other parts of the world. So we refer to this as a serial founder effect after founder effect after founder effect as we go across the world. And all of this is consistent with this hypothesis of a recent African origin of anatomically modern humans, which is now pretty well accepted in the population genetics arena. The idea that about 40 to 80,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans, people who look pretty much like us, came out of Africa, colonized Eurasia, and ultimately later colonized the New World, and even later Polynesia. And as I'll mention after a little bit, there is evidence of mixture with other more archaic populations as humans came out of Africa. But the basic idea, humans, anatomically modern humans arising in Africa about 200,000 years ago, accumulating genetic variation, then a subset of that population going out to colonize the rest of the world. Now, this is an alternative model, one that I ran across in the supermarket a decade or so ago. I saw this headline that Adam and Eve's skeletons had been stolen. Now, I didn't even know that they had been found. but that aroused my curiosity. So I actually bought this copy of the Weekly World News because, as it says here, there are more amazing photos inside. What I learned was that all that's left is Eve's leg, and the identity of the perpetrator may have been established. So, as I said, an alternative model, but one that our data don't support very well. So we can use principal components to actually finely distinguish among populations, even populations that are relatively closely related. This is from a recent analysis we did that includes a couple of populations from Tibet, 2 different linguistic groups from Tibet, located just a few hundred miles from each other. But with principal components analysis, we can actually distinguish them from each other pretty well. Again, each dot represents an individual. Here are 2 different populations of Mongolians, one high altitude, one low altitude. So with enough data, we can distinguish individuals from various populations with some degree of accuracy. This is a similar analysis that was published a few years ago in Nature by John Nobambra of 3,000 Europeans, doing again a principal components analysis. So here's the first principal component that essentially gives us a northwest to southeast climb, and then a second independent principal component. And what's interesting about this is that these individuals are, to a large extent, arrayed according to country of origin. Now, there was a stipulation that three of 4 grandparents had to come from the same country, so that essentially limited the effects of recent gene flow. But you can see that essentially what this gives you back is a map of Europe. Again, with overlap among populations for these individuals, but in general, a fairly good map of Europe. In fact, on average, people could be traced back to their place of origin within about 300 kilometers. Now, I just have to show this slide. This is a principal components analysis that we published more than 30 years ago, showing essentially the same thing using only 15 loci. This is at the population level. Had we used individuals, we wouldn't have been able to see much of a pattern. But by looking at allele frequencies in these populations for just 15 loci, and these were old-fashioned blood groups and protein polymorphisms, we were able to essentially recreate that map of Europe. Since we were in Utah, we also looked at the Utah Mormon or LDS population and showed that they're actually quite similar to the populations from which they were derived, indicating a lack of genetic drift in that population. But the bottom line here, genetic distances, for the most part, recapitulate ancestry, geographic location, and history. Now, the data that I've been showing you so far have been primarily SNP array data and other systems. Now that we can do whole genome sequencing, we can learn a lot more about population history. One of the problems with most microarrays is that the polymorphisms were selected initially for higher frequency and diversity, primarily in studied European populations. There are some microarrays that attempt to get around that, but for the most part, this is the case. In contrast with complete DNA sequences, we have an unbiased representation of each genome, and we get not just common variants, but also rare ones. And we can use techniques like the coalescence method to infer things like population sizes in the past. And I'll show you a simple example of that. So this is a paper published by Andy Clark more than a decade ago, showing that effect of ascertainment bias on allele frequencies when using microarrays. So from the HapMap samples, if we look at what we call the allele frequency spectrum, so basically we say what proportion of SNPs have minor allele counts of 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So this represents the proportion of SNPs that would be very rare in our data set. And you can see that for HapMap, the proportion of rare SNPs is relatively small. It's underrepresented compared to what we would expect at equilibrium between mutation and drift. And it's substantially less than what we see in complete sequence data sets like one from Perligen and one from the NIEHS. So bottom line, with microarray data, there's an important part of the spectrum of variation that is substantially underestimated. So more recently, we've been able to look at exome data in this paper published several years ago in Science. And now what we see for both African American and European American individuals that they looked at in this bin where minor allele frequencies are 0.5% or less, there's actually a substantial excess of variation. And what that excess tells us is that human populations have undergone a massive recent expansion. So how does that work? Well, and in fact, if we look at the percentages, what that study indicated was that 73% of all protein coding variants, and even more, 86% of deleterious SNVs have arisen in just the last 5 or 10,000 years as a result of massive human expansions. So to understand why expansion gives us an excess of rare alleles, think about a family. If we have this small family, a quartet, and a new variant arises on this chromosome copy, there's actually a good chance that that variant will simply go extinct. There are only 2 offspring, so the chance that neither of them will get the variant is 1/4. So even though a new variant has occurred, it's immediately lost. Now, in contrast, if this were a very large family, that variant occurs, the extinction probability is only 1/2 to the 10th, that is 1 in 1,000. Chances are at least one offspring will inherit that new variant. And if they have a lot of offspring, chances are it will be transmitted again. So families like this would be seen in a rapidly expanding population. In a population like that, we're going to see an excess of rare alleles that would, in a constant population, tend to be lost due to drift. So that signature that we commonly see in these human allele frequency spectra is a good reflection of this large expansion in human population that took place largely after the advent of agriculture. So the most complete summary we have now of sequence data like this comes from the 1,000 Genomes Project. The final paper was published in Nature just last year, based on 2,500 individuals from 26 different populations. Here you see how they're distributed across the world. And this has turned out to be a very, very useful reference for human genetic variation. Now, I won't go through this very large table in any detail, but I think it's a very useful summary of human genetic variation for a whole series of different kinds of polymorphisms. You can see SNPs, indels, copy number variants, mobile elements, and so forth. One of the patterns that emerges here is that in African populations, there is about 20% more variation than in others. In Native American populations, the variation tends to be somewhat less. This graph summarizes for each individual the number of variant sites per genome. So here we see kind of at the lower end, members of this population. So this is a Finnish population, Great Britain. This is the Ceph from Utah. And you see that they tend to be at the lower end of the spectrum of variation. These are Native American populations that tend to be mixed from various sources. So some of them have relatively low variation, others more. And then these are African populations where we tend to see the highest level of variation. And for African American populations, depending on the degree of African contribution to the genome. For any individual, there may be more or less variation. But this is a very convenient display, I think, of human genetic variation across the world from the 1,000 Genomes data set. Now, this is another big study of human genetic variation designed very differently from 1,000 Genomes. And we've been involved in this one with David Reich at Harvard, the Simons Genome Diversity Project, where 300 people from 142 different populations across the world have been sequenced, and at fairly high depth, at 40x sequencing. The average depth for 1,000 genomes was about 7x. As you can see, these populations very, very widely distributed across the world. So we think that this gives us a very good indication of genetic diversity in a much broader sample of human populations. These papers are just starting to come out. This one came out in Science last year. There's another one on single nucleotide variation currently under review. But the Science paper looked at copy number variation in these samples. And these are principal components plots showing essentially the patterns similar to what we've seen in our other kinds, studying other kinds of systems. This plot looks at heterozygosity in copy number variants for deletions and duplications. The basic pattern here, greater variation in Africa than elsewhere. We also see that there's a quite strong correlation in heterozygosity for single nucleotide variants versus copy number variants. So the two different kinds of systems, even though they have different mutational mechanisms, give us quite a similar pattern of variation across populations. So I mentioned that we can use the coalescence method with sequence data to estimate important parameters of population history. So the basic idea behind coalescence is that we can look at a sample of individuals in the present day, and we can assess for any particular allele. Here we have 3 copies of an allele in this sample. We can estimate the coalescence time, that is, how far back in time a common ancestor for these individuals would be found in whom that variant arose. So for these two, we have a coalescence here. And then for the other one, we have a coalescence further back in time here. But what we're looking for is where in time we can find the common ancestor for a given allelic variant. So all 3 of them would coalesce back some number of generations in the past. Now, if you think about this intuitively, if we have a very large population with a long history, these coalescence events will tend to occur many, many generations back in time. Whereas if we have a small population with little variation, coalescences will tend to occur relatively recently. So we can analyze the pattern of coalescences in a series of genetic data to infer previous population sizes. And we can also infer exchanges, that is gene flow between populations by looking at shared coalescence events and shared genomic segments. So this allows us to make a model of human population history that looks like this. So here we have a demographic model of the history of our species. The line width here corresponds to the effective population size, and this goes back 150,000 years ago. And essentially what we're seeing here is a larger African founding population, and then a small subset with a size of only 1,800 or so, going off to colonize the rest of the world, undergoing substantial bottleneck in size, a bottleneck for European populations of about 1,000, for Asian of about 500, and then subsequent rapid expansion of these populations after 20,000 years or so ago. So with sequence data, we can actually infer these parameters with substantial accuracy. How large was the previous human population? what were the major patterns of gene flow among populations. So this really helps us to understand and interpret patterns of genetic variation in populations, including the variation that gives rise to disease. So the population bottleneck that we observe here explains the reduction in human genetic diversity that I showed you earlier, humans compared to other great apes. And the recent expansion explains the excess of rare alleles, some of which are disease-causing that we see in humans. Now, another thing that some of my colleagues have been able to do is to compare ancient Neanderthal sequences with those of humans. Neanderthals and anatomically modern humans diverged about 500,000 years ago, but then, as I showed you in that graph earlier, as modern humans came out of Africa, they intermixed with Neanderthals, and now by comparing human and Neanderthal sequences, we know that on average, non-Africans have about 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. And some of that DNA is involved with things like skin pigmentation. There are some immune response genes. So these are things that some of our ancestors probably got from Neanderthals that may have actually had adaptive significance. And if you send your DNA off to a direct-to-consumer testing company, they will actually estimate your own proportion of Neanderthal DNA, which is kind of amusing. Now, we can also do this kind of analysis if we have sequence data from specific populations. One of the heavily studied human populations is the Ashkenazi Jewish population. And so this is a diagram going back in time, showing essentially the effective size of ancestral populations here at 20,000, expanding the Ashkenazi population recently receiving a lot of gene flow from European populations, estimated at about 50% of that population. That is 50% of Ashkenazi DNA coming from nearby European populations. This is work that Harry Oster recently published. And then very recently, about 700 AD, the Ashkenazi population estimated to have undergone a bottleneck, reducing the population to only about 300, the effective population size. Now, this is pretty remarkable, that the subsequent population, which is then expanded substantially, would be derived from a founding population effectively of about 300 people. That helps to explain the high frequency of several disease-causing variants in the Ashkenazi population. For example, about 1 in 40 Ashkenazi individuals has one of 3 founder mutations in the BRCA1 or BRCA2 genes, 1 in 200 in the general population. There is an APC mutation causing colorectal cancer seen in 6% of that population. And of course, everyone is familiar with the lysosomal storage disorders like Tay-Sachs and Niemann-Pick, Gaucher, that are, again, relatively common in that population. All of this can be ascribed to that extreme bottleneck that occurred about 1,300 years ago in that population. So we have, I think, a good explanation for the variant frequencies of these conditions in that specific population, now that we've been able to look at whole genome sequences. And conversely, there are a number of diseases common in other populations, rare in this one, because drift, of course, works in both directions. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what genetics can tell us about this, I think, always controversial concept of human race. And I put race in quotes because I don't actually use the term myself in my own writing, but it is used and it is debated. And there have been a whole series of articles debating the utility of the concept. This was a paper in the New England Journal now about 15 years ago asserting that race is biologically meaningless. This was a response in the New York Times from a psychiatrist who uses racial categories in helping to decide dosages of psychotropic drugs. Very recently, there was a nice piece in Science advocating taking race out of human genetics. And then this piece in Scientific American by my former trainee Mike Baumschad and Steve Olson, a science writer, asked the question, does race exist? Now, the thing I found amusing about this was that here it says science has the answer. I'm always a little skeptical when it's claimed that science has the answer. Usually we have more than one, but I think that science can tell us something about this concept and can illuminate our understanding of the concept of human race. So this is an exercise where we looked at sequence variation in a single human gene, the angiotensinogen gene, involved in the renin-angiotensin pathway that regulates blood pressure. So what we did was to sequence just that gene and then compare individuals in Asia, Europe, and Africa. And what we found was for that single gene, sometimes an individual from, say, Africa, so each of these tips represents one individual. Sometimes you can see that someone from Africa is actually genetically more similar to someone from Asia, someone from Europe, more similar to someone from Africa than to other Europeans. So for a single gene, and we see this often for individual genes, people from completely different continents can be more similar to each other than people from the same continent. And this actually essentially rediscovers something that Darwin said more than a century ago. It can be doubted whether any character can be named which is distinctive of a race and is constant. In other words, there is no single character that we can use, a gene or anything else, that is always present in one population, always absent in another. And this reflects the shared history of humans and the fact that no human population has been completely isolated for a long period of time. We are a complex mixture of populations going back through time. Now, we repeated this exercise using, at that time, 190 polymorphisms. And now what you see in this neighbor joining network is that individuals from East Asia, from Europe, and from sub-Saharan Africa do fall into three groups. Now, these branch lengths are very long, again, repeating what we said earlier, that most variation is found within these populations, but there is enough detectable variation between populations, that 10 or 15% that we talked about, so that we can see three groups. Now, these are, I think it's important to point out, geographically separated: sub-Saharan Africa, Europe, and then East Asia. So that tends to make them fall into groups. But what we see is that with more markers, with more variation, we do see some reflection of geographic distance and ancestral history. And to, I think, clarify this, if we use a simple example, we can look at height in females and in males. And if we simply look at one character, there's going to be a substantial overlap between males and females. If we add another character, like waist-hip ratio, that overlap is going to tend to decrease. So looking at more characters, we learn more about population history, and we tend to see that reflected in our genetic data. Here's another exercise that I think brings the point home. Here we looked at about 500 people. If we just use 10 SNPs and then do a principal components plot, the kind that I told you about earlier, here we're doing it actually in 3 dimensions, so we have a third dimension that kind of comes up out of the paper. We really don't see any pattern here with just 10 SNPs. It's really very little information. If we use 100 SNPs, we start to see some organization by population affiliation. If we look at 1,000 SNPs, we can actually see, again, these major continental groups, individuals essentially grouping together. And with 10,000 SNPs, the pattern is even more clear. So if we have enough information, we can begin to discern something about ancestry. So with multiple polymorphisms, we can, to some extent, predict population affiliation because there is enough distinct variation to allow us to do that, but only with a lot of data. Now, I think a very important point here, and this really gets back to the controversy, is that population affiliation can't in turn predict individual genotypes or traits. So we can go in one direction, but we really can't go back in the other. And that's because these traits, genotypes, do tend to be primarily shared across populations. They differ in frequencies, but there are very few that would be present in all members of one population, absent in all members of another population. So I think this is one of the fallacies that has to be avoided, is that if we have a self-described population affiliation, we can't make inferences necessarily about genotypes. This is a principal components analysis that we did just very recently using the 1,000 genomes data. So here we have a series of populations from Europe, from Africa, from Asia, and then we also have the African American individuals included in the 1,000 Genomes Project. The important point here is that there are a number of African Americans in this plot that would be more similar genetically to the Asian or European populations than to African populations because of the complex history of mixture in that population. And so that tells us that there is a lot of genetic variation in the African American population, and that you really can't necessarily ascribe individuals to a specific population group, and that individual ancestry would be really much more informative here. And that really, I think, underscores the fallacy of thinking typologically when we think about human populations. If we think about humans as belonging to types or, quote, races, we tend to put them into discrete boxes when in fact our studies of genetic variation tell us that for the most part, variation is overlapping among populations. And I think it's more informative really to think of each of us in terms of our individual ancestry. For example, here, an individual who has a genetic constitution that is 90% African, 10% European, would probably self-identify as African American, but somebody with a more complex ancestral legacy would possibly also identify as African American, but genetically they're very different. And I think that illustrates why individual ancestry, rather than the traditional concept of race, is going to be more informative, especially as we deal with individual people, individual patients. I wanted to just give you an example of individual ancestry using my own ancestry. I sent my DNA off to one of the direct-to-consumer companies just for fun a few years ago. And it was interesting to get the results back. How many of you have sent your DNA to one of these companies? Well, a few people have done it. Okay, well, it is interesting. You know, they call it recreational genomics, so it has to be taken with a grain of salt. But it is kind of fun to look at the results. These are my Y chromosome results. So I have a haplogroup that is seen with greatest frequency in Northwest Europe. That's where my grandfathers said they were from. They said they were from Norway. So this agrees with my own family history as far as I know it. Now, one of the interesting things is that this Y haplogroup, I share it with Jimmy Buffett and Warren Buffett. Hasn't done anything for my singing or my investing ability, but a little interesting factoid. Now, my mitochondrial genome was also examined, highest frequency for that, again, in primarily Western Europe, but you can see that that mitochondrial haplogroup is fairly generally distributed across Europe and into Asia and Africa. Now, another thing that is done, and we can do this with our DNA sequences, is something that they refer to as ancestry painting. So essentially, for each chromosome segment in a person, in this case in me, we look at which alleles are present, and then we ask the question, in which continent is that allele most frequent? And so that gives you sort of a paint across the chromosomes. I was sort of disappointed to see that I have a pretty boring genome with, at least according to this, all of my ancestry from Europe, and on a finer level, almost all of it from Scandinavia. But as far as I know my history, that is consistent. But it tells us that our DNA, reflecting all of the events that have occurred in our past, migrations, bottlenecks, and so forth, can tell us something about our ancestral origin. Though, as I said, we have to take this with a grain of salt because the reference samples are somewhat limited. Populations have moved over hundreds and thousands of years, but it is sort of interesting to see the pattern. Now, we can contrast this with the pattern seen for a self-identified African American male. So we see the ancestry painting, and one half of the chromosome would be paternal, the other half maternal. And we see that for this person, about 33% of ancestry is traced to Africa, about 64% to Europe. Now, the important point here is that for, let's say, a medically relevant locus, let's say one pertaining to hypertension, this person at the individual level may well be European rather than African. And what that tells us is that we should really be looking at individual ancestry rather than self-described population affiliation to assess more accurately someone's genetic inheritance. And so that's one of the implications of these findings, I think, for biomedical research. Certainly, if we look at a large number of DNA polymorphisms, we can learn something about ancestry, about population history, though it can be rather approximate. But the variants that we're looking at typically just differ in their frequency across populations, and there is, as we've seen, substantial overlap among populations. So this is one of the implications. This is an interesting meta-analysis published of blood pressure response to ACE inhibitors. And here we see the decrease in systolic blood pressure in two populations, European American and African American. And we see that there is, on average, about a 5 millimeter difference between the two groups in the amount of blood pressure decrease after the administration of an ACE inhibitor. But the important point here is that there is substantial overlap between these two distributions. So many persons in this population could benefit more from an ACE inhibitor than persons in this population. Again, stressing the importance of treating each patient as an individual rather than a member of a self-described, self-defined population. Here's another example, EGFR inhibitors used in the treatment of non-small cell lung cancer. So both gefitinib and erlotinib are small molecule inhibitors of EGFR tyrosine kinase activity. It's interesting that they have been found to be effective in about 10% of Europeans with non-small cell lung cancer, about 30% of Asians. So there is a population difference in response to EGFR inhibitors. But if we look at the gene directly at somatic gain-of-function mutations in EGFR, we see that those gain-of-function mutations, for reasons that aren't well understood, are more common in Asians than in Europeans. And in fact, about 70 to 80% of patients who have those mutations respond to gefitinib. Fewer than 10% of those without the mutations respond to that drug. So looking at individuals and looking at their own sequence differences at EGFR much more predictive of response to this drug than looking at population affiliation. So I think this is, again, a good example of individualized, personalized medicine looking directly at genes rather than using population categories. So I think for the issue of genetic variation and race, we see that genetic variation is indeed correlated with geographic origin, but it tends to be distributed often continuously across space. That means it's hard to define precise borders between populations. So I think what it says is that race, while it may not be completely meaningless biologically, we can see differences at the DNA level among populations, but it's biologically very imprecise. It's a blunt tool. We can do better with genetic analysis. And by looking at individual ancestry, I think we can get ultimately much more useful medical information. So I think in that way, genetics has increased, has enhanced our understanding of differences and similarities among populations. And of course, there's nothing in our genetic results that would suggest that one population is in any way superior or inferior to another. Now, the last topic I want to mention today, another application of our studies of genetic variation, pertains to the use of linkage disequilibrium in disease gene mapping. And let me just ask the audience here, how many of you are familiar with the concept of linkage disequilibrium? Okay, about maybe a third. So let's go through a quick definition. Basically, linkage disequilibrium refers to the non-random association of alleles at linked loci. So if we imagine in a population that we have two loci, we'll call them A and B, and they both have alleles, big A and little a, big B and little b. At equilibrium, we're going to see pretty much a random assortment of haplotypes containing either big A and big B, little a and little b, big A and little b, and so forth. Whereas under disequilibrium, we see a preferential assortment of haplotypes, here big A and big B, little a and little b. And we can actually quantify this using allele frequencies. If the frequencies of big A and little a in our population are 60 and 40%, of big B and little b 70 and 30%, then we would predict under equilibrium, if there is no preferential assortment of these linked alleles on chromosomes, we would expect that if we surveyed a population, in 42% of our chromosome copies, we would see big A and big B together on the same copy of a chromosome, because that's simply the product of their allele frequencies, 60% times 40%. We would expect to see big A and little b 18% of the time, 60% times 30%, and so on. That's at equilibrium. There, our population frequencies of haplotypes is predicted exactly by the individual allele frequencies. If they are independent, we can simply multiply them together. But let's suppose we see this pattern instead, where instead of 42% of our haplotypes having big A and big B, it's 60%. And instead of 12% of our haplotypes having little a and little b, it's 30%. Well, that's a substantial deviation from what we would expect under independence. That would be an instance of linkage disequilibrium, the preferential association of these two alleles, the preferential association of these two alleles. And what that typically reflects is the distance between loci. Because if you think about it over time, over many generations, loci that are further apart, like A and B, have had more time in which recombinations can occur to shuffle the combinations. These two loci, being very close together, have had less time for recombination to occur. So ultimately, we're more likely to see an association of alleles between these two very closely linked loci than between these two more distantly linked loci. So linkage disequilibrium essentially reflects this pattern of recombination occurring over many, many hundreds of generations, especially for closely linked loci. So we can use it to infer the distance between closely linked loci. Now, there are a number of factors that affect these patterns. Chromosome location. For example, we know that within genes, there tends to be less linkage disequilibrium than outside of genes. We know that DNA sequence patterns, things like GC content, influence linkage disequilibrium. Less disequilibrium, more recombination, where we have a higher GC content. Also, alloelements have been shown to increase local recombination rates. And we know now that every 50 or 100 kb or so, there are recombination hotspots, where recombination activity is elevated about 10-fold over the general level of recombination in the genome. One of the factors involved in that is a zinc finger protein called PRDM9. That's associated with close to half of hotspots and actually varies among populations and accounts for some of the variation in recombination that we see among human populations. And of course, evolutionary factors affect linkage disequilibrium. All of the factors that we mentioned earlier, selection, gene flow, mutation, genetic drift, can affect linkage disequilibrium through the history of populations, and also the time that has elapsed since a population was founded. Populations that were founded a long time ago, more time for recombination to occur. In general, less linkage disequilibrium. And this is borne out in the 1,000 genomes data. This is the most recent version showing that this group of populations has a more rapid decay of linkage disequilibrium between SNP pairs. So here is the distance in kb between each pair of SNPs in the population. And then this is a measure of linkage disequilibrium between each pair. And we see that for all of the populations from Africa, there is a more rapid decline of disequilibrium with physical distance than in other populations. And for example, the Finnish population, a somewhat less rapid decline, reflecting the more recent founding of that population. So this is a nice illustration of how essentially the age of populations influences patterns of linkage disequilibrium. But the bottom line from these studies is that because many SNPs in the genome are in linkage disequilibrium, they're redundant. So in our genotyping studies, we only need to type a subset. So for example, if this person has this allele C at this position, they're more likely to have T and A at this position. Whereas if somebody has G at this position, more likely to have C and C at those positions. So the alleles are in linkage disequilibrium, and that means that we really only have to type this one in order to know what these most likely are. So we can designate those as tag SNPs. And something that our studies of genetic variation have told us is that we can get relatively complete coverage of a genome in a genome-wide association study with something like 1.5 million SNPs for African-derived populations, because there's less linkage disequilibrium there, and something like 500,000 to 1 million SNPs for non-African populations, because there's more linkage disequilibrium. So our studies of population history then can help to inform our design of these genome-wide association studies, our design of SNP microarrays. And that successful design has led to these kinds of findings. I think you'll hear more about this later, but the many thousands of significant associations now seen between various SNPs and traits in human populations. Now, recombination hotspots are also, we've been informed about these through studies of linkage disequilibrium. As I mentioned, there's one every 50 to 100,000 base pairs in the human genome. And we estimate now that about 60% of all recombination occurs in just 6% of the genome at these hotspots. And very interestingly, hotspots aren't actually congruent in humans and chimps. They're very different from one another, indicating rapid evolution of hotspot activity in primate species. Now, natural selection creates regions of strong linkage disequilibrium. So we can use linkage disequilibrium actually to learn something about natural selection in populations. And this diagram illustrates the principle. If we imagine that a new variant arises here on a chromosome background, there will be SNPs nearby that are going to be in strong linkage disequilibrium, because whenever we see this variant, we're going to see these SNPs. But through time, recombination is going to shuffle these so that a smaller and smaller haplotype through time is going to be associated with that variant. So under neutrality, that is where there is no selection, this variant will increase in frequency only very slowly, so that by the time it attains a frequency of, say, 10%, it's on a relatively small associated SNP haplotype background. But if there's been rapid positive selection for that variant, it will essentially drag the nearby SNPs along with it, and you will see a region of high linkage disequilibrium because this variant has evolved quickly to high frequency, so quickly that recombination hasn't had time to reshuffle these nearby SNPs. So this is one of the signatures that we look at in genomes to indicate that that region has been under recent rapid selection. And we now have some good examples in humans where there are extended regions of disequilibrium and homozygosity that are the result of recent rapid selection. G6PD for malaria, one of the cytochrome P450s for sodium retention, lactase enhancer for hereditary lactase persistence, several skin pigmentation loci, and this one that I'll just talk about for a couple of minutes here at the end, high altitude hypoxia response, two genes in the hypoxia inducible factor pathway. So if we look in Tibetan populations, and this is work that we've published over the last few years, we see that Tibetans have regions of elevated linkage disequilibrium, extended homozygosity for these two genes that are both in the hypoxia inducible factor pathway, and also for oxygen sensing genes, in particular this heme oxygenase 2 gene. So the yellow indicates the ancestral allele, the red is the more recent derived selected allele. And what we see here is that for individuals, so each row here is an individual, and each column is a SNP, we have large regions of extended homozygosity, of extended linkage disequilibrium. This is a signature of recent positive selection. In this case, for genes that affect response to hypoxia. And these populations, Tibetan populations, live at an average elevation of 14,000 feet, where they have about 30% less oxygen than we have here at sea level. These selected haplotypes are associated in Tibetan populations with reduced hemoglobin levels. Now that might seem paradoxical, because you would think at high altitude you would want to make more red blood cells, more hemoglobin in response to low oxygen. And that in fact is what we do. Our acute response to high altitude is to increase erythropoiesis, make more red blood cells. The problem with that is that that makes us susceptible to high altitude pulmonary edema, high altitude cerebral edema. It clogs up our circulation. Tibetans have evolved so that they can live at high altitude with reduced hemoglobin levels, protecting them against polycythemia, against increased numbers of red blood cells. And this is an experiment that we did, putting the Tibetan specific mutations in the prolyl hydroxylase gene into erythroid progenitor cells. This is the wild type under normoxia, and under hypoxia in these in vitro systems, the wild type actually increases activity. In other words, erythropoiesis is going up. This is what we would do at high altitude. Here are the Tibetan mutations, cells with the Tibetan variants in prolyl hydroxylase at normoxia. Under hypoxia, activity decreases. So recapitulating the Tibetan phenotype in a cell culture system. So I think this is a nice example of how we can go back, look at sequence variation in populations to better understand how they have adapted to interesting environmental conditions. In this case, very, very low oxygen availability. And this is from a paper just under review now. So this is a genome-wide selection experiment taking advantage now of whole sequence data. And what we see is that these two genes in the hypoxia-inducible factor pathway are by far the genes under strongest selection in the Tibetan population. And by the way, this one, EPAS1, was contributed to that population by an ancient population called the Denisovans, which were sister species of the Neanderthals. So this was one of those genetic adaptations, in this case to high altitude, that came into this population from a completely different source. So I think a very interesting story. So population genetics, to sum up, is, I think, helping to guide the development of new sequence analysis resources. The 1,000 Genomes Project is a great example where those data are used as reference sequences or control sequences in thousands of analyses. We've learned, among other things, from those data that rare variants tend to be population specific, as we saw. We're also learning a lot about the functional significance of these genetic variants because we know that functional regions in the genome, whether coding or non-coding, tend to show more evidence of purifying selection. And we can actually use those to more effectively identify functional regions of the genome. So to sum up what I've told you about today, genetic variation does contain, I think, useful information about population history, about individual ancestry. Our studies of individual variation, I think, do give us a more informed, a more sophisticated view of the concept of race and its relevance or lack of relevance to medicine. Population genetic analysis has informed us, I think, in very important ways about linkage disequilibrium, the effect of evolutionary factors on it, and how we can most effectively apply it in disease gene mapping. And I think that our analyses of population genetics are going to become even more important now as we come to understand the role of rare variants in disease, now that we can relatively cheaply obtain whole genome sequences. And finally, I hope that you've seen, I hope you agree with me, that population genetics actually can be quite a lot of fun. We can learn some really interesting things from it. And with the avalanche of data now coming in, I think over the next decade or two, we're going to learn even more. So thank you all very much.
All right. Who was paying attention? Let me. Chemo, are you paying attention? Nin, was you paying attention? M.A. Brown. I don't think I need to say M.A. Brown because he's very logical. He's mostly logical still. But were you guys paying attention? This is what I want to know. Okay. Was Jupiter paying attention? Check it. I said rewind. What? Okay. I said go sleep, 8 man. What are you talking about? 8 man. Yeah, Kimo, you need to pay attention, man. This Hebrew stuff is Hebrew stuff you're talking about is a bit. It's dead. It's dead still. Anyway.
Oh, that's silent. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear
Yeah. Quick thing, man. Yeah. So the summary of that video is that all Americans are white. Yeah. Yeah. The summary of that video is all Americans are white. Yeah.
Man said we need to put that video in layman terms.
Yeah. Layman's terms. Yeah. That was the layman's terms of it. That was the layman's terms of it, man. Yeah. That all Americans are white. Yeah. So forget about Black Lives Matter in America. Yeah, because you're all white. Yo. Right. Forget about the Hebrew team. Yeah. You're really a white guy. Yeah. Boy, Rich, you're not Hebrew no more. You're a white guy. Yeah.
Does
You got 20
himself a
snips.
Hebrew?
You get me? You got 20 snips, fam. You said if you got 20 snips or more, then you're a white guy, innit? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. No, I was joking anyway, still, man. But yeah, go into it, man, and get into it. Still, I need to run into this
I
job
wasn't
still,
here
man.
for the video. I went for a shower still. So yeah, I was doing stuff. But yeah, I don't know. What's everyone's take on it? Maybe they can come on here and have a logical argument about what was said in the video. Try to be logical, please.
Yeah.
Let's not have emotions. What's that? What was that? Man was trying to say. Black Jew. Yeah, Black Jew. Not black. I don't know how Black Jew comes to be Hebrew. You understand? It's a bit weird. And they talk about Portugal and all that stuff there. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway, man. That. Yeah, say that, man. Anyway, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Are asking if you can rewind the video still. Nah, I was joking. Yo. Yeah, man. Shit. 90 for an ultra passed out, fam. Mad thing. Yeah. I say 90 for an ultra passed out, man.
Yeah, Brad, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie. I did a naughty fart and then drifted off, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I'm all wrapped up in my dressing gown, it's warm. My wife's sweeping the floor while I supervise, so life's good. Life's good. I did catch some of it though.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, you see man like Kemo, done at it.
Black Jew.
Even the lady spade, man. You're done.
Your mic's going mad.
They saying that they were saying 20. Not proof. That means you're one. That means you're really a white man. Mad thing. Say that, man.
When people are they're not trying to be emotional when they're watching something. They're just trying to.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. I'll tell you the truth, Raf. What I've noticed as well, and it's been painfully obvious the last couple of days with the goldfish thing, is that people are heavily invested emotionally in most of their arguments. And the problem is, like, essentially, most man, if you get them to change their mind when they come on here, that's a complete paradigm shift. And most people can't or don't want to have that happen to them. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's part of the problem. So it's just easier to say no magic. You know what I mean? It's just easier to say nope magic.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Or nope. You just hate said group. That's it.
Yeah.
Rather than having to get them to put in the legwork. It's a lot.
Come on, man.
It's a lot for some people, you know what I mean?
You know. It's just it's easy to just throw words out instead of actually trying to logically debate why your argument should make sense. If it does anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Stu. That's some Hugh Hefner shit. That's it.
I'm not gonna lie. The way I feel like I've been drinking alcohol, bro. I just feel wheel up. I don't know. I just feel fucking. I think I need to go to bed, but it's like 2:30 I need to go back to bed. I'll tell you what, though. You know what's funny is this whole, um, this whole Batty Man thing.
Mm.
It was interesting. It was interesting.
Yeah, I don't really want to go. Let's go. So I'm not ready for that type of discussion still. So
No
just
more.
leave it
Listen,
there.
quickly. Let me ask you a question. Yeah.
Yeah,
You like if there was a block party near you,
yeah.
would you attend?
What type of block party are you talking about?
Like the one that happened in like Church Road the other day.
Yeah.
Like, would you have attended or?
Yeah, I would have attended. That looked lit still. Not gonna lie.
Okay. So even you would have gone to a mass gathering, yeah, with no social
Yeah.
distancing. Okay.
Do you
Well,
know what it is?
then.
I'll say this for Ultra, yeah. Like,
Mm.
I get people's arguments about the whole, corona and families and whatnot, but this is where, for me, yeah, where my mindset comes into when people are making these arguments about corona. Before corona was even like becoming like it was going around in China in it, so people weren't really talking too much about it. I already watched a video on this science channel. I can't like it's quite popular. I can't remember what the name is though, but yeah, they mentioned they were talking about corona, and they said that corona is a virus, and they were breaking it down. Basically, they were saying that a lot basically it was a mutation from an animal that had it in bats or pangolins into humans and whatnot and everything, and basically they said that the idea is it's a virus in it, like any other virus, that a viral infection in it. Like, yeah, they said it infects more quickly and rapidly, but at the same time, like the likeliness to die from it is no different than not not the common cold, sorry, the flu. It's no different to the flu in the sense that a lot of people as well, when you look at the statistics of people who have died from flu all across America alone, in the CDC information that they have, they said that 10,000 people died of, even more than that, 22,000, I think it is. They said died of flu in 6 months of the flu season. So when Corona coming now, and people are saying, yeah, Corona's, like this was like it's just as it's to me, it's just the same thing. Obviously, people need to from early, whenever they're like we've been told from early, even in primary school as well. We were showing videos where if you go to the toilet, wash your hands. Leave the, make sure that you're treating anything with precaution, and anything you touch, even don't touch the rails, don't touch the escalators, don't touch these, like this is like normal. So for me it was like when the corona thing was going, like people going crazy about it, I was like but you know what, like even when the cold was out, the flu was out here, like the same thing that you have a family who have got weak immunity, that they have to kind of take precautions as well, because obviously if they give their family that, they could possibly be a victim of the flu like that. But that not to the reason, I'll say to this, the reason why the corona was taken very, very serious was because obviously the research that was supposed to be done into it wasn't done. So they're not really sure about how obviously if I'm saying that it's no different from it, that's just me jumping the gun. Like obviously you have to treat everything at first, especially a new enemy. with precaution. So they have to do the due diligence of it's telling people to, but usually doctors do this by exaggerating the fact that what's it called? If you're going to do an operation, even when people go into an operation, they tell them, this operation is a last resort, that you are likely not to wake up from the operation. It could be so small, it could be a small operation that they're trying to do, but that's the risk, isn't it? So with this corona thing, that's how they treated it. They said, yeah, this is the risk of it. It's very extreme, that this could, kill thousands and millions of people. So we need to be on high alert about this and whatnot and everything, and which is fair enough in it. But I feel like as well, they should have also said that, a virus is no different from a common flu that we get every year as well, except for the fact that it's a bit more, they're saying it's a bit more aggressive with infection. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I would have still argued that if the common corona didn't exist, that we should already be taking into precaution that the common flu that we have, everyone is if you get it, there is a relative that could be at risk of getting it and die from it. So yeah, that's
So
that.
you would, so because of all that, you would have gone to the block party.
Personally, I'm not really, well, if I was around there, if it was not too far away from, maybe, yeah, why not? But at the same time, I'm not the type of person to go out often. I'm pretty much used to staying at home and just watching my videos on YouTube and just chilling. Yeah, but even then, like, yeah, I don't, like I said, that the reason why I came to that conclusion is because of this little information that I got out on the corona. So yeah, it's like, to me, it doesn't seem like like a mad dangerous thing. Like, I think people are just, yeah.
It doesn't seem mad dangerous, do you say?
No. People will survive, people will die. That's always been happening, even when you had the flu. So that's why my conclusion is that.
All right, listen, Renegade, you filthy animal. You're gonna have to hold down the G block.
Yeah.
The missus is just giving me my marching orders. We have to go wash the car. Try and find somewhere that's actually open. You know what I mean?
I said I was recalling the episode of Ed, Ed and Eddie. But yeah, if I don't know what episode that is, but yeah, basically, all I say to you is that, yeah, obviously everyone should take precaution. If you've got family member that's like, yeah, stay at home. Don't go out to it. I haven't been out since corona, to be honest. I've already been out once anyway, and that was just to,
So
go
how the
and buy
fuck are you
stuff.
eating?
Huh?
I was talking
My
to
parents,
Raf.
my parents work in the, I live with my parents, and my parents work in medical, so they're always out anyway because they gotta go.
Bro, you're at risk, then.
Well, I've got, I think I already had it, this corona thing that they're talking about, they reckon it's been going on, that it's been in UK even before March. So I think in January times I was having like a heavy cough and heavy, like, I couldn't, slightly, I was like struggling to breathe kind of thing. But yeah, so I already had it and probably recovered from it. So yeah, it's not even, yeah.
Oh, listen, I'm happy you're alive though,
Yeah.
because like black atheism is
It's on the
important.
rise. It's definitely on the
Yeah,
rise.
it's on the rise. Black atheism is. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We're small
Yeah.
in number, but
We're
we're
growing,
strong.
bro. We're going.
Yeah,
No, we're
we're
growing
small in
still.
number, we're strong. But this is the thing. I was on Black Eyes TV yesterday, and they were talking about mental slavery, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, religion's great for some people, and like, because like I said, I spoke to somebody the other day, and they were telling me the reason why they're not killing and raping and murdering, blah blah blah, is because of their religion. And I said to him, I genuinely want you to remain in your religion, because if that's what your religion is doing for you,
Yeah.
stick at it.
It's helping you
Yeah,
to be a better person. Then yeah.
yeah. But the long and short of it is, he doesn't actually need the religion. He just needs structure. He needs a set of rules that he thinks comes from some magic sky daddy, and the threat of hell and the promise of a heaven to essentially keep his shit in line. And if that's all you need, then
Yeah, that's it.
You know
Like,
what I mean?
I actually don't have like you can have your religion, yeah, but just try and keep it in your back pocket, innit? Cause when you're going
Yeah,
around
keep it to
now,
yourself, innit?
yeah,
Don't
when you're
tell me
going around
about
telling people that
don't
you're the
tell me
best and
about
this and that,
I'm
no, I'm
going to
gonna,
hell and all them
yeah,
fuckery, man. Go fuck yourself.
yeah. When I pick out something, don't get upset in it.
Yeah, for
Just
real.
have that same energy the way you had it when
Yeah,
you're telling
that's it.
us that your team
That's
is
it.
the real thing.
Yeah, don't start nothing. It
Yeah,
won't be nothing.
yeah,
You
100%. That's it.
know what I mean? But the
100%.
minute man try to tell me rare, then
Mm,
you have to know. I'm gonna tell you I don't agree. I'm gonna tell you why I don't agree. And remember, if I tell you something you don't like, if you hadn't opened your mouth and mentioned the X, Y, and Z, you wouldn't be in your feelings. Simple.
100%.
You know what I mean? Anyway, Raf, listen, I gotta go.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna watch both cars. Fuck it.
You know what? You probably even had corona before. You don't. You didn't have any flu symptoms.
No. Hello. No.
I know there
Hello,
was people.
Raf. Hello. No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah, just making sure. Cause there was a flu. There was something similar symptoms going around in January, and a lot of
You know what?
people
You
noticed
might
it
be
then.
right, because there was a period where I was fucked up, like
Yeah.
I don't know, but whatever. No.
Yeah.
Listen, black atheists don't get corona. You get it?
So black atheists don't get corona. But do you know what? Did you know that another thing? A lot of people are not aware. You know this happened in 2002, and they were supposed to do research into it, but the government turned down fundings. Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. What's everyone in the chat saying? See, M.A. Brown is out here trolling at his finest. I'm joking. We got M.A. Brown still. Yeah. I said, look, Wiley's going wife. Mm, Depends what you understand of vaccination, Cotton. But I wouldn't say it's BS. I would just say that, what's it called? I feel like obviously people have to take precautions, so they have to exaggerate it so that everyone has to be aware about that it could be a mass extinction for human race, in it. So yeah, but I don't think it's deadly anyway. People are going out protesting. Anyway. People are still going out. My brother's been going out. Like I haven't gone out once, but my brother's been out bare times. Bro, it's like yeah, people are out there. Bro. I was like, okay. People are gonna die anyway. Like it's normal, man. People die anyway. Not this flu. But I know that there was symptoms like that in January. Like a lot of people, they reckon it's been in the UK for the longest, but people have only started realizing it now. I mean, in March times anyway, when it was it March or February? I think it was March. Yeah, I think it was March still when people started taking it serious. Mr. Alio 84. Allah creates everything, man. Big up Allah. So who's gonna jump on the panel? No one? Literally no one? Okay. I see. I see you. I feel you. I feel you. What the frick is this, man? All this stuff. Close it, man. The fuck? Where's my word page? Yes. Yes. Auntie Melanated, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Are you cooking?
I'm warming up my tea.
Tea?
Green tea.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, man. Trying to get off the drug of coffee.
Is that what green tea? Because my sister used to use green tea to lose weight.
Well, it's caffeine, but it does have antioxidants in it. So I don't think it actually. Well, caffeine can suppress your appetite, so that's probably how she was using it. But it actually doesn't, But antioxidants help with the production of muscles. Antioxidants help you build protein. It's the building blocks for protein. So, I try to put a lot of berries in my smoothies because that also has antioxidants. Yep, but if you drink coffee
what
all
does
the time,
antioxidants do again?
it's the building blocks for protein, for your body to develop protein.
Okay. Yeah, I was just reminding myself. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So green tea is high in antioxidants.
This is related to is it herbal diets or no, not herbal. You're talking about medicines that come from what was that field again that you're talking about?
Natural. I mean, what you mean? Like just green tea, herbal. I mean, it's natural. It's natural. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I definitely prefer like natural ways of treating things as opposed to synthetic ways.
I mean, a lot of drugs aren't really synthetic, but I get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's changing the form, like.
No, I wouldn't say they change. Like what they're actually doing is they're putting.
It's like adding things to it. So like, okay, if you have if you say this something is shea butter, but really it's 5% shea butter and then a bunch of like other oils and melted plastic and dyes and
whatever, yeah, etc. I get what you're
it's
saying.
not like, but then you just say this is shea butter. Here, I'm handing it to you, as opposed to just having shea butter.
I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's not like what they're doing is encasing the drug. So the active ingredient, let's say we're talking about aspirin now, the active ingredient aspirin. So aspirin is used for when people have headache. What they're trying to say is that
what's the active ingredient aspirin? Because then I'll take the natural form. Do you know what it is?
I think it is aspirin, but let me check.
No, I mean like what's a natural form of aspirin?
Aspirin comes. It's a plant. It's a plant. It all comes from plant. Most of these medications are plant.
What's the name of the plant?
Let me see.
Hold on, about to tell you. Ginkgo biloba can
Well, it's which
ginger, cayenne peppers, cinnamon, those things thin your blood. Are any of those actually in an aspirin? Probably not. Why aren't they not in the aspirin? Why? Why wouldn't they add that to the aspirin?
Wait, what? What do you mean?
If there are natural things that thin your blood, right?
Yeah.
So if you're having a heart attack,
Yeah.
or if you're having chest pains, one of the reasons why they.
Wait, have you gone? I can't hear you, melanated.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
Yeah.
the StreamYard. You can't actually look at.
Belly,
I can't look
Belly,
at.
sorry, yeah, Belly. M.A. Brown is backstage.
So what I just did was I looked up natural forms of blood thinners. Cayenne pepper, garlic, cinnamon were listed, right? So to me, if they had cayenne pepper or garlic or cinnamon actually in the tablet, then I could see them incorporating natural things that are not harmful to you that they already know has these medicinal properties.
Yeah, but
no, but you're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that it's a complete disregard for natural things that do the same thing in substitution for things that aren't natural.
Well, ginger might have certain chemicals that would help in thinning of blood, but it's not that's not its like it's like it will have other stuff as well inside of it, so it will almost like look like it will counter, like that's the only thing I can think
No,
of.
it wouldn't clog up your blood. It wouldn't. No, ginger that wouldn't clog up your blood though. It wouldn't counteract.
Thin your blood.
That's what aspirin does.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Literally, they tell you after surgery, do not take aspirin because it has that property. So I'm just saying that they don't incorporate natural things. So,
do you know what I say to that? Yeah.
If you have high blood pressure, they would never tell you to eat grapefruit, even though if a person's blood pressure is high in that moment and they ate a grapefruit, it will drop instantly. It will. I don't know what it is in a grapefruit, because I know if you eat an orange, it's not going to happen. But in a grapefruit, and as a matter of fact,
I think it's the opposite. I thought that if you eat grapefruit, it would. But I don't know. Like, I might be wrong.
I was prescribed blood pressure medication.
Yeah,
and they literally they literally tell you do not eat grapefruit while you're taking the medicine. And the reason why they tell you that is because if you ate grapefruit and took your medicine, your pressure would drop too low.
Okay.
So what I was doing was I was taking my medication every other day and eating grapefruit every day. So to me, like I just don't like the taste of grapefruit. So I ended up taking my medication. But if they was able to put the grapefruit in a tablet and I was just taking grapefruit tablets, well,
what's the same thing? If it's doing the same thing, what's the difference?
The one is natural. There's a huge difference.
They want to what?
One is natural. What do you mean? What's the difference?
The medicine that it's not synthetic. It's not some made up medicine, you know.
Is it nature, natural nature? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Natural, as in from nature. So what? The medication is not from nature. It's not natural.
It is. The point is that
my tablet is chalky white. There's nothing in nature that there's nothing that is made of that material. That is some synthetic material.
All you got to do is look at the ingredients.
Have you heard of excipients?
I'm sorry?
Have you heard the word excipients?
No. Please explain.
Excipients is basically talking about the particular active ingredient being like you said, acetylsalicylic acid, which would be used in whatever function it's used for, and it's got excipients around it, which is a coating around it, which you see, like what you see the tablet or the drug or the capsule or whatever.
So are you telling me that all these different hypertension medications for hypertension, the active ingredient is grapefruit, and then they have incipients? Is that what you're saying?
It might be grapefruit, or it might be something within the grapefruit. It might be it's not the grapefruit itself. It's something inside the grapefruit. Listen, like this is what I mean by when you go into it. It's like there's something inside the grapefruit that is going to be.
But because we don't like, there's a lot of speculation with that it might be.
Well, do you know why? Do you know why I say it might be? Because I haven't fully. Do you know what it is? Like I'm doing the course as well, so I need to. I'm not.
I think you would be very helpful to the community if you looked into and found a way to, instead of disregarding natural remedies.
No one's disregarding it.
I didn't even say, yo, don't get so defensive. I didn't say that. I didn't say you are disregarding it. I think, but if you let me finish.
Yeah, no problem. Finish.
Right?
No problem. No.
Modern medicine, westernized medicine definitely does disregard it, right? And I'm saying that you could be a bridge to actually take the information from more natural, naturopathic perspective and merge it with modern Western approach, and that utilizing their ways of testing. I don't think that anyone would contest the importance of having stool and urine and blood samples and things of that sort for diagnosing purposes. I'm sorry, for diagnosing purposes. So I think it would be a good merge of both perspectives.
Okay.
Yo, can I come in? What's going on, everybody?
What's going on, man?
What's going on? Yeah, bulking agent. You were just talking about bulking agents, isn't it, Raf?
Bulking. Oh,
no, he said incipient. How you say incipients? Incipient. How you say it again? Incipients.
EXCIPIE. I'm sorry. EXCIPIENT.
Yeah. So excipients. An excipient is a substance formulated alongside the active ingredient of a medication, included for the purpose of long-term stabilization, bulking up solid formulations that contain potent active ingredients in the final dosage form. Yeah. So does that make sense?
What do you mean by bulking up? That's what I want to understand. Like, where are you going with the bulking to?
Let me read it one more time, and then we can
talk about carriers. I would interpret it as like a carrying agent. So the same way, like someone could take honey and infuse different things into the honey. So the honey is a carrier of those nutrients, because otherwise you wouldn't want to just drop that on your tongue or wherever.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So so I'll read it out one more time. An excipient is a substance formulated alongside the active ingredient of a medication. It's included for the purpose of long-term stabilization. So that means that you can put it in a bottle and have it there for 2 or 3 years. Bulking up solid formulations that contain potent active ingredients in small amounts, thus often referred to as bulking agents, fillers, or diluents. Bulking agents, they can be naturally occurring compounds and that, but they can be synthetic as well.
Yeah, they can be synthetic.
Oh, so I'm using incipients right now. I'm actually in the process of making my own elderberry syrup. So it's a pretty lengthy process. It probably won't be done until the end.
Even the cream that you made the other day, the cream itself will have the active ingredient inside of it, which would be like the lotion for your skin, and then the excipients would be like to make it last longer or stay longer or whatever or whatnot. That's how I understand excipients.
Yeah, so I was looking at so for me, just personally, I prefer if I could find incipients that are as natural as possible. So for instance, with my elderberry, right, I have the elderberries soaking in 189 proof alcohol. So what that means, it's actually 94% alcohol and 94% water content, right? So I have it soaking, and I'm going to have it in here for about six to 8 weeks. That's going to extract all of the nutrients from the elderberries. And once I actually make the syrup, that alcohol will serve to preserve it so that the shelf life, I could have it for over a year or so, you know.
I want to ask a question. And maybe Emma Brown, if you're in disagreement with synthetics, I want to ask this. What is the issue with synthetics in medicine? You know, it's going to have the same effect as using a non-synthetic.
What is the problem with synthetics in medicine?
When if you know that if it was given and if a non-synthetic was given, it would have the same effects. What's the issue?
Well, you're assuming first of all that synthetics and non-synthetics will produce the same results. That's an assumption, right?
Well, that's the point of making the drug. Like if they're making a drug with synthetics and they're making it with a non-synthetic, that's like the argument is that it's going to have the same effect. Like I don't know how you come.
I don't think they have the same effect. I don't think they just because if it gets rid of your cold. Let's say let's say if someone drinks elderberry and their cold symptoms diminish, right, and then eventually go away, as opposed to them taking some over-the-counter cold medication, you know, that they don't have the same effect. I could take over-the-counter cold medication and completely dry out my sinuses now because they have some sort of decongestant additive as well. And then now I develop a sinus infection, or, you know, you can take certain medications. Like if I take a natural form of antibiotic, that doesn't mean I'm going to get a yeast infection. But when people take regular antibiotics, women typically get yeast infections. So now they have to treat. So you just can't say you're getting the same effect. Yes, your infection went away, but now there's another condition. Yeah, it's another condition.
I'll tell you this, yeah. When it comes to colds and flus, yeah, there is no drug known today that can cure cold or flu.
Wait, Ralph, let's stick to it because we're going somewhere else now.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? Or did you just want to jump on that?
Yeah, did you understand what Mel just said?
What
I'm saying is that the when you said they have the same
let me
effect.
say it back to you so I could so at least it shows my understanding of it. Said basically that if you go into a chemist and they give you the synthetic drug and it might have some of the excipients which don't you know could you could have allergies to it and whatnot, whereas if you're given just the natural drug, it won't have those type of things that could produce or result in allergies. That's what you were trying to say, isn't it?
I'm saying that basically the drug that has the incipients in it that are not natural, because there's incipients in naturopathic remedies as well. You know what I'm saying?
I know that.
Right? So the ones that are not natural can cause other stuff to happen.
Well, what's the evidence?
So I just gave you an example. Like if I take an antibiotic tablet, as opposed to me taking a natural product that has antibiotic properties, I know that as a woman, when I take antibiotics, I'm going to develop a yeast infection. As a matter of fact, my doctors have prescribed both medications at the same time. Take this for yeast because they know you're going to get it. Because what happens is it kills, when you take an antibiotic, it kills all bacteria out of your body. And, for people who don't know about vaginal health, you're supposed to have a certain amount of bacteria inside your vagina. There's supposed to be a balance between yeast and bacteria. And if you have no bacteria, then you produce more yeast. And if you have too little bacteria, too little yeast, and you get more bacteria. So it has to be a balance of the two. So when you take natural remedies, it's more gentler. You just maintain your balance down there, and everything's gravy. Like.
I can understand what you're saying, but in that situation, like obviously the I would say this, natural remedies when it comes to something like if you have a bacterial infection that you're trying to get rid of, they might like how can I say this? There are some drugs here that someone takes that it won't work for that person, but if they take another version of the drug, it might work for them. Do you understand what I mean?
Well, it's the same thing like codeine. Codeine used to make my best friend hallucinate. That don't mean that they don't prescribe codeine. So even with pharmaceutical
that's one of the
medication,
symptoms of codeine anyway.
I've never hallucinated on codeine. Anytime I've had the tooth removed or anything, the doctor.
Well, that's why I said everyone's different, isn't it?
So does that mean it's not accurate? So then it would be the same thing with natural stuff that it would affect people differently. People have different body weights.
But even even that, let's say they gave you the like you said the antibacterial the antibiotics, there's different types of antibiotics. So a doctor could give you one type of antibiotic, and like you said, it will cause the yeast infection. But they could also give you another form of antibiotic that wouldn't do it.
No, I've never had. No, me personally have never ever had to the point where like I do not try to go there because it's like as a woman you just don't want to experience that. So if you got a sinus infection, you'd be better off doing a neti pot, doing nasal rinses. You'd be better off, getting some antihistamines in your system, juicing.
Antihistamines are drugs. You can get them in drugs.
Yeah, I'm on the journey. I didn't say I've arrived. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But I'm saying that you'd be better off not developing, not going to antibiotics because and maybe that would be something you could do. Maybe you can go on a journey of developing an antibiotic that doesn't kill all the damn bacteria and only some of them.
There probably are, but the problem with
probably you can't say they are, but then say probably. I'm trying to tell you, it's kind of like disregarding my personal experience, and I'm telling you, haven't.
I'm not arguing with you. I understand and agree with you as well. What I'm saying is that when it comes to doctors, like we have it was like when we were talking last time, we have this high expectation of them, like they know every that's why we have doctors, we have pharmacists, we have pharmacologists, and we have biochemists, and all these groups because they deal with a specific aspect of it. So these drugs that you're talking about, like a doctor will only have an idea of I
understand. They practice. They don't necessarily know everything. That's the reason why the patient, you have to educate yourself if you don't know about your own body. You have to educate yourself on how your body works because look, I was going to my doctor having issues with my back and my shoulders and stuff like that, having a lot of pain there and going, we need to send you to orthopedic specialist. They send me to the orthopedic specialist. The orthopedic doctor says, we want you to do physical therapy, blah, blah, blah. I went to 2 different physical therapists. I did feel a little bit better, but none of my results were lasting. I'm like, why do I keep having this issue? Why? Like the issue won't go away. It won't go away.
Yeah, that's
I come home.
You're not the only person that have it.
And research. Yes. I researched natural treatments for muscle spasms.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have started taking magnesium because my magnesium was low, right? My muscles were spasming. It's just a weird thing that, your magnesium level is normal, your muscles don't spasm. So what I'm saying is that I wasted like months of physical therapy when, you know, maybe if they would have looked at my labs and was more knowledgeable about this, they could have said, oh, your magnesium is low. What tends to happen is such and such. But they're not. They just treat symptoms. They don't really treat the cause of the problem. So
Yeah,
if you're sneezing,
because
if you're coughing, you give you cough medicine. They
yeah,
don't say, well, maybe there's something going on with your sinus cavities as
but
to what's making you cough. They don't
that's,
go to the.
yeah,
Would you agree?
that's what I was saying to you, that there is no cure, because when you have a cold or a flu, that is a virus. There is no cure for a virus. All they do is use treatments of the symptoms. So if you have a sore
Okay, let's
throat,
not say virus. Let's just say an infection. Let's say you have an infection.
but what type of infection are you talking about?
You pick an infection because
If you're talking about a bacterial infection, then they have antibiotics to treat. If you're talking about a viral infection,
no, but I understand the
they don't
treatment.
have
You
any.
see,
They
I
have
understand the treatment,
antivirals that
but
have
what
not.
caused the bacterial infection?
Sorry,
What caused the bacterial infection?
what causes a bacterial infection?
No, whatever specific bacterial infection we're speaking of,
Yeah,
what caused it? Because if you never figure out what caused it,
there are so many different. Like if you're talking about Streptococcus aureus, that's to do
those
with
are the types of things,
sore
those are the
throat.
type of behavioral practices that we need to focus on to prevent or decrease the likelihood of having these practices. If okay, if you don't disagree,
I'm trying to
you
understand.
disagree?
Disagree with Say that one more time.
Uh, all I'm saying is that let's say an infection in your sinus cavities. Do
Yeah,
you think that it's unpreventable?
depends what type of infection you're talking about. You have to be able to
I
identify
just said
them.
a bacterial infection in your nasal cavities. I
Then
don't
it's
know how more specific to get than that.
yeah, it's treatable.
I don't know the scientific words to.
Yeah,
That's all I know is
that's
layman
what,
terms.
this is what's coming to you. Like I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding with what we're talking about when it comes to, you know,
So
drugs.
are you aware of some unpreventable infections in your sinuses?
Of
Like tell
course,
me
there is
you
unpreventable precaution
so this
before ever you get the infection. Like that's what even a doctor would tell you. Yeah, prevention, so that they don't
so
have.
what are you able to do to prevent that?
Well, it depends what it is, isn't it? You understand? Like sometimes what we were talking about now was with bacterial infections and viruses or whatever. Like washing your hands constantly. That even before Corona was coming up and whatnot and everything. Like people
No,
should have
I'm
been.
specifically talking about a sinus infection, right?
This
Not a
is what I'm
virus.
saying. Like
I'm
you could have.
specifically speaking.
You
So
know how
washing your hands will prevent you from getting a sinus
yeah,
infection.
because let me explain to you why. Yeah, because what
Hmm.
happens is that you have a lot of. You might touch somewhere. It might have a lot of bacteria in your hand, and all you do is itch your nose, and then next thing you know, you've got a bacterial infection.
Hmm. So, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it not our body's role to fight like a little like if we come into contact with like a little bit of bacteria, like wouldn't that denote like some sort of breakdown if you touch your nose and now bacteria is there and either immediately progress into a infection? Wouldn't that mean that like your immune system, because isn't it
Yeah,
designed
your
to
immune
fight
system
those
does,
things?
yeah, your immune system does do things to try and fight back. So things like fever. So that would be increasing the body temperature so that those pathogens that are in your body will become they can only, the idea is that they can't survive a certain temperature in it. So the reason why they're able to infect you because your own body temperature, then the body temperature that you're at right now is a great environment for them to thrive in it. So as soon as you increase the body temperature, it's like a way of killing them. That's the idea with a fever.
Hello.
So
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
MA,
we can
put
hear you,
yourself on
MA.
mute.
Hello.
MA, put
You
yourself
talking to
on
us,
mute.
MA?
Yeah, speaking.
Yo, put yourself on
MA.
mute. MA. MA.
Yeah, you're right.
MA.
He on his. This is these computer people, man. They not even. They just walk away and the computer's on.
No, I think he walked away anyway. So, but yeah, what I'm saying with the idea of your body fighting back, that's what human beings have been doing that for the longest. With not just naturally fighting off any infection.
Oh yeah, if you give me some information, as long as it is actually cheaper and there's no
MA.
MA.
And yeah.
MA. MA. MA Brown. Oh my gosh, Melly, he's got to mute his mic. Let me get Melly.
Oh, we don't want to hear your personal conversation, MA. Come on, bro.
Yes, Mark Anthony Brown, first language.
MA, what's going on there? Oh my God.
And your email address, please, Mark.
Oh, no. You hang up. Oh, we don't want to know your email address, MA, because we can hear you.
Well, just to let you know, all of my calls are recorded for
What's wrong with this guy?
Yo, renegade.
I'll text Vellemy, so Vellemy will probably mute his mic. Vellemy, mute his mic.
Hey, MA Brown, you bastard! We can hear you!
Thank you.
Oh, he muted. Oh, my God.
All right, listen. Let's make this R-rated real quick, yeah? Right. You see, we had this.
You just took a nap and come back with X-rated.
Yeah. Because listen.
We know what
this
kind
whole,
of nap that was. Shout out to Mrs. Ultra. You know what I'm saying?
So basically, yeah, I feel like, you see, if you're not munching on your woman, yeah, she's not really happy. That's how I feel.
I agree.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel
like no lies. I detect no lies.
Yeah, the lie detector says I'm telling the truth.
What? About what?
But you know what, Ultra, I really think like if you have like a real like prudish woman, she might not like that. She might be like, oh, you think I want to woman in the
No. Being a prude doesn't mean you don't like oral sex. It just means you're shy and you might not want to. There's a difference. And let me tell you something. If your woman says to you something like, "No,
talk about this.
I don't like it," that means you ain't doing it right.
Oh shit.
Sweet. If she says to you, "Oh baby, don't worry about it. I don't really like him," that means you ain't doing it right.
No, and just for anyone who's ever heard that, he is telling the truth because nobody wants you to be down there if you're not doing it right. They're gonna be like, "The fuck, just cut this, forget about it." You know, like, never mind.
Yeah. I've come across this.
I don't tell lies. Apparently I'm a liar. That's the allegation going around at the moment. But I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, you are telling the truth on that.
In this woman, you ain't doing it. Listen, you know when you
this
Yeah, he can't. Listen, you know Ultra don't play when it comes to this, man. Listen, let the pastor speak now. Let the church say amen.
Yeah, now, hear what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm telling all the man them, I enjoy sex more than you. Yeah, because I'm fully intact. Yeah.
No, Ultra. Let me tell you the truth. Yeah, the man them do it as well, but they won't tell you the truth. That's the facts, bro.
Yeah. All right, hear what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying.
Them do it. They be lying saying that they don't. I'm telling you.
They all
Ladies,
do.
I say we demand it. Damn it.
You lie. I'm saying, Renegade, let me ask you a question, yeah? If you're gonna make a meal, yeah, are you just gonna buy all the ingredients, chuck them in a pot, and then chuck it on a plate? Or are you gonna tenderize the meat, season it, and then like let all the marinade sink in, and then
Sink in, boy.
I'm talking about spitting on it and just rubbing it in and then getting into it. That's what you're talking about.
No, listen, what I don't know what the fuck. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what you're talking
about. The fuck?
Tenderizing it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, that's
what you're talking about.
Man.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm saying is,
I mean, listen, some people like mediocre stuff. They got low standards. They not striving for perfection up in, you know what I'm saying? They are right with, hey, what did you get? Oh, I got a C. Nah.
Yeah,
Want
nah.
an A. Want an A.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. That's right. Now, just to make this clear, yeah, because I can't see the chat, but depending on what kind of person's around at the moment, they're probably losing their mind, yeah. I can't personally condone eating from the batty box. I can't condone that.
No.
But the pussy is delicious. It's amazing. It's perfect.
You don't have friends that tell you that they eat bottom.
They got guys that do that.
I've got
eating the groceries.
I've got one of them man them in my squad who tell me rare, and I'm just like, the other day he told me, oh, Junior, I licked this girl, rare, broken her up, and I just pushed my finger in her bum, and I was like,
whoa,
this is why from now on I'm only spudding, man, because you man, I can't shake hands anymore. I can't trust no one. I can't trust you. You know what I'm saying? I can't trust you.
Are you not putting finger in pussy as well and shaking man's hand?
He didn't think about that.
Pussy. You understand what I'm saying?
It's a guy, fam.
You know what I mean? Nah. But listen, this is what I'm saying. All the man them, yeah? See the man them that don't go down on your woman. I'm talking to you now. This is going to hurt your feelings. But you know I'm telling you the truth, yeah?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. What are you saying?
If you're not going down on your woman,
okay,
secretly,
yeah,
she's unhappy. If your woman has ever said anything to you similar to this, oh, I really like them things, or no, I don't really like it.
What he's trying to say is the women that don't like it is because it wasn't done right to them. It's not. It's like it's not normal to say you don't like it.
Nah, some people don't like it, man. It's
no, it wasn't done right because it's every.
Nah. Renegade, talk for yourself. There are some people that don't like it.
Hey, Renegade. Let me ask you a question. Yeah? Have you never had head? Yeah, that was not great.
You know what?
Huh? Listen. Wait, don't answer the question. Hold on. If you've ever had,
I was drunk.
If you, I hear you. But if you've ever had head that wasn't great, yeah, right.
If that was your only experience. Like I knew. Matter of fact.
Yeah.
I knew this Jamaican girl. And she was like, nah, we don't need that. We just need the hood. I don't want no man to do that to me. She did not. Listen, she said she did not like it. And then she met this Panamanian man. He whipped out the bib, the knife, the fork, the spoon, everything.
Listen, if he didn't put on a napkin.
No, when I'm telling you, she came back to us and was like, now I know what y'all was talking about.
Read keep on comment.
You said what?
Man said Bocat voice matters.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, hear what I'm saying? Secretly, yeah, the man them that's not going down on the woman, yeah. Secretly, she's unhappy and she ain't telling you. Like, you have to live with that. I don't. You see what I'm saying?
Let me tell you. Well, now listen. I'm telling you, women be like, I have girlfriends that be like, yo, this dude, I met him, and he's cool, everything is good and everything, but he don't do that. And we're like, what? And she's like, yeah, you know, it's almost like, and she's like, I'm just gonna deal with it.
And you
It's
here.
settling.
You call her.
She's like,
okay, call her.
Yeah, it's like she's settling. She's like, yeah, I'm just gonna deal with it. You know what I'm saying? She's not like happy. Like if you think if the guy said, do you want me to do it? She's gonna say no. She's waiting. She will freaking wrap her like a freaking octopus, wrap her legs around his head. Like, are you kidding me? Come on, man. And then them same man be wanting somebody to do that to them. Them wicked.
This guy,
them wicked. Them wicked.
What? So wait, you really
I'm
think?
just saying, ladies talk. We talk.
Yeah.
We do.
Wait, what?
I'm saying ladies talk. So
yeah, I know ladies talk. I know ladies talk, but
so if you're not doing it right, you ain't, you know, you only scoring at the 8.5 on a Richter scale. When I see you, I'm like,
you know.
I mean, exactly. Some people got low standards. Some men is like, nah, I got the perfect 10 all the time. I know she's not thinking about, oh boy, who used to lick it up. She's not. That's all I'm trying to say is, especially if a woman has experienced that, do know there is a void, a huge void there. If a man has done that to her and you not, baby, trying to tell you.
I've come across. Well, to be fair though, I did. Yeah, very. Add Ultra back in still, cause Ultra's back.
Trying to tell you.
But I've come across. Yeah, I've come across people that don't do that, and they just get down with just the finger, and yeah, just the finger, innit? Yeah, they say they're happy.
Yeah, I mean.
It's very big in Jamaican culture, though. Very, very big. I didn't know how. Some people do it behind closed doors, but like a lot of people don't like it as well.
I mean, but the whole thing is behind closed doors.
Yeah, to be honest, Raf, my dad, from what he's telling me, he thinks going down on a woman, and I'll quote, is filth.
Yeah.
He calls it filth. And I'm like, right, is that what it is where you're from? And he's like, Junior, you know, do them blood clot nasty thing. And I'm like, all right, cool, Dad, no problem. And then see, I'm just getting ready to put on my napkin, my knife and fork.
Listen, you go to a dance and they play dembo, everybody handing my nana table must have got dembo. And then when you go home at night, they is like in there chomping. Please, it's just talk. It's just talk.
You know what the funny thing is? Like,
it's just talk. They chomping.
If you ask the girls in the chat, if you ask just the women, listen, is it amazing? Is it like the piece de resistance? Like the women, I believe, will tell you, yes, it's amazing. We love it. It makes sex all that much more better, like as an overall experience. Look at I bet you there's about 8 man.
Let me see what the chat's saying. Who we got? Cotton Sock said yes.
Yes, I love it. Yes.
Let me see. We don't got no ladies in here though. Besides Lady Divine says, what? She got chills down her spine.
Yeah, man. Trust me. Listen, and this is how you know, secretly, there's just some unhappy women out there. And they have fuckery. They have to put up with fuckery. And remember, guys, Melanated just told you, women talk. So if your woman's ever come home and said to you something like, I don't like it, baby. I don't need no one to go down on me. I don't really like it. She's lying.
I've been told by yardmen specifically, no pork, no pussy, no eating pussy, no bow cat, no pork, no eating pussy. Yeah, no bow cat and no eating pork. I've been told that.
That's mostly Rastas though. That's mostly Rastas.
It's not mostly Ras.
No, bro, Jamaicans are nasty bitches, bro. Trust me, all of the man them.
All of the man them.
Telling
Not
you, bro. I know people my age telling
bro.
me that.
Stab a man, they'll stab a man and say, blood, oh, talk to that, then fuck it. Yeah. Secretly, when he gets home,
Yeah, I know. But yeah, there's some Jamaicans that you put, but they'll tell you, but the hardcore I've come across hardcore Jamaican, even people my age, I was so shocked, they were telling me, rough, no pork, no pussy eating. That's what they're telling me.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I can't support that kind of behavior. I
Yeah.
can't support that. Like, I really, really can't.
Yeah, well,
I can't.
I said yard men are boring.
To be fair, if they stick to what they're saying, then yeah, there is.
Fuck it up.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know for some reason, some people have thrust in and out, and that's fine. Jonathan.
Oh, shut up. I didn't know if my phone was on mute. Come to the front. You see you?
I don't know why you texting me. Like,
You see you? Yeah, but
I said, you see, that sounded like some Nigerian thing still, I'm not gonna lie. It's like some Nigerian thing there. You see you.
I'm sorry, guys.
What's wrong with the door?
It was broken, but
it's fixed now?
No.
What I gotta do?
You have to keep turning it and trying. I didn't realize because this and this was kind of loose. So when I tightened it, I must have tightened it too much. See?
I was just saying there, the way you said, you see you, that's so Nigerian, bro. I say, my mom would say to me, you see yourself?
Those are some those Africanisms that we got in the diaspora.
Fucking hell, fam. I said, you see yourself? I'll tell you, but you don't listen. Yeah.
That's too loose, though. You gotta
Yeah.
tighten the bottom one.
You can't get tighter. It's not working. As soon as you tighten it,
it's working. It's working.
Oh.
I think it's the top one that's acting funny. Do it now. Try it. Okay, leave it right there. Okay, see? All is good. All is good. Mommy to the rescue. Woo. He don't listen. Okay, I got one more coat to do. Come on. That cookie. Cookie, you want G Block, Cookie? You want G Block? Cookie's a G Block dog.
G Block. Yeah. Ultra's funny, man. Ultra came in to talk about eating pussy.
Cause listen, he talking about I'm going to sleep. He ain't going to no sleep.
That had him up. He's like, no, I can't help myself. I've got to talk about this, man. This is crazy. How can people not be eating pussy out here? Ultra's a firm advocate, boy.
Listen, that Tanzanian woman that put it on him, I tell you.
Do you know what? People been like, do you know what I mean? It's like, to be honest though, like, people don't really do this. Like, people have been doing it anyway. You understand? Like, even the people that say they don't do it in yard, they do it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, like I really think it's very something that's very intimate and very private. You know, I definitely do not be advocating for men to be out here chomping on all women and for women to be tasting up all kind of men. Like, nah, you gotta be very selective. Who you lay down with, first of all. Who you don't just be just laying down with anybody. And then even more like performing oral sex and stuff like that. Like, no. can't do that. But
I'll just say to people, just be just make sure you go about it sensibly. Like, you just check yourself up, take precautions. Like, if you're gonna do it, just take your precautions.
Look at this man said. He said a yeast burger, no thanks. You shouldn't be sticking a yeast burger.
Yeah.
So like, if you could stick it, you could taste it.
You're sniffing. Yeah, if it stinks, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, like what the hell? You shouldn't not be.
Yeah.
Look, Vellemy says, now I know why ladies say Ultra is their favorite. Well, he know what the ladies like. I mean, some men don't care what the ladies like.
Yeah, to be honest though, it's a real thing. Like, some people are just like some people tell you like this, like, Ref, I'm just out there just smashing everyone, and I'm not caring whether or not that they like it or not. You understand? Like, it's just about pleasing me.
Yeah.
Yo, who's on
They
the panel?
Yeah, Reggie. Can I ask you a question? Is it, what does black pussy taste like?
Who
are you asking that to?
I said what does black pussy taste like?
He doesn't know. He doesn't.
This guy is mad. Vellemy, who's this bear, fam? Man answers if there's a different flavors of pussy.
I thought you were speaking about black.
No, that was ultra funky. That was ultra funky. That was ultra funky. He's not on the panel.
What pussy tastes like? Fucking hell, man. It's fair, you know. Yeah. So what's your name, bro?
Liam. Anglo.
Oh,
Leo.
Liam, yeah.
Liam.
Yeah. Okay. Lady Divine's Lady Divine. Yo, what's going on,
Yo,
Liam?
Lady Divine, you with Liam too. Yo, Lady Divine is, that's what I'm saying, man. She macking all the dudes on YouTube.
Lady Divine loves white nationalists, man. I think Lady Divine's got a white nationalist fetish, to be honest with you.
Well, I definitely know you got a black woman fetish.
Wait, what's that porn category?
You wish.
It's called race.
I definitely don't, but I know you do.
So wait, why
others come to
you clearly do. Why do you come and ask me about black pussy if you don't?
You probably got a black woman as your screensaver on your phone.
Where's Liam gone?
Anyway, man, why are you Menonite Goddess? Why are black people in America being used by the left, man? Why are you letting these lefties use you like that? Not making sense.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen a lefty.
Like,
what kind of shirts
that
they wear? Shirts that say lefties on it, or like what is a lefty?
So the point is, all these cities that where all these riots are happening are all Democratic cities, right? But the Democrats are the ones who are saying they're
so how is this leaving the what did y'all leave the Brexit thing? How is that affecting you? Like, are you feeling the crunch of the
How's
Brexit
it affecting me?
now?
Because these terrorist organizations like Antifa and Black Lives Matter are now in my country, so it is affecting me.
Whoa! They got all the way over there? Darn it!
Yeah, London, Paris, fucking Sweden, everywhere.
Wow, are there Black Lives in the UK though?
I think they're even doing a protest in Brentwood today.
But
Brentwood,
so
Essex,
you don't like them talking about Black Lives?
Let's witness.
Nah, it's not you can talk about Black Lives all you want, but when it's like a blatantly fucking black people have it fucking easy nowadays. Like,
hey Liam, have you ever used a weighted hula
hoop? Have I ever used a what?
A weighted hula hoop. I have a hula hoop. It weighs I think it's 3 pounds.
A hula hoop.
Yeah, so like when you hula hoop, it's kind of like
a
woman would use.
I was thinking of crisps, man. What, the things that you eat?
No, hula hoop is like
I'm joking, man.
A toy or something.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm hula hooping right now.
But no, have I ever used one? No, it's more that's a woman's thing to do, right? Use a hula hoop.
It could be for like if it can help strengthen your back. You know, men need a back. Hey, men need a strong back.
Well, do I need a strong back?
Men do need a strong back. There's actually a herb that you can drink called strong back. Anybody in the chat know about strong back? Yeah.
Strong back. What is it? Like an energy drink?
You kind of make like a tea out of it, and it helps you with stamina and sexual performance and blood flow to the proper areas and all that good stuff. I thought you used to hang out with all of the Jamaicans. How you don't know about strong back?
That's a tit sniffer. What the fuck? Who the fuck?
I've heard of I've had the only like Jamaican drink I've ever tried is Jack. Is it Jack Iron? Like the 90% fucking alcohol shit. Jack Iron, is it? Jack Iron or something like that?
I don't know what that is.
It's like 90%. Like this guy had it in like this plastic bottle, man. It was basically like yellow, the alcohol, man.
Eddie, who's this brer at the back, fam?
Yo, somebody's name is Tit Sniffer. What is that?
You know what tits are?
Do I know who he
Yeah,
is?
that's
It's probably one of
boobies.
Yeah,
probably one of my lot.
that's what he's calling himself. Booby
Why do you
sniffer.
just want to sniff them? What kind of weird stuff is that?
I know. Maybe he likes it sweaty.
So what do you guys
Ew.
think of these riots and protests? Middle-aged goddess, what do you think?
I plead the fifth.
What about Antifa and Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
They don't represent me though, but
Well,
What do
not
you think,
Antifa.
what do you think about the white paedophiles here?
What do I think about what white paedophiles? They should be given the rope.
And so do you know what about not pedophile? I think it's called hedophilia, something like that. I think when you are attracted to
People between the ages-
adolescent, a minor who has started puberty. What are your thoughts
So
about
someone like
that?
Muhammad. So basically someone like Muhammad. Right?
No,
Yeah,
Muhammad. No, she didn't start puberty yet. 6 years old,
right.
she wasn't in puberty. But someone who marries a 15-year-old or wants to have sex with a 15-year-old. Is that a problem? Is that a problem over there in London or UK?
What, a 15-year-old having sex with how old's the other person?
Like an adult, 25,
I mean,
30,
like it's,
Yeah,
I'd look at that as pedophilia as well, yeah.
Okay.
So what are you guys doing about it then?
What are we doing about what?
These white paedophiles.
About white paedophiles? There'd be so there's a lot of people who go online and they do but they catch people out. They pretend to be little girls when really they're grown men. And when they meet, they fucking meet and video record them and hand the shit into the police. There's loads of white people doing that sort of stuff.
Okay. So how is there? They're handing it into the police.
Let's go back to these protests, man. Like fucking, with these conversations have been had loads of times, man. Let's go talk about the protests, man. What do you think about these?
What is there to say about protests besides the protests are going on? What is there to say?
Yeah, I want to
about
know what your guys' opinions are.
The
Man.
protests are going on.
What
the protests are going on? They're going on. That's my opinion. Yep, they're going on.
Yeah, the other guy was going to answer. What's his name? Reganade.
Sorry?
Yeah, you're going to answer. Right? What do you think of these protests in England going on?
What about the protests in England? What do you mean?
Yeah. What's your opinion on them?
I'm a leftist anyway, but like I don't really share views with certain men going out and doing these type of protests. Still, I think that it's weak. Yeah. I think it's weak. I think they should do much worse, but then that's my opinion.
You think they should? The protests should be doing a lot worse than what they're doing?
Yeah.
Like what could they be doing worse? They're already killing white people, right? And
killing white people.
Wait. That's a very serious thing there. I'm concerned about that.
I've seen people in America. I've seen black people in America, man.
No. We're talking about what this being brought over to the UK. You said you were just being brought over.
Parker was white. Yeah.
Okay, so wait. So who was killed? Do you know their name?
Do I know their name? No, I didn't know that. I don't know their names.
How you don't know the name of a white person who was killed by black demonstrators? I'm sure that would be like on the news.
So
last
year in America, right? There was.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's talk
you
about
just said that the demonstrators were killing people.
Yeah,
you said the demonstrators were killing people, right?
Yeah, they were killing white people. Yeah.
So which demonstrator? Who was killed?
I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a guy. There was also a black guy killed. That copper, the ex-copper, black guy killed. He was killed, right?
Wait,
are you telling me that people are being killed?
I'm from another country. I can't understand your accent.
Are you telling me that people are not being killed in America right now in these protests? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm asking you to tell me the name of the.
You just said you didn't have an opinion on it. Now you want to get in. Now you're trying to get.
No, that's why I'm asking questions. I'm not offering an opinion. I'm asking a question because I don't know.
I'll tell you what. Do you want me to? I can send you all the videos if you want. It'll be easier to do that if you want.
Why would it be easier?
You want to watch all the videos of white people?
You're supposed to remember their name
and get them beaten up as well for being white.
Say their name. You're supposed to say their name. You're supposed to say their name, like.
Oh, I meant to say his name like you lot say. I meant to say the name like people say George Floyd's name like Seal.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what I meant to do.
Let's
Go
ahead.
What am I meant to do? Say their name, George Floyd, like a seal. I ain't a seal. What are you on about?
Say their name so they're not forgotten.
No, say his name, Anna. Come on, say his name for me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell me that drug dealers, that armed drug dealer's name in rape.
Say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running, say my name, say my name.
You realise that George Floyd as well raped a white woman, right?
Calling me baby,
he was a rapist.
Got the sudden change. Say my name. If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running, you like that song?
Hey, man,
I don't like the song, but I like you singing it. It was pretty nice.
Who sings that song?
That was the original Destiny's Child.
Whoever sings.
Big up. Liam, don't come with your fuckery. Don't let me have to seduce you.
Here we go.
Don't let me have to seduce you into submission. Cut it out. Cut it out.
I can't hear you, man.
You can hear me. Don't try it.
He definitely came on here asking what black pom pom tastes like. So,
what?
Lady Divine, I don't know. I don't know, Lady Divine.
Yeah, just sit on his face. Sit on his face. That's all you got to do. Sit right on his face. Use it like a toilet.
He will suffocate.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper no more. You got Liam. You gotta lick it clean.
Make
both of the hoes. All three of them actually.
Liam, you eat groceries too? Liam, you eating groceries?
Black people ultimately, man. Ultimately, black people need to start loving themselves and taking self-responsibility. That's the ultimate thing you need to do, man. Stop blaming it on other people.
Liam eat the booty like groceries. Liam eat the booty like groceries.
Yeah, I don't know why you want to have a simple conversation. I think it's because you're embarrassed in what's going on, mate.
Because I'm doing a hula hoop.
No, you started the conversation.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed what's going on in the community? Because I'd be embarrassed.
Hold on.
I would
Liam,
be embarrassed.
No, actually, I'm actually embarrassed of the white people. Like, if you notice, they're the ones causing the fight. Like, we have video evidence of them starting the fires and just tagging BLM after they do it. Break the windows, hand a black person a crowbar, light the buildings on fire. I'm talking about state buildings. Light them on fire. This is on video. Yeah, we have the video. Like, there's actual video evidence of this already.
All of that, but then he'll say those white people aren't his white people, so he doesn't even care what American white people do. So I don't know why he's trying to act like he does.
Can hear me, sis? Let me just make sure he can hear me. Liam, can you hear me? I don't think he can. Let me come out and come back in. Hold on.
I can, innit? But when everyone speaks, I can't.
Oh, okay. That's why to make sure you clarify what you're saying. So what you're basically saying is white people are dying out here. And what?
Let me.
You muted.
Okay, well, since he wants to, if he's having a tantrum, I will excuse myself because Ralph, as I expressed earlier, I don't really have much interest in someone telling me what I need to do, my community. But I understand, Lady Divine, Ralph, Soil, MA, that might be y'all thing.
No, it's not. Trust me, no, it's not.
It's not, sis, it's not, you know, but you see, because Vellemy runs this show where he wants to hear opposing opinions, it's right for us to hear him out and then battle him back with the facts. So let him have his say, sis.
But what's the battle? We got to figure out our own stuff. We don't have to
this
battle
is it.
him
So what
to
we're not
prove
going
nothing
to
to
do,
him.
what we're not going to do is be guilty
Can I
into
come through really
what's
quickly?
happening.
I missed all of this. Sorry, you lot. I missed all of this. I didn't hear nothing.
Listen, MA, you
ain't
was
miss
giving
shit.
out your
You ain't miss shit.
all of your personal identifications on your call, bruh.
Say that again.
You was almost giving out all of your personal identification information. We was trying to get your attention.
Ah, shit. Never mind. It's all right.
Crazy.
Oh, shit. What was going on?
I was getting ready to leave.
Well, I was trying to get to the bottom of that, to be honest, MA, because I wanted to hear what his actual his point was. Because I think it's regarding the UK and what's happening here.
So hold on,
bro. Like some of these people are weird.
What's his name?
Like somebody, Liam ain't got no fucking point, man.
Liam.
Yo, who are you not talking about? Because I missed all of it. Who are you not talking about? What have they said?
Liam.
I was trying to tell you about Liam. 1 second, we can't hear everyone at the same time. So Liam came on and made a statement about whites dying, but I'm not sure if he's talking about the UK or America. So I wanted to
America. He's talking about America. Like, that's why he kept talking about the riots. He kept talking about it. Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon, the white supremacist, isn't it?
Okay, right. So
yeah. I wanted to hear it. I wanted to hear it so I can hear his argument, what he's trying to put forward, and then rebut him. But I didn't get to quite hear what he was saying.
Yeah, I ain't in that, man.
And once he said whites are dying, it's like, come on now, like what's the rebut about that? Like he's literally trying to reverse the whole fucking conversation.
So religious is back.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, like.
All right, tit sniffer. What are you saying?
That's Ultra, ain't it?
No, who's that?
That's Ultra, man. Come on now, you already know Ultra.
That's not Ultra.
It's not Ultra.
You mean what?
If you don't speak, then we're gonna kick you off because we're giving you a chance, innit?
Oh, you controlling this shit, Raph?
No. Say something.
We'll kick you off.
Yeah? Hello.
Oh no.
Who's this?
That's Ralph.
Right, Bridget. No. How's it going?
Oh no.
No.
All right, lads.
You got something to say? What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say black supremacy. You know, I'm all about that.
Black people as well.
Black supremacy.
What's going on?
Yeah, you sound like more like a white
troll day. It's Friday, man. It's Friday.
He sounds like more like a white supremacist.
No, I'm not. I'm
you
serious.
Are. No, you're not.
No, I'm being serious.
Don't talk like you. That's number one. Cut it out.
No, some black people do. Some black people.
I never said I was black.
You said black. So what do you want to do? If you're not black, then why would you want to know about black supremacy?
Yo, I'm out.
I'm waiting.
MA. Oh shit, we got to keep in touch though. We're gonna keep talking about the thing you was talking about though.
Black people ain't walking around here. Listen, brothers, because black people ain't walking around here talking about black supremacy. No, black people don't talk like that. Cut it out.
No,
like they do.
I didn't say I was black, love. Right? Calm down.
No, you said black supremacy. Listen to my words. Are you deaf? I said no black people are walking around talking about black supremacy. Black people don't talk like that. So who are you?
No, you listen to what I never said that. What are you talking about? Talking rubbish, all right? Listen, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
All right.
Right, listen.
Yeah,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for blacks. I'm about Beatty Crane. You tell me when you're going to get on top. When is that coming? When is the day of the rope coming?
I can't really understand. What part of the England are you from? I can't.
He speaks with a Cockney accent.
Wow, it's very different.
Yeah, this that real authentic tea and crumpets accent. I like
it. That's not tea and crumpet. It's more like an East London white guy type of accent still.
Yeah, that's why I said tea and crumpet. Oh, tea and crumpet is posh. Is the posh thing?
Posh, yeah, posh. Yeah.
So how they sound? How they
just listen to the Queen talk.
Can you understand what he? I don't know exactly all of what he said.
No, I'm not even trying to take him serious, like Melanie. That's what I'm trying to talk about something else. I'm not even trying to take him serious. He literally asked me when black people are gonna be on top. Like literally. Like, come on now.
No, this is a natural conversation. This is something that should be talked about, isn't it not?
No, we don't talk about. Yeah, we
You
were
don't
talking
believe
about
in
the exact
hierarchy,
date of when
eh?
we're gonna be on top or the
That's
supremacy
in-house
ideology.
No,
conversation. Thank you so
I'm
much
asking you
for
questions.
your input. Thank you
No,
so
no,
much for
no.
your
You're
input.
actually trolling.
Aye.
You're
No,
trying to troll.
I'm not. You're talking rubbish.
It's an
Trying to be
in-house
serious here.
conversation.
Yeah, all right, cool.
I'm asking about hierarchy. Hey?
We're talking.
No, no, no. You asked us when. You
So
asked us when.
we
You
need
said
to
when.
understand
When.
something. Is he talking about hierarchy? Is he talking about black supremacy? What is he? What do you want to talk
I
about?
thought he was talking about when
He
you gonna be
came
on
on
top
saying
of
black
him.
supremacy. You don't need
That's
to
yeah.
listen to what he said.
Yeah.
He said black
Nah,
I thought he
supremacy.
was saying like
no,
you
no,
black
Lady
people
Divine.
on top.
Actually,
Supremacy
I
and
think we.
hierarchy are
Hold on,
linked.
hold on, Lady Divine. I think we
They're
understand what he's saying. I don't know if you understand what he's trying to say. That's why we're trying to.
All right, get to the bottom of it. What is he trying to say?
He's literally said, when are black people going to be on top? Meaning the hierarchy, supreme mean you're the top.
And
So,
when do
like,
black people talk like when we're going to be on top and we're going to have to be on top and we need to be on
that's
top?
what I'm
Well, you
saying.
don't want
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
dominated.
Why
Right, here we go.
entertain it? Why entertain the conversation though?
Like that.
Do you want to be
Yeah.
dominated? Do you want to be dominated? That's the bottom line. By whites, by Jews. Yeah?
All right.
Yeah. Say, bro. Say, bro. Say, bro.
All right. All right.
Say, bro.
All right.
Only people who can't dominate in other areas try to get compensate and feel like they want to dominate other people.
No, that's wrong. It's a game.
No,
You're a
it's
winner,
not
you
wrong.
lose.
It's not
And
wrong.
Black people have lost
There's
since
Okay.
you've met the European man.
Like,
So I'm
Just
asking
let-
you
I'm-
when you were
this
going
is
to
what I'm
stop
saying. Like,
being
we gotta.
bottom.
I told you he's going to start trolling. You know what I'm saying.
No, I'm not trolling. This is what's going on. If you
No, this is like, bro. This
You
is
are the
the
biggest
same
troll.
old kid. This is same old.
Listen,
Shit.
dominate
you're
in
not
the
giving me.
bedroom and have some children. Dominate in the bedroom and have some children. That's where you're supposed to
No.
dominate. That's the
No.
first place. Every black person in the chat, get pregnant tonight. Every woman get pregnant tonight. Let's make that matter.
Doesn't matter.
Make that matter. Have a bunch of, and as a matter of fact, everybody just.
There will be 4 billion Africans.
Except for the
There will be 4 billion Africans and you'll still be on bottom.
Liam, come and collect your
babies.
What accent do you reckon it is then? I reckon it's like a.
I don't know, mate.
Good eye, Mike. Good eye, Mike.
He's saying mate on purpose. I think he's forcing the mate thing because people don't say mate that much.
Yeah, mate.
Nah, they say mate. They say mate a lot.
They say mate a lot still.
What are you talking about?
For real?
Yeah.
You say what I don't know. I don't know you. Why are you saying what am I talking about? Your accent is very different.
No, it's English, right? You hear these black people's accent.
All
From
right.
England, right? It's not really. It's just it's mutt. Excuse me.
It's English, all right. You say all white or all right? All right.
I say what I want.
All right.
I'm speaking the Queen's English. You're listening to me.
No, so I'm asking you, how's it pronounced? All white or all right?
Man, who the fuck is the Queen?
Both,
Like,
either.
she ain't nobody to me.
All right.
She is. Trust me, she is.
She ain't nobody to me.
No, you'll
Not
meet
to me.
one of her soldiers. See you, mate. Don't worry.
Okay.
Coming.
Me, one of her
Right.
soldiers.
All right.
Scared.
All right.
Shaking in my boots. Shaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my boots. Shaking in my boots.
Good lad.
You know, it's something when
Anyway.
you do the hula hoop, it just makes you feel like
Let's get back on topic.
Melanated. I think we've got a question in the chat that's been directed to Lady Divine because Lady Divine never spoke nothing about pregnancy or impregnating or anything to do with abortion. So why are you so correct? Redirect that to Melanated. My name's Lady Divine. Get the voices right.
Why are you so correct or why are you so religious? Which one?
Why are you so
religious? Why are you so religious?
Yeah, get it correct. Yeah.
That's the guy from yesterday.
Make sure you got the voices right next time, yeah? Don't at nobody until you know who you're atting.
What?
All right.
Hey,
please.
That was funny, man.
So his question is, what's the point in black women getting pregnant just to have abortions? And that's so interesting because I think black women, as a black woman, I'm speaking to any black woman who's listening to this, we need to not have abortion. We need to overpopulate this place. We need to look at beautiful brown and chocolate babies as a blessing, right? We need to just
melanated. Hold on, but melanated. Hold on
1 second. We need to love our black men. We need to have strong and healthy, productive black families, right?
All right.
And in the event that a relationship does not work out, we need to cultivate and nurture that relationship between that child and that father, right? So I burn all of those negative stereotypes. I'm fully behind reversing those negative things that are present in my community. I accept whatever accountability and responsibility that is present in my community, and I'm very active in bringing about a change.
In the long run,
I hope that it's very
doesn't matter.
clear why so religious. Again, Black women have children, okay? Because certain people are in a negative birth rate. That's all I got to say.
In the long run, that doesn't matter, all right? Simple.
All right.
Understand it. Cheeks and the curries are going to outnumber you.
The chinks and the curries, all right?
Yeah, mate.
What you say? You gonna eat some
All
curry?
right.
You want some? What you say? You gonna eat curry?
No, he said the chinks and curry. I think that's the Indian
I
and
don't
Chinese.
understand what he's.
I hope you
Yeah,
don't understand.
he's
I
racist. He's
just
racist.
want the people to
Oh,
understand
Yeah,
what
I'm
Liam's
racist.
done.
Proud.
Listen, 1 second. I want you lot to understand what's going on here. Liam's actually invited the whole of the 14 clique over. So understand you're going to
That's
be
what I'm
helped
trying
right
to say.
now.
Yeah, that's what's
Okay,
happening.
okay. Just so you understand what's going on.
Yeah,
Right.
this is what's going on. I just want to respond to why so religious quickly. Yeah, why so religious? Yeah, the reason why we said we should talk here is because basically some people come on the channel to porn bomb the channel. So if we hadn't put the screen like the way it is right now, they could have put up like some nasty photo and then basically would have got a strike on Velley's channel. So this is why we asked them to talk so that we know that this person's actually a real person, not some type of troll.
And that's melanated goddess, not Lady Divine. Why so religious?
He doesn't get it. I told you people are slow.
She literally just told you that.
Lady Divine. Lady Divine gives them breath. Lady Divine gives them breath, but it's
Melanated
melanated.
Goddess has an American accent, and Lady Divine has a British accent mixed with Caribbean. And Melanated Goddess is an American accent mixed with Caribbean.
Listen, the bottom line is America is going to be next Brazil,
bottom line
right?
is
It's coming. It's going to be Brazil
and your
2.0.
racist behind need to shut your mouth and stay in your place, okay?
All right.
Very, very rude.
Shelf love, that's very
That was
rude.
very, very
You need to calm
rude.
down, all right?
All right, mate. Calm down, mate.
I'm just telling you that was rude. So
Pardon
please
yourself,
shut
right?
your mouth.
All right, in it.
You were saying your racist stuff, and I didn't interrupt
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
We good in it.
Why is everyone so emotional?
No one's
evening already?
Yeah, it's evening over here.
All right.
Hold on 1 second.
It's like
it's 3:45, isn't it? That's the evening. Basically.
It's afternoon.
What time is the evening?
It's late afternoon.
Same fucking thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Why is everybody upset today? What's going on?
Listen, I was hula hooping. I was doing a hula hoop, and apparently that wasn't taking the conversation seriously. But it's exercise. It's still morning for me. It's only 10:44, so I'm doing my morning exercise. You know.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Brazil.
I'm good. The stock market's up. I'm good right now. I'm happy.
Yeah. I'm all about reducing the likelihood of any cardiovascular conditions developing because, it's rampant in the Black community as well. Drinking water.
That's what George Floyd died of, wasn't it? He had a heart attack.
Yeah, drinking
you
water.
You look at.
Yo, you heard this guy, bro? The man said George Floyd had a heart attack, bro. Like this the level.
It wasn't fentanyl
This is the level of fuckery that we talking about. I'm just laughing. That was funny though.
What somebody called it a yeast burger. Maybe they in a negative birth rate because of the yeast burgers are prevalent. I don't know.
No, they got the negative birth rate because they messing with us. That's the problem. Be real. That's the real shit. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
No, don't.
You don't know what I'm talking about? All right, ask your sister, your girlfriend. Sure.
Let him can he send a selfie or a dick pic to your sister and see if she just be like, oh no, I don't want that. She's like, you know him?
The Middle East is the highest levels of incest on the earth, and Africa is right behind it.
Do you know him?
India's right behind that.
All right. In it, mate.
Top G block.
She'd be getting mad. She'd be like, hey, put on the ebony porn.
It's white owned.
I'm an Anglican, all right.
He probably
Simple
gets
as.
mad.
All right.
What a pity. I feel sorry for you.
English racist.
What a pity.
Keywords funny, fam. Swear down.
Okay, and must be, but you got to add bored on there too.
Pardon?
Bunny. No
You
bunny.
got to add bored on there too, or clearly like other English
I'm at
people are
bored.
not a source of entertainment for you, because like I definitely do not go and try to hang out with a bunch of Anglo-Saxons. Like they are not on my list to hang out with at all.
Well, no, they're kind of a bit too
So what the hell are you doing here?
Be playing chess
Aren't there some
maybe
like
building
real dope
a
live
cathedral or
Anglo
something.
people
Or,
you want to go check right
getting
now?
on with life.
Ain't there some? You know,
He said building a cathedral. Like, bro, I guarantee this guy's like got some Slavic origins or something like that. Some Eastern European.
Slav origin.
Yeah, and he's talking like he's one of them. Bro, listen, I know you're not one of them when you come to talk to us. Like, that's why I was like, it's funny to me. It's like, okay.
Last night,
you know the ones who you think you're one of the elite class or whatever from your genetics. Yes. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out your angle.
Listen, mate. I'm 6'5".
All right. You're 6'5". You're a Viking. All right.
Brick house.
You're built like a Viking. All right. Ragnarok. Your middle name's Ragnarok Lockball. Right. All right. Your middle name is what? Ragnarok.
John Smitter.
What's your middle name? Ragnarok. What?
His middle name is Igor.
All
John.
All right.
His middle name's Igor.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. The bottom line is America's going to be next Brazil. That's you're going to be that.
What's going on, Vladimir? Is your name Vladimir?
Vladimir? No, it's not Vladimir. Igor.
Tyrone. Hey, Tyrone, what's going on over here, bro? Hey, Tyrek, I'll see you later. I'm just going out for a jog, man.
You guys are letting the man wind you up.
Nah, bro, we're having fun, bro. We're having fun. That's the problem. I'm laughing, bro. I'm laughing.
It comes from an emotional place. He's
just going for a jog.
I got my 6-pound weights now, and I'm doing bicep curls.
All right.
Hey, Toad, I'm just going for a jog, bro. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Just gonna check out.
All right, Mike. All right, Mike. In it.
You know what I mean?
All right. See you in 5 minutes, bro. I'm just gonna get out a pack of cigarettes, nigga. I'm not 5 minutes.
All right, Mike.
That's so. You know what?
Go get up the smoke, bro.
Every time somebody mimics the American accent, they always got to go for down south. Why is that?
Nah, because we popular, man. They love Miami. They love down south. Down south got the lingo,
No, I don't. No.
Nah, we got the lingo.
Don't tell me you're one of them. You're a down souther.
305 Dade County all day.
Listen, what is going on with the Dade County public school system?
I have no idea. All I know, nobody's at school. Nobody's at school right now.
No, listen, they need to fix up. Seriously.
Now they actually been doing. All right, for when I was in high school, it was kind of bad, but they actually been fixing up. Most of the horrible, like bad schools and bad neighborhoods went from like F to D to like A and B. Like it really did good. I'm talking for like North Miami, Edison, fucking Northwestern is actually good now. Northwestern is like a high school you go to prepare for college now. When I was in high school, this was Iceberg. Remember Iceberg, Dunk Ride or Die, Trick Daddy and them boys. Like it was horrible back then. So like shootings, Northern is pretty good. Yeah.
Some information about in Dade County that basically a lot of the parents were taking their kids out of the schools and creating like more African-centered more private schools, African-centered schools, and they were saying that basically like the performance level in a public school and I guess the resources and just they were just basically saying like the parents were not pleased and they were reporting a lot better when they was paying for it, when they was actually paying for school and parent involvement was more mandatory.
Yeah, put like this. I graduated. Like I can say this because I did phenomenal. I graduated with what a D point grade average, right? And the thing is, the only reason why I was very smart, I was on honors and all that shit, but I just got out of tune. because you literally have 30-some people in the class with one teacher. Nobody's listening to the teacher at that point. Imagine 30-some kids in the class with one teacher, and all these kids going through hormones. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people, there's no way a teacher can control that. I think these private schools, I think they're reducing the amount of people per class.
That's
Like,
true. That's a
so
factor
once
of the
kids have
ratio.
once kids have more attention, it's like, for example, I'm in my math class or whatever. I could ask the teacher a question, but she got 20 other people who got questions. By the time she get to me, I'm already tuned out, and the period bell's about to ring, so I'm going on to the next class. And imagine that for like a week, 2 weeks straight. To the point you're gonna be so far back from the class lessons, you ain't gonna care. So I think it's the more attention, like the more, obviously the
The
more
smaller
resources,
class
but
size.
more time per student. I would say, like the time the teacher has to advise the student, say for example, it's 10 minutes per day or whatever. I think that time is increased with the private school. Obviously, there's reduced headcount. But Miami-Dade schools are pretty good though. The public schools, like, trust me, they since when I was in high school from right now, it's tremendous. The improvements is remarkable. Like, literally, I'm talking about bad neighborhoods where you're hearing about all these shootings and crime. Everybody know Miami for. Them schools are good right now. Like, they're decent.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna re-look it up. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Of course,
probably like last year or the year before last or something like that. It was definitely not good information about the school system there. And I mean, it's weird because, like, in the United States, the schools that perform the best
Pointless.
are up north. The schools that like out of like all 50 states, the schools that are like 49, 50, 51, it's all in the south.
Yeah, but the first thing I'm thinking of resources though. Resources, obviously. The North always makes more money. I would say more
You would think as high as the damn prices like in Atlanta area, they have some very expensive houses, right?
No. Remember Atlanta real estate is quite cheap compared to the country.
No, but Atlanta definitely has $700,000-$800,000 houses too. Let's not act like
but those are
everybody
mansions though. But those are mansions. I got family been there for over 10 years.
What I'm saying
I got
is that
family
those
bought houses
areas.
there. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that those areas have high taxes, and
okay, that's what you're saying.
They are receiving property taxes that should contribute to the education system.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah.
So it's just not. I'm just like, why the hell is like the school system down there doesn't reflect that
the resources that they get allocated, pretty much.
As opposed to like in New York where you got the projects and all this other stuff going on, and their school system still outperforms them.
Well, could it just be the remnants of slavery though? Could it be that? Like, just, how they talk about how Florida and Jacksonville is. Like, they talk about how Florida people over here is kind of off a little bit. Like, New York people always talk about how Florida people are off a little bit. I'm just saying, what if it is? Who knows? Like, the South was backwards as fuck.
I mean, I would much rather you say that than me. But I can't front. When I moved to Georgia, I felt
them boys backwards, bro.
Different. I felt a little like the people there were like
civilized.
Okay, they were a little less. They had less. See, like, I don't like having conversations in mixed company. You feel me?
Yeah, but I'm not even. I didn't even remember he was here. I'll be honest with you, until he just said that remark. Like, they're not. Don't worry about these guys. Like, they're here for entertainment. As long as we don't.
Get
you know what I'm saying?
Get these crack out.
Why don't you? Why don't you?
Get the crack out.
Because some things are in house. That's all. Like,
say that again.
Some things are in house. Like, I don't open up my front door and tell everybody what's going on in my house. It's between me and my people in my house.
No, sis, you're saying about what's happening in the black community, which is all over the news. So it's nothing new. Speak freely, innit? Educate. If you really think that the man's ignorant, educate.
Nah,
but I'm not ignorant. I know what's going on.
I mean, we all got our places in here. You probably I was on here earlier and I said what my place is. right? My place is to say the things that I said about abortion earlier. My place and my voice is for my people. I will definitely tell my people when they're doing something wrong, when there's something that we could improve in. Yes, my voice is not to tell somebody else we're doing this. We're like a whole different group of people. Like that, I don't. My energy right now, I'm lifting up my 6-pound weights. I have energy, but not for that. I don't have weight energy for that. I don't. I could care less if he thinks what his whole opinion of my community. That's not helping us to have a better life tomorrow. If I change his view, that's not helping us.
But neither is talking about abortion, though, sis.
It is.
That doesn't change our life tomorrow.
Absolutely. Because if I can encourage a sister to view life differently, someone spoke that way to me one time. You know, I was a young girl thinking like my friends getting abortions, and I'm like, yo, you don't need you're too young to have a baby. And now I think differently.
I can't hear you. Why? Because windy. It sounds like full of wind. I can't hear what you said.
Yeah, that's somebody else's thing.
No,
what I'm saying is that
you're perfect, Melody.
When I was younger, I thought ignorant about abortion. It took me to hear from an elder sister speaking the way that I'm speaking now for me to view life differently. It took me to develop a deeper level of spirituality for me to view life differently.
What the hell is the Big Mac?
When my friends, you know, if I knew some girl in high school or whatever, she's having an abortion, I was like, oh yeah, she's too young to be having a baby. Like I didn't look at it. I didn't value life like that. I was young. So what I'm saying is that
so we should have more single mothers for the sake of boosting our population, which is not waning.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. We should have strong families.
But if you don't have that,
the goal is to have that. So
then why educate about abortion and not family life?
I wasn't educating about abortion.
You said about you were talking about abortion. That's what I'm asking you.
I was responding.
Somebody asked her a question. Hold up. Somebody asked her a question in the chat, bro. They literally told her to respond about abortion and black people. That's why she made the yeah.
Yeah, I made a comment to say for people to have more babies. And then he said, what's the point of black women specifically getting pregnant if they're going to have abortions? So
then they don't know that facts. Whoever asked that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna accept a responsibility that abortions definitely do occur in the black community. So I'm gonna speak to the sisters directly and say we need to cut that out. We need to be more mindful who we lay down with to begin with. We need to look at sex and exchanging energies as something spiritual. We need to be able to respect our bodies, and then when we do create life, we need to cherish that life.
Agreed. To a degree.
It's not going to happen, though, is it? Let's be honest.
Why is it not going to happen? What's your name? The sniffer or tit sniffer?
Yeah, mate. I'm a sniffer of tits. anyway, as I was saying, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, why is it not going to happen?
On the continent, has it? It hasn't happened in Africa.
Hold on. Why is it not going to happen?
As I said, it's not going to happen because it hasn't happened on the continent where you're at your purest. In Africa,
it has.
So why would it?
It actually has. If you actually look at the birth rate in Africa, we'll take Nigeria for example. The average is 5.4 children. Sorry, whereas the United Kingdom, the Caucasian counterparts are having 1.7.
Yeah, but that's because of the breakdown of the family here.
No, these are considered family units. These aren't single parent households.
No, but they have 9 children because they're out on the farm.
No, 5.4. 5.4
You didn't ask you the
children.
reason why. You didn't say the reason why they're doing it. You said that they were not having children like that to that rate in Africa, and he just told you were wrong. Now you're going to the reason why you're moving the goalposts. Come on, man.
Nope.
There's more backstage.
I didn't say that. You're talking about some energy, some spiritual shite. And I'm saying it hasn't happened in Africa.
How you say that?
You can't throw an ad hom because you don't agree with spirituality. Let's stick to what you do agree with. Let's fight on your terms if that's what you want to do. You turned around and said that on the continent of Africa, that's not happening.
Why are you trying to be intellectual, bro? He's not actually trying to have a conversation with you. Like he's just trying to troll.
He's trying to learn about.
Yeah, this is how how you deal with people. You don't turn around and lower yourself to them. You raise them up, and that's how they can't control you if you bring them up and you fight facts with this bullshit with facts.
Yeah, but you can keep fighting facts with him. I'm the type of bro.
He's saying we got better stuff to talk about. I guess.
Yeah, Raheem, I'll
Yeah,
tell
way
you.
better stuff to talk about.
I'm the one of those people that will try to relate, try to argue, not even try to see a person's opinion before I do it. But as soon as like my man's already come here with black supremacy, I'm with that type of thing.
No,
and then
that's not what I said.
Suddenly said,
I said supremacy and blacks could be on top. I said I'm waiting for you for blacks for that to happen. I'm talking about supremacy. I'm talking about hierarchy.
You came in as black supremacy. I'm with that.
Yeah, and then in relation to that hierarchy, which obviously they're both interlinked, because someone has to be on top, and that's supremacy, isn't it?
Yeah,
and I'm saying, when are you going to be on there? When's that happening?
And then you started talking
And how are you
about.
going to get there?
Then you started.
Hold on, is he trying to being on top has been supreme?
Well, it's hierarchy, isn't it? It's the it's part of life. You go out, you see the lion, you see the mouse. That's a hierarchy, isn't it? And that relates to humans. That relates to races, ethnicities, Africans, Caucasians, Negroids, Asians, Pakistani. You know, all of that. Every group, it's a hierarchy.
Pakistani is Asian.
You, yeah, I know, but I was being more specific. Anyway, I'm asking you when blacks are going to be up there. Hey, when's it coming along? When's it happening? And how are you going to get there? And where does that relate to this? Because you're either at the bottom, as you have been for most of history, you know, or you're going to be where we are.
Actually, that's
where
not true.
Well, it is true. Let's be honest.
It's actually not. It's actually not.
Well, yeah,
look at
it is,
history. If you actually look at history doesn't say that black people have always been at the bottom. History says that at a specific point in time, we became at the bottom. And that was due to an allowance which allowed you guys to psychologically manipulate and program. That doesn't mean
that also relates to the Arabs.
Hold on 1 second. I can prove this to you by what's based in this country on African and Eastern principles. From your laws to your drainage systems, they are based on African, predominantly Egyptian things. Your understanding of university is African. So we weren't at the bottom always. There was a point in time where we became that.
No, I'm talking about civilization. You know, you
So
can pick and choose
as I
bits
just gave
and pieces from each
Well, then
civilization.
you got
It doesn't mean
Mesopotamia,
that you're not
the
supreme.
Egyptian kingdom of Kemet, Kush, all of that. They were.
You didn't think Nigeria? You didn't think people in Nigeria had kingdoms before, or civilization before the Europeans came in? What do you think?
It doesn't matter because when they came face to face, they got knocked on their ass, and that means that they as soon as they came into contact.
That actually didn't happen. Actually, you had betrayals. You had actually the Moroccan Empire allowing Isabella to come in to West Africa to do it. No, I'm saying, but no, you're making it seem like you. I guess it was a show of might. No, it was actually espionage and intrigue that actually ultimately led down to the downfall.
We used espionage in the second and third.
Yeah, exactly what Raheem said earlier, but I don't know why you're trying to disagree with it. This is just facts and history.
Espionage is part of warfare. You can't deny that.
No. Great, but it deals with psychological warfare, all right? Like Raheem said earlier, right? So you're agreeing with him then, right?
But do you know what's the maddest thing?
Okay.
We weren't trying to war with you. You were trying to war with us.
Doesn't matter.
So why was that?
I don't care. That's just how it works. You realise that I go out on the street. I've been to London before. I used to live in London. You act like that. You don't care. You think about supremacy. Maybe subconsciously. Maybe it's not at the forefront of your mind. But that is how your mind works.
What type of supremacy are you talking about?
Whereas for example, your areas, you know, your gangs, there's a lot of gangs that go on in London. You'll fight over different postcodes and stuff, isn't it? That's supremacy over land. So that relates to hierarchy. It's which gang is the biggest. And that you can put that into a bigger context.
Well, isn't that
geopolitics.
But your gang wasn't bigger. Your gang...
No, it was just better.
Loads of places and separated everyone. It wasn't better either. If you went pound for pound, no. You are the minority in the world, so therefore you're not better, you're not bigger. You just
it's not about
period in time
quantity,
manipulated and made certain deals. You turned around and offered people things that they couldn't. You did a Godfather. You made an offer that they couldn't resist. It was that simple.
And why is that? Why does that mean we're not on top then? Explain. I mean, it's not. This isn't
because
rules.
what happens when everybody doesn't want the offer?
Well, then if people unite, then we're not supreme anymore, are we? But that doesn't mean you're supreme. It just means we've lost the edge. Or
I didn't say we were supreme. I never mentioned anything about supremacy. No. Supremacy is a part of your control stipulate to try and make yourself.
No, supremacy is part of hierarchy.
No. That hierarchy again. See, your hierarchy is to make yourselves feel better. You've put that.
It's not.
Out of fear.
What are you talking about?
So no. So hold on. This is the difference. Human beings, we live in two realms. We live in the fabricated world where it is banking systems, educational systems, everything that's created for a purpose. Apart from in the animal world where everything is done for a reason, such as food, warmth, shelter, etc. That's why we have a conflict, because we're trying to fight two opposing forces within ourselves as humans. You have turned around, and I say you as in the European Caucasian establishment, have created the
I'm British, I'm English.
To keep yourselves on top. Now what's happening is that people are educated to these systems. You're getting afraid. So you're now saying things like, come out of my country, when it's not your country to begin with. You are an invader, you're a descendant of invaders. So how does that work?
It's not that we're getting afraid, we've just killed ourselves.
You are afraid.
The Second World War. Well, no, that's not why you're winning, is it? It's because
you're literally here asking us questions based on your fear, like literally. That's what you're here for. You're stupid if you don't think that.
Well, no, I came on here to question when you were going to be on top.
Because that's fear. You're fear-based. You're scared of losing your position. That's why you came to ask us when we're going to be on top, right?
I can spin that back on you and just say you're talking about all these the education, abortion. You're talking about all of that because you're scared that if you mess it up, you're going to be back down all the way to the bottom.
The world is run on fear, though. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with fear. I'm just saying you're afraid.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we agree on that. Then everyone's afraid. That's part of.
Yeah, but you're not. So listen, your supremacy. You're afraid of losing your supremacy. That's all we're trying to tell you. That's why you're here talking to us about this nonsense.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, that's obviously everyone's afraid.
All right. So what's the problem? With what we just said? Why are you trying to disagree? It's stupid, dog. Like, man, this right here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like these arguments that they make is. Yeah.
No. Back to what I was saying. Supremacy.
What you're not saying? Listen, you're saying the same thing Raheem is saying. You're just trying to act like you're disagreeing with him. But it's like a child can see you're agreeing with Raheem. Like every statement so far, you agreed with him, but you're making a little twist. But the overall statement you're making
I
is the same.
agreed with everything, have I?
Raheem, you are the man's nightmare, Raheem. You know why? Because you're articulate,
Black
intelligent,
Queen, bro.
You're married. You're having babies. Lad, boy, I'm just hate you. I'm hate you.
So your point was that we're scared of losing our supremacy. That's not the point, is it?
Yes, it is that. That is the point. That is the point. You're afraid that once your supremacy is gone, you'll be weak. You'll be outnumbered. That's why you're saying, "Oh,
we're outnumbered already. We've been outnumbered this entire time." At the peak of our empire, we were outnumbered and outgunned.
No, but you weren't. You were outnumbered, but you made certain deals. Like, for example, the Southern Asians, you gave them the fake title of Raj to make themselves feel better after you had raped and pillaged and psychologically manipulated them.
Okay, what difference does that make? It just means that it's a paper tiger.
You bolstered the second biggest population on the planet to your side.
Right? Yeah, we did it.
Pom pom too, because you need to have some children. I hope you sniffing that pom pom and not them tits.
Hold on.
You need to be.
Love, I'm in my teens.
Put your face in there.
I'm in sixth form still. I'm not very old. I can wait a while before I have children, and I have many of them when I do.
That's the problem with your community.
Stop worrying yourself.
They all waiting, and then you know what I'm saying, they busting blanks, and their eggs is all messed up, and that's murder
And
she
then
wrote.
then maybe the
No,
fentanyl fuck up their
That's the
reproduction
problem.
system, so they can't
And the
have
smoke
babies
when
because
it's
they waited too
getting
long.
attracted to us as
That's
well.
the
no,
problem
no,
right
no,
there.
none of that.
The nice
None of
white
that.
gal. Yeah. Half of them still.
None of that. I'll marry
Shut
a
up,
nice
Ralph.
middle class white girl, and we'll have many children. That'll be the end
When
of
would
that.
that happen?
That's if she can.
That's if you can get up.
When will what happen? When I have many children?
I've heard
Yeah, when
Marry
will
a
you have
nice.
many children? Because according to the
quick
facts,
way.
you're not really. You're dying as quick as you're giving birth. So how's that?
By 2050,
Well,
I'm
no,
sorry for
that's
the
just because
demographic.
many people are not having children.
Oh shit.
When we are,
Yeah, exactly.
when we
So
are.
how is that going to
People
work?
with
How
blue
are you
eyes
going to
anymore.
counterbalance this? What makes you
Well, I
think?
was talking about myself
To
on
be
an
with,
individual level.
especially
There
knowing
won't
that
be
middle
blue
class
eyes
white
anymore.
women are the highest factor of abortions in the UK. How are you going to end up having many children when she'll be more than likely going behind your back to abort your?
Well, it comes to eugenics, isn't it? Because in the end, they won't have any children. So they will die off. So the people that do have children are going to be people like me, who are very right wing and want many children and want.
Yeah, but you said you're marrying a middle class woman,
So
and I just explained to you, middle class women are the most likely to go out, have abortions with their partners or without. So how are you going to change that? That's the question I'm asking.
catch them when they're young before
You better
they
get you
had
an
sex
Alicia
for the first
Keys.
time.
Catch them when they're young.
Like me,
Catch them when they're young.
My
How
age.
young is young, my friend?
What kind of petty
My
business
age.
is this?
How
My
old
age,
are you, my
17.
friend?
You want?
17.
17. You're 17.
Yes, mate. No, I am
So
17.
you're going to breed a girl at 17. Do you have a job?
Nope.
Do you have a job?
Wait,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
Lady
guys.
D.
Lady
One
D,
second, Lady D. I'll let you go through because I'm about to jump off. I've got to go do something with my son.
He said catching them when they're young. How does he then determine their middle class? Stop jumping. Stick to it.
What?
No, you just let me finish this. Wait. Let me get. I'm about to bounce, anyways, because my man is just clearly either 17 and ain't got a clue what's going on because he was.
No, I have a perfect
This is
idea
an
what's going on.
adult-only conversation, man.
in
You have to go.
you sound like
You're
you're
talking
about
about
33, 34, and you're talking about breeding girls online.
A lot of testosterone, isn't it?
17-year-olds, and that's why you're not showing your real name. But it's cool. I'm just saying, you guys worry me. Do you know what I mean?
Titties. You should be touching your
Yeah,
school
we should
books.
worry you. You worry me. A lot of you worry me. There's a lot of you. A lot
Where
of
your
lot more of
parents
you than
at?
us.
Yeah, not in the country though. Not in England, is there?
Don't belittle me, love.
Your parents.
Please, I'm far more intelligent than you. Do not patronise
Where's
me.
your parents?
Do not
This is what's going
patronise
on
me,
in the
woman.
white community. This is what's wrong with the white community. They don't watch their
Woman,
children.
calm yourself, all right? Sit down. Me and the lads chat.
Listen, you don't have no respect for your elders, so clearly they don't raise their children.
No, I do.
properly.
I do. You're not my elder. You're not my elder. You're a woman from a different tribe.
Listen,
Right?
I'm
Why would I
listen
give
here,
respect
little
to you?
boy. Listen here, little boy.
No, shut up, love.
Listen here, little
You
boy.
eggless
You
lady.
shut up.
You need to
shut
calm
up.
down. You need to calm
You.
down and
I'm
let me
calm.
talk to the men.
What the hell is some stupid
We
white
have
boy
civil
supposed to
discussion.
do?
No, you should turn off.
See,
It's
what
just
go
annoying.
after the sister because you can't handle a brother.
I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk to other
Exactly.
people. All right, it's just clogging up my ears.
Listen,
It's clogging up my ears.
Bailey jumped into manhood. Get out of here.
Hey, shut up. You thought I was 30 a minute ago. You thought I was
I don't
30.
think you're 30.
You guys were
I don't care.
No,
But you're listening.
someone else said
You
I
are.
was. You just said
You
I'll
are
just
a
turn into manhood.
non-motherfucking factor. Okay, your opinion means
No, that's bollocks.
nothing.
Yeah.
You are
Bollocks.
nothing.
Mate.
Okay.
Yeah. You
Take
don't
your
need
little.
No, listen.
No, but the thing is,
I'm
if he's
trying not to-
17, he might get some jungle fever eventually by 20, so he might change.
Never gonna happen.
probably
Never gonna
eat
happen.
You say that, hey, bro. You don't say
97%
that. Hey,
white men.
don't ever say never,
What
never.
17-year-old
Don't
do you
ever
know
say
has
never,
that
never.
voice?
Like Tinder.
He is not 17.
Don't ever say never, never.
That's that G.
He is never.
I'm
He's
not
not
17.
17. He's clearly
I'm
in his
not
mid
17.
30s, early 40s, and is interested
probably
in young
balding
children,
already.
like the
He's
majority
probably
of
That's
us.
balding
literally
already.
complimenting me. That's
Probably
complimenting
got
me.
too much estrogen. He's balding already. Well, you better drink some roots tonic.
I
Get your
mean,
thing right.
I don't. If you're having to basically
hold me
go
on
into
that.
lying about how old I am.
Nail on the head. Hold me on that.
What?
Say that again, sis.
I was saying, hold on a minute, sis. Let Raheem home in on something. He hit the nail on the head. Clearly,
Yeah,
you're
let
an
me talk to
older
him.
man who wants younger girls, and you got a secret little fetish going on, but that ain't running over here, my man. Allow it.
I'm 17, love.
You're
I turn
a
18
big
in the next
fat
6
man.
months.
Stop your
Yes, I am, you dickhead.
So when was your birthday? Quick fire, go for it.
I'm not telling you
Shut
my
up the
birthday.
camera.
Why would I do that?
Why
Why would I do that?
year?
What,
Quick
dox
fire,
myself?
go for it.
And
Your
then,
birth year.
and then Get ripped.
Quick fire,
Go
for it.
Why
Go
would I
for
tell
it.
you my date of birth?
Stick sniffer. Go for it. What's your birthday?
No,
Wait,
why would I do that?
June the 17th.
Give me your address.
Happy
Give me your
40th
address.
birthday. You know, my friend. Hey, I'm out of here, people. Speak to you all
Give me your
later.
address to prove that you're even real. How do I know you're not a 70-year-old Jew pretending to be a black man on the internet? You know, verify me that.
We entertained this guy for about an hour now, like literally.
No, we were having a conversation before someone jumped in.
Yeah, I stopped
I was talking, you were talking
working
about.
out. Now I'm about to go paint. Y'all can keep my company while I go paint.
All right, love.
But can we talk? Like, is he going? Oh Lord.
There's another one. There's another one.
The big man.
Nah, listen.
Oh shit.
Vellemy.
Yo, Velley, but no, bro, it's Friday for Velley. Velley don't give a fuck. Velley just trying to
Renegade
start
Ralph back up, Velley. Put Renegade picture back up. I don't trust these people.
African Americans shoot more police officers than white people and are less likely to be shot.
Can you translate from the Nordic Viking language, please?
You've got some Scottish facts in here.
I don't know what.
Africans in America proportionately shoot police officers more. Or should I say, your blood, what nation? Yeah, the Africans, yeah, blood, the big Africans, blood. They be shooting the police officers more, yeah, ain't it, blood? Rap, rap, ting, ting.
So can you tell us the name of the police officer that was
Yo, yeah, white, yeah. Shut up, woman.
the name of the officer that was right there?
Yeah, these guys, dog.
George Floyd was on fentanyl and he had heart problems and he died of heart disease and he put a pregnant woman up at gunpoint. You're crying over a pregnant woman that no one cares about your trash framing. You're 85 IQ women. Shut the fuck
Of the
up.
officer that was killed. Can you tell us the name of the officer
So this is what Rabble
killed?
It was a plural. It was called more than one. I'm not naming one. I'm saying it was a statistic. I said, you want me to name all the police officers that Africans are killed? What are you talking about?
Why'd you run away from Marco Coletti?
Tell me one.
Why'd you run away from Marco Coletti?
Listen to the reason why. Don't entertain him. Don't entertain him.
What are you talking about? Be quiet, racist liberal.
Shut up, you faggot.
Okay, man. Go back to your little treehouse.
Go back to communism, mate. Go and worship your pub. Go and sit wanking off those street corners.
He's not an ethno-nationalist. He's a liberal. He's a liberal.
No, mate. You're a liberal.
Okay, man.
Racist
Okay,
liberal.
man.
Yeah. Okay, man.
No, you're a liberal.
Okay.
No, you're a liberal. Yeah,
No,
you're a
you're a
liberal.
geek.
Yeah, you're fucking liberal. Oh,
You
yeah.
really care about white well-being, mate, that you're fighting one of your own in a
No,
stream.
mate.
That really
You're
comes across as
pro-homosexual.
mature.
You're pro-homosexual.
Right. Shut up. Never talk.
Shut
Don't have
up,
to say anything
man.
else.
You
You're
need to stop
Irish.
listening to
That's how
feds.
dirty you are.
I'm
Hey, you're
Irish.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you are, mate.
Father.
Oh, shit.
The other day, you're Irish, you're homosexual, and you race mix. It's as simple as that. You need to go home, love.
You're currently siding with Africans. How does that make you feel?
No, I'm not. I'm against them. All right. I want to put them in gas chambers.
Right.
In Minecraft.
Oh my god. Wow. No wonder. Wow.
Hey, you know we got this on the live stream, which you just said a while ago, right? That's why I like when
in Minecraft.
Why?
Everybody shut up.
Yeah, mate.
I love this. I love this. Keep going.
No,
No. I love this.
it's a game. It's a video game called Minecraft.
No. You're serious. You're serious.
Serious about Minecraft, mate.
Let's face it, Africans think that they're oppressed and they're better than white people, even though it's a Jewish narrative. No one gives a shit about your opinions. You're so oppressed, but you're supported by the state and allowed to riot and do whatever the fuck you want, whilst our police officers are kneeling to you like they used to kneel to conquered kings. Shut the fuck up about your oppression narratives. You're fucking disgusting. You know you've got the upper hand, and no one gives a shit about any of your narratives who has a brain. I know that. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, big man, what are you saying?
Bro, one down. You got one down who just probably said the dumbest thing on earth. So one of them said the dumbest thing on earth, but he literally said the same shit Hitler did. Said he wanted to do it.
African Americans disproportionately shoot police officers and are proportionally shot less than white ones.
Can't say one.
There's literally, it's a big statistic across the whole country. You want me to name them? And George Floyd held a gun up against a pregnant woman. George Floyd held a gun up against a pregnant woman. Yeah.
That was good,
He was an
Ultra.
outstanding citizen, and he was on fentanyl at a copious rate, 5 times the copious rate of fentanyl, which is 20 times stronger than morphine.
I'm trying to understand what is the topic here. Like, I'm confused.
What is the topic of the day, actually? What is the topic of the day?
Africans feigning that they're against the system, whilst the system lets them riot. The whole system is letting you riot right now, and you're pretending you're against the system. Don't bullshit me. Just be honest.
Why are you so mad? What's going on?
I'm not mad, lady. I'm just saying facts. I'm not mad. Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad?
Tell me one good thing going on in your life. Tell me one good thing going on in your life. You must work for a black man or something, for real.
You must
You heated. I don't work for a black man. I mean, for a white man. So.
Yeah, you just hate white people. It's fine. Just admit you hate white people. Just admit that you lie that you're oppressed. All of you lie that you're oppressed. You know you're not oppressed. You people know you're not oppressed. You know you're not oppressed. You're being allowed to run about and riot and kill white people. We've seen the videos of all you lynching white people. We know that you just hate us. It's fine. Just admit it. You're trying to dominate us because all the white men are weak.
No, we dominate your women. We dominate your women, bro. Who's Rapsy Nepsi?
Yeah, exactly. Just admit it. You think
enough 10 minutes.
What's this guy? Earlier, one of you guys are saying you created like technology and like fucking faucet systems, even though there's like Greek examples of like water systems ranking back thousands of years before your crappy examples. The idea that Africans created all this technological stuff is bullshit. No. The Greek examples of water filtration systems far go back than any of your bullshit ones. So shut the fuck up.
How much listen, how much
you were living in huts fucking genociding each other in your tribes, and the Muslims had more slaves than the whites. Your blood. It's not true blood. We suppress blood. Even though the system lets us fucking attack you, blood. Even though if we attack you, we don't go to jail, blood. We suppress. Ting, 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 ting.
This is highlighted, man. This is
blood. Yeah, we suppress blood. Blood. We suppress while we punch you on the street with no repercussion, blood. Yeah.
Woohoo! What should we say? Woohoo! Yeah, man. Fucking hey, man. I got a question.
Don't get my thing. You're the waste man, blood. Yo, you is oppressed, blood, even though we get supported by the state, blood, even though the Jews control our propaganda, blood, we is oppressed, blood, we get to grow up and attack you, but we is oppressed, blood, rap, ting, ting, yes. You guys know you're not oppressed. You know that deep white men are weak and deracinated. Come on. And that person with the continent like mate.
Tell us about that. What do you mean by your people are weak? I never heard that before. What do you mean?
What do you mean, bro?
Men are weak.
What part?
You said your men are weak. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the white men are all little bitches. That's why you can take the women easily, right?
I don't know. You keep talking. I don't know.
Do you think that the white men and weak who bow down to you are strong men? Do you think that's a show of strength?
White men are bow
down to your Jewish propaganda. Yeah.
Oh, so black people are Jews now. Oh.
They are facilitated and manipulated by the Jewish propaganda system, like Malcolm X said. Malcolm X was right. You guys need to listen to Malcolm X and none of this Martin Luther bullshit. Malcolm X told you. Why don't you listen to Malcolm X? He told you who's controlling the things. The slave ships that came over from America were Jewish ships. It's not white people. Listen to Malcolm.
Come on, mama.
Listen, I don't know. You take some new stuff, man. I never heard.
You guys need to go back and read your Malcolm X and go look at your Malcolm X.
I know about
You're
that part.
You're facilitating the manipulation of your own people.
The weakness. I never heard that part. That's just making me interested. I never.
Malcolm X. Yeah, Malcolm X talking about the Jewish people. Yeah.
Your weakness. I never heard that stuff.
Do you think white men are bowing due to Jewish propaganda that you make use of so you can steal shit? Do you think that's a sort of strength to bow below people who treat you like shit? Like, you joking me? You guys get to riot and pretend you're doing it for a police officer when you just want free shit, brother.
From rioting? Who stops them? You said you get to riot. Who stops white people from rioting?
Oh, when do right-wing people get to riot? I mean, in Charlottesville, they got fucking... No. In Charlottesville, a guy got jailed for 400... A man got jailed for 419 years for running away in his car when he got attacked. You're talking absolute garbage. No, they don't. The real right-wing is not allowed to protest at all. Your people are facilitated... Your riots are facilitated by the state. You are facilitated by the state. Your whole
how does that make you
is promulgated by the state.
How does that make you weak? How does that make you weak?
I'm stating that you take advantage of weak white men, which is, you know,
who
fair
is weak
enough.
white men? Like who? Like you? Are you one of
the
them?
ones? Oh, I'm definitely not, brother. But the ones bowing before you under the realm of Jewish propaganda.
He's not your brother. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, but you know, white lives matter, so I don't give a fuck. Why is it racist to say white lives matter? It's like, no, only black lives matter. Remember that video yesterday with the black girl? She was like, no, white lives, all lives don't matter, only black lives matter. Yeah. We suppress shit, even though we suppress, even though we get to run about the streets and attack people. And now you bring out your abstract bullshit.
No, you want to be down. Listen, bro, you want to be down. I know it.
I want to be down. I want to be down. I want to be down. Down. What are you talking about?
Some black girl turned him down or something.
Oh no, some black girl basically said that all lives don't matter, only black lives matter, because that's what you guys think, because you're irracinated people making a play. You have an insecurity about the fact that we created all the shit, you know. Go back to your we created water systems bullshit. Fucking learn history, dude. Go look at the Greeks. They had it thousands of years before you, and most of your people, apart from the Ethiopians, didn't have it.
But when did you guys become weak? I don't get it. You're saying the Greek this, but when did you guys become weak? I'm trying to figure this out.
When did white people start bowing before blacks who are supported by the state to deracinate and conquer their country? When did white people start bowing before blacks?
I don't see
that's weak, isn't it? How is that not weak? Oh, did you not see all the white people bowing? You've got half of them. You guys think you guys say you're oppressed by white people. Well, all these white people in London are bowing before you. All the liberal whites support you. The majority of the white population right now supports you. The liberals that run around and bow before you for their social currency.
People bowing before blacks. Answer the question. It's not hard. Who are they?
I don't hear you, lady. They're weak white liberals who are communists and have they have joined in the propaganda system to social currency status kind of virtue signal on the mirage of black oppression in the modern age.
So give me a percentage. How much of them you say are weak?
You want a citation for that, lad? Yeah, you want a citation? Jesus Christ. Shall I name all of them as well, lady? Yeah, I need to name all the white people, right? That's the same fucking logic from earlier.
Now give me a percentage. Give me a percentage.
Your girl there sounds like she's in a fucking fridge. She needs to chill the fuck out. I can't make out what she's saying, you know. She's cutting out more than the logic in Black Lives Matter.
You stop talking, you can hear her.
Hold on.
No, like technically, lady, your microphone's breaking out. No, I can't make out what she's saying. Our microphone's breaking out. Your microphone's breaking out.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. When you stop talking.
1 second. So my thing is,
okay,
wouldn't you have the conversation with the white people you claim that are bowing down? Would it make sense not to have that conversation with them rather than talking to us?
Oh no, but this is just a wee jaunt into the other side of the town. Whilst your people are getting free reign to lynch white people under the false pretense of a guy who held a gun up against a woman with a baby in it, and you're acting like he's so oppressed, even though he took fentanyl, like in Kilt was going to die anyway.
So what about? So what about the people?
The question because he'll make himself look silly by answering my question.
Ultra, are you there?
No, you made yourself silly by asking such a silly question that is framing as 80 IQ at best.
Ultra. About what white people, the weak white people, you should be talking to the weak white people and tell them that they're weak.
Oh, well, maybe I can also tell the people like you to fuck off with your false oppression narrative. You guys know fine well you're not oppressed. You know fine well you have free reign to do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, look at America. Look at Trump. Trump's oppressing you so much, but Trump's oppressing you so much, but he's having to pamper you. Trump is letting you burn down America, and you think you're oppressed. You know you're not oppressed. Don't bullshit me. You know what you're taking advantage of.
What are your thoughts about people who are not from your country? Getting wealthy and then taking their wealth and moving back to their countries.
Well, it's obviously against the benefit of my state to my tribe more pertinently. It's against the benefit of my tribe.
Do you see a problem in that, or do you just see them as, guess what? They're smart, they're intelligent, and
They're smart. Most of those people just come on benefits and then send it back home, and then they fuck off after 20, 30 years. What are you talking about? It's not intelligent to come on. Blood, I came over and I went on universal credit, blood.
They're coming there and they're doctors, they're lawyers, they're solicitors.
The majority of immigrants go straight onto universal credit, lady. Don't bullshit me with your we was doctors shit. The majority of you aren't of that. Only like 10-15% of you are like even above 120 IQ. You're not good quality people.
Big man, have you heard of Big man, have you heard of the Hebrew Israelites?
What?
Have you heard of Hebrew Israelites?
The Hebrews.
Yeah, Hebrew Israelites.
Am I familiar with the Hebrews?
Yeah, Hebrew Israelites. Yeah.
I know of them. Yes.
Yeah, they say that King James.
The ones that support you, yeah.
No,
and you don't listen to Malcolm X about how the Jews were actually the ones that brought you over from Africa. And then you blame white people and fallen. See, the people that originally enslaved you were in fact the Jews. Well, none of you are saying anything interesting. So, I'm here to educate you. You're ignorant and you need to be educated. You need to understand this, right? You need to be educated. Oh, I'm not a white supremacist. I love my people. I'm coming from love.
Thank you.
Don't call me a white supremacist.
You're black.
Huh? I didn't hear you. Malcolm X told you that it was the Jews that brought you over to Africa. From Africa to America.
Listen, do you think King James was black, young man?
Do you think Shakespeare was black? Yeah. Do you think it's? Imagine we took your ancient mythology and folklore, right? Not that you have much of any pertinence or poignancy, but imagine we took your ancient traditions and mythology, and then we went and put white men on it, and then said, "Yeah, this is totally normal. White men were totally."
Let me ask you a question.
The Zulu mythologies and folklores have been replaced with white people, haven't it? The Zulu nation's totally been turned into a white thing. Lady, what happened is not that, whatever you're saying. The fact is, you have the benefit of diversity, and you come here and you act like you're not masculine because you act like fucking victims, You're pathetic.
But hold on. But you told us your people are weak, though. I don't get it. What do you mean victims?
Switching up.
No, I'm saying you're victims. You act like victims to take advantage of our weak people that have been laid out weak for you by the Jews and other people. Yeah, you act like you're oppressed, whilst the whole system is letting your people riot under the false pretense of a fucking drug addict, drug dealer who puts guns up against pregnant women. Don't give me this fucking shit about how like George Floyd was oppressed.
You can't talk about drug addicts. You really can't.
Oh well, yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The opioid crisis in America that's used against us is pretty bad. Yeah, they are drugging all of us for sure.
Now you're being a victim. Now you're against your own. Take responsibility for your actions.
You're a victim for real.
Sorry.
Yeah, we are. The white people are victims, but I don't manipulate that mindset. I'm free. I transcend it, and you people are the beneficiaries of this society and this government and the state and the corporations. You're the beneficiary of this whole political system, and then you act like you're a victim.
Like a little bitch.
No, okay. Okay, says the black person who goes around acting like they're oppressed when they're not. Lady, give me a fucking break. Oh yeah. Your whole country, your whole people are getting to riot under the pretense of like some fucking asshole died. No, I'm not crying. See, I'm transcendent.
Listen, all I want to know is
white people will win in the end. We will get our homelands back. The white people will get their homelands back. You guys will get your homelands as well. Everyone will get their homes in the end.
You're Scottish though. I don't even understand it. You're not even part of the real boy. So what I'm saying, who are the weak ones that keep talking about?
Was Nelson Mandela Irish?
No,
Nelson Mandela Irish.
Nobody cares about that.
He's black. He's definitely black.
No. He's perfect.
Yeah, he sanctioned the bombing of white school children because he was friends with the Jews.
Listen, King James is black. I hope you understand that King James is black. You gotta know that.
That's such a weak attempt.
No, it's not weak.
No, there's evidence. Listen, you need to look up the
Okay.
Hebrew
We
Israelites.
was kings. We was kangs and shit. Okay. We was kangs. We was kangs. Come on, lads. Look, I believe that your people are being manipulated by the people up above. I don't have a general specifically hatred for you. I just believe that we don't work together in an integrated society, right? You know, you're manipulated by the system. We're manipulated by the system. But you people are taking advantage of it right now, and you can pretend this is your homeland, but it's not your
But
homeland.
guess
You
what?
didn't
Y'all
make this
take advantage of
civilization, and
shit
just
too.
because there was like
Take that L.
0.5% slave
Y'all
population doesn't mean you designed all the things, because you didn't. Okay.
Listen, y'all always
let me show
taking
you.
advantage of shit. Take that L.
There's some people that can bring you evidence that King James was black because they call him the Black
Yo,
Prophet.
what are
Who
you
cares?
talking
Who
about? Who feel
cares?
like that's
This
for
is such a
real now?
bizarre, what a bizarre tangent. Yo, we was kings and shit, blood. Yeah, we had the
No,
archers,
I'm
blood.
just saying. I'm just
Blood,
saying, like,
blood. We was the
obviously,
druids and shit. Yeah, blah blah. What are you
that
talking
means that
about,
your
man?
ancestry was black as well.
What point does this have? This is like an 80 IQ diversion. No one cares about this.
No.
The point is, your people are getting to riot free
No.
by the state, whilst you pretend that you're oppressed, and you expect people like me who are above 130
Listen,
IQ to take
this does
anything
not
you
make
say
sense. Hold up. This is not
No
making
one
sense. If
cares.
you're supreme, listen. If your guys in the position and you're allowing us to riot, I'm saying, who are these weak white people? I'm trying to say, what is the
Liberals.
percentage of these weak white people? But what's the percentage? I want to know how much of you guys are weak, like you keep describing. Like how much? Are you
A
one
lot
of
of
them?
them.
I'm keep trying to figure this out. Listen, what's the percentage? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Do I seem like I'm one of them, sir?
I have to listen, bro. Come on now.
Like a bitch. I've been
So,
said you crying like a
Melanie,
Shut up! Your whole fucking race is crying like a bitch, while our people
you
fucking
look, your
bow
voice got
to
high a
you.
while ago. Please relax. If you're not a weak, don't raise your voice if you're not a weak, man. Come on now.
Oh
All right.
yeah. Whilst your whole race,
are you weak?
pertains
Are you weak?
victimhood.
Listen, are you weak? Are you weak? Are you weak? Yes.
Am I weak?
Yes.
You know what's weak is a whole race
Let's
pertaining
get to you. All right, let's
victimhood,
get to you.
whilst
All
your
right,
country
you're one of
gets
the weak
free
liberals. All right. Cool. You're one of
license
the
to
weak
do
liberals.
whatever you want.
How much of the weak liberals are you? Like 70%, 30%? I'm trying to figure out this. We're pretty much
Do you want
doing what we want.
Do you want a citation, blood?
No, I don't want a citation. I want your opinion. Give me your opinion.
Don't come
Give me
over
a
here if you ain't
percentage.
got no citation.
You're saying that, well, we pretty much.
How many? Well, let's try work out together, hand in hand. So, how many white people do you think are deracinated and aren't allowed white identity? Because the whole state doesn't allow us an identity. So,
Break
the
down
real question.
deracinated. Remember, I have low IQ, so break down deracinated, please.
Yeah,
What
you
I mean
do.
by your women are coming to us. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? What
Deracination.
dominating
Well,
your?
how many white people actually feel like they are part of a tribe?
What does that give me? I don't know. Give me something,
Well,
man. What does
white
that mean?
identity is illegal. My identity is illegal.
Your white identity. Okay, your white identity is illegal. All right.
Right. So then we have to say how many people adhere to the law in terms of the fact that my people aren't allowed an identity and yours are. So I don't know how am I meant to work out that number. I can give you a rough estimate, right? But I
just want to know how many of you
there's
guys are weak. That's all I'm trying to say. Listen,
most of us.
Most of you. So that's 80% of you are weak.
I don't know, maybe like 50, 60, maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, right?
50, 60. Your IQ is low. 50, 60, that's 110%. Are you dumb?
What, 50 or 60%?
60, 40, you mean 60, 40. Can't be 60, 50.
No, I was saying 50 or 60%. I wasn't I wasn't doing a split,
all right.
sorry.
I asked you what's the percentage a week. So if you would have gave me 70%, it would have been 30%. You understand? That's how it works. Right.
No, what I was saying is I think it's between 50 and 60.
Hold up. Now I'm thinking you're one of the weak ones.
I was thinking it's between 50 or 60%.
Yo, you don't know basic math. But, all right, fuck it. All right, let's go. Let's
What's
continue.
so weird about something being between 50 and 60%?
No, don't worry about that. Now you're weak because you're harping on this shit, man. If you didn't give a fuck, you knew the answer, you would have harped on it.
No, I'm standing up for my people, and in an age where my identity is illegal. No, standing up for my identity, sir, in an age where it's illegal to have my identity is nothing but weak.
Stop being weak.
You're weak, blood.
Stop being weak.
You're weak. You're weak, blood. Yo, blood. You stand up for your people. You're weak. Stop being weak. Rap, ting, ting. Crep check. Crep check. Crep check. Crep check.
Northbrough. Yeah.
I do have Viking blood for sure. I do have Viking blood for sure. Yeah. Why don't you guys listen to Malcolm X about? Why don't you guys listen to Malcolm X about who actually enslaved you?
Boneless, huh?
Why don't you care about? Why don't you care about who actually enslaved you? Why don't you care about the Jews that enslaved your people?
Do you have any children? Do you have any children?
2 million.
You have 2 million. Come on now.
No, 14. We've got 14.
Oh, you see, one guy
What's your
says
name?
17, other guy says 14. They trolling. That's what I'm saying.
14,
They're trolling, bro.
14.
They're deviating. They're making sure we don't have no intelligent conversation, bro. That's the whole point.
No, I'm bringing intelligent conversation. I'm the only one
Nah,
that
man,
actually cares
listen,
about the
you
people that
said ting
enslaved.
ting bling
Why
bling.
Well, that's what you guys say half the time anyway. Listen, why don't you care about the Jews that enslaved your people?
Bro, damn. Hold on. Shit.
Wait, where's the other thing of paint?
Jews?
Oh, fuck.
Are the
You
Jews white?
guys.
Big man, are the Jews
Ting
white?
ting bling bling. And I have a higher opinion. Ting ting bling bling.
They're not white in it.
Ragnar ting ting bling bling R. You got a weird ass name. Man.
Establish what his actual argument is. He's coming over here rambling, but yet not made one good argument. Yet.
No, I came to educate you. You're ignorant, and I came to educate you.
Why you always lying?
Ain't come to educate nobody, man.
I mean, you
Oh
don't
my
even know who
God.
enslaved your own people.
Stop
Getting fucking
lying.
against black America. You don't even know who
Oh,
owns the ships
shit.
about you from America.
Are the Ashkenazis white? Are they
No,
Ashkenazis? Are they white?
no,
They're
no,
not white.
no.
Hey, you know you're a goyim. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm a bad guy. I'm not one
No,
of the
you're
baddest
goyim.
guys.
No, I didn't say bad guy. I say you're goyim.
No,
I
I'm
didn't say
saying
that.
I have self-determination, unlike you, because you're
No,
manipulated by.
so your self-determination is you're a bad guy? What?
No, I'm a bad guy.
He's weak
My
and he's bad. This
self-determination
is
is
horrible.
fighting for the identity of my people in an age where it's illegal and people like you get to
But
be
you're
buried
goyim
in their
though. But hold up,
He's
you're
weak
goyim.
and
You're
he's bad.
goyim. But you're
Yeah, so
goyim.
everyone is
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I know you're goyim though. I know that for a fact.
We're all going. We're all
I know
going.
that for a fact. I know that for a fact.
Everyone in this panel is going.
No,
Unless you're like,
I know, no. I know you're goyim though. That's all I want to know. You already verified that you're goyim. I didn't verify that. I don't even know about none of that shit. But you're goyim,
well,
so let's just keep
and
it
you
there.
an African.
No. Listen, you're goyim, bro. Relax. That's all you got to worry about.
I can follow my dreams
That,
of being a
as
bad
long as
guy.
you validated that you're goyim, let's continue on with the conversation.
Remember,
I'm trying to figure out if you're one of these weak Europeans that you keep talking about. I want to put you in that 60% bracket, but you're telling me you're not.
Yeah.
But the more you talk,
bro.
it's like, damn, you're one of the weak ones, man. So.
He's not going. He's not going.
Sociopathic attempts to gaslight and upset my emotions are very amusing.
Nah, man, I'm just bored as fuck right now. My battery about to go to the charger.
Go to the charger, bro. Get that ting ting.
Yeah, ting ting, bling bling, yeah.
We suppress blood. Yeah, we suppress blood. Wow, we can riot freely and shit. Yeah. Okay, man.
Now I think
you
we
guys
saying this guy too much, though, man.
On a serious question, though, like, I don't have any.
Serious question, yeah. Serious question, yeah.
Yeah, Malcolm X. Why are we not listening to Malcolm X?
Renegade Raph know more about that than me. I'm confused myself about that.
Malcolm X knew that it was the Israelis as well. You know.
No, listen. Avoid that. You're goyim, so avoid talking about the Jews. Talk about Malcolm X politics if you want to do that, but.
No, but that is Malcolm
X speculation and shit.
I want to change the topic.
Malcolm X agrees with me. He's on my side. Malcolm X.
I want to change the topic. Hold on.
Then change the topic, bro. Like Lily, change the topic. You don't gotta listen to him. You change the topic, and then nobody talk to him.
I want to talk about the violence in Glasgow.
Oh,
I want to talk about the gang violence in Glasgow.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. How are you guys dealing with it there? Like, because obviously these are white boys and white gangs killing other white people. Like, how are you guys tackling it there?
You realize that stopped like ages ago when the gangland people actually chose to stop doing that.
Stopped, yeah.
Yeah, they agreed to stop, and then the Muslims took over, and the Africans took over.
Over to Glasgow.
Yeah, man, they own all the drugs now. Yeah, and the south side.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the ones in Liverpool? What about the ones in Liverpool? The Liverpool, the Scousers, that you've got a lot of white gangs there as well. So how are you guys tackling that? Because obviously black and white, we talk about black and black crime on a lot amongst black community, but white and white.
About the rape gangs that minorities are doing of white girls. Do you talk about that?
Sorry?
Do you talk about how minorities are disproportionately gang raping and trafficking white girls at an estimated 1 million?
Which minorities though? Which minorities are you talking about?
Lots of them. There's quite the selection. We've got quite the palette of minorities raping girls. It's like how you see white girls. Please.
Hold on, brothers. 1 second. Hold on. Can you be more specific? Because when you're saying minority, I'm not a minority. That's number one.
I'm not an ocean.
That's why I asked him. I asked him the question.
Are you talking
Yeah, which people are you talking about? What is that? What minorities are you talking about? There's many
What
minorities.
minorities are gang raping white girls? Is that your question? I don't
No.
really understand your question. It's pretty
Yeah,
simple.
but which minorities are you talking? Because you've mentioned minorities. Minorities there's black, there's Asians, there's other white groups.
Normally, when it comes to gang raping, an issue with the Muslims, right?
Sorry. So you talk about Muslims, right?
They're one of the main groups
So
raping.
what's that got to do with us? Because obviously, I wanted to talk about the issues of white crime going on in Liverpool, but you brought up minorities doing it too. So
bizarre. That's a non sequitur, man. Like what I'm saying is, if you look at the violence that's going on right now, that you guys are feeling, right, as you run about in a loot and riot.
I'm talking about. Listen,
Can you put up to let Brad on? Brad's in the back.
Yeah,
blood. What it is, like white people, they rape people as well. Blood, ting ting, brap brap. White people do bad things as well. Yeah, that means you consider.
No. Big man, listen, you misunderstood it. You misunderstood. What I'm trying to say is, I agree that the black issue should be dealt with. I'm just saying, like, we as a community of black people should deal with it. Where it comes to white people now, where it pertains to white people now, I feel like in the white community, they should be dealing with those type of issues, and those type of issues do exist. So I'm just asking you, as a fellow white person,
or like white violence.
Sorry, yeah. How would you do it? Yeah, and it's good that you mentioned the grooming thing too, because obviously we have a lot of white groups that are grooming kids. So how are you guys dealing with that too?
Can you realize I just said your point a minute ago that white people do bad things too? Obviously, you deal with it in the same way, right?
But obviously, like because
no tolerance.
But since you're here, we don't want our kids being grown by your community. So
we don't want to have our continent raped by people who are pretending that they're oppressed.
What is your community doing about it? That's what he asked you.
Big mouth.
No tolerance. I've already answered. No tolerance. The same as anyone else. No tolerance.
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, big man. Yeah, big man. Sorry. I hear what you're saying, but listen, you got to deal with it's a brilliant question that you asked us, isn't it? Obviously, we've recognized that there is an issue going on in the community, and then we want you to tell us about it. I want to know the issue that's going on in the white community, how you guys are dealing with it now.
No tolerance. It's much more pervasive, however, in minorities, and the gang raping of our girls is far more proportionally higher than anything that our people, unfortunately, are doing. So, I mean, it's a bit of a kind of straw man argument, trying to draw the attention away from the fact
No, it's not a straw man argument. I agreed with you that black people have an issue in their community and they need to sort that out, especially pertaining to violence. I just wanted to know how you guys are doing it. We could learn from each other, You could learn from each other. So obviously, you guys have the solution.
We don't work together.
Tell us
you don't want to learn from us. We've tried. We tried since 1948.
I want to. Daddy's home. Yo, Ralph, welcome on, bro. It's popping.
Yeah. Nothing, man. I just asked a question. Like,
that's fairly
yeah, man. I got something for you to share, bro. Ralph, check the back chat for me, bro.
Okay. I
wonder what the back chat for me, G.
Okay, let me see.
Gang. You know how we do. We dirty right there, come on. I'll type the big man. Yeah, big up Scotland, man.
Yeah, big up
Scotland. But
man. I don't worry, man. We want to help Scotland, man. We're trying to help Scotland. What did he run?
Oh no!
You ran, yeah?
No, he didn't run.
Say that.
Oh, come on, man.
You came to it.
Come on, man. You can't run.
Did he run away? Oh god.
Yeah, he ran somebody, man. Don't worry, man.
I'm just wishing you luck trying to have
Ralph, share the information with me, bro.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Big up, you're gonna take my place in the sector, yeah? And big up yourself, Shani. Long time, man. Big up, sis.
Hi, blessings, peace and blessings. I really wanted to speak to him. He was just spewing so much lies about Scotland, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh,
yeah, it's all right,
it's
man.
somebody that actually knows Scotland on the panel, and somebody
He
that
ran
is,
off, man.
yeah, man.
He ran
Oh,
off, man. But we needed to discuss the death of the drug rates in Scotland and alcohol. How they're the biggest in Europe.
oh no.
You hear me? Like that's what we was gonna discuss.
Oh shit. Oh,
That's
it's
what
white.
we was gonna discuss with him. Why are all the Scottish people on heroin, bro? Like, what's that with the heroin in Scotland? Like,
Oh no. Oh no.
Big up Shani.
Craziest
Don't
thing.
take no sweet.
Why are you saying
eating
there's
bad
no war on,
Martha's right
hold on,
there,
there's
bro.
no war on drugs in Scotland now? No war on drugs.
All right, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers.
Shit, boy.
It's
Oh
insane.
shit!
It's
You
insane.
dirty.
It says
And the thing is, as well,
number
like,
tests per million.
You dirty.
Million.
what I thought was
Big Clean, man.
insane.
You should have come back, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know, we had to. We try to help with Scottish Lives Matter. Scottish Lives Matter.
Scottish lives do matter.
Lives
Scottish
do
lives
matter. That's
Sorry.
bread.
Scottish livers and kidneys matter. That's what's
Scottish
going on.
kidneys and livers
Livers
matter.
matter.
Are you
For
mean?
real.
What's wrong with this guy?
Scottish nasal systems matter.
Oh no.
Oh man. All right. Anyway, listen. Yeah, I'm gonna let Ultra jump on. He's gonna take my place still, man. Big up my brother Ultra. Ultra Melanie Goddess. Ultra I Love So. Ultra Lady Divine. Big up Shadi. Big up yourselves. Yeah. I'm gonna be listening from YouTube though still. Yeah.
You know what was really kind of crazy at the fact that he was saying that he wasn't allowed to be white and he wasn't allowed to be part. When he lives in a country that has less than 1% of people of color, less than 1%. So he's talking about laws. There's the law that doesn't let me to be my heritage. There's laws but these are white people and your people making these laws anyway.
But Shani, be fair though. Be fair. King James is black.
Okay.
Yeah, well, hold on. But why you kept saying all this?
You're gonna get the Hebrews are coming for you, Ralph. Here, they've been smoking you in the chat. Behave
The man
yourself.
literally talking about Hebrew Israelites and.
King James is black though. Like we have to let him know, because that's probably the fear. That's why he's reacting like that. Because if you see a black king in your country, in your history, you're gonna feel that way. That we probably had black people here, so that's why he probably feels like that. So
this is the thing. Their roads. They live in a country. The country has names still named after the tobacco plantations. There's streets that are still from that. There are people in the Caribbean. There are people, the majority of the Caribbean people have Scottish surname. There is a lot of blackness within Scotland. So he can't be here denying his whole history because he doesn't know his history. That's what I was like, bruv, you literally don't know your history. If you're sitting here racist when your ancestors were slaves themselves, he doesn't even get it. Like, I just literally wanted to have a conversation with him. Like, there's less than freaking 1% of people of color within Scotland, and he wants to talk about how he's a victim. Like, fuck off, ball bag. You know what? Everyone should just be calling him a ball bag because that's what he is. He's a ball bag.
Shani, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Where have you been?
I've been hiding, mate. I've been hiding.
Are you still doing that?
Huh?
Listen, just quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
I was listening in right while I was washing the car.
Yeah, Ultra, you cut out. You cut out still.
You cut out at the wrong bit as well. You were listening in about washing the what?
Car.
He tried to splash the water on his phone. Yeah.
Oh, the car.
But damn, them numbers don't look good.
Yeah.
No, but pick up Shaq for coming in, because again, you're not from Scotland, and then you got somebody who knows about Scotland, who's from Scotland, can actually put some enlightenment on this and stop the rambling that we had to listen to. That makes more sense. Like, your issue's not with us, my brother. You need to take that issue elsewhere. Go and deal with your Scottish government. Go and deal with that.
100%. And the most important thing is people I saw this video today, and the best thing about this video is the woman said, people need to, like, white people need to stop discussing black people. They need to stop discussing what black people aren't doing or doing. They need to start having conversations with themselves about who they are and what they're doing and why the system is the way it is. And
But
that's the most important thing.
that's why I asked him those questions. I asked him those questions. I specifically asked him, like, what is white people doing about the violence in places like Liverpool? He said there's no violence going on in Scotland anymore because of
His
the whole.
fucking bullshit. The whole Scottish thing, organised crime in Scotland is insane. You can just do a quick Google research and you'll find that.
No, Shan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, basically, one thing I didn't hear anyone ask is for any factual information. As soon as he said, yeah, blood, ting, ting, black, black, you should have known immediately what it was with him.
But we knew. Come on, man.
You weren't listening because I said that from the beginning. I put everybody on the panel on what was going on. Liam brought his crew over, and then Ralph came with his crew. They're actually beefing in the chat. I don't know if you're missing all of that, Ultra. You're the one that's behind. So we already knew what was going on. We couldn't even ask the intelligent question because the guy was rambling like he must be on lager or something. But no one could get a question in. Nobody,
When
literally.
he said black Americans were killing police officers, I asked him for the name of the police officer. I asked him, and he didn't answer.
You know what? He's just not a really good representation of Scotland. And you know what's so funny? I had you guys on mute because you were talking about something inappropriate earlier on, but I realized I was like listening and I was like, ew, Ultra, I want to hear this.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, was he listening? Sorry, Shani. If I'd known you were listening, I wouldn't have gone there.
If you wanted to hear that conversation, you could have tuned out, but you were listening.
No, listen, right? I muted the conversation, and I was working on this project. And the project that I'm working on at the moment. This is why I'm saying this. The reason why I'm saying it's like coincidental is the project that I'm working on at the moment is actually to raise awareness of racism within Scotland, and I'm literally writing my essay, and I'm going to be filming it inshallah later on or whatever, or tomorrow or whatever. But just as I unmuted and remembered that I was still here, like listening, I unmuted and I hear the Scottish guy being mad racist, and I was like, "What? I have to go on." I had so much facts for him, like annoying.
Well,
but,
go ahead and share it for the audience, since if you want to, like, we want to hear it.
Oh, so Shani, did you miss the first one?
Yeah, I must have missed it. I didn't hear it.
That was another crazy one. There's two of them. They're coming back to back. There's a whole load of them coming.
Yeah,
So
there's still going to be more.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? They're just racist, and the thing is that is it. They're just racist. They are not a good representation of Scottish people. They are a representation of Scottish people, unfortunately, but it's because of the education system in Scotland is why they're not aware of their ignorance. And you have to feel sorry for them, if anything. That's it. Like, they have all this privilege and they don't understand why. But they're also, they're not even like the high of the whites. They're also like the downtrodden of the white people within Britain. You know, it's a country that's been raped and pillaged as well by the English.
Yes, but Shani, don't you understand? If you're the downtrodden, people that are not have to convince you that it's everyone else's fault. And that's how they win. That's how they win.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, he's an underdog, and he's not supporting underdogs really, and he's uneducated. That's it, really. You could hear because not anything he was saying was obviously, like you said, there was no facts with what he was saying. He was just rambling about how he didn't like black people. There was like no real substance to it. So
white people are weak. He said they're weak because they allow
just
themselves
look at the response. Listen to this. Blacks are one of the most racist groups on earth, along with the Chinese, and you call us ignorant, F off. That's the response, Shannon. Like, this is the people you're trying to talk to. It's a waste of time.
You know what? There's this, like, so some people believe that you need prejudice. What is it? It's race. Something plus power equals racism, right? What is that thing? Sorry.
Prejudice plus
Is it
power.
what's it?
Prejudice plus power. Yeah. Prejudice plus power is what makes racism. I'm not on that. Like I can see that, but it's not that for me. Racism is when you think that you are better than anybody else in the world based on your culture, on your skin tone, on just anything. Just basically, if you think you're better than somebody else, that is racism. Just based on who you are. So for him to actually come here and say that black people are the most racist people on earth, he's really kind of misconstruing the racism here. Like he's taking the fact that the black people of generations and generations have been downtrodden and treated like their lives don't matter, treated disgustingly. The fact that they're so now empowered and empowering each other and bringing each other up is a threat to him. And he sees that as being racist, you know, because they love themselves. But that would be on the back of things of people saying like Black Lives Matter, Black is beautiful, Black power, all these things which are helping other Black people to bring each other up and empower each other, actually make a lot of white people threatened.
So when I asked the question, if you heard, when I asked the question about, because the first one came in talking about black supremacy and hierarchy. So when I asked him, like, does supremacy equal, what's the question? I can't remember. Raheem was on the panel at the time, and he was rambling. He said he's basically trying to equate supremacy and being up there basically makes you better than everything else. So when is black people gonna get up from the bottom to the top? I'm thinking, is that what you equate to supremacy? Like, to me, that don't make no sense.
They're threatened. That's all it is. You could hear him say that he couldn't do things in his land and whatever, and that's what he felt like. But he needs to look at the people that are running his land. It's not anything to do with black people, especially when there's less than 1% of black people in your country. So what's your issue, bruv? Your issue ain't with black people, your issue's with white people. Sort out your white people, sort out yourself, and then maybe you'll live a better life. That's it. No one's doing anything to you. You can just tell he's just a bigot and a racist, because then he started talking about Muslims, and it's just, oh, mate, so much hate in his heart. He just needs to sort himself out, really. They all do. When you actually think about it, they all do, because ultimately, this Black Lives Matter movement, regardless of who is behind it or funding whatever, the whole message itself is about humanity. It's about people being able to survive and being able to live and not be discriminated against and have equality. That is all it's about. So if that makes you upset and you're angry about that, there is something wrong with you. You need to come offline. You need to find you need to come off of this platform. You need to go in Google, find yourself a psychiatrist and figure out what the fuck is wrong with you for you not to have empathy and compassion for a fellow human being.
Astaghfirullah. Did you just swear, Shani? No. I have to call you on it. No.
Listen, it's warranted. The swearing is warranted right now. But yeah, like is that right reaction, that Ralph guy? Ralph is silly.
Ralph is in fact talking to you. Yeah.
He's a person of color and he wants to say F equality. You need a psychiatrist.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
He needs a psychiatrist.
We can hear you. 1 second. Shani's just ignorant.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. I can hear you. DC Brad.
Right.
Yeah.
I love this, man. I love G Block so much, man. We got everybody against us, bro. Enemies on all sides. We just it's just great. This is great. Yeah, I saw that someone called me a fraud yesterday. I came here to address that bullshit.
You are a fraud, mate.
Why am I a fraud? How am I a fraud? Tell me.
Tricked me into thinking, yes, big things is gone. And then I'm hearing you're talking about going to Africa or whatever to go and find a wife. Like, bruv, did we not have a
Did I just say that? Did I say I went to go find a wife? See, you being emotional. You're being emotional right now. Did I say I was going to go to Africa to find a wife?
Of course I'm emotional. Don't play my feelings. Play my feelings like play my money. Don't play.
I didn't play.
Don't play.
Being emotional. You're being emotional. Okay, I said I didn't want to raise a kid in America. That was it. Okay, I said we was going to utilize I was going to utilize the West as a resource for my family. Gracious. I
Then
even
you
say
tried
that.
to swap me out, and then afterwards you had the nerve.
What you mean, but I said my family. Would you not be considered my family?
Then you said
Brad,
you're
1
only
second.
gonna
After
have
that,
like one
then you made
baby.
another big mistake, and then you tried to swap me out for melanated goddess, talking about, you see, with that talk there now, you make me want to marry you, bruv. Don't
But
do that.
Melanie sees me as like a little brother. She just sees me as a little brother.
I'm listening, innit? Don't play me.
Don't get me and y'all mixed up. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh shoot, there goes Raph. Yeah, I ain't talking to that. I ain't talking to him no more. Fuck him, man. Call me a
Why,
Tommy Sotomayor
we have to have
fanboy.
Raf's back because Raf mentioned the Hebrew Israelites, and for when he said that, Torok started going mad in the chat. So I got Raf's back, yeah.
Raph crossed the line yesterday. He called me
sorry,
Tommy.
I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry,
A
Brad.
Tommy Sotomayor fanboy.
I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm so sorry,
keep
man.
it classy. We make fun of each
that's
other classy around
haram.
this.
That's a haram talk there.
That's
haram talk there.
haram, bro.
Yeah,
that's not
haram,
allowed
haram,
allowed at all, bro.
Yeah, I hear that.
Tommy
I hear that.
Sotomayor be going in on the black women, boy.
I hate him with a passion, bro.
Wig-hatted hooligans.
Wig-hatted hooligans, bro. He said that the reason why cops don't shoot him because he's not black. Like, what does that mean? That's what I'm saying.
He's Panamanian, remember?
Hello, I'm Panamanian too. What that mean?
Nah, he's black. He's black.
Ancestry as well. Like what?
I'm gonna say that again. Yeah, I'm Panamanian too. And you know what he does his broadcast, and he has the Panamanian flag right behind him too. It's so disgusting.
See, Alex, I'm not gonna say I'm a dude that's gonna waste my time trying to condemn people who like date outside their race and shit like that. But, bruh, if you're gonna date outside your race, make sure your marriage works. Like, don't just be going from girlfriend to girlfriend to girlfriend to girlfriend to girlfriend, or you hire someone and use that one person to compare against your own people, and then wants to then when he gets confronted, y'all see when he got his ass beat at Sinetter's event?
Yeah, I saw.
That was refreshing as fuck. That was refreshing as fuck.
Sorry,
Go
just
ahead.
this, Mr. Ailey. Sorry, I was reading the chats. I'm so sorry. Like, I've just gone from this to the chats, but just for that, Mr. Ailio 84. Like, I think in these times when we're talking about race and whatever, we shouldn't start dividing black people from saying things like, "Oh, you're not even black, you're mixed," because a mixed person actually feels feels the what's
Wait,
the
in
word?
the UK, they don't consider mixed people black.
Sorry, what did you say?
No,
in the UK, mixed race people aren't considered black. In the UK.
Yes, they black.
Yes, they are.
No, I was asking
This is a
like
non-black person. This is a non-black person.
It depends on who you talk to be honest. But yeah, majority consensus will go, yeah, they're black, and then
This is a
in America, that they there's no distinction. It's like they don't care who your mom or dad is. It's like who's that black mom or dad. They
but
don't
that's
care
a
about your white side.
disadvantage because then you're eliminating half of the line. So you're gonna not
no.
acknowledge
It's just
that
I'm
one
saying
parent was white or of color.
Exactly. Wait. What are you saying, Brad? Wait, Brad. What are you saying? Are you saying that in America,
I've seen mixed race people. I've seen mixed race people.
not be counted as black?
No, mixed race people not being like. No one ever takes the time to say like, oh, they have a white mom or dad. It's just like who that black parent is the more important one.
That's exactly it, Brad. That's what I'm saying. Like, ultimately, the plight of a black person is put on a mixed race person. A mixed race person cannot walk out in the street or go anywhere. They still face the institutional racism. It might be a little less and they might be a little more accepted, but they still face persecution and discrimination because of their skin tone and because of their heritage. So for us as black people to start dividing each other up based on that is wrong, especially when it's against when we're all being oppressed. When we're all being oppressed, it might not be equal oppression, but oppression is oppression at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So we have to fight together and stand together instead of dividing each other and going, actually, well, you're not even black, you're mixed. So what? Half of them are black. Depending on their mix, one half of that person, one half of their heritage comes from a black person. So does that mean that they don't have any right to any sort of black heritage or culture or feelings or anything like that? Do we take it away and automatically then say
Wait,
they're
but
white?
who's making fun of a mixed person now?
I wouldn't
Who's making?
hold on. I wouldn't
Who's
say
making
that.
fun
To
of?
answer Shani's question quickly, I wouldn't say that. What I would say is this: they are mixed, and we need to stop blurring the lines. That does not mean because you're mixed, you can't relate to one side or the other. You cannot get understanding or knowledge from one side or the other. But what we're not gonna do is throw them under one title which does not apply to them. That's not what we're gonna
Okay.
do.
So, but Lady Divine, where does mix stop then? That's the thing. So where do you stop someone being mixed?
Yeah, that's the problem, because when you got people saying that here, man will stand proud and say, I'm 3/4, or what the fuck is a 3/4? Like, help me understand that.
100%.
Yeah, but three
So
quarters
my
are
family
black
members.
to me.
So
Three
my
quarters are
family
black to
members
me
will
anyway.
have.
Mixed race are black to me, so I don't really bother with, oh, I'm half black and therefore it's all you guys are really
So
arguing
wait, can I
about.
ask a question from a UK, from an American standpoint? Because we don't use the term mixed race, we use the term biracial,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Biracial means that one of your parents is another race. We
Yeah.
don't do like if your grandparent or great grandparent like that, look, that's a little bit too much. Not biracial. If your mommy and daddy are black, right? Now your mom could be mixed race or biracial,
Like
but if
Malcolm
she's,
X.
but if
Was
you
someone
if that
speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the
melanated, you can't hear me.
melanated.
All right, let me refresh. I couldn't hear her. Sorry, sis, interrupting.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like in
Go ahead,
America,
Melanie.
we don't do the whole like mixed race thing, because then that's like your 1/8, your 1/10. What?
Yeah.
This is too far. Like,
No, I think mixed
you
and
know?
biracial are the same thing over there. I think because I've heard people refer to biracial people as, oh, you just mixed, mixed between two different people. I don't
Yeah.
waste my time with because I've met some mixed race kids or some biracial kids who are more on the black thing than I was at the time. So I feel like you can't really waste your time trying to say, oh, you got a white parent, and it'd be like, all right, but you got two black parents and you ain't doing shit. You know what I mean? So
Let me tell you something.
I don't waste my time.
When I first was on,
I find it quite offensive to and I just been in the chat, just being called hardly black. I personally find it offensive to be called hardly black when not one of my parents is white. That's what I am now. If none of my parents are white, then how am I hardly black? Does that make sense?
So wait. Explain that. Explain that.
So one of her parents is mixed race. One of her parents is mixed race. That's the thing. So listen.
So she's like Malcolm X then, huh?
Listen. So I ran this group called the Pan African Horizon Group, right, in a high school, and so we were trying to recruit. This is in DC too, Brad. So we're trying to recruit students to come to the group. But we can't say this is a black group. We couldn't do that, right? So we put out pictures. I put pictures of Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Francis Cress Wilson, Sheikh Anta Diop, right? And then we put and we said like, can you guess who these people are, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of the black kids were being drawn. Once they saw Malcolm X stuff, they were being drawn to it, whatever. They're like, what's this group about? So, long story short, my group is formed. I got like 8 or 9 kids. And I remember a teacher coming to me and saying, hey, what is she? I said, she in my group, she black. What you mean? What is she? Just because she was fair skinned and she had curly hair.
Yeah.
If she felt this is my group, she go home to her mom and dad, she know what her family is. Well, I'm not gonna tell that little girl, you not black enough, you not dark skinned
that's
enough.
fucked. Yeah, that's fucked.
That's so stupid.
That's fucked. I would never do that.
And
The way
not
I
only-
see it, I see mixed race people, I see biracial people as like a double-edged sword. So it's like we can put them in the white community and they can just, exist, but then like boom, when it's time to pop
But
off.
you know what? I think she felt the pressure. She felt the pressure that one day she said, I don't understand why everyone asks me, am I black? I am black. Like I'm just light skinned. Like black people come in different.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
100%.
But that's really, black, we gotta realize something. And I would tell that child, like, listen, the sign that you're black is other black people making fun of you. Black people will critique. How many times have I been told I'm not black?
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? Like, gracious.
We joke,
but
no, this is
I'm
a
saying though,
serious,
like, yeah.
no, but this is a serious issue, Carl. I've heard the rhetoric before, yeah, but the maddest thing is that even with my family, yeah, my dad, yeah, if you see my dad, he's dark, dark, yeah. But when you look at some of his brothers, yeah, they're proper fair skin. They look like they're mixed race.
Yeah.
So, and these are same mom, same dad. So
Yeah.
it's like when we talk about skin tone varies amongst black people.
But
I think that's another conversation we should have. We should have that conversation about like the different variations of our skin tone. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I apologize.
With that though, you know who else
Look
had
at Brad
actually
being all
experienced
polite.
that?
What did you
South
say?
Asian community experienced that as well. The South Asian community experienced that as well. And you know, if you're melanated and you're melanated, the melanation comes in different hues. It literally does, in different shades. You can have a whole family from 2 black parents and they all be different shades of black. So this is what I'm saying. Like, for people to look at me and then say I'm hardly black, or I'm barely black, or I'm not black, but you don't know my heritage, how dare you? Like, we don't need to be dividing each other from that. Ultimately, I face the plight of a black woman. That's what I face the plight of. Yes, my experience as a black woman will be different to another black woman who has a darker skin tone to me, or another black woman who has a lighter skin tone to me. But I still face life as a black woman and am treated like a black woman.
Yeah.
And that is and to make the point here, I'm saying that I'm a black woman. Somebody that is oppressing me or being rude to me or whatever, or discriminating against me, that person sees me as a black woman.
Yo, is somebody putting food away or something, or making like groceries?
I was painting.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, you good. You good. I was like,
I'm
yo,
making
somebody's
a
getting the
little bit
work
of
done.
noise. You know me on my DIY. You know
I'm not gonna lie though.
DIY.
Just based off my family's
there
history.
are people backstage.
Based off my family's history, I kind of want like, I'm kind of like disappointed in like how like, you know,
I'm not
that
black.
white dude that just hopped on.
I'm not black.
Oh Lord.
I'm not black.
Mr. Riggs.
I'm not black. I am chocolate.
Swarthy. Swarthy.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not black, I'm swarthy.
And if you not black,
No.
please.
No, I'm a Moor. I'm a Moor. I'm a Moor.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
What, you're black? Prove it.
No,
Prove that you're
I'm an
black.
Aboriginal. I'm an Aboriginal. Aboriginal.
Prove that you're black.
I'm not African. You know why I'm not African? Because Africa was called Africa in the 1990s. So I'm not Africa.
You know what?
I can prove I'm black. I drink black tea with no milk. I'm black.
Nah, that don't make no.
No, I like my tea with milk. I'm sorry.
You know what? I am spooky. I'm a spooky being.
I'm a human of this earth. I'm a human being. I'm a human being of this earth. The earth is my whole world.
Planet.
I'm gonna go, guys.
All right, blessings to you.
Thanks for the chat. Just literally before I go, I just want to just address something because I'm on the platform and the person's in the chat. So for this person to turn around and tell me that I'm not black, I need to stop pretending I'm black, and I'm stop pretending that I'm oppressed like the real queens, and I'm to know my place. For you, darling, this is the wrong attitude that you have. You don't know my heritage. I haven't even sat here and told you where I'm from or where my family's from. I just said that not one of my parents is white. That's all you've got. And you've assumed whatever you've assumed on the
Hey,
back
who
of
you
that.
actually? Are you talking to someone? Rule.
Yeah, she's talking to someone in the chat.
Quick
She's
rule.
talking to someone
Yeah,
in the chat.
I'm talking about somebody in the chat, but I want to
Yeah,
just
but quick
address
rule though.
that
Don't
kind
ever
of.
take the chat seriously.
Oh,
Like,
but
chat
guys,
in the
one second.
chat. Yeah.
It's not about the chat. It's about what's said. And the point is, if we're gonna make a change in this world, us as people of color need to stop dividing each other and stand up to the oppressors. Okay? Because if you want me to sit back and stop pretending that I've been oppressed or I know what it's like to be black because you think that I don't, then and I don't belong to a group is also what I've been told, is then that means that I'm not going to fight for the equality of black people or the lives of black people. Why should I? If I don't and why should anybody who's of mixed heritage, why should we? Tell us why we should care about the plight of a black person, why we should stand up, why we should be outraged when a black person's being killed for being black.
I'm mixed heritage.
Is that what you would like?
But everyone's mixed heritage. Tell me a pure blood.
This is exactly my point. So we can't be around here trying to separate each other and saying, "Oh, I'm more black than you. You're less black than me." People face oppressions of all different kinds. There will be two black people of the same shade of black that will face different oppressions.
I'm still waiting to
I'm
see
a
a
pure
black
blood.
man.
I'm a pure blood.
I'm trying to still wait. I'm still waiting for a black man though. I haven't seen one
But
yet.
hold on,
I'm a
Free.
pure
I need
blood.
to clarify something. Shani, are
I
you
can
more
explain too
addressing?
if you let me.
Hold on, Shani, are you more addressing colorism or being actually not like being disqualified from being black? What is
They're both of them. They're both of them because they're literally getting smudged right now with the abuse that I'm getting for talking about my experience. I'm not even talking about my experience. I'm just talking about us as a nation of people not dividing each other through colorism or trying to take people's black cards away. Like, who are you to do that? Who are you to do that? When
No one actually
ultimately
has that power.
what we're
It's just
facing is the
words.
bigger oppressor. We are facing a bigger oppressor. There is bigger things for us to do and bigger things for us to challenge than sitting here deciding who's black and who the fuck's not. That's bullshit.
Black is beautiful, baby.
Ralph, you're a Hebrew. Shush. No more talking.
Oh, sorry.
What? Ralph's a Hebrew atheist?
I've accepted that King James is black.
He believes in the most low.
Black Jew-ish.
Black Jewish.
Chocolate Jew.
Yo, I swear to God, him and Rambo have like the greatest laughs.
Oh my gosh! I'm still waiting to see a black man.
I am black.
Where? I can see your picture. That looks like chocolate brown to me.
Yo, that's something though. Like this really like.
I'll show you my father. King James.
I want to see someone as black as your hair.
King James
I'm swarthy though.
Have you been
Would
to
swarthy
Sudan
count?
yet,
I'm very
Henry? Have
swarthy.
you been to Sudan?
I'm very, very swarthy.
Let's not do that. Colorism now.
Yeah,
Stop
but
it.
also I just wanted to let you know I'm a pure blood. Wanted to let you know that.
How are you?
I'm a pure blood African. I am. Yeah.
Pure blood.
Yeah.
But Africa's not pure blood, though.
I got 4%. I got 4%. I got 4% Native American. But if you let me explain, let me explain.
So
I'm
he's not
96%.
pure now.
No, I'm pure. I am pure. Listen. Because of the out of African theory, right? The Native Americans came over here with the Moors, and they rested here, and so essentially the Native Americans here are Africans, because so therefore I am a pure blood. That 4%, Manaponi in me is merely black people, because they were known as the black tribe.
Pure blood.
Huh?
I want to know what pure blood is.
I don't. I just only pure blood I know is the TV show that used to come on. That was it. That's the only pure blood I know. So
If we were to actually go into the actual definition of pure blood, and we go.
Yo, somebody talk.
That it's not been like your blood has not been contaminated with any other but your lineage. Well, you're not going to find that, are we?
Wait, who's talking? Is somebody else speaking right now? Because I don't.
Lady Divine speaking.
Oh, okay. Let me come on.
The disrespect of this guy for the last 2 days is beyond a joke, but I'll let it slide. But yeah, Terry, the pure blood thing, Ralph, you're gonna get it too. The Hebrews are coming for you. Keep quiet.
What? You know how powerful the most low is. Don't want to play with the most low, you know. The most low has control. Yes. See, look, the most low is coming to the house. Venom.
Who's that got around here, sir? Oh,
okay, two most lows. They're in the house.
Yo, nothing, no, own fit frightening. Yeah, man.
Benny, are you a Hebrew atheist?
Not be, not. For the reasons of trolling, I will believe that. I will tell a Scottish man that King James was black, though.
You are so disrespectful.
Did you know? King James was what they call it, an atheist Hebrew.
Yo, wasn't he into demonology too? Like, wasn't he like really into like some really dark stuff?
Of course he was.
He was a demon.
King James.
Uncle demon.
King James was preaching to the Most Low.
Okay.
Oh my days.
Man, we just pissing off people today, man. I love these kind of days.
Where did that whole King James being black thing come from? Who came up with
Daniel Allah and the Lions of Judah or some shit like that. These guys came out because so the thing about the House of Consciousness I've learned is that like if your information is not black sourced, then it's discredited. So what people brought up was the fact is that here you are repping to be black, but you have a white man's Bible. And so they said, fine, King James ain't white, he's black. And then Garfield Reed destroyed him. You know, big up to the Hebrew slave.
Big up Garfield, big up my brother. But what I'm saying is that what is wrong with our people that they try to make everybody and everything black?
Abu Bakr was black. Abu Bakr was black. Did you know that?
Nah, man.
Everybody
was
Jesus, everybody.
I don't know why you keep trying to. Brad keeps saying Abu Bakr on like King James. You get me? He's like, Abu Bakr was black. Abu Bakr. I'm like, I don't know about that, bro. You better allow it, man.
But
Abu Bakr was black, bro.
But tell me, how was he black? I'm still waiting to see a black man. I've never seen a black man before.
He was swarthy. See, I'm using
I know
modern
about
terms.
chocolate men, but I don't know about black man.
I know about chocolate men, but I don't know about black men.
Please, the black man. Did the black man come from the pit of hell?
Curse of Ham.
It came from the Most Low.
So why is no one answering my question, Veli? What did you not do to my sister Nine that had her name looking the way it was? I was shocked.
It went down, man. That's Gold's fault, man.
Oh God.
You hear me? Blame on Goldie. That's Goldie's fault, mate. You hear me? King Goldie.
King Brass. What, King Brass?
It's King Goldie's fault, mate, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
time he come on here, there's some madness when he comes on here. Where's King Gold? I put in an SOS for King Gold.
No, it's not, his name's not King
no, listen.
Don't part
Gold,
no
come on
SOS,
already, yeah?
Please,
Gold,
don't
come on already, yeah? Last night, yeah? King Goldie came on. He was quite upset. Said he's going to kill everyone. And then today, he reconciled and said he's not going to kill everyone no more. Nah. Yeah, let's allow him from it, man. I don't want Gold to come and kill me. You get me, fam?
You know
you are nothing, really.
Oh, you know, you lot are gonna mad him. Allow the brother, man. Allow him. What happened to you lot? Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
Oh man.
They want to kill, man. Yeah, they want to kill it.
Oh.
Bye.
Interesting.
Mad. Wow.
Ultra! King Chocolate!
Ultra came on today talking about Ian Pum. Ultra was very excited today.
Yo, 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, King Chocolate.
Yeah.
What gone? What are we saying?
What's happening?
Did you see me yesterday on Black Ass TV, Terry?
Of course. I see the donations, mate. I see the donations.
Yeah, man. Do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Like much to my disgrace, like that was my first time on Black Ass. No, wait. You guys had Imam Bashir and Sarah, innit?
Yeah. And you donated last time. You donated a couple of weeks ago.
Was that there?
Yes.
No, but no. Sorry. No. Sorry. It's my first time on Total Exposure. Sorry. I misspoke. Sorry. I misspoke. Yeah, man. It's a good show, though, man. And that's the thing. It's positive, brothers and sisters. I'm about it.
I'm a
None of
back.
the fighting and shit. None of that. Yeah, I like that.
What?
Yeah, man.
A partying.
What? Ultra Terry.
Did you? Lady Divine, did you see it yesterday?
I missed it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock every Thursday.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
But can we just get a public service call out for Kingo? I need to make sure the brother's okay because Vellemy and the bloody G Block are trying to kill the brother. Yeah, and I just need to make sure he's still okay.
He's all right. He's
I
all right.
nah, man. Don't blame it on me, man. Don't blame it on the boogie. You get me?
You don't blame it on the bugger.
Yo, yeah, happened, yeah. The only thing that happened with Gold, yeah, is that he's upset that he said something, and it's recorded, isn't it? Like, but he can only be upset with himself, and instead of taking it out on himself, he took it out on everyone else.
But you know, you lot are wind up, I see you lot do it with Freddie as well. You lot be winding up Freddie too. You lot are dangerous. Remember, I tell you, oh God.
I didn't
And
do that
it's Friday
man.
too.
But he's always angry now, man, when he jumps on Jesus. Yeah, man. But Freddie's my brother, though, you know.
Yeah, Freddie's good people.
I see him outside the YouTube.
Ultra's the most guilty when it comes to
I
Freddie.
actually see Freddie on the road to that. You get me? Yeah, exactly, bro. Honestly. Yeah. Right, man. It kicks me if I see Freddie when I'm with Bear Rusty, so. He's gonna stick it on me.
Beat some drum in your ass, yes. You carry on messing with Freddie.
He's gonna stick it on me. So if I'm with any Rusty, so that. Yeah, I better be careful, man. I better roll with the Barlet Patrol, you get me? Barlet forever, you see me? Yeah, mate. That's the fun day on the block, man.
Yeah,
you know
man.
What I mean?
We had all the trolls here. We had all of them here.
Yeah, we got the Muslims, we got the white nationalists. This is good. This is gonna be a good day.
Yeah, so Ralph wants to set up a debate, yeah? He wants to set up a debate versus the block, innit? Yeah, so but he wants to have a debate about reparations, yeah.
Who?
But Ralph.
Yeah.
I said that our candidates will be IC3 and Terry versus whoever he can pick. Yeah. Guide information for information or whatever. But he ain't got back to me yet. IC3 ain't got back to me yet. And obviously I just don't know Terry now. IC3 and Terry versus whoever Ralph's got.
Nah, I'm not IC3 on my side.
Why?
Why not, Terry?
Huh? No.
Why not
you?
I can bring someone for ya.
Who?
Oh damn! Yeah, he got an arsenal. Oh damn, he got an arsenal. I forget about that. Yeah. Whatever Terry brings, man, we should just go with that.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, why I said IC3, yeah? Why I said IC3, yeah? Because he will come from a lot of their angles, so he'll know what's bullshit and what's, you know what I'm saying, like when man's trying to lead man down the path of whatever. So,
it depends on the top. No, it depends on what topic you're bringing.
Well, obviously, you know,
conversation about
the reparations and the bank thing, innit? So,
no,
that's what them man are gonna try and spin it and say, oh, it's the Jews' fault. It's the Jews. You get me? So
it's the Jews' fault.
If it's reparations, I'm not really into the reparations. I'm about uplifting our people and making our people do the work before even reparations.
Yeah.
What is your thought on what that guy was saying? I don't know if you heard what that guy, the first troll, was saying. And Vellemy, I don't know if you heard it, but what is your lot's thoughts about him saying about the Jews are the ones that are backing us, like us as black people, and are allowing us to loot and shit? Like, what do you not think to that madness?
Indirectly.
I don't think about it. I've never thought about it.
I've never had a Jewish guy come help me out.
Indirectly, they're backing black people for a profit.
What black people? Who's getting back? I ain't getting paid by no Jews.
Exactly.
What are you talking about then?
Exactly. You've been enslaved, mate. You're doing free labor for the Jew, and the Jew's making the profit.
Yeah, but that's their excuse, bro. That's you see what that is, yeah? That's the bait and switch, bro, yeah? Switch and bait, yeah?
Exactly.
What man's gonna do, yeah? Man's gonna point at all Israel and Jerusalem and blah blah blah, and not talk about the city of London. Shut up, man. Get out of it.
Hold on, Benny. Then you're gonna look at Black Lives Matter. The Jew backs it to make a profit.
Oh yeah, Soros. They're going to bring up
I'm not
Soros.
Black
Like,
Lives
God, this is
Matter. I
lazy.
don't care about Black Lives Matter or that movement.
Belly, YouTube, mate. Belly, YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
White people that apparently down to us blacks. Who are these white people? Because I'm yet to see them. Who are the white people?
Hey, lady, your mic's low, you know. Your mic's low, man.
Can you not hear me, no?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you, but you're quite low, though.
Oh, okay. I was just asking, like, who are the white people that apparently are bowing down to us blacks? I just want to know who they are.
Bowing? They never bow.
That's
listen, yeah. You see that brother there, yeah? I Love Soil had him in the headlock, yeah, because he said white people are weak or something like that, yeah. And he said, what? Tell me about what? Tell me what? And then he started spilling his guts like, oh, white people are so weak. They're so weak. He's like, what? The fuck? What do you want me to do about it, bruv? I don't know. Do some push-ups or something, innit? Fucking hell. That's Ireland on the fucking internet. Oh, white people are weak. What am I supposed to do about it?
Yeah. When the trolls get trolled.
Even the other first guy, he was trying to troll, but I don't think he had enough of like a personality to do the trolling sort of thing. You know,
Yeah.
He's a bit too quiet. You know, he's too quiet to do trolling. Like he was just gonna ask stupid questions that you could just fight away like, that's dumb.
I think that irritated me was the second guy I was talking about. Blood. Yeah, I think that's what makes. I think Ralph's whole crew. I think he's just like the eloquent guy around a bunch of dumbasses. I think that's his whole niche.
Yeah, no, he needs better apprentices, man. Ralph's good, you know, but his apprentices are shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, the young guy was a shit, man, but Ralph's good, too. Like, right, imagine, yeah, Ralph is the Indian guy, yeah, and he's got bare white supremacists following him talking about white power.
That's why I don't. That's why I enjoy him when he comes on.
Oh
shit! How is Ralph the head of the movement?
no!
It's like a former. Yeah.
Don't worry about my Indian kid.
And Indians running their thing.
I told them, man. Yeah, I'm like, yo, yeah. I ain't even trying to tell you, man, how to fucking, yeah, me, yeah. As a fucking tie your shoelaces or not, yeah. But if you want, I reckon, yeah, that Ralph is trying to do the white power thing until he gets enough power, and then he's gonna switch to Indian power, and the Indians are gonna overtake white power, and you are gonna be fucked, bro. But you better be following Ralph and trying to make everyone follow him. Else he's gonna be fucked up, bro.
Ralph said he wants to write for white people to deport him.
Yeah. He said he'll put himself on the boat. But those are the slick. That's the slick tool you gotta say, man. When you're trying to be the spook that sat by the door. You get me? Slick talking, boy.
Attacked, fam.
Oh, Christ, man.
These are attacked. They don't even know what they want in this world. That sounded like that's some cock behavior. I want the right to be deported.
One thing I don't like these conversations, how they go, is like they get on the panel and they want to start condemning black people, but then it's like as soon as that doesn't work, it's like white people are. It's illegal to be white. And no one can ever. Yeah.
This is what they're gonna try and do, though. Yeah. When some of them white supremacists don't get on the panel, yeah. they're gonna tell you a million stats about America, yeah. And then when you tell them a stat about their country, they're gonna talk about, oh, why are you worried about my country?
One thing I noticed, I think Elron does it the most,
You
is that
just
like
jumped on it to tell me about a whole other country, man. And now I told
the
you
one thing
about
that
your own
kills me
country.
is that the one thing that kills me is that like you can ask them like a source for it. And the reason why I enjoy Elron a little bit more is because he'll just pull out like a biased statistic, but still he'll try to pull out a statistic. These other guys just come up with just stuff they've heard from other like random white guys. Like they talk about the right, you have the freedom, you're oppressed, but you have the freedom to riot.
Yeah,
If he
Elron's
not
one of Ralph's
realized,
good
just
apprentices still, I can't lie. He's one of Ralph's good apprentices. Like, it's only because he don't speak English properly. That's why it's shit's fuck up. It's shit still fuck up. You get me? Like, yeah. He
yeah.
sounds like a Bond. He sounds like he's in a James Bond film.
Yo, who's this dude calling somebody a son of a slave though? Like this
That don't
period dude.
that one, because that one they loves coming for black people. Allow that. BVM, don't even entertain that fucking
Yeah, bro.
BVM.
No, we ain't got time for racists today, yo. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna be real. I want to say this publicly. I had Black Van Man all wrong, bro. I had him all wrong, bro. I had him all wrong. Cause I thought he was just like a male Candace Owens, but no, a fairly respectable dude. I ain't gonna fake. I had him all wrong.
Who?
Every
Black
day,
Van
BVM
Man.
has not beat it out, yeah?
No, I
You
thought,
know
yeah,
what?
I thought
Don't
he was
cheeky, you know? Don't do that. Don't cheeky, you know? Man, like I did, you know? You're a cheeky motherfucker, you know? But no, I let you do your thing, though, so. Really. Why you cheeky, though, so? I can't lie. Yeah. I love it back there smoking hotel, and it is what it is, man. Get me?
Yeah.
Get me? What you saying, though, brothers, anyway, man? Shit.
Man, I sold out, bro. Sold out.
Bro, didn't you know Velley?
Sold out.
Brothers is a snake.
I'm a snake.
He's a
Bro, I'm a
snake.
snake, bro. I want to let you know I'm a
You're a
snake.
snake, yeah? I heard that snakes
Yeah.
eat rats, though.
Huh?
Snakes eat
I
rats.
heard snakes eat rats, though.
Hey, big up still. Big up. But no, I'm a snake, man. I'm a snake. I'm an Islamophobe snake. Yeah. So if I try to talk unity with black people, black Muslims won't unite with me because I don't agree with one narrative. So, you know, I'm a snake. Because they won't accept the fact that Abu Bakr was a... Huh? Yeah, but no, that's the thing. I'm an agent of... Was it Ultra Agent of Division?
I think we've I've been called.
Shit, I forgot to turn the pop off.
Who could your snake, first of all, then? Who could your agent of the division? That's bad still.
Let's see. I was called a snake by a certain den of people, and I won't put no names out. A certain individual who.
There are people's names and their YouTube channels on there, you know. I don't mind people.
No, apparently.
I don't mind anyone saying anyone.
Velley, from what I understand, he was called a snake because he was he's against FGM, innit? That's what I understand.
No, child marriages and because I don't believe anyone under the age of 18 should be married to a grown ass man. So, and that makes me a snake. So be it. Slither, my nigga. Yeah, that was it right there.
I like that. Slither, my nigga.
So it is what it is. But nah, like the thing is though, is that like the thing is that I was called. Oh yeah, I was saying that. So on the G block, right? On the G block, because you know we talk about several different other things than just like religion. Sometimes, like we talk about like we'll talk about like religion and stuff like that most of the time. Oh crap, I'm dead. I have.
You said you're lying, fam. You said you're a snake, yeah? Because you called Abu Bakr something.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So when I learned that, because I didn't know Aisha was Abu Bakr's daughter. So
You know Aisha was Abu Bakr's daughter?
I didn't know that at first. No, I didn't know that. So when I learned that, I was like, yo.
Wait. Now you know Aisha's Abu Bakr's daughter. You still want Abu Bakr to be black, yeah?
Well, I go by the Shia's Abu Bakr. The Shia's Abu Bakr, you know, she was 18 to 21, so I'm gonna go with that one. All right. So big up
How you
I'm a black.
up like that? Are you just gonna roll with the Shias just because of that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's I'm fucking with the Shias. Big up to the Shias, man. You know, big up to the Shias.
He's still sold his daughter to his friend. How can you give your daughter to your brethren?
Yeah, that's nasty stuff.
But big up to I'm just saying from that angle.
Hey, regardless,
you know, I don't.
Would you give your daughter to your best friend?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, I couldn't do that. I only like Abu Bakr for like his military exploits. I've always been a big fan of like historical conquerors. You know, because man was a G, bro. Like man was a G, bro. He had no concern for this peace and love, don't push and shove thing, man. I promise you, bro. If Abu Bakr was alive today and some Muslim was like, Islam was not spread by the sword, he'd be like, bruh, yo, here's my sword right here. What's up? You know what I mean? Like, Abu Bakr did not play, bro. That's the man. I hate how they try to soften him up, make him look all, like he was all about like charity and shit like that. Nah, bro. The boy had work, bro. He had a mission.
Brad, right? At the end of the day, your brethren is how old? Your friend is 50 something, 60 something. How old was he then?
Yeah, that makes me. That's for me.
Your friend is 50 something, and even if your daughter was 21, would you offer your daughter, 21-year-old daughter, to a big ass man?
No, hell no.
No, Terry, you're treading on dangerous ground. You're gonna get called a snake, bro.
Yeah, stop, man. You're gonna be called Islamophobe. Don't do it. You're gonna be called Islamophobe.
Terry, let's just be
serious. Hey, Terry tried to turn into Tara. You get me?
If we consider we're giving our daughters to elder men that we're snakes, is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's what basically a man said, isn't it?
But that's bullshit, because I would not give my daughters none, and I got daughters, real life daughters. I'm not giving none of them to no grown ass fucking man.
Whoa! Stop! You're gonna be called
I don't give a shit. I'm the wisest animal on the planet. Call me a snake. I will wear that.
They're gonna call you Lady of Division. They're gonna call you Lady Divide. So
I'm
please
already
relax.
divisive. Do knock yourself out.
Lady Divide. Oh, that's good.
You ain't gonna call me nothing new. So what I'm saying is, that I want my daughters to know big old hardback grown ass man. So what's the problem?
Well, so the thing is, if a girl reaches the age of puberty, right, and she's mature enough physically and mentally, that can be at any age, apparently. So if she's emotionally, physically, and I think it was mentally too, then yeah, she's acceptable for marriage because it happens in Africa. So if you don't like it, you're speaking against your African brothers and sisters, and you're disrespecting your ancestors.
If your daughter decides to do it, fine. But if you, as your brethren, and you're gonna give your brethren your daughter for what?
Yeah, I don't like that. See, personally, for me, I don't think anyone over the age, like if you're 18, fresh out of high school, still learning the world, I find it scary when I see grown men like, yo, she turns 18 in a few months. Like, so, bro, how long have you wanted this?
That's a predator. That's a predator. You're waiting for it to be 18.
Yeah. That's some like this. It's sick, man. But no, we don't want to call it the agent of division.
You've been watching her while she's been going through school. That's disgusting.
That's sick as fuck.
Think about it.
Sick as fuck.
You've seen my daughter grow up, yeah? So that means you've been watching my daughter to when she gets to the right age to think that you can get peace. That is sick.
It man. I think the more depressing part is, I like what Ultra said, the more depressing part is we have to share an earth with these people. And the fact that some of these people are part of our race makes me more sick. I mean, they may not be part of our haplogroup, because the individual in question wasn't part of our haplogroup. We're E, he's T, but, still.
How did that make you a snake then? If you disagree with something that
because when I went on Rospec's channel, I was trying to talk about black people in America getting armed up, and Sam Rohn started by saying that He brought up the argument we had, talking about you making fun of me living in the projects. And I'm like, bro, you literally said you wanted to skull fuck my mom. Come on, shut up. You know, and he came in and he was like,
you know, when they say horrible,
they do. You know, the most pious amongst you, you know, tend to forget your shit. But no, they came in and they were like, Brad's one way over here. But apparently we cannot unify. This is why we can't unify, because one doesn't agree with a tenet. You know, it's like you can't unify with people who don't take everything your faith has or everything your religion has. You know, if we don't agree with everything, you can't unify on a race thing. You know, so I don't be tripping though.
Wait, do you know what, Bradley?
Yeah.
Just another question. If you don't agree with a particular religion, are you a sellout?
Hell no.
Hell no. Because the religion's not even black. If Islam was black, if Islam started in Africa,
do you know what
I would agree with you.
I keep hearing this word being bandied about.
No, you're not a sellout. If
And
it was
I'm
like
thinking to
voodoo,
myself,
if
hang
it
on
was
a
like
second.
voodoo wak, if it was like Obia, if it was Ifa, yeah, maybe then, because those are African born
even
made
that then,
things.
if you disagree with the African spiritual system, then how does that make you a sellout?
Because if all you like Reggie, like if all you do is like take every opportunity to shit on the very thing that comes from you, that comes from your, but like questioning it, no, that's perfect for me. Because it's like in the day when all comes to like what is culturally fitted to the ethnic group of the people. So I don't really have to defend Ifa, or I don't have to defend
But he's
Obia.
a Christian,
Obia.
he's not going to be. He's a Nigerian.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. You're a sellout if you use an outside.
He's proud of
so like,
Nigeria and he's proud of Christianity, isn't it? So,
but you know,
how does that make you a sellout for not agreeing with?
Don't tell Reggie that he's proud of Nigeria, bro. Yeah,
That's all. He's always. Remember when we done African Spiritual Week? Yeah, he made it a thing, yeah, to come on in his African.
But you know what the craziest thing is? In his culture, he applies everything to do with African spirituality, even though he practiced Christianity.
Yeah.
But hold on. What's the issue with him coming on with his African attire? I can come on with my African attire too. That don't make Reggie no more pious or better than me.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying that why does it make him a sellout though? That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying that he's more pious
I
or
would say
better.
make someone a
I was
sellout.
saying how does it make him a sellout?
If you use something outside, like one of the dumbest narratives I keep hearing, and Mr. Riggs, please, if I'm wrong, I will admit I'm wrong.
What it is, yeah, it's when man disagree with what you're saying in here, but they haven't got the words that they want to disagree with you in it. So the easiest thing is just to call you a sellout or something in it. So, but instead of breaking down what it is that you disagree with or whatever it is.
But Mr.
So
Riggs,
then, what are you saying then? People that are using the word sellout are just exercising or displaying traits of pussyism where they can't articulate themselves properly. So they just reach for something that is like just mean and hurtful. Because if you don't agree with child marriage or FGM, I'm struggling to see how you sold out though.
That's
like,
right. Yeah, he kept saying it. He kept saying because I picked up my slave master's belief.
Yeah, because that's what I'm trying to say. It's
yeah.
not a sellout. Like, you're not a sellout. It's not a sellout, yeah. It's because like you said, because you disagree with something that man agrees with, yeah, and man ain't got the vocabulary or even whatever it is, yeah, something to come back to you with to make it seem like what he's talking about is right and what you're talking about is wrong. Man's just it's easier to say, you're just a sellout. Because you know, like something that's done in Africa, whatever. So what?
Oh no! I was saying
that's
not what I was saying.
I don't like it.
That's not what I was saying, though. That's not what I was saying, though. That's not what I was saying, Velley. I was saying if you.
I was saying that's what you were saying. That's why the man have been saying that you're a sellout, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, instead of combating what you're saying about Abu Bakr, yeah, it's easier to call you a sellout.
Okay.
You know what?
Instead of combating what Reggie's saying against Islam, it's easier to call him a sellout instead of going the debating whatever he's talking about.
Yeah. Is there any proof? Because I'm tired of hearing Muslims say this though, that most of the slave trade, that most of the slaves caught up in the slave trade were Muslims.
What? Where did they get that?
Muslim.
Yeah, that every okay, so
I know about that, man.
yeah, that's like like most of the Muslims that came to that most of the slaves came to America were Muslims. Like, do they not understand that most of the slave trade?
Like the Hebrews say, most of the slaves that came to America are Hebrew Israelites.
Oh God, it's such pseudo bullshit, man. I need to stop listening to it. God damn it! Every time it's like the Abrahamics have like this caping mechanism where it's like, what makes our thing relevant is that, man, fuck them for real.
Yeah, because it's like what the Christians do to the Muslims. They say, "Oh, look how bad the Islam is, and so and so, so and so. Look what they're doing. They're still doing slavery. We're giving up slavery." And then the Muslims say, "Oh, well, look at the Christians. They started slavery. We don't even believe in slavery." But really, we do. We don't really believe in slavery. You know
Oh my God, yeah, they forget they had a longer slave trade than the Christians.
But remember the ones from ADOS. They say they started from South America.
Vellemy, there's somebody in the chat with just a dot for a name. You need to time this motherfucker out, man.
No, hold on. We've got a Hebrew in the chat. I want everyone to be very wary when the head Hebrew in charge is in the chat. Be careful on how you speak on the Hebrew Israelites, innit? We don't want no smoke. No smoke today. GOJ, what do you mean who is
He
it?
can't be mad because he only sticks to the Bible. So he can't be upset about history. He can only, if we're not talking about the Bible, that's his only criteria for his thing is the Bible. So he can't be upset.
But you know, he's ADOS. But with hidden agendas of Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
But he's not Syrian, so he has African spirituality as well, I suppose.
Wait, are you guys talking about God of Jacob? Listen, God of Jacob is like 3 steps away from becoming a black atheist. We just have to stay on his neck. That's it.
Man.
We're gonna stay on his neck.
Nah, he be an infiltrator.
I'm gonna stay on his
You
neck.
come in,
Listen,
you mess the whole thing up.
You have to believe God of Jacob is the man. He believes in the Hebrew Israelites. He believes in ADOS. He believes in quite a lot of things. So
listen, Harry, he is 3 steps away from joining Team Atheism, and when we get God of Jacob, we're gonna be unstoppable. Trust me.
We're gonna be unstoppable. You get me? We're gonna be on some get the fuck out of here, nigga. You hear me?
Nigga.
Who that? Yeah. But
God of Jacob is the Most High himself.
Oh, you look gone too far now. You're gone too far.
That's the most high. That's what he calls himself of Jacob.
Yeah, but like when we talk about, because he says he sticks strictly to the Bible, so you can't really offend him if you talk about history.
Exactly. So we're not talking about his book. We're talking about outside it.
Yeah, we're using anything outside his book. So if you just simply use history, then you would know. That's why I asked Mr. Riggs yesterday, because Mr. Riggs, you obviously know about West African history. So when I asked you yesterday, go
can
ahead.
you tell us about the significance of the Medici family?
Lord God, that's a long story, man. Just look at the story between the Medicis and the Borgias.
And the what?
The Borgias.
Is that story true in the chat, guys? Has anyone heard about something going on in Hyde Park with some woman? Like someone put in the chat, London.
Yeah, something's supposed to be happening on the 4th. What's the date?
I don't know if it happened today. It's attacks on Australian journalists. Who's Sophie Walsh? Why she's in the air covering riots on London Hyde Park? What's going on? I don't know.
Why they riot in London? I don't know. I'm not even in London. I'm not even in London at the moment, so. It's far away, heavy. It sounds like some bullshit, though. But, your phone would have been picking up.
Unless there's evidence of it,
My
we're not.
call would have been picking up.
Yeah, we need evidence. Someone
My
coming
call
to
would have been picking up, man. Show that. But how much family members have you got, yeah, that will go out on these Black Lives Matter protests and stuff like this, that, and the other? That would have been pinging off your phone if it would have kicked up or something like that. So you would have known it. For the live update. Yeah, man.
Yeah, sorry, Belly. My sister was up there yesterday. You know that black then from not yesterday. What day was it? Hyde Park was popping up, and that black dude from Attack the Block was up there with a megaphone. What day was that?
I'm not even sure, man.
Was that the actor?
Yeah.
From Star Wars.
Yeah. He was up there, and my fucking sister was there. She messaged me saying, "Oh, Daniel, I'm in Hyde Park. Where are you?" And I was like, "I'm at home with a pregnant wife. You know you're not supposed to be in fucking gathering in large crowds like that. What the fuck you doing?" She's like, "No, it's crazy up there, Junior." I was like, "Listen, take your brass clock
John
on.
Boyega. That's
Don't
his name,
piss me off." I don't know what his name is, but yeah, if he was in Attack the Block, then it's him. Yeah. Like, I was just like, "Listen, woman, take your blood clot home. Take your blood clot home."
Yo, Banksy, I'm not too happy with the conversation I heard on your show yesterday. I'm not even gonna front. We got smoked.
Why, what's the first? Why, what's it the first? Oh, Tuesday, yeah? Just gone. On the third, just gone, yeah? That was that my man was at the park.
Yeah.
So, living on me. Yeah. Yeah, it's my stuff. Yeah, man. So what going on, Terry, man?
Wait, total exposure. Listen, is that every day or what?
Every Thursday, 9 o'clock.
Is it you running it?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Me that said, "Big up, bro, Ultra."
Oh, are you the Black Eyes TV? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking hell! I didn't know.
Him and Richie, you don't know.
I didn't know, man.
How could Ultra? You just do big blasphemy. You know what, Valley? Let me refresh, because oh Lord, Ultra. Let me refresh.
Scatter's gone live.
Man, yeah, man.
Yeah,
man,
listen. Wait, Veli, you need to tune in on the Thursday. You know, fucking. It was the show. The show was nice, bro. It was like progressive and productive brothers and sisters on the panel. I was like, I felt nice just tuning in. It was constructive. It was not, and there was a spoken artist called Bittersweet. She was cold, bro. Trust me.
After listening to the show, yeah, because differently, yeah, even if I'm not on the panel, yeah, I've more times got to be mostly listening, innit? Like, more times, if I'm not listening, yeah, I might be in a place of reception or no reception, innit? Like, so after just listening for like fucking 12 hours to people chatting shit or whatever, it's like, bruv, after that,
You're just
tired. You're
tired, I know. Bro.
Shit for 12 hours right there, bro.
That's the thing, Veli. No, Veli, listen. After you've been on G Block for like 12 hours and you get all kinds of people coming through, like good people, crazy people, nasty people, disgusting people, predators, white supremacists, black supremacists. After being on G Block for 8, 9, 10, 12 hours, it's nice to just chill out in a constructive, progressive, mature adult environment. I won't lie to you, bro. Total Exposure was just adult. It was grown. It was constructive. It was positive.
Hey, listen, every time you say constructive, yeah, I keep thinking, yo, the Constructive Convos gang, yeah, was supposed to host the show on there still to bring back their show as well. So yeah, I'm gonna bait them up anyway. Yeah, I don't know where
bait
they
them up,
they're
bait
at,
them up, bait them
yeah, bait
both,
them up,
man.
man. You man are supposed to jump on, do a show, promote your channel. You can get your thing popping. You get me?
I won't lie to you. Anything with like man like V2 and E and Melanated, them brothers and sisters, you know, it's gonna be like, yeah. Let me just kick back. Let me just bask in this glory. Yeah, yeah. In fact, do you know what, Vellemy? Sunday, talk to the CC man them and say, listen, Sunday on the G block, take control. Come on. Because I won't lie to you, brother. Trust me. Yeah. Trust me, bro. Listen, the Terry show on Black Ice TV7 was sick, bro. Because like I said, like you're on G Block and it's banter. Sometimes it gets serious. Like you interact with all kinds of fuckery, and sometimes you just like, I need
Hey, do you know what?
Yeah.
Hey, Ultra, I feel like I might be taking James Jones's place, man. I'm not talking about they want to kill me out here. You know what I mean? Hey. Ah, shit.
Really?
Oh, well, you didn't hear Gold yesterday?
No.
Gold said he's gonna Gold said, I'm gonna smack you up when I see you.
Bro, listen, a King of Gold couldn't smash up a wet paper bag.
At location.
He just couldn't. Bro, listen to me. You can send him your location to your blue in the face. If the location's got stairs, he's fucked. Do you see what I'm saying? It's
I just
dumb.
told him to allow it.
It's
Man, I
dumb.
was saying allow it, man.
It's just fucking stupid. It's just fucking
I didn't
stupid.
want it, man. You get me? And I don't want beef with you, though, cuz. You get me? I got kids, B. I'm trying to live. You get me? I'm trying to live. Yeah, fam. Let me live my life. But, yeah.
You know what the funniest thing is, Welly? This is all the fault of the reanimator. Like, right? He did a show and it fucked up the dude, and it fucked him up properly. It fucked him up. And like the sad thing is, he did it to himself. Why is he blaming the reanimator? The show is still up on YouTube on the G Block. It's still there. And if you look at the comments, I'll put in a couple timestamps where it gets juicy. Man.
Oh, shit. Man.
I don't know. Certain man are just I don't know. Certain man are just, yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's just fucking dumb. No, but listen, Black Ice TV7, subscribe every Thursday at, I think, 9 o'clock. Constructive, positive, like, yeah, it's just fucking nice up there. Like the crowd is it's a lot more mature. It's less like the YouTube chat is less sticky and it's less infested with.
Then Ultra thinks it's why they put out this public service announcement doing this bag of trolls in the chat right now. Yeah, that's clever, Ultra. Very clever.
What do you mean?
Look at the chat and look at the trolls in the chat, and this is when you decide and tell people to go.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the bath. I can't really see the chat.
Yo, Ultra's funny, you know.
I'm in the bath. Do you want to see? Lady Dwight, you want to see?
You know, fuck off. I don't want to see no more camera action with you. That's what I'm saying, innit? Case closed. Argument done. No.
Wait. Let me show you camera. Let me show you.
Nah. Just keep your camera off, man. What's wrong with this brother, bro? Bro, just keep your camera off, man. I was gonna kick you out, man. I don't know why you love turning your camera off, man.
Fuck you, man.
This freaky shit. Remember what happened last time you was rubbing up the nipples in the fucking camera? On the cup.
Oh yeah!
Remember? You remember?
Blood.
You don't remember?
I got your strike, innit? I got you a fucking strike. Some dirty snowflake fucking reported me. Imagine that. Imagine that. Fuck's sake. Whew.
Mad thing. Yeah, man.
Hey.
Hold on. You don't see when what's his name? Reanimator wrote, "I've changed Okingo's gold name to Mr. Pirate" on the videos to help him chill out. By the way,
What? I can't see no comments, man.
he changed Okingo Gold's name to Mr. Pirate to help him chill out. Like, you lot are violating. I'm not even gonna.
Mr. Pirate. Hey, Mav, you just changed his name back to Kingo Gold, man. I don't know why you're messing about. That's not even his real name. Like, it's just his real voice, fam. It's only him talking. And he said he wants to actually get you and smash you up. Man.
Wait, listen, Vellemy, I put bare timestamps on that video, yeah, where he's just losing his shit, bro. It's mad. Like, and remember, for him to be that vexed, that means he went to sleep vexed. He woke up vexed. He had nightmares. Imagine that, he had nightmares over things that he said. Like, I don't know. Vellemy, listen, I need to wash, man. I need to wash. I need a bath.
You do that. We don't need to.
I need to wash, man. I need to wash. Man.
You don't want to know.
Yeah, you do. I'm gonna wash.
Oh, that's
classified. Oh shit! You called him Pyrite, yeah? Oh,
yeah, that's
you love it. Yes. You take the pick. Reanimator, you bastard. Oh,
Freddie's gonna give you all the smoke, Vellemy. So keep running your mouth. Now Freddie's actually here. Have the same it. Have it. Freddie's here.
Who's Freddie? Man, tell Freddie to shut his beak, man. Who's Freddie, man? You hear me? Oh, Freddie. Oh, blood clot, Freddie.
Smoke him. Smoke him.
Where is he? In the back chat?
No, he's in the live chat, isn't it?
We got Freddie though, man.
Freddie's coming.
Yo. I thought you said they called him Pirate.
Pyrite.
Pyrite.
How do you pronounce it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how you pronounce it. Still about fucking that. Yeah, man. Yeah, mad thing. Trust me. Rose gold. King Gold smash still. King Pyrite. You get me?
What did you not
King
do?
Pyrite has lost it.
Like, you lot are just madding up people over here. What did you lot actually do to him?
Didn't even do nothing, you know. All it was just we were just saying to him, but it wasn't even him. It wasn't even anyone asking him. Yeah, he was talking about FGM, about how he's not too bad with any girls having surgery to make their pom-poms look better or whatever. What if the parents want their kids' pom-poms to look better or something like that? Yeah, man's like, well, obviously that's just weird, isn't it? Anyway, yeah. So then it's like, if it's for medical reasons, that's different, isn't it? But like just for aesthetics, that's still. But then, Nani just asking him right, like,
you can have to be there.
Yeah, Nani
for that. Then you might just go to surgery for that if that's the case.
Yeah, but then Nines was asking him, "Have you seen a pom-pom before? Have you seen a pom-pom before?"
Oh, that is her name. Okay.
Yeah, so that's where it got sticky for a minute. Like, I refuse to answer that.
Oh my god.
And it was yeah, man. And then obviously since then,
answer, Kingo. Wrong answer. That should not have been the answer. That should not have been your response. Let me put you on game. That should not have been the response. Carry on.
Well, and then he asked Nines, first of all, yeah, have you seen a penis here? And she was like, yeah, I have. Have you seen a pom-pom? And he was like, well, I refuse to answer that. Well, I don't want to discuss that with you.
Oh,
Like, what do you mean? I want to discuss that with you? You just asked me if I was seeing a penis. Like 2 seconds ago.
Well, why would he not respond to that? The first most man will be, yeah, of course, me see more than me see toes than I them. You get me? That's how man's supposed to respond. What do you mean? He don't want to respond. Oh, man, Kingo, man. What are you doing? Oh my God.
He's mad still. And then obviously since then it's just been peak. And then obviously he was lecturing Reanimator and Nines yesterday. And then last night he switched on me as well.
You all getting smart.
Yeah. This morning he was gonna switch again. And I just said to him, bruv, I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want you to enjoy yourself, you get me? Like I was trying to get a PayPal donation fund, you get me, to send a girl around for him and whatever, so he can release some of that stress, boy, because
you're violating
he's well angry.
Violating now, innit? Oh, you're gone too far. You're violating. Oh my God.
But he's too angry. Medulla oblongata, you get me? Medulla oblongata, you get me? You moving like water, boy. Oh shit. Bad chick. Bad. Yeah.
Oh my God. Look what they do to people over here. You lot just murder.
Yeah, I mean, that Gringo's lucky that Reanimate is not as fucking as evil as me then, bro. Because I was like, I would have remixed that. I would have made that whole shit into a cartoon where he said he wanted to kill me and shit. Like, I would have made all that into a cartoon, bro. Give me his name. Tell me who he is. I would have made that into a whole series. Are you crazy? That shit. That's that one's gonna put you on the map, son. Put you on the map, son. I want to kill him. My brother's gonna smash him up. Right. You can get your family on him in that, yeah? My thing. Yeah. That's it, man. Obviously, what about Lady D? When you first see your character, you probably weren't thinking, yeah, I'm a zebra or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
This is the wickedest part.
What the fuck is this?
No, the wickedest part, you know, Vellemy. You see the girls, yeah, the sisters, yeah. They were telling me about this sexy zebra for about a month, and I had no clue what they're talking about. And I kept saying to them, I don't know what you're talking about. And they must have thought I was joking. Like, I literally did not know what they were talking about. Because I don't look on people to see if they do videos or if they upload. Because, like I said, like, everyone's just trolls, innit? So I don't pay no mind to no one's, like, if they're not like a person I know, I ain't subscribing like that. So it's last week, literally after about a month and a bit. It was literally last week. Sis Melanated and Sis Nynifa was on a show, and they actually had to play it for me to see, and that's when I subscribed. I had no clue there was a person called the Reanimator. I had no clue he took people's voices and made characters. I just thought they were just taking the piss when they kept saying "sexy zebra." I didn't understand.
Starring on the first one.
I didn't know this.
You starred on the very first one with Raj. How you mean? You said, listen, you're in the intro going, oh my God, the Rajane is here. And then the Raj comes in. Hello, everyone. Hello. You know, Raj does his thing, innit? Run, Neverman, run. And James jumps off the panel and shit. Yeah. He done all that shit. You get me? And then fucking put it up, pussy out, conjure, all that shit. You get me? Yeah, I was like, Raj. Yeah, I'm in the background like, bro, what are you doing? About you trying to run off fucking my top shooter. What's wrong with this, brother? I'm a fucking bulldog. What do you mean?
That's how you know I'm not paying attention to nobody in the chats or what they're doing on their channels. I don't click on them. I don't watch to see if they're trolls or not. I just go by the people that I speak to in the chat, innit? I don't.
Yeah, it's not like that no more. Before you could click on people's name and go to their channel. You can't do that now. You can't even verify anyone's account cards. You just have to if they chat something that's a bit weird, you just have to just delete them then. From then, innit? Hopefully it's bad, trust me.
Carotid.
Trust me. Oneida, Oshel, Kanja. I swear down, bruv. You know how much times my girls watch that, bruv? I'm like, bro, you think that's funny, isn't it? Oh, shit.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
I'm a fan now.
Fair people.
Fan of the Reanimate. I'm not even gonna front. When I actually saw it with my own two eyes and understood what they were clowning me about, I was like, "Oh shit, the zebra is sexy for real." Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah, so I won. I hit that notification bell so fast. Now I'm getting all the tea. Now I'm on it. Yeah, get it at first.
Yeah, man.
I'm a fan.
Stops is a mouse. You get me? Fucking James is a fucking tortoise. Turtle. Which one is he? Tortoise. Which one is he? A turtle or a tortoise? I don't know, man. Which one's the one that swims? He's the other one. He's not the one that swims. He's tortoise. Tortoise.
Tortoise, yeah. No, turtle doesn't swim. Tortoise swims, isn't it? Which one? I don't flip in there.
Yeah.
Ultra got a character.
Yeah, Ultra's a greyhound. Don't leave the box. Every time the race starts, he's still at the box chatting.
You know who I like when they done James SC? When he did James SC, I was done. Dance done after that.
he's like the bloodhound.
Yeah, that's what that.
Me.
Dance done. It's a wrap.
The bloodhound. Yeah, that looks like his character as well. He's like all serious and shit.
It actually fits him. I was like, oh shit, yeah, game over now at this point.
Yeah, man. I'm a fucking I'm not even a police dog, you know. I'm a fucking security bulldog, bro. How you mean? The cheap version. The fucking security bulldog and shit. You know what I mean? Man didn't even get the fucking the army dog or nothing. You get me? The war horse. Man didn't even come as the war horse, you know. Man come as the chief security dog and that stuff. Yeah. Cheers. You know what I mean? Mad out here, man.
And what is Witness again? I can't remember. What was Witness?
He's the lion.
That's it, the lion, and that fits him character.
The lion.
Yeah, that fits his character.
When him and Ziri have funny arguments, man. I swear that Witness versus Ziri have funny arguments, man. Witness has got a big bike. Ziriab's got a big bike as well, boy.
It's what automatically makes Ziriab win. You know, his mic is too powerful. Like he just dominates the whole conversation, so he automatically wins.
That's what man call him, man.
Just having a
man just call him Big Mike. You get me? Big Mike's in the building.
Ziri,
yeah, man.
James Jones is the best. They said James Jones is the best character. The tortoise. How do you pronounce it? Fuck.
You know why? Yeah, I think why he made him that is because he's always eating, innit? Like, you know, he always does it because he does the gym thing, innit? Yeah, so he's fucking eating bare bills a day and shit. Like, so he always can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
no, that's what James says when he jumps on, innit? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Is that
he's chewing and shit. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, quick, yeah. I only got 2 minutes, yeah. And then, and then he was like, he starts rapping his fucking.
The Reanimator says making them cracks me up. To be fair, just thinking about the reactions, we are busting up. We actually did a review of the reactions on Nanifa's show Reanimate, and that's my first time ever seeing it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you can get my instant reaction on Nanifa's show. I was like, what the hell? When I saw Raspet, that's when I fell the fuck out. That's when I was like, yeah, dance.
Nah.
I was like, no.
He made man the coach horse sort of thing.
Tarate, and he's got me at the zebra and the fucking coach host. Like, what the fuck was that? I nearly fell out my chair. What is this? What the fuck?
Hey, nah. Do you know what? The biggest violation on there, yeah, is Card's character. The bear with the tutu. Nah, bro, that is killing me. You ain't seen Card?
No, I haven't seen all of them yet, you know.
Hey, listen, yeah. Mute it, yeah, and go and look for one with a bear with a tutu on.
All right.
Yeah, and quickly watch it and come back, yeah. Because, yeah. Nah, that one there, man. That's ruined him, innit? Like, you can't be a gangster after that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was ruined his street cred. If his kids see that, fam, they're gonna be like, "Dad, your voice is kind of gay, though." Hey, Mr. Hamas is a fucking Japanese potbelly pig. Yeah, that was fuckery as well, cuz. Bad thing. That was a mother mode. Yeah, that's sick still. Yeah, man. Nah, we do. Trust me. Nah, even Dave Smith, you know what, yeah? When Khan goes, "You fucking ugly baboon," and then it turns to Dave Smith and he does a fart. He's swinging on the fucking. He's swinging on the. He's swinging on the, like, the rope. On the fucking tire. Like a fucking real baboon. You fucking baboon face prick. And then it goes to him and he's an actual baboon, bro. Nah, that was pig, bro. Mad. He's just swearing in the background. The baboon, bro. That one killed it still. Mad jig. Imagine he farted as well. It's funny. Fucking trap. Yeah, Dave's funny though still. Yeah, hey, listen. That was after hours, mate. Yeah, so that weren't recorded. Yeah, and this reanimate it was recorded after hours shit, yeah. We dash that one up still. But there's one to go before that, man. That's it. Listen, yeah. King Gold made a whole series, like made a month's worth of reanimator videos just in yesterday's video. Like, just yesterday.
Ben Lee, hold the fuck up. Why is this bear wearing a blood clot tutu?
Oh, mate, it's hard, isn't it, man?
Bear wearing a tutu, and why is it lying on its big belly? Hold on.
Because he can't fit it, man. He was getting a prostate exam as well at the same time while he was moaning.
That's for violation of the highest levels. Why is this bear wearing a whole tutu, a hat with 3 bubbles, and laying on its belly? What is going on around here? Hold on.
You see me? Imagine, hey, listen, yeah. First of all, yeah, King Gold jumped on, yeah. He was wilding out, yeah. He said he's gonna kill me and my brother, yeah. And then my brother said, "Nah, man, I don't want no smoke, man." You get me? Don't rush me if I'm in the high park. And then King Gold goes, "No, actually, I've not got a problem with Suri. He's actually all right, yeah. So it's just you." Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, bro. Hey, Reanimator, man, you just need to put some more tags in the bottom of your videos and that. So when people are searching for shit, they come up as well. Oh, the bear's too fat to walk. Yeah, because Gold's funny, man. You know what I'm saying? He's just pissed off, man. Obviously, he don't really want to fucking kill no one. He's just pissed off, man. You get me? Yeah, yeah, man. Trust me. My man's got the Yes, my G, bless you. Yeah, right. Yeah, my man's got the funny characters, bro. Yeah. What you saying? Kid go kill me with a Jay-Z bar, yeah? You said I look like a Paul Jay-Z, yeah? Alright, say that, bro. Cool, man. I hold that. That wasn't even what I'm mad at. Yeah, you can have that. That's not even what I'm mad at. Yeah. Alright, cool, man. Trust me. What Halima trying to copy your style, yeah? Or she tried to teeth my videos of that. I remixed them. I don't rate Dusty Halima anyway, man. She dusty, man. I bet her breath stinks.
Hold on, Veli, did I just see Zabeda being portrayed as a beetle? Is that a beetle?
A dung beetle.
Mirask, like, you know, I'm done. I'm done.
A dung beetle. You get me? Yeah, man. Man, thing. Yeah, man. Yeah, Lau King Gold, man. You got me? Just let him vent his thing, you got me? Get angry, but obviously, like, you can't go over the top though as well, man. You know what I mean? But they go over the top as well still, but still let him vent for a little bit as well. Yeah, but still. Dramatic. Alright, Reanimator's got a funny one. Halima versus Stops and Robs. Where she's going, you're all shook. And they're all going, yeah, we're shook. That one was funny still. Yeah, we're shook. Bad. Yeah, man. It's better still. Oh, shit. One sec here. One sec. That's the link in the chat. See you on Jump On. Yeah, me. The lady just catching up with some Reanimator uploads. See what the chat is saying. Yeah, man. Yo. But I need to jump off in a sense. Still, you know what I mean, man? From work. I've got a couple things I need to deal with. Still. Get me? Yeah, man. So, very curious.
I'm back, Fails, man. Oh God, I'm not gonna lie. The best voice for these characters is James SC. His voice just flows with his character.
The dog and that.
Yeah, man. And the dog's and all that. It's just being calm. It's just arguing its point, and his voice is just carrying it off. Like, I just like it. I like the eyes move when they're making a point. The head kind of moves. I just like all of it in it. You can tell there's a lot of attention went into this.
Yo, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Where's everybody gone? Where's Ultraman? He could never still be in the bath.
That's some cocoa butter and all them things, that way. So,
Oh dear. Ultra, where you at, bro? Where did you run to?
it's about to go, obviously. Get me, Ultra Mary's about to drop anytime soon, you get me? So,
In there.
got sort of
He's got to stay ready to roll.
be about, you get me? Be about ready to, run off at any time.
You do animators says they take hours to do, so if anyone could put time into it, good luck. It looks like it takes time. It looks like there's so much attention to detail in them characters. I'm not gonna front. I want to know what made him, like, I would love to just ask him. I don't even know if it's a him or a her, but I'm guessing it's a he. I'd like to ask him, like, what made him first think of doing this? Because I would never think of, like, taking voices and then putting it with a character, especially like this. Just when I looked at it, when the first thing I thought that came to my head when I first saw it was Wallace and Gromit, like the attention to detail. And I was thinking, who, like, this is how you know you got some people out here with some bad boy imaginations, you know, because I would never have thought of taking voices or conversations, putting them into characters, making it look so peak, and then putting it all together, uploading it to YouTube, and like people just loving it like that. That's instantly, it was a winner. That would have never crossed my mind, ever.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Original,
Well, got
yes,
back
original else.
Yeah, man, it's mad, isn't it, man? And it's funny still, man. Yeah, I don't know. Have you got a character on there yet, Banksy? You on the reanimate?
Of course, I have a character on there. You must definitely. You can't miss it. Guess. I'll give you one guess. You only get one guess what the fucking character looks like.
I don't know.
One guess. Come on. You know it in your bones.
A dog.
Is it a dog?
Oh, come on. Look at my pudgy round shape and tell me what you imagine.
An elephant.
No,
Hippo. Close.
Hippo. Oh yeah, that was it. He gave me the hippo in the fucking pool. He's arguing against Issa, isn't it?
Yep.
No, that was when Issa didn't show up. When we was going, where's Issa? Issa, where are you? And he got the countdown music come down.
That's it. Yes, it is. The funny thing is, Lady Divine, those are from Wallace and Gromit. Wallace and Gromit did a whole series called Creature Comforts.
I remember.
And if you actually look on YouTube, all those videos are available on YouTube. He's just basically taken those and just sliced them up and matched them to the individuals. It's not actually that difficult. The editing, it is a little bit tricky, I have to say, because I found he has synced the silent, like, there's a moment where a person ums or silence, the lip movement, he's managed to sync those lip movements to the character, so that when the person actually has gone silent, the lips stop moving on the character, which does take quite a bit of time. He would have had to have clipped little segments and tiny slivers in order to make sure that the lip syncs are relatively close. But since they're animated characters, the lips don't sync properly with human mouths anyway. So it doesn't really matter. For the most part, he can get away with it.
first thing when I first saw it, the first thought that came into my head was Wallace and Gromit. I just couldn't understand why, but now it makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. He didn't animate that stuff. He just took the animation from the Creature Comforts series and synced them with.
Lining up the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, syncing the audio in time and having the gaps in time. That was the hardest part.
That's
the hard
it.
part in it. And that's
it.
Yeah. That people get annoying in it, like, so that's why he gets ratings for actually spending the time to sync it properly.
He says Zabida inspired the Banksy animal. Kiss my ass, animator. Kiss my ass. Why can't I be some kind of henched fucking male lion? Why is it the hippo, huh? Is it because I was brown? Is it because I was pudgy?
For coming at Zabeda 24/7, now you're constantly going to be linked to Zabeda. You see?
I know. I'm like in. Me and her are tied at the hips now.
You're like the man she's having an affair with, man. Fucking hell. The other man.
I tell you what, though. I tell you what. That little thought. She's running all around my Instagram followers, asking them if they know my real name. I'm getting messages sent to me from friends going, "Who is this? Is some person talking about? Oh, you can't believe what he said and all that." I just said, "Just block him. Just block him. Just say I don't know who he is. Block him." I have loyal friends, Zabida. Unlike you, I don't screw my friends over.
Being because if it's the other way around, I'll be pissed as well. So I'm not gonna, Zabeda, if you're listening to me right now, don't do that, because if it's the other way around, you'll be highly pissed that they're trying to get your personal. Don't do that, sis. Don't.
Yeah, she is desperate. But I will say for the Reanimator,
you've made yourself Zabida's arch enemy on purpose. Like, you've been trolling Zabida for.
Look, I have, yes. I mean, look. From day one, when she said, "Come to the park and tell me in my face if you dare," and all that crap, that was it. That was the day that the ball dropped, and it's never gonna go back. We're never gonna be good friends. We're not gonna be buddies. We're not gonna go picking out rings and curtains together. We're not gonna be shoe shopping buddies. But
I'm glad you jumped on, because I'm not gonna lie, I had to play back your show. When I saw the title of your show, I was like, "Oh fuck, here we go, another arch enemies come out of the woodworks. Here we go." And then I heard bloody Angel Moon came and fucked it all up, and she just pissed me all the way off. I'm not impressed with what she was saying. I'm not happy. But I'll give you props. You did for once say, "Listen, none of the N-word business." I'll give you props for that. For once, you actually had some decorum, which is very, very unusual for a Banksy. But he actually did it, and I'm glad he did. But I'm not happy with a lot of the stuff Angel Moon was saying. I'm not impressed at all.
Well, I mean, the thing is, are you talking about the comments in regards to the Black Lives Matter thing?
And all of that, the way what she's making, so how I took it, whether she meant it or not, how I took it is a different perception, in it. I took it as though she was trying to like just make it as though this is all black people and whatever. She doesn't even take into accountability that we've got nothing to do with this Black Lives Matter crap. We've got nothing to do with Antifa. We've got nothing to do with all these, the placing of looting. And it's taken away from the whole plight and the whole struggle and the whole thing of bringing attention to the injustices happening over the seas with the black people over there, and that's the whole thing. And I'm just thinking it's just getting a bit confused, and the whole message has been lost.
Yeah, it is. This is the problem for me. This whole thing of the riots in America, the fighting and things in the UK. I'm getting videos sent to me on WhatsApp of people, just white kids, just being robbed now. Just like, if you're white, you're just going to get beaten up and robbed. There's a woman running around going, he's white, beat his ass. I'm like, this is fucking terrible. You guys don't realize this makes you look really bad. This whole movement is now tainted with these sort of things. And that's the problem. They've ruined a perfectly legitimate moment in which the Americans in the blacks in America, the African Americans in America, not so much in Britain or anywhere else, because there are different dynamics everywhere else. But in America, they had a legitimate moment of real complaint and real protests, and they could have genuinely had people listen to them. And now they've washed all that away. I mean, whether there were some agent provocateurs, people saying, oh, there are police officers chucking bombs and setting places on fire. I'm like, okay, but was it the police officers that were taking the shit out of that Nike store? I didn't see police officers looting the Nike store. They weren't the ones nicking those trainers.
To be fair, Banksy, I'm not sure because I'm not there present to say it's factual myself. But what I've heard by going on to other, I do go to other parts of YouTube, and when I go to certain like American panels and I'm on there and I'm listening to them, from what they're describing in Atlanta specifically, what's going on in Atlanta and a lot of other places, Chicago, is there a lot of agent provocateurs that are basically smashing up the shops, and then the idiot. They're telling them to go, they're telling the black people to run in there and grab everything. And then you're literally camera crews filming the people that were originally protesting normally are now running and taking trainers, taking TV,
Yeah, but
taking
that's the whole point.
exploited, Louis Vuitton's being lit, like every designer shop just being bruck up,
Yeah.
consistently up, and they're doing the agent provocateurs are actually the ones smashing up the shops, but the idiots that are supposed to be protesting are the ones grabbing the shit.
Yeah,
So
but
now
that's the point, though. That's the whole point? If there are others who are gonna just run in and do it, then that taints the whole movement. So the people who are protesting, those organizers of the protests, should at least have some their heads about themselves and say, guys, no, there should be other, if you like, African Americans stopping people from going into those shops, but there isn't. There's just people looting and craziness, and that's it. That's tainted the whole movement, and now you can't take it back anymore. That's the problem. It's done. It's all done. I mean, if you actually look on Twitter, Candace Owens goes on this massive rant about this sort of the whole thing, the whole Black Lives Matter, the whole George Floyd. Admittedly, the thing I don't like, and I don't agree with myself, is that they try to defame the character of George Floyd. They say, okay, George Floyd was on drugs. Potentially he was. He said there's camera footage him trying to hide a bag with white powder in it. There's a chance he had drugs on him. He has got a rap sheet. I mean, he's been, he's committed all sorts of different crimes through multiple years. Fine. All that I'll accept. That still doesn't change what happened. That doesn't change. He could have been Hitler, and you still shouldn't have lent your knee on his neck for 7 minutes until he couldn't breathe, and he eventually led to his death. I don't care who the character was. The action of the police officers still are the same. It doesn't change that. And that's the problem. People are muddying the water.
Right, and that's the problem I'm having, because that message is not being the message that is being going across globally. What the message has been going across, and what we can see by the media, the outlets, and all these people is just looting. And now it's just a basic it's just basically the people against the state, and this is what's going on. It's just the people against the government, the people, and the whole George scenario is just being thrown out the water. The whole injustice part of it's been thrown out with the water, and actually the whole message is gone now. So now we've got 4 officers that have been arrested. No one's talking about that anymore. No one's talking about what the charge. Well, I think there's 3rd-degree murder that the first officer was charged with.
The first guy, yeah. The others, I don't know. I think the others, I heard something about the others potentially being charged with something as well. Sort of a lesser crime. But yeah, his is at the moment 3rd-degree murder, which is a lesser degrees than obviously 1st degree and 2nd degree. But nevertheless, it's still at least there's some movement in the justice side of things. Now we'll have to see what kind of punishment he actually gets. That remains to be seen.
But on top of that, there was also, and this is another thing, because even while all that was going, the fact that no other stories were highlighted, like the woman that in Toronto that was thrown off the 20 whatever floor storage building by police, that's not been highlighted because of the looting. So much things have not been highlighted with all other people that are losing their lives out there. All because this looting shit's going on, and that's my issue with it. That the whole thing is literally being lost by the looting. No
Yeah.
other cases are being highlighted at this point.
By the way, you know several black shop owners who try to defend their shops from being looted or being attacked. They've been killed as well, and like no one gives a shit about people. More people have died as a result of George Floyd's death than the event that happened. This is crazy. It's like it's led to more deaths. It's unbelievable. One person's death has now generated. I'm sure even George Floyd himself, if they said your death will cause the death of dozens of other people, he would be devastated. Is this like people don't even stop to think? Is this something like George would have wanted? That the whole host of different businesses, black-owned businesses, other black people being killed because of what happened to him. This is crazy. This is just getting out of hand now. There should be some level-headed sort of interference, and I think there should be some level-headed interference by the leaders of the African American community in America. They are the ones.
Possibly leading, ushering the what's it called, the martial law, because that's what's literally happening. Like they're on curfews in certain states. I'm understanding.
Yeah.
They get text alerts to say you've got to be in your house. I don't know what time. I think it's 6 or something in certain states. Basically now they're being policed. Now you're really being policed. Now you can't come out at a certain time. You're on lockdown. The lockdown before with the COVID was one thing. You can still get out and about. Now you're literally being told you have to stay in. They've got tanks out there. They've got guns. They're throwing what's them thingy bombs that clears the streets?
Tear gas and stuff like that.
That's it. So literally now you really this is like this is some law shit coming in. This is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually become twice as bad as before, because now all of your whole life is now being policed, and innocent people are getting caught up in all this. I don't know. This is getting well out of hand. I think at this time, and I don't know, I haven't watched all the news, but from what I've seen, I haven't seen any leaders of like the black community. And also like elective officials that are also from the African American community come out and say no more. You have to stop this. This has to end. We understand there was some degree of anger, but now everybody has to settle down. No more protests, no more rioting, and just settle it down. But I don't know. I don't see that. I see frigging CNN applauding these guys, whilst the people who they're applauding are throwing bottles at them. or there's a CNN reporter in front of a burning building going, yeah, the protests are mostly peaceful.
Hold on, so CNN's applauding who?
Yes, yeah. If you see there are clips, there's a CNN reporter who's standing on the side of the road, and there's cars going by, and he's going, yes, the protesters are mostly peaceful, and then a car goes by, starts chucking bottles at the CNN reporter, calling him fucker and cunt and this and that, and starts swearing at him, and it's like they actually attacked the CNN head office. There's videos of the protesters attacking the CNN head office. They absolutely hate the mainstream news as well. And in London, they attacked a news reporter as well.
I saw the London. I did see that one. I'm not sure about America. I did see the one in London. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like,
yeah,
I think they're saying something about they were anti-media wars. I don't even know what the hell, a TV reporter or whatever the hell they were shouting. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, you see, this is the weird thing. People have no longer just agitated with the system in the sense of the police. They actually see the mainstream media as part of the system too now. Because the internet has woken up, if you like, a lot of people, that the media isn't separate from this system. If you think your system is racist, if you think the system is working against you, that media is part of that system. It's no longer an independent reporting body. It is.
But Banksy, let me quickly highlight this because I see my sister in the chat and she wrote Antifa, and that's my point. That's why I want to speak to Banksy, because when do we separate the whole Antifa thing from the actual whole cause? And I think this is what I said yesterday and the day before. Literally every cause we've had has been infiltrated, and I don't understand how we as a people keep allowing our shit to be infiltrated by others, and then they take it over and then take it into a whole nother direction that it's not supposed to go in, sis. This is detrimental to our people and our plight, and it's always our plight that has to be infiltrated. That's my argument.
Yeah, I think the Antifa guys and these so-called white allies, or these woke sort of leftist people, they're just getting in on this. They're using this to further their agenda. This is why I posted a message saying this is no longer about. This is more. This whole protest is more about George Soros than it is about George Floyd, because the leftist George Soros type funded organizations like Antifa are the ones who are now pushing this narrative. It's no longer about Black Lives Matter, it's about communist lives matter, and it's all like becoming all this lefty sort of thing, which again, these other groups are trying to semi hijack this movement for their own purposes, for their own agenda. And I think that's how it is with a lot of things, though. That's how it is with a lot of movements, a lot of protests. There will always be another group who has their own personal agendas, which will try to hijack it to forward theirs. I'll be honest, the London stuff, I don't take them seriously, because there is the relationship of police and the Black African community in this country is very different to the American one, and this whole thing is an American thing. I mean, I'm sure on the same day George Floyd was murdered, many other people around the world died too. Nobody's protesting for them, and nobody's protesting from, I don't know, Habib al-Hadid, who died in Syria on the same day, or some Korean dude or whatever. There's people dying all over the world. Nobody's protesting in other countries for an American. This to me seems extremely weird. I know the frustration, I know the underlining cause, but it's an American issue. This is Britain. I think Afro-Caribbeans have legitimate issues in Britain, but it's a different thing. They should address it differently.
I know what you're saying, it's an American issue, but this is the problem, Banksy, because we can relate in so many ways. Yes, the injustices may not be on the same level, or it may not be the same force being shown over here. That doesn't mean that we can't relate and don't see and feel the same injustices. Hence why I guess people here in the UK are doing the protesting and whatever. But my point is, if you're not going to protest to help the cause, then especially just don't protest at all. If you're protesting to agitate and defame the cause, just don't waste your time. Stay in your houses, keep quiet, eat your food, because you're not helping the brothers. You're actually hindering them. Let's just be honest.
That's the thing. Don't get me wrong. I think what's his name? I forgot his name. Boyega, the actor who stood up and gave a speech in Speakers in Hyde Park. That was reasonably good. I thought that was okay, actually. That seemed.
He would look at the fear in him. He already knew his job was at stake. So he was like, yo, I can't even tell you if I'm even going to have. That's how passionate we feel. When we see this, we all feel it worldwide. We all feel, because we all feel it in some way, shape or form. The problem is it's just not the same. We can't say it's exactly the same, because we can't ever say we know what it feels like to be a Black American living in America. We can't, because we're black people living here in the UK. So it's a different lifestyle, it's a different type of injustice. Ours will be more systematic, theirs will be blatant, in your face, outright racism. That's just how it is over there. My thing is this: if we're not there to help the cause, then if we're only hindering it, brothers and sisters worldwide, then don't make sense we getting involved, because we're not helping them, we're hindering them. And our plight is supposed to be helping and standing up for our people in America, not hindering them. That's my argument.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly where things are starting to fall apart. Is that this is now all of this protesting, rioting. This is just now a hindrance, and also anyone who wants to dismiss the police, like trying to minimize police brutality or police action or bad police training in America, they're just going to use this and go, you see, there was no problem. These people just wanted Nike trainers. And history will, throughout as time goes by, as the memory of George Floyd becomes sort of faded in people's minds, others will use this to spin a narrative against the African American population rather than to actually show what happened. So unfortunately, people will remember I bet you people will remember the riots and the looting much longer than they'll remember how George Floyd was killed. But that's how it is. That's unfortunately, there are people out there who want to spin a narrative, and we have right reaction. Tell us how the white man is suffering in this particular situation, Ralph. The polite of the white man.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, my brother. Mashallah.
No, mashallah. I think the white guy's problem is not going to be to the riots. It's actually really good for the nationalist right. The bad thing is it's giving all the governments more authoritarian power on top of COVID. So if you look at all the legislation flying through the US, all the government powers since COVID in the UK, the cathedral is sucking power in. They're not going to give those laws back anytime soon. What's going to happen is you're going to get more state legislation in the US now. Alabama's going first. And it's going to implement more and more state legislation that's anti-rioting, and they're not going to give that legislation back. Right? That's how it works. The black thing is ridiculous, because if you're a black nationalist like me, if you believe in black power, then you should see with your eyes wide open that Black Lives Matter has been hijacked by the global left, by the international left. Their agenda is progressive leftism, not black rights. They're just being puppets being used by the left, right? If you're a proper black nationalist, you need to reject Black Lives Matter immediately, because it's been hijacked by... I was at the Speaker's Corner for the BLM protest, and Pavlov was there, a bunch of us, and the socialists came up to us, and then they started running away. All of them white, a couple of black guys, all of them white, and they got really uncomfortable around us. We're like, why the fuck are you hijacking black power issues with your Marxism? And they didn't want to have anything to do with it, right? Because they want to make you be an international communist before you're black. But if you're a proper black nationalist, you're a black racial nationalist first, independent if you're left or right. That's how we read it. I know how you read it. So it's not good for black power, because whatever black power issues that should be addressed, they're going to be just ignored, right? They're going to be wiped away by state legislation, and BLM and Soros and everyone's just going to carry on going international justice for all, i.e. the left. Yeah? And notice most of those people making the noise are white kids, right? Have you seen that? Is that just me? Half of them are white guys, right?
What are we going to do about the white kids making a noise? Like, we don't need counselling on how we address Black Lives Matter, and we already know how we address them. I don't think we need any advice in any way, shape, or form how to deal with them. They're nothing to do with us. We've made that very clear from the jump.
Good on you.
The problem is, if there's white kids doing this, what are you not doing about the white kids with the white nationalists?
Well, we're after, we don't care that it's from the right's perspective, from the white right perspective. It doesn't matter if it's the enemy is the common enemy. It's not race. It's color. It's left, right? We don't care if they're black left or white left. We care that they're left, right? But from the black power point of view, if I put on my black power hat, you should be getting rid of those people. I've seen enough people in Velley's forum shouting out, going, "This got nothing to do with us," because these BLM people have got nothing to do with true black power. They want to fight the patriarchy. No self-respecting black man wants to fight the patriarchy, man. I mean, I don't know. So, he wants, so I don't know. I mean, that's my take on it. So what's going to happen now is it's ridiculous. You're going to see the government's just going to take legislation, right? And we on the right love it, because we're going to see we're going to see the accelerating of the division, yeah. We're going to see the division get stronger, right? Which is what we want.
So you actually want a more hardcore division? Well, I mean, in Britain or in America, whereabouts are we talking? When you say the right, are you talking globally the right?
The West. The global right is secure.
So everywhere, United States, Canada, all of Europe.
No, Western Europe. Western Europe and the United States. Eastern Europe is secure. Asia is secure. It is only Western Europe, the United States, where the battle is. The rest of the world.
Canada, there's no battle in Canada.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The United States. I mean North America.
Oh, I see. You mean, yeah.
White America. Yeah.
White America, I see. That's actually, I haven't seen
but
much videos or anything
Canada's
from
fallen
you.
left, right? Canada's very left, yeah. So
Okay, Canada's
you
going to be a
haven't voted?
tougher battle for you guys, won't it? Wouldn't you think Canada is going to be a bit of a tough
Well,
cookie to
Canada's
crack?
pretty SJW progressive, right? So the worst case, what's going to happen is the schism has to accelerate, right? We've got to because they've let in so many migrants, we've just got to let it continue until there's a secession, hardcore, right-wing nationalist opposition to Trudeau, and then we have to wait for certain events that will accelerate the change.
Why doesn't
Because
Canada have an Afro-Caribbean or African sort of problem the way America does? Why is Canada not?
It does. Have you seen Toronto black crime figures?
But how is it that there are no are there Black Lives Matter protests in Canada as well?
Yeah, Toronto is where one of the founders of Black Lives Matter is from Toronto and New York, right?
I'm sorry, I missed. I should have. I'm subscribed
Toronto's like fucking Sweden.
to was it Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, but I haven't seen anything from them. But then maybe I should be looking a bit more deeper.
But then the other problem is Canada is very sparse and there are not many people. So it's 25, 30 million spread across 3,000 miles, right?
I'm with you. Of course, yeah, it's much more spread out.
Very different. Very different geography. Just Vancouver, Toronto, the only two real cities of that. But no, from the local, you saw London. Did you go to Banksy? Did you go? Did you go to the BLM protest?
No, unfortunately, I didn't know that was happening, so I didn't go on Tuesday. Apparently, there's things going to be happening tomorrow and Sunday. So we'll see how that unfolds. The problem is I don't really want to be mugged, so I'm kind of cautious.
You don't want to be hit. You don't want to be hit, and you don't want to be fired. Self-preservation. Banksy's like, dude, I want to get home. I want my whiskey and my day. I don't want any of this aggro.
I'm not interested in. Well, I mean, I'll take all the gear that I've got, the cheapest gear that I've got with me. So my second phone and my little shitty sort of.
Hang on, what are you trying to say, Banksy? You think you're going to get mugged? What are you saying, mate?
I've seen a lot of people get mugged. I've seen a lot of white people get knocked out and then get mugged. Now, I have a Caucasian kind of appearance, which could be misconstrued for white. For a white.
But I thought you said they all have the same shared values, man. They're all British, man. It should be a problem.
Yeah, I still don't want to get mugged. I still don't want to get mugged. I'm still not interested in getting mugged. I think it'll be all right during the day. But while the police are around, but I certainly will not be hanging around late at night. And this is the weird contrast that I stayed until I think 2-3 in the morning for the Brexit protests and stuff like that. Although I did have one.
Safe, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It was relatively safe. I mean, I did have one weird white guy who said, "I'm not white and I'm not a Brexit or whatever." He was some creepy bloke for like a minute, but other than that, generally it was okay. I don't know about this one. There's a lot of people throwing shit and beating people up. This one seems a little bit juicier.
But you see, here's what's going to happen: the government's going to let it go once, twice, and then the government's going to use full authoritarian force against it.
Yeah. Actually, Velley's asking about. Velley's asking about India and ask him about India, save Indian women. Is there?
He's going to do that in the Indian. I've told him this before. He's going to talk to me in an Indian language in India, man.
I see.
He can't speak any Indian languages, and he can't speak any African languages. We've got to speak in English about England, man. In England.
I see. What's happening with you, Ralph? I haven't seen you put up any videos recently.
My throat's really been bad because of the COVID. So.
Oh, you actually got COVID? You actually caught the actual virus?
Yeah, I've had it for months now. So I can't sustain my energy levels, and I'm not sure I can maintain my voice for the video. So I got lots of backed up content. So I've been on a low profile. I've just been organizing behind the scenes. Stuff that you can't see, but yeah. Sending in some of our warriors here there, but no, I can't really. I'm under like cat and mouse and misses for how much computer time I have as well. So.
I see. I
And my
see.
fucking niece was threatening, and I've been very bad. I haven't been taking any of the meds, and my niece is threatening to come around and inject me herself and shit like that.
Bloody hell, man! You're falling apart here.
I'm not feeling good, man.
You're
I'm
considered the
building up
linchpin of
compressed.
the white PA party here. You might. Are you sure you're gonna make
You
it?
misunderstand us. Maybe we are a collective.
Are you a
But
Hydra?
no, I've got compressed
Hell
rage,
Hydra.
man. I'm going to be coming back with some rage because I've not been able to express myself.
Mm.
But this thing is very interesting because I've been watching different black opinions, and it's very interesting. Who is this guy called who Bob the Builder interviewed? He must have been a famous speaker. It's called Big Brother or someone. Do you know who he is?
Yeah. He was.
I've never seen him or
he's
heard of
from
him before in my
Harvey.
life. Yeah, he was in a car interviewing with Bob. I've never heard of him, but he was interesting. Big Brother, or something like that.
Yeah, Big Bro. Was he being interviewed by Bob the Builder?
Yeah, I mean, he was an interesting guy. I've never heard him before. I assumed that the way he was speaking he was some ex-Speaker's Corner person or something. I don't know. But,
Yeah, he was. He used to come down to Speaker's Corner, but he was before me and I think before you as well, because he hasn't been since Sarah Garvey stopped kind of going. He hasn't been as well. Where was Bob's interview posted?
On Bob's channel?
Well, on Soko Films.
No, Bob has his own channel as well.
Oh, Bob the Builder has his own channel.
Yeah, that's a Christian one, man. You probably don't want to go there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I would still be interested in. But I thought Bob only did things for Soko. That's why I didn't realize Bob did other things.
I think he does both, doesn't he? Something. I think Soko has multiple. So you got Kay's got one, Bob's got one. There are a bunch of them under Soko, I think.
Oh, I see. But
he was interesting. He said straight away he doesn't associate BLM with Black Power and riots, right? So I was like, okay, this guy's got his head clued in. Who's this guy? But I've never heard of him before, so I thought maybe you would know.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen this Bob the Builder. I don't know. I can't find his YouTube channel.
I think called Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder Soko or Bob Soko Films or Bob the Builder Soko.
I'm gonna have to do some more searching.
I don't think Google will struggle to find Soko and Bob the Builder, man.
Well, it finds. Yeah, interesting. So how is the things? How are the groypings going? The groypings. Are you guys still picking on trigonometry? I've lost touch with you guys.
Are you crazy, man? We did Newsnight last night. We're way advanced now. We're racing ahead. Much more.
PA was on Newsnight.
No, the Groypers landed all of the Newsnight's audience questions last night, right?
Are you serious? Last night's Newsnight was with Groypers.
Dude, like I said, like every time you guys try to figure out where we are, we were already down the road, going further away. So,
I don't know. I'm not exactly following you guys that deeply. So.
Not anymore, which is very sensible here. Right. So
I mean, I still try to keep up, but generally, no, I'm not keeping up. I guess I'm not keeping up.
Newsnight, LBC, it's all the larger targets. Trigonometry, we go through all the soft targets. We're building up the larger and larger targets.
Calling most tavern is not like I personally find that tactic to be quite. I don't know. If you guys think you're making headway, then I guess you're making headway. I just think Bart Simpson did it better.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the point is eventually we will get to the MSM points, right? The thing that stopped all the plans is once the freeze is over, the real freeze, COVID freeze, we're going to be hitting MSM mainstream media points where the live television cameras are.
Interesting. I mean,
we're going through the whole thing, aren't we? It's not like we don't have plans that you're not privy to, mate. It's not like this is just happening and a couple of guys are just hanging around and stuff, right? I hope you don't think that's how it's being run, right?
I guess we'll see how successful all this is. I mean, so far
we'll probably just fail, mate. We'll probably just fail.
Has PA managed to even register still as a?
Oh, they're trying everything to resist right now, right? But they're literally walking all the way up to the door to either a court case or letting us through, right?
Oh, okay. So they are still progressing.
They're dragging their heels, yeah. Because I mean, you remember, it's illegal not to allow the right to form and collectivize and form a political party.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
it's illegal under English law. Oh,
I'm thinking
it's actually illegal. Like you lose in court, right?
If PA doesn't make it on the PA, then they'll probably make it on the something else. But how about what's it? I mean, because I watched Colette's little stream with that Emily girl the other night. Was it Emily or some Emma or something?
Yeah, Emily.
Someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
She's a good
seemed
girl.
rather successful. You guys got like 2,300 or something like that views in one sitting. So that was.
Well, that's only the core group, though, isn't it? So our core group will go all the way, maybe up to 3,000. The maximum core group attendance ever is going to be like 8,000 or something. Top peak numbers. That's the maximum core size.
It's just it seemed Colette was saying that was the most they had in one night.
2.15K or something was our current peak, but we can count. You can run the maths on the social graph, so you can calculate the actual peaks, right? Remember, we have lots of geeks on our side, mate.
Yeah, yeah.
So we know our social graph size, right?
Yeah, I got to look for Colette because Colette took it off YouTube.
Standard practice every 8 hours to get back to the BitChute.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I got to look for him on BitChute because the actual that Jew that interview with Israeli advocacy group that still comes up as number one when you type Mark Colette.
The one I was on with Joseph.
Yeah, yeah.
At some point, Joseph and I are going to meet again in the corner, aren't we, mate?
That's gonna be interesting.
But anyway, less about this shit. More about Black Lives Matter, man. That's why I'm here.
Okay. So, I mean, where do you want to take it? How was? What do you think about the way things migrated or got out of hand, really, from protesters to looters and rioters? What do you think is the causal effect here?
Well, I think the left is doing what they're like. There's a whole coordinated campaign from online, from the Washington Post, from the New York Times. This is all going to be one of 5 or 10 opportunities left to coincide with Trump 2020, right?
Do you think this is actually all building to
course it is.
an election tactic?
With election,
It is.
got everything to do
Trump-
with it. But this is the thing: they're using us and my people yet again
Correct.
to get their thing going, and I'm not for this.
100%, Lady Divine. They're using black issues to run against Trump 2020. Of course they are. They're going to use that because the black Democratic vote is going to be critical to defeat Trump. So any black issue, they're going to use that, remember? Even though it's only 13% population is black in the US with a lower turnout, they're the critical places for blue seats. So they're literally going to use the left, the white left is going to use the black people for left right-wing politics, right? They don't care about black power. I mean, if you think they care about black power, you're on the progressive plantation by definition, man. They don't care, right? That's why this big bro guy, Master IC3 is here. Much more pleasant.
Yeah, I would like.
Greetings. I'm listening in the background, just listening and listening and learning.
Why you listen? You need to be educated about listening.
Well, they're specialists in their field, so so I'm listening to them.
Although this conversation, I think, is now shifted to somewhere where it is definitely of your specialist, Mr. IC3, because you are the one who's officially been diagnosed as being overly obsessed with the black.
Oh yes, that's right.
With the black issue.
That's right. Yes. So do you really want to listen to a madman? They've destroyed my credibility.
I genuinely do.
They've destroyed my credibility.
No, this is literally your forte. This is your field now. I mean, I know you've been on here talking about it a few times. I've tried to catch a few of your other conversations in regards to the underlining sort of causal issues and systemic issues of America. Do you think those same issues apply to Britain? Because I'm actually interested. Do you think that these protesters in Britain have a legitimate reason as well as the ones in America?
Well, from what I'm gathering, the process seems to be not the focus really on the death of the black guy, but it's really, as I think you guys were saying it before, it's about Soros, really. I think they're moving it in that kind of direction.
The cathedral wants to. Here's the correct analysis in my deluded head. The cathedral wants to do everything it can to make Trump 2020 fail. So the cathedral will maximize power to the left, that will then exploit black issues to make sure Trump 2020 fails. As Trump is what Trump is, he can be a twat. They're going to use everything to say Trump is killing black people.
Right. Oh yes.
And lots of white black people are going to stand and go, "Hey, yeah," but the cathedral doesn't care because it has no people in it. It's devoid of emotion. The cathedral just wants to equalize the power for the dogma. It wants Trump 2020 to lose. So for the first time, Twitter censored the president's tweet. And what do you have? You have a gift from heaven. One black guy has a squabble with a white guy. White guy overdoes it, puts the boot on the neck, and you've got, let's go. Let's get some TVs, guys. TVs means, hey, justice, reparations, slavery, 400 years, white supremacy. Nothing to do with the facts on the ground.
Say
and
that again.
Did
you say Twitter censored
for the
Trump?
first time, Twitter censored and I did a fact check icon over POTUS's tweet. Yeah, they put a tag underneath it, right? And POTUS and Trump says he's going to go to war with that. But that's again the big picture is the cathedral wants Trump 2020 to lose. Black people are going to be used as volatile imagery. Look, black guy being killed, Armin Jogger shot. They don't care about black people.
No, Ralph, be accurate exactly what he said. What he said was, they loot, we shoot. So he's openly declared war. Yeah, that's what.
But he's not speaking to. Trump. When Trump said that, he's speaking. Remember, Trump is speaking to his white voting base. He's not speaking to you guys.
But the fact that he's actually openly come out as a president, you're missing the point. The fact that he openly come as a president to make it declaring war, literally that.
Yes, but he's not speaking to you. He's not speaking to the whole population. He's speaking to his voters.
President, he should be putting stuff like that out there. Period. He's a head.
No, but that's not what. I hear what you say, but that's not what his voters think. His voters, and I agree, say, hey, look, because social media is owned by the left, Trump has got the ability to go around media, around the cathedral. And he doesn't care about Democrats, black people, Trump, because you're not going to vote for him. He's speaking to his American right, us in the right, going, hey, you know, the right going, hey, well, most of the right will, yeah, shoot these guys. They're not protesting black rights, they're stealing televisions, right? So he's not speaking to you. So if you morally judge him, it's irrelevant to him. You're not his audience. But the cathedral doesn't like that. And the cathedral wants to empower. So they're using black people.
Like that,
right?
period. That president. My question: should he be tweeting things like that as a president? Period. No matter who
he has no choice because he has no other option. Because the other way to speak out, to speak his voice, would be censored by the cathedral. You will call him racist, fascist, Nazi. So we have a president like Putin who said, "Oh, fuck you all. Then I'm just going to do it while I'm having a dump on the toilet." And then you have the lucky or unfortunate situation. Lucky from his point of view, black guy goes wrong and people kick off. The left-wing whites say, yeah, let's use this black guy's death to shout slavery, injustice, reparations, systemic racism, i.e. all the left-wing topics to defeat Trump. Trump goes, yeah, you do that. I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to send in the army, right? None of these things are going to happen, right? It's a battle of rhetoric. Nothing like that's going to happen on the ground. And you see all the carnage and the blood and flames. Black people are going to lose the most out of this. Over 50% of them will be caught and charged in the next 12 months, 18 months. Target, Walmart are going to give them fucking criminal records. Right? You think those business owners, all the small, medium business size owners, are not going to use their local federated police? Remember, the United States is federated. They go to local, state level, then they go to state, then they go federal. All those guys are getting criminal records and shit, all the ones they catch. Lots of black lives ruined because the left don't give a shit about black people's lives. They care as long as you come out there and vote against Trump. So they'll tell you Trump's a Nazi. You'll be like, yeah, Trump's a Nazi. Trump's a white supremacist. Let's get Trump. And you're going to pay all the costs.
I can ask you honestly. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Trump gives a damn about low of the bottom white people's lives?
No, he doesn't. He serves the global homo elite.
There we go.
But one part of him is his base is white nationalists, but he doesn't really serve them. He serves the paymasters who the cathedral plays the right and the cathedral plays the left. He has sold his soul to the cathedral. And he will use white right like he will use black left. Because he's not a true nationalist. When we have a nationalist president wouldn't do that. Right? So the trouble is, the bad news is on the ground the next 12 months, all those black people, let's say they got 40% of them, 50% of them. I know the US really well. I've lived there for almost 20 years. Most of them are going to get fucked at the local level, right? Because they all have CCTV everywhere, right? All these guys want to go through, yeah, man, I got my television. 6 months later, they've got a subpoena to attend the local court, right? And then they go into the poverty criminal record system, into the credit rating system. The white New York Times don't care. Because the New York Times people ain't doing the looting. You're not going to see many progressive white left-wing Democrats taking the economic legal costs. That's going to be transferred to black people. Again, my point is black power would avoid this thing like the fucking plague. Hence, Master IC3 is here to entertain us this evening because he has the way out of the woods.
So what do you think is who do you think will replace Trump if they're going to take Trump out? Who do you think will replace him?
You mean from the right? He's not going to lose the nomination from the right. So you mean who's going to? It's him versus Biden, and that's just a maths game and a messaging game, right? But remember, the left have institutional social media power. They have the power of the cathedral, right? They have the media, they have the social companies. But what they don't have is the people. And for a freak chance of history, Trump can speak to the people without them. He doesn't need an interview with CNN, BBC. He just go Twitter.
Right. So you think Biden will take it then?
I think it's a battle. That's we don't know. It's just statistics, isn't it? It's a forecast, right? The forecast is going to be close as hell, right? Because the demographics work in the favor of the left. More Hispanics being bussed across the border. Hey, Conchita, and vote Democrat, yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Because they want to take Trump. Because if Trump gets in, there's another 4 years, and then Trump's going to take revenge on his way out, right? He's going to run antitrust legislation, all sorts of shit, right?
Right.
But black people, back to the black issue, which is the issue of the day, is black people are going to pay the most, right? In the US, in the next 12 months. As usual, because they're not playing for black power. Because they're not escaping the left. Because power is generated from the right. Right? That's just how power works, right? The left spend power, the right make power, right? I just think of all the kids. I feel bad, man. I've lived in Oakland, I've lived in many places. I know the kind of kids who are going to be fucked. They were 20-something, they went to Target, they got some televisions, and there's no way they're going to escape US law, right?
Ralph, quick question. Can you clarify something for us? When you say black power or white power, what do you mean? Can you give us what your definition of the power is?
Black power is the rights of black people to determine their own right in history in perpetuity without the influence of any other race. That's the only black power I entertain. Anything else is a sellout.
You have a damn nerve talking about sellout. Ain't you Asian?
Yeah, well, do you think I'm not for Indian? Do you think I'm not for Indian power? I don't have to worry about Indian power. India's dominating the world. Indians don't have to worry about Indian power, man. Indians run the parliament, richest man in England's Indian, most scientific, prestigious position in England's Indian. Indians excel at Oxbridge. Indians own things. Half the cabinet of the United Kingdom is Indians in the US. Don't worry about the Indians. Indians are kicking ass like the Chinese. Who's in trouble? Whitey and Blackie. Not the yellow and the brown guys. So yeah. Do you think I'm not worried about Indians? Indians have other issues. But Indians are sorting that out. Like the 200 million issue, things like that, yeah. So. But I don't know, IC3 can tell me more about black power. He's a national racialist.
I think your summary is very good. Yeah, your summary is good for black power. Yeah.
I just wanted to know, because obviously when he says black power, I'm a non-black person, I want to know what his understanding of black power is. That's why I asked that question.
Absolute self-determination without a dependency on any other race in a square of land. So your homeland is all the continent of Africa plus any foreign territories you can get. The white man's homeland is Europe and the northern United States, or the Anglosphere, and anywhere Whitey is still left. But Whitey's been run out of everywhere else. Indians and Chinese who are going to have 55.
Did you just say Whitey's been run out of everywhere? Where have they been run out of? Let me know.
Well, at the retreat after the end of the sorry, I'm outside. 1 sec. When the after the end of the empire and the colonization index in the 1950s, 70% of the world became independent nation states. England, France, all the empires retreated. They retreated from the Commonwealth. All those nations of the 200 are now nation states, right? Correct. Whitey doesn't have Hong Kong 1997, not the Caribbean, not Jamaica 1962, is it? I can list all the countries where the land was given back to nation states, right? It's only Whitey's homeland that's under attack by non-whites, something we won't permit. There's nothing wrong with white power if you have the same definition with black power, right? I don't understand why people get all excited.
I want to know, what is white power? When you say white power, Ralph, as a non-white again, are you how do you see white power as being?
We must secure the existence of white people and a future for white children forever.
Yeah, I think the security of white people is pretty secure. I don't think white people are going to somehow disappear out of Australia, New Zealand, Canada, United States.
Those lands are taken.
Europe.
Forget about that. No, it's not that. It's the population on the land. Those lands are not going back. That's just some false logic you think you have in your head that can be beaten.
Well, I mean, if you talk about white people as a homogenous group, then you have to include all of those places I mentioned. And I think their security is fairly assured then if you take all of those as a homogenous unit.
No, the United States becomes the absolute majority in 50?
Well,
50?
Let's put it this way.
England 2066.
Okay, let's put it this way. First of all, they will not be disappeared. They would be the largest minority groups, even at 2066, even if that ever comes to fruition, which is a guess at best.
Which is unacceptable.
But nevertheless, let me put it to you this way: which of these two groups are more likely to disappear and are endangered, the Japanese or white people?
No, it doesn't matter because we have the numbers for 2050 and 2100.
Yeah, these are numbers that would possibly indicate a possible minority status. Not even a minority, because the thing is, you're talking about as if the whites are going to be minority. No, they're not. They will still be the largest majority. Plus, those other groups, the other will be fragmented amongst many different groups. There'll be the blacks, the Arabs, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians. No, but they're not going to be homogenous. You use fear tactics to pretend as if this other side, who's going to be 50% or whatever, 52%.
You're missing the point. We know this, Banksy. We're saying we find it unacceptable.
It doesn't.
It's not like we don't know it.
What I mean is whether you find it unacceptable, your 14 words are irrelevant because when it comes to global whiteness, even if you talk about the British colonies alone, white people will never be in any danger. Same as, and that's not including the Polish, the Eastern Bloc, which are absolutely in no danger.
Correct, but you're trying to define goals for white people, and you're not one of them. And I'm telling you what their goals are. You don't have to listen to their goals.
No.
The ones you're stating are not the goals of the white nationalist movement.
No. The thing is, this is not the goals. I'm undermining the goals of the white supremacists. Is what I'm doing. White people, most of them, for the most part, don't give a shit about your white group. Because the thing is, you pretend that you talk about. No. The thing is, Ralph, you pretend your group talks for white people. You do not.
Correct.
You are not the voice. Your group, PA, Mark Collette, does not talk for white people. White people are free from Collette.
But that's what you're hoping.
You talk for your movement. You talk for white supremacists. You don't talk for white people. White people are not included in your conversations.
So what percentage of white people do you think would accept being replaced in the United Kingdom as not being the majority?
First of all, they're not being replaced, and they will never be replaced. Second of all, your predictions are exactly that, predictions, just like the COVID predictions of millions of deaths.
You're running away from my question. You're running away from my question. Let me try
Yes,
the
but
question
what I'm saying is that those white people, I would give you a good 80 to 90% of them who do not agree with you. That is why your movement is fledgling. That is why you're reduced to making Bart Simpson crank calls to media stations in order to get any level of relevance, because you are irrelevant. No one cares.
But again, that's the third time you're running away from the question. I'm not sure why you're running away from the question.
No, I'm not running away. I just said to you. I just said
are you going to answer it this time?
I just said no white person.
But you haven't answered the question. Maybe you didn't understand. Can you repeat the question back to me?
Yeah, what percentage of white people would be concerned about being replaced?
Correct.
And I'm telling you that no white person is concerned about being replaced, because they will not be replaced.
And you base that
this is a false narrative that you spin to scare white folks into joining your little band of groups.
Actually, calm down, sweetheart. What I'm saying is not that. My question is, what's the source of your opinion?
What's the source of my opinion? The fact that this 2066 thing is not a fact. It's not a solid stated that this is definitely going to happen. It's not set in stone. None of these things are set in stone.
Basically, I know you can give those speeches, but again, you're not answering the actual question. If this was an exam, you're not actually answering the question asked you. My question again is, you said 80% of these people, I said based on what data source, then you wanted some characteristic.
Okay, what data source are you basing the fact that white people, what is your percentage of white people that will actually be concerned with this?
But now you're trying to answer my question with a question. First, answer my question.
I answered your question, and you're saying my data source, I don't have any data source.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I was hoping you'd acknowledge. So you don't have any data sources.
I don't have any data sources because you don't have any data sources.
You're saying, I have no data sources. I'm not white.
You don't have any data source to say that the 2066 prediction is going to happen.
What do you mean?
You don't have any data source to say that the 2066 prediction is definitely going to happen.
I don't have to. The Office of National Statistics does it for me.
No, that's not that. They're not making that 2066 prediction.
No, but do you understand how maths works?
But the fact is, they're not. They are making.
Do you understand maths? Do you understand how forecasting works in mathematics?
Look, they are making vast predictions about things that may not actually happen.
Simple technical question. Do you know how forecasts work in mathematics?
But the fact is that it just like the forecasting for coronavirus, these are unsubstantiated. These are unsubstantiated forecasts.
Do you know how the weather forecast works? Let me make it really easy.
Yeah, and the weather forecast is wrong quite often.
Banksy, you got to be more strategic, man. You can't deal with Ralph like that, man. You've got to be
understand how forecasting works in statistics or math.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that they are quite often wrong, and so there is no basis. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying to you. Look, I'm trying to tell you, Ralph, that forecast. There is nothing to say that is going to come to pass.
But Banksy, you're sounding very silly, mate, because I asked you a simple question. Before you qualified this thing for the Met Office from Bracknell in England, that is the national weather prediction, I'm asking, do you know how to read the data? Do you know how to interpret a forecast? Can you tell me what a forecast is described by?
The fact is, this forecast is a potential, just like the Pew data.
You're talking about a thing you can't describe, Banksy. You're saying this forecast is blah blah blah. What is a forecast? Let me give you the answer.
They're making a prediction based on trends that we have. And I can see.
That's getting better. But you know what the report looks like for all forecasting, Banksy? It's a percentage of a probability of an event.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
What is the percentage? Okay, Ralph, what is the percentage?
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Ralph, what is the percentage of the probability of the 2066?
Okay, I will take you to the fountain and I will make you think. So now that we know forecast is a percentage, strictly speaking, Banksy is called a probability distribution function. The Met Office has a prediction horizon of so many days with so much percentage, the stock market has it, etc. The Office of National Statistics has 3 such probability distribution functions for the population. Do you know what they are?
No, go ahead.
Good man. Finally, some honesty. Because here you are making a lot of noise about how this thing called 2066 is not true. You have no data sources. You don't know how to read the data source. When I asked you the 3 primary data sources, you didn't know what they are.
No, the
So
primary
now I'm just afraid
the primary
you're not
data
the top
sources are
guy.
birth,
I
migration.
wouldn't go to Rat Boy. I wouldn't go to Rat Boy for quantum mechanics. I wouldn't go to you for demographics, mate.
Look, the fact is that nevertheless, these predictions are exactly that. They are just
don't even know what they
predictions,
are.
and we know that the predictions of government statistics have been wrong, and the
What are you
coronavirus
talking about?
prediction
You don't know,
actually
you
is
just
one of
admitted,
those.
but you just admitted to the audience that you don't know what such a prediction is. Well, I explained to you it's a probability. It can never be right or wrong. It's just going to be a probability range. You then don't know what they are. Then I point you to them, and you come back with,
Look,
"Hey, they're going to be
you
wrong."
building up a set of cases of whether I know these things in minutiae or not is irrelevant. The point
I'm
is,
not, mate. An entire government department with PhD statisticians.
yeah,
Run
and that
by
doesn't. The thing is, now you're appealing to
run
authority.
by, listen
Now
to
you're
me.
appealing to
Listen to me, mate.
authority, and the COVID-19
I'm not
authorities
appealing.
also
I'm
told
not
us.
appealing, Banksy.
Yes, you
I'm
are. Of course,
pointing
you're appealing
you.
to authority.
Calm down. You don't understand statistics. You don't understand forecasts. You just shown you don't. I'm not appealing to that. I'm pointing to educate you to where the authority is. You need
Yes,
to go to them.
and you're appealing to
I
that
don't have
authority
to.
to be
I
correct.
don't have to
And
appeal
I'm
to.
telling
No,
you
I'm not
that
appealing.
there is
Appealing
nothing
would be
to
if you were
show
arguing,
that
but we're
that
not arguing.
2066.
But
Look,
we're not
Ralph,
having argumentation. I'm
Ralph,
educating you here because you
Ralph,
really don't know anything about this
I
topic.
will
So
tell
if
the
you were having
audience.
an argumentation, I'd be using the appeal to argument fallacy if you were having an argumentation. But to have an argumentation, we must be bouncing back data and facts that you don't have. So in this case, it's not appeal to authority. The fallacy, this is just appeal to educate the masses.
No,
What
it
you
is
should do is
appealing to
go away
authority.
and
You're appealing to say that these authorities are definitely right about the 2066 predictions, and
No,
they're
right,
not.
actually, let me help you. I'll make it easy for you. It's not. If I told you the Met Office in Bracknell, forget demographics, says the weather tomorrow is going to be this at 3:30. Tomorrow is going to be this at 11:30. In the next 10 minutes, it's going to be this. It's not right or wrong. In mathematics, it's called a probability distribution
Okay,
function.
and I asked you, Ralph, what is the
You're
probability
thinking about
of
it
the
incorrectly, my friend.
2066? What is the probability of the 2066
Thank
event
you. That's a
coming
good question.
coming
Thank
to
you.
pass?
Here, let me tell you now. Let me tell you what the 3 curves are from the ONS. The 3 PDF curves. The first bottom one is called the zero migration scenario. It says if immigration was stopped tomorrow, and only the indigenous population plus migrants were allowed to grow, what would the curve look like? And that would be the absolute statistical base. Then it has 3 curves above it called LMH for the low, medium, high above the zero net projection base scenario.
And
And
which one are you taking?
We look at all of them.
Okay, which one are you telling people that will cause the replacement? Are all 3 of them predicting?
Concurrently.
Are all 3 of them? The low is also saying that the white British will be the minority by 2066.
And
What is the low saying? What is the low saying?
Don't you think this is a great opportunity for me to see if you really care about you doing your homework for the next
You
time
tell
you
me.
speak?
No, Ralph, you tell me. What is the low
You want me to
prediction
do your homework?
saying about 2066?
Education.
Open a tab in Google, go to ons.gov.uk, and do a bit of your homework.
But isn't it interesting that you won't even
Someone who
tell
doesn't
me
read it,
what is the low prediction, but you'll always say the high one to the
Of
to
course
the.
I could. Of course I could. But at this point, I made my case. So what I'm trying to say is, if you wanted to ever care again, like you pretended you're talking about these things, you'd have gone and checked, or you could check in real time right now with a different tab, Apple TV tab. Because what I'm pointing out to the audience is you're making all these preposterous claims about English people rights, demographics, but you don't understand any of these foundational concepts.
Okay, I'm there. Actually, I'm there right now. I'm on the ONS
Good
website.
man, look at this. This is how you lead them to
1981 to 2066.
This is what we need to do. Can we get out to Black Power, not Banksy Power? Can we get to Black Power, not Banksy Power?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy to look at these things, and I will then show the people what the low prediction is rather than the high prediction, because that is exactly the same with the Pew
That
data.
will make your credibility to rise if you can do such things. Your credibility will rise considerably, and then you catch up to where we are.
Yes, because
You see what I'm saying?
It's not about catching up. It's the fact that you are selling the highest, the most scariest number to your flock in order to get more supporters, because you want to create a sense of urgency. You want to create a sense of fear and panic in the British people. But the British people won't buy into your shit, and they already haven't.
Well, now can we ask you? Now that you've shown to be a master of demographics, let's talk about marketing. Are you a master of marketing as well for mass messaging?
Well, this is exactly what we're trying to say, and it shows by people like Anne-Marie Walters and the Britisher and many others who've come out openly against your movement and have called your movement out, and that's why you're going around griping them, quote unquote, by trying to silence or try to somehow intimidate those people into pointing out that they're against your movement.
Sorry, someone.
Hold on, I think Ralph is trying to speak. One second.
Yeah, afternoon, people. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, evening.
Hey, Ralph.
Good evening. Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Good
Just fill me
evening,
in. What's going on here? Is Ralph talking about the Indian women being raped and whatnot in India?
It seems he has no interest in that.
He's invested in Black Power and the Black Lives Matter.
Fair enough. Okay. Ralph, when are you going to start caring about those issues? They're very, very potent issues, I think.
How many Indian women were raped last year in India?
Sorry?
A simple question. How many Indian women were raped last year in India?
Well,
and could you name the 3 names of the high-profile cases of women who were raped?
Oh, that's good. That's brilliant.
No, it's not it's good or bad. It's a simple question. This is a simple question. Nobody's good or bad. Do you know how many people were raped last women in India? And do you know the names of the top 3 cases?
Google quicker. I couldn't give you a number, but it was a lot. It's a lot, though.
Okay. So you don't really know how many people are raped or who they are, but you come here wanting to claim you care about such things. I think you should go back and come back once
I do care.
understand more. But you clearly don't, because you don't know how many women were raped. You don't know the names of the top 3 ones.
I don't know. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know. Rape.
So you just started caring after answering the question. Hey, I'm going to take the black guy to the brown water today. I'm going to take the Iranian to the white and the black one. I want to talk to IC3.
Please.
Who are these guys?
Just for the sake, because. Do you know what it is? Yeah, we shouldn't go down this issue.
You don't even know the name of the most famous Indian rape case.
You said you know the top issues. Educate me, because that
I don't
is
know.
a very real issue. Educate us.
I think if you want to do one of those things, you must show
care about.
But you must show yourself worthy of this topic by showing you really care.
Indian who's coming to represent the Indian people, I reckon you should teach us about this issue, because it is a very.
Well, I think once you prove to me that you care by answering some basic questions, I'm happy to spend a 1-hour stream, just you and me, speaking just about Indian issues. But until you show that you care by answering basic, how many people are there in India?
Just hold on. There is something.
You got to be sharp.
Yeah, I can cover Indian politics in my sleep, in many Indian languages, actually. Anyway, so let's put this guy aside, man. So IC3, yeah, so it's interesting. Banksy's obviously lost faith in the. He's out.
Yes. What do you think of the actuaries? I've been reading about the actuaries, the ACT. UARYs. How do you think?
Science.
Yeah, actuarial
science. Yeah, it's amazing stuff, right? Because it used to be before big computing at scale.
Yeah,
it used to be one of the most elite maths jobs ever.
That's right.
So if you were a distributed forex trader, or if you were doing things like Lloyd's insurance underwriting, very complex insurance computations, you'd have to have people with that gift. That kind of role has slowly morphed into what we call the quants role in the city. So the quants role in the city is now taken that over. And ultimately, the top level of that job is the super forecasters. That people like Dominic Cummings, Trump at the White House, are getting people with mass data computing skills to look at things using what in the old school would have been called actuarial science, which is now really super forecasting. That's the pedigree of the discipline.
Right, so you're saying that the actuaries are now outdated?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, not outdated. The discipline has been ingested into quant.
This is very important. I want to bring. Sorry. So, what we have here is the statistics of the rate in India and some well-known cases. So
wow, so you're here learning and stuff, yeah? So do you think
yeah,
you need to show the audience that you're learning in real time, or do you think it'd be a bit embarrassing for you to do this? Don't you think you should really instead of reading to the audience, you want to go learn in real time?
listen, as a G, we
That's
are
just
all
interesting. You
here
have
to
no
learn.
moral
We
kind
are
of
all
personal shame.
we are all here to learn. So there is no shame in learning. You understand? This is
Oh,
what
I'm
we're
not here
here
to
for.
learn.
I want to
Oh,
learn
not
about
me.
this. I feel like it's
I'm here to
important.
talk to IC3 and throw back to you,
I feel
man.
like it's an important situation for you to learn about. And you said that you know these cases, so it will be good whilst I'm reading this out. Maybe you could, point me
So
through
what?
to.
I mean, yeah, I
So
don't have the time to sit to
it
watch
starts
you
with
really slowly read an article, mate. But if you
sorry.
have any questions, we can talk about Indian rape. But watching you and your tone read an article doesn't sound terribly exciting to me in my limited time. But I'm glad you want to deal with this. But do you think you should be less embarrassing to yourself and go away and read up on this stuff first? Then you might sound intelligent to other people, or that's something you don't care about.
No, I care. I
You
care
like to
about.
put people through. You like to torment people by making
Ralph,
them listen to
let's
you
read
read an
this. No
article.
problem. Let's educate ourselves. Let me educate myself. Help me educate. Help educate me, the foolish African. Help educate the foolish African.
I'm just going to point you out, man. I'm
Please
just
help
pointing
me,
out,
help me here. So it's talking about the Indian police shoot dead 4 men on Friday who were suspected of raping and killing 27-year-old veteranian in the city
They
of.
shot him. He shot him dead. Did they
Yeah,
shoot
yeah.
him dead?
Indian
Nice.
police.
Do you
Indian
support
police.
that? Do you think
Indian
rapists should be
police.
shot dead?
Indian
I'm talking
police.
about the article, man.
No,
But do you agree with it?
We're talking about Indian police shooting dead.
No. But I'm asking a question.
4
Do you
men.
agree with that?
A police.
No, I can read, man. I mean, your reading is really slow. I can flash read.
Ralph, don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself, brother. Come on, man. We're here for.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to hurry this on, man. I haven't got very long in my life.
Serious conversation, like.
I don't have the time for this long series. I'm asking you. I can read the article. I read the paragraph. You want me to read it quicker than you? You're very, very slow, man.
Oh, that's even better. Come on, read it for us then.
Yeah. So Indian police shot dead 4 men on Friday with suspected raping and killing a 20-year-old vet in the city of Hyderabad. I was there last year. A police officer told Reuters, drawing applause from a family and the citizens who are sorry, my eyesight is bad here. Outrage over crimes against women. So, do you think that's a good thing? Do you think they should have shot him, man? Let's talk about this paragraph.
Do
you agree? Do you think the Indian police should shoot him dead?
Listen, we're the deflection that you're doing right now is crazy, Carl. We're talking about the women being raped and whatnot and everything.
Yeah, I'm saying. I can read. So, what do you think about the
quite obviously, you're a good reader, so read this bit for me, please. Basically, where
I just did.
No. This bit now. This new. There's a new.
I don't know who you are. I've never spoken to you, but if you think I'm going to come on the internet and follow you reading really slowly and teach you how to read, I think you got the wrong guy, man.
I mean,
I'm happy to have a quick segue and talk about it, but you're going to be a bit quicker. I'll send a quicker chap in than you, man.
Please teach me, the silly African, how to read.
I'm sorry. I'm with the deepest respect, man. I don't have the time to teach you to read and write and stuff really quickly.
Yeah, well, read it for me anyway.
I think IC3 is really good. Yeah. So let's go. So sorry, my eyes a bit. So can you scroll evenly? Or is that kind of motor control? Good man. So it's the eyes are blurry right now because of the meds. Okay, more than 32,000 cases of rape registered police in 2017 and 90 a day. Indian courts suppose 18,000 cases of rape last year in 2017. Okay, that sounds like old data. Yeah, it's old data. Yeah, because it's going up geometrically.
Oh, it's going up
geometrically, right?
Oh wow. Okay.
Because of detection. So anyway, so what do you think of this stuff, dude? I mean, you brought it up, man. You want to talk about it?
Stuff. It's very
so yeah. So what do you think? What's your views? What are your views on this?
Well, obviously, we know that rape is, abhorrent. It's very wrong to do. So I don't know what else do you want me to say about rape being.
I don't know. You brought it up, man. So here's the rape cases. What do you think about this?
I'm just wondering, as an Indian, maybe you could use your Indian power to do something about the rape that's going on anyway. But
so let me tell you the latest. Let me tell you the latest things, right? So Modi, Prime Minister Modi, who's a very, very far right leader, right, in India. Do you know? I don't know how much you know about Indian politics. Do you know much about Indian politics?
Oh no, not really. But teach me.
Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. So basically, the Indian Prime Minister is very right wing. Think of someone much further right wing than Putin, and much more a calmly aggressive version of Trump, but if Trump had full power. So what he's doing is he's increasing authoritarian power over the democratic state and he's letting everyone from grassroots movements in the streets to the police forces to the army increasingly exercise a neo-fascist Hindu ideology. Think of it like as Hitler on steroids, but democratized, called the Hindutva movement. And that objective is going to go down and try to quash and transform the culture in India to something much more purer, stricter, and authoritarian. Think of the Muslim world. So think of Saudi Arabia or think of North Korea. The objective of the Indian Prime Minister is to take India, which is going to be the superpower of the next 2 centuries, towards the authoritarian axis like Saudi Arabia. And you know what the Muslims do? They chop people's hands off for crimes, or North Korea. So now if you see what he's doing there, if you read that case and what happened in Kashmir, he's using increased authority and the people are liking it. So the family of the victims of that rape case, if you go to the top paragraph, right to the top, if you scroll up. You know when you start to the paragraph? Yeah, remember the first paragraph? Yeah, remember the first paragraph? I can walk you through this stuff. So,
I tried to make it bigger for you, but maybe.
No, that's all right. Don't worry about it, man. It's not you. It's the meds. I'm on COVID meds, so at about this time of the day, it gets a bit hard.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Let me see if I can increase. If I can change it.
I don't worry about the size. If you just do you know how to scroll up? Forget reading.
Yeah,
Scrolling up.
can you see it? Can you see it? Hello?
Yeah, it's come up now, right? Okay, so there's So if you look at that, they say Indian police shot dead 4 men on Friday who were just suspected. So that means they didn't even go through the trial phase. And the thing that strikes you at the bottom is drawing applause from a family and the citizens. So that says the people. So for example, let me give you an analogy. Right now in America, if Modi was in charge of the United States, all those black rioters, they would have been shot dead or beaten up by the mob for routine shows. So what you see as a problem, in this case, rape, and there are other problems, not just rape. I can tell you about other problems. And you see an authoritarian government now flexing its muscle as it's coming in. And you've seen this in the last 10 years get stronger and stronger. So the good news for Indians' cultural problems, its economic problems are well on its way to being solved. Its cultural problems left over from its legacy are literally going to be solved by one of the most right-wing leaders in the world, right?
Okay.
Prime Minister Modi is a fucking solid nationalist,
Well,
right?
We've got new data, so maybe we can read this one.
So, but what do you think of that? Do you think that's a good thing, man?
What, shooting?
What would you do? Would you do the same thing?
No, but personally, I wouldn't. But let me get this data. Let me get this data.
Yeah, but forget the data for a slide, man, because I don't know if I have that much time to go through data slowly. This is enough data right there. So what do you think?
On here, we're here to learn, innit? So this is what we should do.
Okay, but dude, I'll tell you what, maybe I'll let you go. I'll tell you what, why don't you guys, if you're going to sit here, I don't have that much time, man, to go through. It's very slow. I'm happy to have a conversation on the first piece of data. You want to do that? All right, guys. Oh, hey, Banksy ICT, man. It's a pleasure. ICT, dude, I'm going to call you. If you want to do the reparations thing, I talked to a couple of lads. And I offer it. So if you want to come.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you want to do a reparations.
That'd be interesting. Yeah. Well, so what is it?
Yeah.
How do you want to organize that?
Maybe not in village. You don't mind. Yeah.
Ralph. So.
Yo, Ralph, don't run, bruv. Come on,
hey, bro,
man.
this guy's like dealing with the village idiot, man. I went through one case, but if you want to do a long one, we can do a long one.
I promise next time you come on, I will be up to date.
Hey, I'll tell you what, what's your name again? What's your name, bro? Renegade? I can't read your ID.
Ralph,
what's your name, baby? Renegade?
Yeah.
Hang on a second, man. What's your name? Renegade? Why didn't you send me a message, bro? Hey, what is time, guys? Send me a message, bro. And if you want to do a 1-hour stream on Indian rape, do you want to do that, you and me?
Yeah, well, listen.
You send me a message. Send me a message, bro. If you really care about Indian rape, I want you to jump on. I'll bring some Indian friends.
I think every time.
If you want to jump on with some Indian mates, I'm bringing some right-wing Indian mates of mine. I will sit there. If you really care about Indian rape, I'm open.
We can talk about.
No, I think you should come over, man. This is not the right forum. You care about Indian rape. I want you to come with the Indian boys.
Oh my days!
Why didn't you? I'm open. Are you turning down my invitation?
Wow.
Are you going to come or not?
Listen, bro. I feel like
I'm asking a simple question, bro. I got to shoot. Are you?
We should stand in solidarity. If we're here, standing in solidarity with each other, this is the perfect.
I don't stand in solidarity. I'm not in solidarity.
You don't want to stand in solidarity with us.
No. My point is, if you, I'm asking you quickly. Do you want to do this?
What do you mean,
bro? Can you learn to take turns when you speak? Okay, you go first and then stop when I speak. Go on, you first. Okay, good. Will you like to come on a stream with Indian people speaking about Indian rape? Yes or no?
No, I don't. We can come here. You can come bring them here.
No, that's not my question.
Yeah,
Would
I know.
you?
I said no.
Don't answer
I
my.
said no. We can bring them here.
You don't want to. I did. So when you do care about Indian rape, you want to talk to
I
Indian
do.
boys.
We
My
do.
my
That's
door
what
is
we're talking
open
about right
anytime for
now.
you.
We
Yeah,
do.
no,
That's
I'm
what we're
going to
talking
leave.
about right now.
I'm kind of done with. If you can tell, I'm done with you this one.
Ralph, where's
You know.
yeah. Come on, Ralph.
Yeah.
Come on.
So
Ralph,
next
don't
time,
be
but
like
you
that.
obviously when
Ralph,
you
don't be like
care
that. Come
enough,
on.
when you
Next time, I
really
promise you. Next
care,
time,
when you
Ralph,
really
I
care,
promise
and
you.
you
Next
really
time,
care,
Ralph,
you're going to show me you care.
Ralph,
You're going to show
Ralph,
me you care, and you're going to
Ralph,
accept the invitation, right?
Ralph.
Other
Next
than
time,
you're just faking it.
Ralph.
You're just
Next
pulling one of
time,
those like,
Ralph,
one of those
why are
kind
you
of
running,
weird,
bruv? The
you're gonna go
headline
mad.
says there's a rape in India every 15
yeah.
minutes.
Come on, man.
Like,
You guys are
don't you
learning
agree
that
with that?
stuff. No, I don't have to. Indian boys to deal with it.
No, why? What do you mean, Indian? What? Come on, man.
I'll be an Indian dude.
So wait, what's?
Your one was funny, guys. It's really interesting.
Clearly, this is not going to go anywhere, guys.
It's not going anywhere. It's over. I'm just like, but this renegade guy's interesting. He doesn't want to come over to speak to the Indian boys about rape, but it's like a white lefty, like a wigger boy, signaling black power when he's a white guy. He's like a reverse wigger. Who's this guy? He's like a fucking Indian reverse wigger. Do you care about Indian?
Ralph, leave him, man. He's on his personal attacks now. He can't attack your information, so he's going to try to attack your character.
He's not about Indian shit. He's not Indian. He's virtue signaling like a.
Just tell me and let him stay triggered.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'll ping you guys later.
Ralph, next time. I promise. Next time. Wait, where did he go? I promise next time.
Ralph, I'm looking into David Coleman. I'm looking into him. I'm gonna come back. There'll be another session about this prediction 2066. It seems David Coleman's the guy who's actually made this prediction, not this whole office of statistics. We'll pick this up again soon, Ralph. We'll pick it up again soon.
No, we can definitely do.
Banksy, you had him, Banksy. That's why I kept quiet.
Well, no, it wasn't. I mean, the fact is that these predictions are made, like he even admitted himself, in 3 tiers: the lowest numbers, the medium prediction, and the highest potential numbers. This is what the Pew statistics actually show with Islamic migration to Britain, to Europe, and you can pick whichever one you want. But again, they are predictions. They are just like the COVID predictions, which never came to pass. That's why they opened up all these Nightingale hospitals and never were used, because predictions don't always necessarily come out right. These people get it wrong all the time.
Hey, Banksy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you take advice about your nation from someone that doesn't want to deal with issues in their own nation?
Yeah, but the thing is, with Ralph, you really have to then start to recognize, is India actually his nation? Would you really say Ralph is more Indian than he is British? Because he is mixed race. He's half British, half Indian. But which side do you think he falls more on?
I want to see his birth certificate for that one, yeah? So I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, you can question whether he is mixed race. As far as we know, he's mixed race.
That one, yeah?
His mother is white.
So why is it okay, for Ralph to bring up statistics from America that people in the UK are going to have to try to go out of their way to try to defend? So when we bring up statistics to him about rapes in India, he's not going out of his way to defend. He just gets.
Well, yeah, that's hypocritical. If he cares so much about American statistics, why doesn't he care about Indian statistics? I think the only conversation we can all have honestly is about where we're at and where we live, because that's the only place that matters, and that's the only that environment is what in fact impacts our lives. Americans can burn America down; it will never impact me. Just like Syrians are blowing themselves up and killing each other in Syria, it hasn't really impacted our lives, apart from a few crazies who come over from ISIS. So generally, yeah, if he cares so much about the American white people, then how come he doesn't care that much about Indian women being raped? At least he's got a genetic connection with India. What connection does he have with America? Which, of course, is because of his white sort of supremacist circle that he's in. He's in that bubble, which is the white supremacist bubble of the whites in America and the whites in Britain, Mark Collette and all those guys. That's what they're in. They're in that white bubble. And and that's the soup he swims in. So he cares more about what goes on in America than he would in India, because apparently Indian women's rape don't matter to him as much as white American lives matter in America. It's just, I don't know. It's hypocritical. It's
crazy, isn't it, man?
It's all over the
It's
shop.
so rough. Indian women don't matter. The Indian women don't. You don't care about the Indian women.
Maybe we should carry a sign saying Indian rape lives matter.
Indian rape lives matter. That's what you should. That's what you should. You should wear a hat. You know what I'm saying?
Indian victims, rape victims matter too, Ralph. Maybe we should pay attention to them too, rather than But he is right in this sense. All those Black Americans African Americans who've gone and looted and done all of these things, they're going to get the law is going to come for them eventually. These guys are not going to just walk away from this. They've all been recorded. There's been CCTV and mobile phone footage of these people all over the shop. They will, once all this dies down, they're going to be knocking on all their doors. This is not going away. You think those Nike trainers were free? They're not. They're going to cost you, and they're going to cost you a criminal record, which will lead to an unimaginable number of problems down the line for these people and their lives, because of when it comes to jobs, careers, all sorts of other things. So they're going to pay for this. And the funny thing is, all of this is happening because Black Americans feel marginalized in America. This is going to add further marginalization to those same people. They're not going to have they're going to have problems getting mortgages, jobs, loans, everything.
And do you know what's the wickedest thing as well, Banks? Yeah, cool. They've looted little shops in the high streets. Yeah, of mostly rich people. Can you hear me? By the way.
Yeah. You're with me.
But when it comes to the American government and they're looting off other countries and all the stuff that they've done in history, no one gets to pull them up for it.
Dude, they say you kill a single man, you're a murderer.
Yeah.
You kill 1,000, you're a conqueror. You kill the whole human race, they call you God. That's how it is. That's how it works, dude. You think if you're the United States, they're gonna call you up on your shit? You bombed so many people. Shame on you! And America's just nod his head and hold his head down and go, yes, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I went around and I instigated coups in other countries, and I deposed good leaders and brought in despots to murder and torture people. And because my corporations wanted me to do that, yes, I'm sorry. How far down should I bend over while you spank me? No, they have the fucking guns. They're the ones who walk in the valley with the biggest stick. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna shame them into giving up their big stick? That's the way of the world, dude. It's been like that since day one. Since the guy from the cave down the road had a bigger club than yours, and he came and smacked your shit around and took your shit. That's how it's always been. It's never changed. We're not these wonderfully elevated fucking creatures that have become so sophisticated that we're above all this. No, we're not. We're animals.
I don't personally believe that this idea that we haven't had some type of peaceful nature within us. Like, I don't think that's like yeah. But yeah, I do hear what you're saying though. There is an element of what we're used to doing, especially. But I feel like it's a lot of it is nurture. So yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if you are talking about the United States going around bullying other countries into this and that, or before them the British did, and before them the Romans did, and the Mongols did, and the Egyptians did, and the Persians did, and the Arabs did, whoever had the biggest stick at the time went around and bullied their way around the world, told others what to do and where to go and how to live. What's changed? The difference is they use drones to blow your ass up now instead of bows and arrows and swords. That's the only real difference. They can kill you from 1,000 miles away instead
Yeah.
of standing in front of you.
Yep. I hear that still. I hear that. I hear that.
We haven't changed our core nature.
But do you not think that what's it called? That eventually one day that human beings can realize the enemy of who's doing it, and actually take down this enemy? Or are you just saying that it's going to just continue the same pattern even when after this enemy gets taken out, or not even that, like even we won't even get to that stage?
I mean, think about it. Think about the global geopolitical stage right now. Who do you think is the likely next or possibly contender to America's superpower?
Everyone says China.
Exactly. It's the only one. It's the only one that has any shot of having some contention. The Soviet Union, Russia may fend off intrusion into their space because they've got weapons, but they don't have an economy to sustain it. So they're very much fragile in that sense. America can hurt Russia badly economically, but China is the only one that has the potential military and economic stability to be able to pose as least not necessarily overthrow the United States, but simply be at opposition, be a peer superpower to them. That's the only scenario that I can envision. Even if China, China wasn't the next one in line, I'll promise you this: not a single African and not a single Middle Eastern country is even in the run. They're not even in the top 20 of nations that could potentially oppose the United States. So there isn't anyone. There really isn't anyone with a bigger stick in the valley. That's it. That's it. They've got the money, the power, and the influence. They're starving out Iranians as we speak. Before the Corona thing, Iranians were starving, and now they're ill and starving because they're talking about right now. I heard reports that a second wave is now brewing in Iran of Corona because people just basically can't stop working. They barely are scraping a living as it is, so they weren't going to social distance and stop working. And so this thing is cycling through. I think personally, Iran's going to have 100% infection rate. Everyone in Iran will be infected by the end of this. And those who die, and those who live. That's it. There is no sort of in between. But as far as you complaining about the United States or the Britain or any of these countries,
I was just saying that when we look at the looters, and say, oh, how bad they are. Ralph wanted to come and say, yeah, these men are they're really bad. They're killing the, like last time he came in, we were saying, because this is not the first time. So last time he came in, I tried to have a serious conversation with him last time, but he was not biting. He was just coming up with all these rubbish, statistics and whatnot and everything. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And he said the same thing. The police, they're being killed, and what's it called? People are saying that cops are the ops and all this stuff, and that's bad. And I was like, okay, but look at what the government has been doing to other nations, and you're complaining that people doing this little stuff to.
But Raf, think about it this way. This is the difference. This is the scale. First of all, crime is only criminal if you can't get away with it. The fact is, these nations you're talking about, they get away with it, so no one can punish them for their crimes. You can call it a crime, you can say it's bad, you can say they'll never be punished for it. They'll walk away scot-free.
At least recognize what they're doing is criminal. And
but
that hypocrite are saying that these man, that what they're doing is some sort of hypocrite, like that's.
Yeah, but okay, sure, you did that. Congratulations, you went ahead, you pointed the finger and said, "You hypocrites," and they'll go, "Yep, thank you so much," and they'll just carry on marching forward as they have always done.
I'm not mentioning that I'm not talking to America. I'm talking to people like you and every other person who's watching the stream. So I'm talking to and everyone. At least everyone realized that before we start going and saying, "Oh, these black or Antifa members are looting the streets of America." So yeah, that's all I'm saying, innit? Like before we look at the speck in someone's eye, look at the log in the other person's eye. You understand?
Yeah. I mean, what I will say, this is the difference. The banking system can go ahead and take your mother's and your grandmother's pension from them, and they won't see a day in jail. But that young man or young woman who's gone and stolen $100 pair of Nike trainers will face potentially jail time, if not certainly a criminal record, which will cost them thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in the future by them not being able to get jobs, mortgages, loans, and all sorts of other things due to that criminal record. And potentially, I think in America, if you've served jail time, you can't even vote. They'll lose their voting rights, some of them. So a guy in a suit walks into his office and loots millions from the pensions of your grandparents or the American people's grandparents and parents and their future, and he gets away with that scot-free, and they'll just call it some kind of banking bullshit, whilst a young black man walks into a shop and steals $100 pair of shoes, and his entire life is fucked for the next 20, 30 years or however many years that he'll live for, basically.
And do you know what? I'm glad that at least you understand that. You understand. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand, and that.
Yes.
Going on. So when we're having this talks about these black people in America and what's going on and whatnot, no one should be like really and truly like we should be vocal about maybe it's not right, but at the same time we can also we shouldn't be too harsh because they've learned it from someone. You only practice what you've been learned. You only practice what you've been taught. You understand what I'm saying? So this is
But that's how it is. That's the world you're living in. I'm sorry, the world is unfair. There's a shocker.
I know it's unfair. But at least I know that, and we've had talks before, innit, where you've said that you think it's crony capitalism. I say no. I think we should get rid of capitalism altogether. So,
Wow.
But
I think listening to what both of you are saying, this question keeps coming up. What is the nature of the biggest stick? In the old days, yes, literally you got a bigger stick, then you got the power. But somehow I think it's morphed into something else where people at certain levels they don't really use sticks. They use mind tricks to get other people to use sticks. And so it's not really the stick. So if you're looking for the guy with the big stick, it's actually that's not where the power is. Where it used to be, I believe it was, but now the people, the guy with the big stick is now just is just a puppet.
Well, Mr. IC3, exactly. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. If I write a check for £100,000 to a really big guy to go and beat the shit out of this guy that I don't like,
yes,
I don't have to have a big stick. I just have a pen that writes a check that gets a big guy with a really big stick to kick the shit out of the guy I want.
Exactly. So it's a new world. It's a new world. And so how do you fight? How do you fight that pen? See, so because I usually put it this way: how do you fight a bank? And people just go blank. The thought. What do you mean, fight a bank?
You can fight banks.
No, but that's only. You see, Uncle. The reason why you asked that question, because a lot of people don't recognize the enemy. People just think that the enemy is the police, what they can see, what they can physically touch, but they don't even know that the people that organize the so-called enemy to do this are people who work in banks.
That's right.
Specifically the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, Bank of Scotland. All these banks are the banks that control or have power or influence over the government.
Well, I mean, to say the banks in itself is even simplistic. It's a syndicate of multitudes of different elements that are playing within society. I usually just refer to them as the rich and the powerful. That is the people who have
Yeah.
the rich and the powerful. They once you have a certain amount of money, money is
But what
really
type of rich and powerful are you talking about? Because you can,
well. The
someone
rich and
can
the
be a
powerful
millionaire.
come from all sorts of facets of life. They don't just
Right,
come from the
yeah,
banks. That's the
yeah,
thing.
but hear what I'm saying, yeah, because you can say a millionaire is rich. Some people will say to you, yeah. You can talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce who are billionaires. You can talk about I don't think I see them as rich, but I don't see them as powerful enough to do what is going on right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're
Yeah.
talking about people who have influence where they can lobby governments and lobby and get people to take down
Well, you honestly think Beyonce doesn't have influence?
Beyonce's the only influence Beyonce and Jay-Z will have is in telling people in especially black people how to get to the position they are. Like there is no one else, no way, shape or form are they going to be telling governments or people or leaders how they're going to do that. If you're saying that, then I'm going to ask you how what type of
Well,
proof you've
this
got to
is
say
it.
that.
This is. I mean, do you honestly think that Beyonce and Jay-Z can't mobilize, I'd say, 2 to 3 million people to do something that they ask them to do, to behave in certain
I mean,
ways?
that's a fair point. But I don't think they have the influence to get people to, overthrow a system. You
No,
understand? That's
no.
what
I
I'm
mean,
talking
you
about.
see, the problem is, this is the problem with everyone who thinks. You look at a mountain, you
Mm.
look at this Everest, and you think, how am I going to jump from the bottom of this ground? How am I going to leap onto that top of that mountain?
Mm.
And that's the problem. You're looking at the mountain, and you think you have to leap from the bottom floor to the from the ground all the way to the top of that mountain. No, you go around the back, and you find the step, and you find another step and another step, and you just have to take a step, and finally when you get to the peak, it's just another step. It's not leaping from the bottom to the top. So when you're talking about changing the system, if I can mobilize 1 million people, that's a good step. That is
Yes.
a very good step. I'm not looking at jumping on top of the mountain. I just want to take that one step.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. But yeah, yeah. I guess the ones with me and Uncle are referring to are ones that can actually do damage. Like they can, like I said in it, you've had governments who have been deposed. Iran, for instance. You're from Iran. You got you had before the Shah, you had a government, and then they deposed. They put the Shah in, and then they deposed the Shah and put another guy in. You understand? So this is like what I'm talking about, where you wouldn't even know shadow governments, like not someone who you can actually see and know.
It's true, and I will say this to you: the Beyonces and the Jay Z's. You think that they are not part of the system? They are actually part of the system.
I never said they weren't part of the system. I said,
Yeah, but what I mean is, when we say that, why don't they, or they can't actually change things? No, people like them can actually make huge strides. They can
they
make
can make
huge
influence.
changes.
Yeah.
They won't, because they are embedded into the system. They are part of the system now. They are no longer your average black guy and average black gal. They are embedded into that system. It's that system. They feed off that system to be where they are. The system has allowed them to gain that prominence. So if they were radical, if they were going to do some stuff that was going to seriously damage that system, they wouldn't be Jay-Z and Beyonce. They would be some Joe off the streets, someone who is controllable, who's malleable, would be at the top of that heap. There would be someone else that they could control. If they can't, if you are a danger to the system isn't going to promote you. The system isn't going to elevate you.
They
So
destroy you.
you will never be the Beyoncés and the Jay-Z's if you're not with the system, if you're not going with the grain. If you're going against the grain, you'll never make it in the first place.
But that's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that what's it called? In terms of if now if they were going to say that, listen, I want to take down a government, do they have that power to? That's the difference.
If they wanted to, I think they could make huge strides. I mean, no one man or no one woman can ever truly take down everything. They would, but if you, as I say, if you look at Jay-Z and Beyonce and you say they can't mobilize 1 million black African Americans to to behave in a certain way. Now, I'm not saying that way is a good way or a bad way, just to gather them and say, guys, let's do this thing. I think they would have huge influence. But
I think they'd be dead before anything happened.
Well, I mean, whether they'll be dead, they wouldn't be dead because they'll be made into martyrs. So that wouldn't actually be.
You're talking
Suddenly,
about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
sorry.
Are you talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce?
No, yeah. I mean, you could say someone like that. But what I mean is, what they would do is they would systematically crush them. They will slander them. They will make sure that people start to look upon. Look at the drugs that they're taking. Look at suddenly some, I don't know, pedophile accusation might come out.
And that's the significance of what I'm saying. That there are people who are able to do all this, and without any type of, people will not even. People are thinking, well, how are they able to do this and get away with this, and no one's holding them accountable? But these people that I'm talking about, not these people, I'm talking about when it comes to Jay-Z and Beyonce, you couldn't say the same thing about them. You would just be looking at them and say, oh, they're just rappers that we've allowed to get this far in it. Like, if they touch the line, then they're cool. If they as soon as they try to push against the grain,
we'll crush them.
We'll crush them. That's the difference.
And that's the thing. That's the other thing as well, is again about being corruptible. People like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X and stuff, they had to kill them because they couldn't. They were possibly, I don't know for sure, but they were probably uncorruptible.
Yeah.
So the system couldn't corrupt them to bring them into the fold, and they had way too much power and influence without being controlled by the system. So the only other way is to take them out. Because
I even gave you the example of your country, Iran.
Yeah.
The history of Iran. All the leaders there, they were supposed and killed off.
Yeah, Mohammad Mossadegh was one of them. They actually, because he took out, it was the only time Iran had a democracy. This is why I don't buy, and Iranians don't buy the bullshit line of America or anyone's trying to sell us, oh, we want to make your country a democracy. Assholes, we had a democracy. You came and you destroyed our democracy in order to install a despot, a Shah, in order to make sure ExxonMobil and BP carries on siphoning and leaching off Iranian oil. So don't come to me and piss on my head and tell me it's raining, because I know when we had a democracy and I know who fucked it up for me. Exactly. And that's the reason why I had to become an immigrant in another nation, because my country became a shithole theocracy. So
talk your team, talk the team. Do you see what I'm saying? I said, talk the team.
Yeah, but that's what, no, because I know what Britain and America are up to and what they do. I have no delusions. I love Britain. I love Britain for the way it's treated me and my family and my and has given us a great life.
Let's tell the truth. We love the British people who, in a sense, are our family, because they are also being controlled and being told what to do and whatnot and everything. It's not that we love the system, it's like we love the people who are in the system.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean. I mean, there are plenty of just regular British white folks who are stuck in the same system as the rest of us. So they're innocent in some extent.
What's the solution?
But what I will say is, I mean, the solution is to teach. If you see, my solution is different from your solution. This is the thing, because I have a different background. I have a different place. I know where my people are at. I know who my people are, where they are, their history, their background, everything. I have no ambiguity over where I belong in the world as my roots. I am not delusional about that. Although I'm very culturally British, my people are Iranians, and I know where they're located. But I see three. Do you know your history? Do you know where in Africa you came from? And the same with Raf. Do you guys know who your people are and who you can go to?
I'm first generation Nigerian, so I do know.
So there you go. You know you're Nigerian. You know where your people are. You know where you can go, and you know which country you should build. You should help to build. Is Nigeria? Nigeria, funnily enough, is far better off than even Iran, because it isn't under a theocratical sort of
I mean,
yeah, but the solution. What are the solutions?
Yeah, what's the solution? Yeah,
what's the solution for your people?
Well, for
The
me,
Iranian people,
the
yeah.
Iranians at the moment are looking desperately. Those who don't want the theocratic regime to change the regime, and I am part of supporting that movement. There are lots of different types of movement. Unfortunately, some of them worse than others, but there are lots of movements who are trying to oust this current regime. Hopefully, we can establish a solid democratic system, a secular system, and then the Iranians can start building up their nation again. Now, of course, I don't think the Americans would want us to do that. They will probably want us to be destroyed like Iraq. So it will take us like another 50, 60 years to actually just rebuild, just to get to where we are now, effectively, not to become advanced, just to stay, just to be treading water. That's
So
what
you
they
think
really.
time?
Well,
So
because
you think if Iranian people are given enough time, they'll be able to neutralize the forces that are currently weakening
not
Iran?
neutralized, but Iranians, I believe, are fully capable of becoming an advanced nation. They are smart. They're inherently they have a culture of education and universities. They encourage that in all their children, and they can. I mean, a lot of people. You know how many Iranians work for NASA? It's unbelievable how many Iranians actually work for NASA or in the MIT and places like that in the United States. Now that all of that human capital has been extracted from Iran and is serving the United States, serving the United
Right.
Kingdom.
Okay. Right.
Why
So
should that human capital be
Iranian
over there?
slaves.
Well,
Iranian slaves. Then
you could. I mean, I don't say that's slave, but the fact is they created an environment in Iran which all the smart people will flee, and give their resources, their human capital, to the United States or the United Kingdom or other places.
who created that environment in Iran
Well,
that caused the Iranians to flee to America? Who created that?
in a roundabout way, if you're going from the time of Mohammed Mossadegh, then yes, British Americans, the oil companies effectively got them to do that, to create a coup.
Right. So
And then you can trace it all the way down to the revolution in 1987,
right.
79, 1979, 1980. And then from that point onwards, you had the theocracy of Iran, which led to even more people fleeing and using and effectively giving their human capital to other countries, wherever they happen to go to. Now, imagine all that human capital returning to Iran and and Iran actually being in a secular society, creating a secular society. Religion will be relegated back to becoming just religion, no more politics, and trying to build a society around it. And I think Iranians can easily do that. They can be a nuclear power nation, which means that they will no longer have to worry about someone physically attacking. You see, the thing about nuclear power is having a nuclear weapon isn't about just using it. It's about making sure no other person will fuck with you. If they won't try their coups anymore. They won't try their Iraq style attacks anymore. Once you have the bomb, they're gonna have to negotiate with you, and they will leave you the fuck alone mostly. That's the power of that.
Very good, very good. So I want to talk about smartness. Smartness, the concept of being smart or clever. It appears to me that there seems to be two types of smartness or two types of cleverness. So you have the smartness and cleverness that actually means you can actually do things and make things. But there seems to be another strange kind of smartness or cleverness that somehow it gets people to do
not do it.
things.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
What to prevent them from doing it? Yeah.
Pardon?
You mean to be smart, to lead people to action, to do things, to make things, to get them.
Right. Let me try and illustrate what I'm trying to say. The Iranian people are smart and clever in so that they can do things, but some kind of entity got the Iranian people to leave Iran and go to America to work. So they were smart while they were in Iran, and they're still smart while they're in America. but they're working for this other entity. So it must be another kind of smartness. It's not a smartness to actually make things. It must be a different kind of smartness. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I think you're talking about. Okay. Let me
Is it
see if
political
I get this.
smartness?
It's someone. So they are not smart enough to recognize they're being manipulated, but they're smart
Yes.
enough to build things. So
Right.
they can create things. They can make an object. They can make a car or make a rocket ship or whatever. But they're not
Yes.
smart enough to recognize who's manipulated them into those situations in which now they're making those cars and those rockets and those technologies.
George Carlin said that. There was a comedian that said that. I think it's George Carlin or something like that. Or he said that.
Yes, that's right. He said they want the people to be just educated enough to make the things that create the society, but dumb enough not to question who's ruling them.
Right. So even if you have the ability to make an atomic bomb, it's just all it means is that you have the ability to make an atomic bomb. It doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be
smart enough to manage and run your nation. Well, this is the thing.
I was speaking to a Pakistani guy, and we was talking about Pakistani politics, and I always heard that India has nuclear power. I think it's India and Pakistan has nuclear power. But then he said that Pakistan is losing something else, and so I can't remember the details of the conversation, but basically, it's almost like the nuclear power doesn't mean nothing. Pakistan was being taken down in another way, so that even though they had nuclear force and power,
they're being manipulated and they're being still sort of. I personally see Iran and Pakistan's core issue is their religiosity and their religion, because India doesn't have that shackle. I think India is free of the shackles that Pakistan is under, and to me, this is my analysis. This is my opinion.
Okay, go on, I'm listening.
I'm completely wrong about this. To me, it's the linchpin difference between Pakistan and India, because the Pakistanis, Indians are essentially the same people. They're the same genetics. They're the same race. They're the same people. The only thing that's different between them is their politics and their religion. That's what separates them.
Religion is politics to me.
To a lot of people, and I think that is why Pakistan is where Pakistan is and India is where India is. It's their religion and their ideology that drives your culture and your nation. And I personally think it's Islam. Islam is the problem with these nations. I think once Islam is no longer the driving force of motivation in these nations, especially Iran is what I focus on, then I think Iranians have the capability to not only be smart enough to make things, but to be smart enough to know how not to be manipulated by other nations who want to steer them in a particular direction and actually have a country of their own. This is what I'm trying to say, is the nuclear bomb thing is a means to tell people, leave us the fuck alone. And once we're left alone to our own means, I believe Iranians have all the other elements and other tools that they require to make a successful nation. They've historically done it. Historically, they've even been an empire. So they have that pedigree, if you like. They have that lineage of a nation who can be successful, who can be an advanced society. And Iranians need a few elements to be extracted, few, if you like, corrosive, cancerous type elements. One is, to me, from my perspective, Islam. The other one is external influences from other nations. Once they can actually get those two things, exercise themselves of those two things, those two negative elements, they themselves will manage fine.
So you think secularism? So you think secularism will as a principle? Are you saying that secularism, as a principle, is the solution to religiosity, and that secularism is the only way that a nation can rise to the level of political smartness, which is over and above the big stick, because the very smart people, they just get the people to use other people to use the big stick. They don't actually use the big stick.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with secularism, unfortunately, there's a couple of different types of secularism that I've noticed. I'm talking about the secularism I'm talking about is a constitutional republic like the United States. We have a clear-cut constitution, just like the United States, totally separating religion from politics and
Okay.
allowing people to have a country run by the people, for the people. The very thing that America preaches for themselves, but unfortunately will never export to anyone else. They want their country to be by the people, for the people, but not everybody else. Oh, no. We can't have these oil-rich countries to have a country of their own, because if they did, they might not want to sell us their shit cheap.
Right.
So that's one part of it. So I believe that a constitutional republic is a necessity. But this other type of secularism, of the social justice, everyone has to have every equal rights, and drag queen story time in our schools for our kids. That's not the kind of secularism I'm talking about. There are even extremes to secular society, and even there is an extreme of tolerance. You cannot tolerate the intolerant. So there is,
tolerate the intolerant.
Yeah, I don't believe you should tolerate the intolerant.
Hold it there. So you mentioned the two types of secularism. Can they actually be divorced from each other?
I don't think they can be divorced, but I think that conservative ideas of social structure, conservative ideas of how to live and build a society, the nuclear family, things like that, will always try to be undermined by progressive politics and progressive society. Homosexuals and single mothers are fantastic, and this and that, and abortion and this and all this feminism, all of this stuff. It's okay to have them, but they need to be curtailed. They need to be kept under check by conservative people. So conservatives
hold it. So can conservative people can you have true conservative power without being detached from religion?
Well, that's what I mean. Because if you let the conservatives get too crazy and go too far, then they'll become exceedingly religious, and they'll push.
Man.
So that's too much as well. There is the place. And I know this sounds like a really limp sort of thing, and this is why I get a lot of shit, because I truly believe the center is where greatness actually exists, but the center only exists with the war and the conflict of the left and the right pulling their side all the time. So you have to have this tension in the middle, like a tug of war, where you have this tension and both sides are pulling, but the center is where the society is actually at. Is we keep the center and we take the best of both sides, but we don't allow any one side to overtake or to become super dominant over the other side. And the problem with the West, I see, is that the left, the secular progressive, well, secular, it's all secular, but the progressive left has dominated and is now gone too far, and that's why now the conservatives are pushing back and are trying to go back, and ultimately, hopefully, we will move the Overton window back to a proper center, not this fake center that we currently have, which is actually a leftist vision of a center. We don't actually have a proper center. All our governments are the conservatives are center left. They're center left really, and the Labour Party have gone crazy fucking communist. So everything's shifted to the left. We're all actually on the left right now.
You're talking about Britain now.
In Britain, we're not a centrist society anymore. We're actually a center-left society, and the conservatives, the real conservatives, not the Conservative Party, the real conservative people are pulling things back now. They're trying to pull it back to the center, and then perhaps maybe even a little bit right wing, and there may even be an overcorrection where we'll go a little bit further right than we should. But as long as we shift the window to a more centrist place, we can, correct the mistakes of the conservatives and perhaps pull it further slightly to the left, and we'll retain the center again. But right now, we're a leftist country. We are not a centrist
Is
country.
Iran too much to the right then?
No, Iran is conservative. Iran is heavy conservative.
Yeah, so
Islam,
it's too much to the right, correct?
yeah.
Iran is too much to the right.
Yeah, but it's a theocratic right. It's not like a fascistic. Well, it is to some extent fascistic, but not a neo-Nazi type of ideas of a right. By the way, the Nazis are not right. The Nazis are left wing. Nazism is National Socialism.
That's right. Yes.
They are left. They are communist in their own group, within their own group, within the German population. It's just they hate the out group, effectively. But nevertheless, people think the Nazis are right wing. They're actually not really right wing. They're actually left wing. But Islam is conservative. It's heavy conservative, and it is extremely. I mean, Iran is an extremely conservative country, and they have to now pull to the left a lot in order to actually attain some sense of center. But they don't have a center. Even the so-called progressives in Iran would be considered fucking uber Republicans in America. They're not even close. Sorry, not the conservatives, the reformists, the liberals of Iran would be considered friggin' crazy Christians in America. They would be one of those Feltz family style Christians. So Iran is heavy religious right now, and it needs huge correction. It's going to take a generation or two for that kind of level of correction to even occur. That's not going to happen soon. But if we start with a secular society, it will start the first step. Like I said, it's all about steps. Iran isn't going to be
secular society. In your opinion, then, is the best way for a nation to find its center and become balanced.
I think the law, through the like the American republic, the constitutional republic. That is the way that you can hold some kind of center, and the constitution will be solidified, so no one can mess about with it. In Britain, for example, we don't even have a written constitution. That's why things shift so easily this way and that way, and governments bring in laws willy-nilly and restrict our freedoms so easily because we don't have a constitution.
Well, there's a serious issue there, because some would say if you have an order or a nation or a community without a constitution, then you're more flexible. That nation is more flexible, and that nation will rule all other nations that have a constitution, because they're stuck. They've planted their stake. So some people say that America is still just a colony of Britain. The real power and the real intelligence is here.
Interesting.
And so the shape shifting, that is allowed because there is no constitution, and we know that when we talk about here, we're not talking about Britain and the British people, where
this is all on the government level
from the City of London. You see, so do banks have a constitution? I haven't thought of that before. That's a question, actually. Do banks, do banks or the banking oligarchy, which is the center of power, does finance have constitutions?
Ralph was still here. I'll be interested to hear him answer that.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me write down. I'm gonna
please remember this one.
Yeah. Do banks have constitutions? Because my gut feeling is that Britain is basically ruled by the banks, and banks don't have constitutions, which means it allows them to be very slippery and very hard to hit. Whilst if you're a nation or a country with a constitution, all we need to do is watch how long your lead is from the stake that you've planted in your constitution. We need to just watch how long the rope is from the stake, from the stake that you've planted to your neck, and then we can work out your circumference of operations, and then we can just bypass you just beyond your lead, like a dog, like a dog on a lead, and on a chain, and the chain's it's got its metal collar on, and then that collar, from the collar is a long chain to the stake, and that stake stuck in the ground is the constitution. So so my gut feeling is, that's why I'd like to talk to Ralph on this, because he'll know more about this, I think. My gut feeling that any nation with a constitution, no matter how long that chain may be and how free they may appear to be, there's a limit there that can be exploited by dogs, or basically the what's the word when something is half wild?
Feral.
Yes, that's right. So I suspect I'm just gonna make some statements now, and then see what people come back firing, just trying to slap me down. But I'm gonna say it anyway. I suspect, I'm making this statement, I'd like to know if people agree or disagree, that the banking are like feral animals. That they're feral because they're wild, but they can put on a domestic face, so they're not totally wild animals. That's why they're so clever, because they're feral. They're half
So
domesticated.
they're not held down. They're not bound by rules and sort of structures. They're much more able to bounce here and there and adapt quickly when things go wrong. Maybe
not for them. It goes wrong for the people who have constitutions. So I suspect that is a picture, but I'd like to get some feedback from people who may know about that or thought about it. But that's my gut feeling. My gut feeling is that we've got people on chains trying to fight feral entities.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never even thought, because I honestly didn't think a constitution would be a chain around a country's neck. I always looked at the constitutions as being a solid anchor.
That's right, anchor. But think about an anchor
effect in a society.
Yeah, but think about what you just said there. A constitution as an anchor. See, it's the same thing. It's stuck on a place.
Well,
and
the
ship can't move.
Well, no, it's like a ship in a storm. If a ship goes into a storm, they anchor themselves so that they're stable, so they stay solid and stable, and they stay true to their ideals. So it's a different way of looking at an anchor, not so much as a thing that holds you down, but a thing that stabilizes you. It's not enslaving you. It's giving you a stability, a platform, in order to make sure that you're always. It's like a lighthouse for a ship in the storm. The Constitution is a guide. It's a thing that shows you the way, rather than a ball and chain around your neck to keep you enslaved. It all depends, I think, on your perspective of how you look at a constitution. I always saw it as the lighthouse or the anchor that stabilizes you, that keeps a nation stable and steady, and they know where their ideals lie,
where
so
their
they
roots
don't.
are.
So they just don't make laws randomly, and they don't, forget and throw away everything. Like Iran. Again, this is why I'm in about Iran. Iran had one way of living, which was in the 70s and the 60s, completely westernized and just looking, free society, with people being able to do what they wanted. and then suddenly becoming this uber hyper religious society where every woman is in a hijab, and it's like it's a massive shift in culture and society. Like people even to this very day are not comfortable in accepting this shift. But if they had a constitution, then the mullahs couldn't just do that. If they had the sort of tiers of systems set up, they couldn't make that shift because the constitution wouldn't allow them. But because Iran had no such thing, Iran was a kingdom. Once the king was gone, whoever was the next king would make up any rules they wanted. So there was nothing for the Iranians to say, no, this is our lighthouse. This is what guides our way. We can't venture too far away from this.
Yes.
Whilst in America, they have that, so no one can come in, and unless they completely destroy the entire governing system of America and build it from scratch, they can't veer too far away from the Constitution.
Okay, but when I listen to when I listen to the Americans when they come on this stream, I get the feeling. I just have to say feeling because I don't have the data, but I get the impression that there's a tension between the Federal Reserve, the banks again, and the Constitution of America. It seems that they're all saying, oh, with this amendment, that amendment, and this constitutional, this is our constitutional rights. You know, so they always seem to be fighting for their and trying to refer back to their constitution. But somehow there seems to be other entities that are not respecting that constitution and are more powerful. That's the impression I get from listening to the Americans when they're talking.
The thing with the Constitution is, in the American sense, it's not that they only have the Constitution, but they also have something like the Supreme Court, which is part of their 3-tier system. Excuse me. They have a three, that's the Supreme Court as part of their 3-tier system, which interprets if you will, the spirit of that law or the spirit of the Constitution. So if if a particular company or a particular law is passed by the government, they look at it and to see if this law is following in the ideals of the Constitution or is in keeping with the ideals of the Constitution. And unfortunately,
an interpretation then.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. That then becomes somewhat of an interpretation of the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court has multiple members, I think 6 or 7 members, of what they consider to be their highest judges in the land. People who've been judges for a long time, quite often quite old. So, in a way, if you like, the Supreme Court is the Council of Elders, which they entrust that can interpret the Constitution in the correctest manner. And there's multiple of them, so they have to vote on it. And so through that filter, they will hopefully be able to get a law which is in line with not only the word of the Constitution, but also with the spirit of the Constitution.
Okay, so hold on. So let's look back at Iran. So Iran, I assume, is Muslim now, and so it has the Muslim constitution, and then it has its people in a place. There are certain people that interpret the Quran as they see fit to suit.
Yes, sort of
the Iranian way of life. Is that correct?
Well, Iran is an Islamic republic, so it is a republic like the United States, but they don't have their constitution is based on the Islamic Sharia, which is the Islamic law, jurisprudence.
Right. Okay.
And
right.
the
interpretation of it.
Yeah, the interpretation of it, you could say, though, the final say comes from the supreme leader, called at the moment is Ayatollah Khamenei. Originally was Ayatollah Khomeini, who was the one who took over the revolution. He is the one who kind of interprets, if you like, the Islamic law, which is then it's not so much the constitution, it's the God's. I mean, it's God's law. You can't interpret God's law, or you can't, rewrite God's law. It's God's law. It is filtered through.
Yeah, but the Americans would say the same thing. It's the Constitution.
Well, it's not God's
It's
law.
of God.
That's why they have amendments to the Constitution. That's why they have those amendments, because it isn't God's law; it's man's law, and that law can be changed or interpreted or looked upon, but it has to go through a multitude of filters. It goes through the Supreme Court. It goes through the president. It goes through the houses of Senate, the Congress. It goes through multiple stages.
Yeah, so they're the high priests then. So
Well,
I'm trying to. If I make the statement to you that the structure of America is basically the same as the structure of Iran.
Yeah,
fundamentally,
it is. But
would you say that's a wrong statement?
No, you're right. To some extent, it follows, because I don't think Iran has a Supreme Court type. They have a single individual, which is a supreme leader, who they consider to be the wisest. So unfortunately, it isn't as democratic as the Americans, which has a Supreme Court, which is 6 or 7 different members. So and also those members, as they die, it's a lifetime position. So when they die, they get replaced. Supreme leader is a single individual. If he dies, then they'll find another one. But again, you're relying on one person. You're not relying on a multitude.
But are you really relying on one person? That supreme leader, he must have counselors.
Oh yeah, he does. Obviously, yeah. But what I mean is
exactly. So what's the difference?
Well, because the final say comes from his interpretation,
and the final say in America will come from the
the majority voting of the Supreme Court, which is at least a slightly more, because what it is about power. They are trying to dilute the power as much as possible, so no single individual has too much power in that nation. The president isn't a king. He can't just do whatever the hell he wants. He has to answer to the Constitution, and he also has to answer to the Houses of Representatives. So ultimately, he has to answer to the people. The president isn't a king. The Iranian supreme leader is. He has the power of life and death in his hand. He can order anyone to be killed at any time, and that will be done. He has no one to answer to but God. There is a difference there. And even though he has advisors, he is the final say. So it can't be compared to a Supreme Court or the presidency or Congress or Houses of Commons. It is a dictatorship in that sense. So unfortunately, you're putting too much power in the hands of one man.
Right.
So
we see similarities then between Iran and America.
It's about power. It's about distribution of power.
Yes. So now the question is the power really in the hands of the constitutions of those two nations, or is it in the hands of this feral entity that is ruling both sides? Because remember, you earlier on in the conversation, we were saying that the Americans somehow influenced Iran to send their best people to America.
Well, no, they manipulated. Yes,
that's right. So who was doing the manipulating? Was it the American people, or was it this feral entity?
Well, the people in America, the only voice they have is their chance to vote for the prime minister, the president, or their local representatives, those sort of things. The people, if we're now, you see, the problem is, I'm gonna sort of lay it out. When we talk about this feral entity or this external entity, we are somewhat in the realms of conspiracy theories, I
Of
don't have
course.
evidence for these things, so I can't.
That's right. Yeah, deep
Yeah, I
state,
can't.
so on and so on and so on. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not going to confess that I'm stating facts. I mean, I confess that I'm in the realms of conspiracy theories. But if I were to agree with that theory, with that idea that there is this external entity to the American system, so the American system, this entity is separated from the system.
Yes.
It sits above the system, if you will, and it operates actually outside of the Constitution, effectively. Then, if that is the case, if such a thing exists, then that entity could have, and it did to some extent. If you believe it's true, it was the corporations who went to the United States government and the United Kingdom's government. It was the corporations of British Petroleum and ExxonMobil who went to the American government and said, "We want our contract back. You have to get rid of this regime. You have to get rid of this president." And then they set up. They sent a CIA agent called Kermit Roosevelt. By all by all names, because what's his name? There was a Roosevelt president of the United States, but it was his nephew or cousin or something like that. They sent him to Iran with $1 million, and he managed to enact a coup. Now, this is the other part of
just $1 million.
Yeah,
wow,
just with $1 million.
That's a cheap one.
Exactly. Is
Jeez,
a
£1 million.
it's all in the book. Yeah, it's all in the book called the Confessions of an Economic Hitman. He talks he lays all of this out. With just $1 million, he managed to enact a coup. Sorry.
I mean, I'm just thinking about what you just said. That is frightening. Just $1 million.
Yep.
Just
$1
$1
million.
million. That's all it takes to just take out a whole country.
No, but you got to remember this was in the 1950s.
Yeah.
So this wasn't like $1 million was a much larger sum of money back then.
Okay.
So it would probably be tens of millions of dollars now. But with $1 million back then, he managed to successfully enact a coup. They got rid of the president, Mohammad Mossadegh, and reinstated the Shah. But the thing was, this is the problem. Again, this is why I don't just blame the Americans. This is not purely the Americans' fault. If a man with $1 million can convince Iranians to get rid of their democratically elected president, then there's a problem within Iranians too. This is not just the Americans. I can't just put the blame on their shoulders alone.
Of course.
Us Iranians bear the burden of that issue too. We have to carry some of that for ourselves. So there is something in us that allows us to be fooled by these nations. And we have to be wise enough to recognize that too. We can't just say, "Oh, they came and they did it all." No, they didn't. They convinced Iranians to do it. That's what they did.
Who are they?
Well,
who are the they?
In this case, CIA. In this case, was the CIA and a CIA agent.
So are they the feral? Is CIA bound by the Constitution of America? That we could say the CIA is American, or is the CIA part of the feral entity?
Well, the feral entity influences the agencies of the United States. The just like I said, I can write a check with a pen to have a big man beat the shit out of anyone I don't like. The feral entities are the ones who use the establishments or the agencies of the United States to be their muscle. They write the checks.
Right. Okay.
They do the beating.
And do you believe that? Do you believe that?
Of course. These.
Okay,
these
so you could be accused, or we could be accused then of being conspiracy theorists. You got to be careful because you might end up being sectioned like me and seen as being delusional. That's what I'm just warning you.
Well, this is why I'm saying.
You're erring towards the delusional. Watch yourself. You don't want to end up like me.
This is why, Mr. IC3, I said this is why where I'm going into the realms of conspiracy theories. So I acknowledge that I'm not dealing with 100% facts. Although the Mohammad Mossadegh thing is 100% fact. This is not disputed. This is what happened. This is a real story. This is not a conspiracy theory about the coup in Iran by the CIA. That happened without any without any ambiguity. I'm talking about this what you're saying, the feral state, or what Ralph refers to as the cathedral. He calls it the cathedral, which is the uh, again, people like Alex Jones call it the deep state.
Yeah, that's right.
The entity that exists above the law of the Constitution and all of those things, but they use the institutions, various facilities, various oh man, I forgot the name, like the CIA, like FBI, you know what I mean?
That's right. That's right.
MI6 and all of those. They use the institutions, the country's established organizations, to do their dirty work for them. So they will influence. They will go to these countries and say, use your resources, your facilities, your established organizations,
your army,
to do these things on our behalf, and they have the money and power and resource to make it happen. And that's what they do. They say, look, if you don't do this for us, we will bankrupt your country. We will starve your people.
Yes.
Just like the landlords of the medieval times. The landlords of the medieval times had people living on their land, and if the males of that land who lived on that landlord's land didn't go and fight the wars of that landlord, the landlord would starve their wives and children.
That's right.
So the men had to go to war for the landlords because they didn't have a choice. Their children and wives would die. So that's on a much higher level scale of similar sort of tactic. If I'm the feral entity, and I go to a country and say, do this for me, use your sources, your military, your secret services to make these things happen for me. If you don't, I will collapse your economy and starve your people.
Right.
This is the same tactic as the landlord.
yes. So hopefully in the future, it'd be nice to have a discussion with a few more people, because this is my question. I think Ralph's position is that the cathedral is a non-human entity.
Yes.
Do you agree with that or not?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, but I don't believe that the cathedral is just one half. That's why I said feral. You see, a feral entity, it's half domesticated, it's half wild. So I suspect, this is why I want to have this discussion with a few other people at some time in the future. I'm challenging the view that the cathedral is that entity. I'm saying that the feral entity is. That's why I started the conversation about actuaries. Before you guys all started clashing and then Ralph ran off. But I wanted to catch his view on actuaries versus the cathedral. Does that make sense?
I don't know what the actuaries are. What are they exactly?
Yeah, see, actuaries. See, they're like a higher level. They're like a spiritual accountant. So an accountant will come in and audit the books, check the money, count the receipts or whatever. That's what an accountant does. Basically, just looks at the accounts. But an actuary, once you qualify or studying to be an accountant, there's a higher level, and that is the actuary. And actuaries, they're the ones who deal with insurance and risk assessment. So they're the real high priests. They're the ones in that level. They're way above actuaries. They're the ones that will look at probabilities. Okay. So for example, a black guy could be living next door to a white guy, and they both have the same car, and it's both the same house, and they're both earning the same money, and they're both working for the same company, and they both have 2 children and a wife, like mirrors of each other.
Yeah.
But because that guy is a black guy, the insurance on his car will cost more than the insurance for the white guy. You see, people don't know that. They think they just assume that when you get an insurance quote, you just think, you know, if you sometimes ask your friends, what are they paying for insurance? I think it would be very rare. I'll stick it out there saying that your insurance quote will not be the exact same as another person's insurance quote,
But
especially in life insurance.
How do they? I mean, for car insurance, I've never been asked my racial background.
Right, that's right. So,
Well, how would they know if it's a black guy or a white guy? One's called James Jones,
very
one's
good.
called Robert Brown.
Exactly. But you see, so you'd suspect that they wouldn't know certain things about you when they're calculating your insurance because they don't ask. But don't think that these people, you know, they're risk assessment. So they're looking at they have all kinds of data, and they don't have to tell you how they get it.
I suppose nowadays it's all computer analysis anyway, and the
exactly.
makes all these decisions at the end of the day.
Yes,
and it just pops up, and the guy over the phone just or whoever you're dealing with just tells you, oh, this is how much it costs. But I mean, that's all on like side comparison. I mean, I do all my insurance on the internet anyway. It's all side comparisons and all of that.
Right.
It's interesting. It's interesting to think.
Yeah.
But getting back to the cathedral and the actuaries and the feral state, how do they tie in?
Right. So the challenge I'm putting out to those who believe it's just the cathedral, which means it's just the machines are taking over. I suspect that there must be a battle between the actuaries, which will be I'm saying that the actuaries use the cathedral, that they hide behind the cathedral, that they're the high priests. You see, so they're the ones that can look at the data.
Are they the ones doing the risk assessment and the calculation?
And that's right. And then they make it impact the actual people. But they're so high. They're almost in the realms of the invisible, because many people would have heard about accountants, but they never heard about actuaries. I learned about their existence later on in life.
Okay.
And so the point I'm making, that I suspect that this cathedral behind it are the actuaries. But the actuaries have people.
But the feral,
continue. So it's feral. It's a feral combination.
So it's all these three are interconnected.
Definitely. See, and that's part of the reason why people can't put their finger on the enemy, because he can switch. You know, they say, David Icke and his reptilians. It's the same kind of thing. You know, you're not sure if this is wild or tame.
I see.
Or they behave tame and then they switch wild on you. Then you think you're wild, and you think they're wild, and you build up barriers, and then they come around the other side as tame. So they keep switching, keep shape shifting.
Yeah. And that's why you don't know. Sometimes you think it's the two different entities because of the wild change in like behavior.
Yes.
But it's actually the same entity, just having a very, very different, almost like a bipolar person who has.
That's it. You got it.
It has a bipolar sort of effect on.
Yes. That's what you're up against. So I'm making that's my theory, and I'd like to listen to some people come back and say, well, either I'm talking rubbish, or it's not like that. It's like this.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting that out there. I'm making that statement. I'm telling everybody my position, and I want to see what comes back.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Veli, are you out there, dude? I gotta jump off. I've got to go. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom, but I also gotta jump off. But Veli, if you're on, jump back. I don't want to leave Mr. IC3 on his own. Everybody else jumped off bit by bit. They ran off. They seem to. It seems always you and me, Mr. IC3. we end up down to 2. But I do like, this is the weird thing, I do like talking to you and Ralph every time I get a chance. Although I disagree with Ralph's current political sort of movements and all that he's doing, and I came across a little bit confrontational just now, but I do enjoy talking to you guys because, you know, they say you should learn from your elders, you should listen to your elders, and I feel like I grow in some form or fashion every time I have a discussion with you two. Even
yeah, I think all of us are like that. Is, you know, it's a good to have a good challenge to test what they call it, a sounding board.
Yes.
Or, you know, something to test your views. You know, because if you don't have some opposition, you just, you know, your mind just drifts.
Well, this is the thing. It's just like you know, training your muscles. You have to have someone to push back against. You have to have someone.
That's right.
To, you know, to give you that resistance in order to actually think about it. And then I sort of go away and I start thinking about things. I mean, right now I have a whole series of things I have to now research because of the 2066 prediction.
That's right. So prepare yourself.
This Professor David Coleman, it seems he is the linchpin. He is the one who made that prediction about the 2066 demographic change in Britain, and he's using those statistics in order to make these predictions. And I am willing to bet that he leans on the worst outcome, the highest numbers, rather than the lowest or the mediums. So he's most, I mean, I don't know yet. I have to see what this guy's about. He's got some lectures and stuff on YouTube. I've got to sit down and start going through them. But I suspect is because all of these things always come in threes. The Pew data comes in threes as well. The lowest, the medium, and the highest predictions. And I know for a fact that Ralph and them lot are using, you know, the highest. They're not using the low or the medium because they want to scaremonger. They want to get people riled up and you know, the white natives of Britain to be all scared and in a hurry. Even though
that's how the actuaries work as well. Basically, how you described the whole scenario, that I think that's how the actuaries work. So, there'll be the powers, the elite oligarchy will be sitting there, because don't forget, banking is all about money and investments and so on.
Sure.
They'll be sitting there, and then they'll say, tap tap, you know, click their fingers, right? Bring in the actuaries. So they're like the soothsayers, like the priests. You know, like you read in the old scriptures, you have Pharaoh. Pharaoh's king of Egypt, and he calls in his magicians.
Oh yes.
So the magicians are the actuaries. Yes. You know, and it'll call so the top elite people will call in the actuaries and say, "What do you think of this?" And then they got to watch. They got to watch their mouth because they're speaking to power. So they got to give. Well, it could be this. It could be far right. It could be far left. It could be center. But I'm not going to say which one, because if they say which one and it goes wrong, they're dead. So what they do, they'll give a range. You know, it's within this range to try and reduce the problem. Because remember Pharaoh in the old Bible stories. Where Pharaoh had a dream, didn't he? He dreamt, and he saw all the thin kind eat up all the fat kind, something like that. Yeah, that was his dream. So he called his magicians, but basically he called his actuaries. Say, I want an interpretation of this dream. This dream is really strong. I need an interpretation. Give me all my best people in the kingdom to tell me what's going to happen, because I know something is about to happen, something serious. So you guys are all paid to calculate what it could be. And then they came and they couldn't, you know, they couldn't say, well, how can we interpret your dream? We can't get inside your head. And then somebody said, oh, actually, it was the wine, the guy that was serving the wine. He says, I remember that when I was in prison, there was this guy who was interpreting dreams. Oh, please forgive me, I forgot. You know the story, yeah?
Yeah.
And then Joseph came and interpreted the dream.
Oh, wow.
It's the same. So in modern terms, that in the ability to interpret dreams is the realm in the realm of the actuary.
That's when you said like the holy priest or the those people who kind of foresee the future or
That's
predict the future. So these statistics, these analysis, these
Risk analysis. That's right.
Yeah, these people who do the future predict, they're all about predicting potential futures.
That's
so
right.
These guys are the seers of our time.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Yes. They're the seers of modern time. Nothing has changed.
Wow, that's crazy. This is actually like funny things that I notice is how no matter how, there's a line in the movie Escape from New York. At the end it says the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, that's right.
and it's just the way you're telling me about like the IC3 coding and how it was a biblical reference and they took it originally from the biblical sons of Noah.
Yeah.
And like to me that it wouldn't even come close to me thinking that was how they came across these things. Like
right.
How the Bible still has relevance in these sort of coding and these modern day stuff. And
That's right.
and the whole thing about like now we've got weather forecasters and financial forecasters and data forecasters. Now they are basically the magicians, the seers, the future sort of the oracles of our modern time. So back then they called them oracles, now they call them financial and weather predictions and
exactly. That's what I feel. That's right. That's the impression I'm getting. And so the bottom line I'm coming down to is that this cathedral is just a stick. So when the magicians come, they come with their magic stick.
Okay.
You understand?
Or the wand.
Exactly. So the cathedral, the computer, is the wand. Is the modern wand. So basically, like Pharaoh, Moses. That's right. Moses came with his rod, and he cast down his rod to turn into a snake. And then Pharaoh called for his magicians and say, "Look." So he was kind of laughing at Moses, saying, "Oh, we can do that." So he called his actuaries, he called his magicians, and they cast down their rods. And they turned into snakes as well. But Moses's snake ate up all the other snakes before it turned back. Exactly, before it turned back into a rod. So it's the same thing. I'm sensing that the computer is a modern day wand because it produces all these statistics, and actually it's the snakes. When you look at a statistic and you look at the charts, it's all wavy lines, isn't it? Is wavy lines going up or wavy lines going down?
Like the lightning coming out of one end of a wand.
Exactly, that's right. What's the difference? What's the change? They are snakes.
Yeah. Oh, the snakes. Oh, yes.
That's right. When you look at the wavy lines on the chart, they're the snakes.
That have come. Oh,
people live and die by them. Some people throw themselves out of the top floor window. If that snake is wiggling in a certain way, they go and commit suicide to collect life insurance for their family.
Dear God, that's crazy. Well, Mr. IC3, it's been a pleasure, sir. I'm gonna have to drop off. Velley, if you're around,
catch you later.
Take care. Have a good one.
All right. Nice. Bye.
Yo, what you saying, man?
It doing?
Yeah.
Yo. You guys are
Yeah,
sleeping in the
man.
background.
Yeah. I'm here still, man. Like I was
Okay.
just walking about.
You still
Got
making
a
your
few
way
things
home?
that I needed to do as well.
Yo, you still making your way home?
No, I'm home now still.
Oh, yeah.
Are you right? Yeah?
Do you know what national racism is?
Hold on, bro.
I think
Yo,
tomorrow-
listen.
Yeah.
You man, take over for a sec here.
Yeah.
Car. Just use something in the background.
Alright.
Alright. Pick up.
Yeah, national racism. I was
Yeah.
saying, I think tomorrow, because I heard that last bit where you were talking about what you think these entities are, and you're saying that they can switch like a chameleon or like a lizard man or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that tomorrow we should have this conversation tomorrow. I think,
Oh, right, brilliant. Yeah. All goes well. I'm up for it because, that's where I'm at. I'm digging into that realm where people don't talk much. They don't really speak about these things much, but we have to. I feel we have to understand what's going on there. We have to get it clear as best we can.
Some people have described them as a corporatocracy.
Corporatocracy. That's right. Yeah, but the corporatocracy. If you're a corporation, a corporation uses a bank, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're a business, and whether you're successful or not, you have your own pockets. But by putting it in the bank, that means your own pockets are not safe enough. So you take your wealth and your power out of your pockets and put it in somebody else's pocket. So no matter how big and powerful you may appear, the mere fact that you can't keep your own stuff in your own pockets means that this other entity that has your stuff must be stronger.
And this is what I was trying to make thanks to understand earlier when he was mentioning when I mentioned Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Yeah, that's right.
Because-
Where's their money?
Yeah.
You know, is there a Beyonce bank?
Yeah.
Is there a Jay-Z bank?
Yeah.
So if they can't afford in their multi-billion pounds houses or million-pound houses, they can't keep the money in there. They can't protect it because they can't afford the security. Because all that money would disappear in no time.
Yep. And the fact is, land means nothing. They could easily seize them assets and say that they were money laundering or whatever to
Exactly.
dismiss them. Yeah.
You see. So it's this other entity, and I'm saying it's feral, and I'm waiting to see who comes and challenges me. I'm just putting a statement out there, and I want to see if anybody comes to challenge me.
You know what? There's another good channel you can go on to have this conversation with, and that's with Scattered Minds. But the thing is, though, I don't know, Carl. A lot of people, just because you have a view maybe similar to certain people, they'll just be quick to just dismiss you or something like that, which is
that's why I'm sticking with Velley's streams. I don't really go on any other streams because this seems to be nice and comfortable, kind of balanced here. I still get a few slaps here and now and then, but there are other people on this stream that seem to follow this stream that's have another view, a more balanced view.
But you know what? The craziest thing is though, like when they talk about right wing, a lot of them say, "Oh, we don't support right wingers. We don't agree with," you know. When you go to the core of what they're saying, it's very, very, very right wing.
Of course, That's right. That's why you have to go slowly and just, and just unwind. What do you actually mean? What are you thinking about when you say right wing and left wing?
It's like, they wanna say, apart from when Ralph Elron and certain others come on here and they're talking about statistics to show that black on white crime is excessive or whatever. Like if we cut all that rubbish out or cut the bullshit out, when you go to the core of their ideas, they don't disagree with each other. There are black people here that will say that they want segregation, but Ralph and all these men will say, yeah, we want ethno-white black state. No, ethno-white state.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between someone saying they want segregation and the other man saying that they want? It's the irony.
That's it. But what's good about what I like about you is that even though you're young, you have the ability to slow things down a bit. You see, because this when the magic wands are fighting, when people are using the magic wands, there's all lightning and power flying all left, right, all over the place.
Exactly. Yeah.
So what it is, they're throwing statistics and they're throwing charts with wavy lines. These are the magic. The results of the magic wand. That is the magic wand. The stats and the computer data and all this lot. That's all just magic tools.
Yeah.
They're tools of magic.
Yeah.
And when it's like lightsabers. So when they're fighting with the tools of magic, they're speaking fast.
Yeah.
And if you don't slow it down, you'll just get bamboozled.
Exactly. But it's not even just slowing it down. I would even say those things are irrelevant. Like, what is the core ideology? Like, and
yes,
and obviously,
who's holding the wand?
Yeah, I heard you are having actually a good conversation with Ralph, and I kind of came in and interjected. If you were having a good conversation, I'm sorry for that. I just saw Ralph on there, and I felt like, usually Ralph comes in there to just.
You're gonna get in there.
Yeah, I just had to come in there and rub him up the wrong way. He loves to come in and.
Yeah, it's the revenge kind of reflex.
yeah, he's a very.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal.
Yeah. So I just had to, throw like that. But if you were having a good conversation, it was going that way. Next time, I'll listen in before I just jump in it. But yeah, I definitely. It's like if Ralph could just cut that out and just talk to Shakara, talk to one of these people about what they don't disagree. They want white people to stick to white people only and black people to stick to black people only. They even say they don't mind trading with you guys. They just want you to have your black state over there and us to have our white state over here. That's what they were saying.
That's right. So yeah. So yeah, but you see, there are powers that are behind a lot higher than all of us talking. So sometimes when we say things and we have certain intentions, we might not fully understand. We may think that we're clear in what we're meaning, even though we're speaking. But we might not notice the feral power that's behind us, the shape shifting, because they're the ones that you're using their material. You see,
yeah.
When you refer back to their stats, who created those stats, what was the values held by the people who made those stats.
Yeah.
See, or what's their faith? What's their intention? So you only see the stats, and then it's like the news. We watch the news, and then we say, oh, what we saw on the news, blah 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 blah. But how is that news being reported and is there slant? Is there bias in the news? See, but it's too much for the head. So people just say, "Oh, I'll just take a number of news sources and say, well, it appears to be this because maybe 5 channels are saying more or less the same thing." But and if you lose faith in those things, in the news that's given to you, then you're kind of just left out in limbo. So people just say, well, if I don't take what I'm given, then I'll have nothing. So I'll have to talk about what is being presented to me in the pictures and whatever I'm being told.
Yeah.
So it's a very dangerous business.
So I think basically what you're trying to say is like it's like an obstacle they throw in your path just to distract you, and those obstacles are what you can actually physically see. Even if you were to remove the obstacles, you still couldn't really make out what is in the distance.
That's right. Stones are flying from from we don't know where.
Yeah.
That's right. So that's why I'm trying to get a picture in my head of how the world works.
Yeah.
Based on what people say or what people are not saying, what is being said and what's not being reported, or what is being reported, what's not being reported. But a picture starts to come, and then as that picture starts to come, then I just make these statements, and then see if the conclusion I've come to
is the right conclusion.
I challenge people to say what I'm, challenge me if you think I'm talking rubbish.
Yeah,
that's the only way I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only way I can. But if I get silence, then okay, I'm gonna build on that point and get stronger, and stronger and stronger.
You're trying to sharpen your point.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So, yeah, that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing. Even like I said, I can disagree with that. I can agree with the analysis. The analysis is fine and everything, but I don't have an issue with black nationalism, but it depends on what we're talking about. And like I said, I take a lot of my ideology from the Black Panther Party, especially people like Fred Hampton.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like black internationalism is the best, or black intersectionality.
I believe, too. Yeah, it seems to be the strongest. Yeah. It's the strongest. And it somehow, I mean, did you hear about that ruling? I think somebody, or maybe some Americans, will clarify this. But there's a ruling that, was it black identity extremists? Did you hear about that? Black identity extremists became an official category. I never heard of. There's no, and a lot of black people were arguing or in the court saying, why is there such thing as a black officially recognized term, black identity extremist, but there's no term for Asian identity extremist or white identity extremist or yellow identity extremist. Just black identity extremist. I don't know if they've managed to change that. Let me have a look at that.
I've never heard of it, but I mean, if they've designated the Black Panther Party as a terrorist organization, why not?
Yes.
So this is I don't see why that wouldn't be in their team, because obviously.
Oh, look at this. There it is. Look.
Yeah.
In the United States, black identity extremists, BIE, this is past tense, was a designation used by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, from August 2017 to July 2019. Oh, So they've stopped it now.
August 2017. August 2017 was this. When was this?
Yeah, so the FBI will use from August 2017
Last
to
year.
yeah,
Okay.
2017. No, 2017
Oh,
to
sorry. Yeah.
July
Yeah.
2019. So it appears that because I know there's a big fight, and it looks like they won it
Mm.
for the time